Hi everybody, welcome to my ultimate art compilation video part 1 with over 11 hours of ultimate art for your eyeballs to look at. I did my best to chapterize everything, so feel free to jump around or just put me on in the background for company. Also, some of these videos are really old, so you're gonna get a mix of quality. Also, you might hear me say I don't have a Facebook, but I do have a Facebook now, and any giveaways are old. And I used to do commissions, but I don't anymore. Anyways, with that being said, thanks so much for watching, and let's get started. This first chapter is a huge selection of my haunted hidey holes. I bought this claw machine on Amazon because it was super cheap and had terrible reviews. So let's test it out in my super awesome claw machine skills. It seems to work just fine. I must have gotten the one machine that still works. It only makes me feel slightly guilty about what I'm gonna do to it. Though somehow I think the claw machine knows because it doesn't want to give up its screws. I thought maybe an X-Acto knife could cut it off, but no. Look, I even threatened it with a hammer. That's okay, I can force it open. You will come free. I even used my sonic knife, and it still argued with me. Ah, I got it. Okay, and what am I about to do to it? Well, if you've seen my past videos, you know I'm gonna make it into a haunted hidey hole. I think that's the official name for these creations, is a haunted hidey hole, because it's a bunch of H's and I like it. Anyways, so this haunted hidey hole is going to be an arcade / pizza place. So this is the biggest build I've ever done. If you've been wondering where I've been because I haven't posted regular videos, it's because I was working on this monstrosity and it took me forever. I promise I will be back to simpler projects. But yeah, every pizza place needs a 90s carpet with all the grime and sweat and tears from my childhood in it. Can you imagine what steam cleaning this carpet would look like? I love steam cleaning videos. It's so satisfying. Oh, so now I'm adding a checkered floor because for some reason checkered floors are creepy. Are they not? I guess that's just something I've made up in my mind. Or it might be all the red stuff that I add to the checkered floor. You know, the pizza sauce. And the pizza sauce has to go to the wood floor too, because I think wood floors soak up a lot of pizza sauce, so they would be permanently stained. Okay, so creepy arcade pizza places hold a special place in my heart because I grew up with one. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, Ashley, everybody grew up with a creepy arcade pizza place. Well, trust me, mine was the creepiest. I still have nightmares about this place because I kid you not, it was located in an abandoned slaughterhouse. When it rained, red stuff went down the walls because of all the slaughterhousing things that happened in the floor above. So it was this huge building, and the only place there was this pizza place. So you had to go up this elevator that looked like it was from the 1800s to get to the pizza place, passing all these empty floors. And if you accidentally stopped on the wrong floor, it would open up and there'd just be a gate there with blackness behind the gate. And if by some miracle that you make it to your floor where the pizza place was located, and you order your pizza, guess what came out to deliver it to you? An animatronic coyote riding a tricycle. I cannot make this stuff up. And even more terrifying, it had this broken speaker box, and some guy in the kitchen would be like, "Here's your pizza," and it would sound terrible. And it'd all like twitch, and then it'd ride its little tricycle back into the kitchen. I'm telling you, it was nightmare fuel. I am pretty sure that Five Nights at Freddy's was modeled after the pizza peddler. And the creepiness doesn't stop there. The reason that the slaughterhouse was abandoned was because of a fire that took lives. I'm not sure how many, but a few. So as kids, we would explore the abandoned floors and we swore it was haunted. I don't know if it really was, but if anything was going to be haunted, it would definitely be that place. I mean, honestly, I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to put the pizza arcade in an abandoned slaughterhouse. I mean, I guess it wasn't technically abandoned because there was a pizza place there and a bowling alley. But that's it. There was like 20 floors of nothing. Just straight darkness. Anyways, that's my childhood trauma. Maybe I should get back to talking about this box. Sorry, I went on a tangent. Is that the right word? Tantrum? No. Tangerine? Okay, now I'm just being silly. Come on. Also, I'm trying to fill space here because this is a video on my YouTube channel versus my TikTok. And sometimes I struggle to make longer content. I'm so used to making short content. Well, shorter, I mean like 5 to 7 minutes. But, you know, you could comment below if you think I'm doing a good job. Or don't. I mean, I don't want to push you. But I'm just testing out the YouTube, you know, the tubes of you, and see if I have an audience over here. Because most of my audience is on TikTok. So anyways, that's my fourth wall break. Back to the video. So here I'm making like the pay counter, but at the pay counter, there's going to be like a pastry area where you can buy, you know, like these pastries. I guess they're breadsticks, which would be pastries, right? And then here's some sweet pastries, you know, like cinnabuns, cinnamon rolls. Is Cinnabun a trademark? I guess they'd just be cinnamon rolls and Cinnabun would be the brand. And then I made this brownie for another project and then I never used it. So it's a leftover brownie. Same with this chocolate. I made this for, I think it was the Alice in Wonderland teapot where I made a Mad Hatter tea party inside the teapot. It was really cool, but then I broke the lights. And I could probably fix them, but I just haven't gotten around to it. And then I figured I did all that work and you're really not going to see the stuff inside this desk. So I made a hole in the top and I'm installing a window. Okay, side note, I love crackle paint. It's like my new favorite thing, but it's really hard to make it crack right. I don't know if I'm just using the wrong overpaint or what, but it only crackles like half the time. But when it does, it looks awesome. And then, yes, I did counterfeit teeny tiny money bills. Money bills? Dollar bills. That's what I meant to say. Dollar bills. See, now that you're watching my YouTube channel, you're going to get my word garbage on the regular. Word vomit. You know, when blubber blabber comes out of my mouth, which happens quite often. So now I'm making a little pizza warmer because it's super cute. Shut up. I love cute things. Look at all these little pizzas. They're so cute. I could just take a little bite out of this pizza. But in it goes into the pizza warmer with its little friend, and we got to close it off. The glass that I'm using here is actually shrinky-dink plastic, so hopefully it doesn't sit in the sun or shrink. I don't think it will. I think it takes a lot for shrinky dink plastic to shrink. Oh, and then I designed all these posters like by hand. Well, I mean, I used Illustrator, but they are Ashley originals. So if you couldn't tell, I am modeling this box after Five Nights at Freddy's. See, that's the Fuzzy Bear, Freddy Fazbear. And this like wood box area is supposed to be a stage. Because in the game, they are animatronics that sing. Yes, it is creepy. But, you know, since it's abandoned, they're leaving all their trash there. I know Emily, get out of there. I know I should have done, like, stage lights. I mean, don't worry. I definitely add lights. But I didn't really add any to the stage, unfortunately. I just ran out of time and energy. And then I'm making this little countertop, but it's missing something creepy. So I took all these body parts from leftover projects that I've done. And I just shoved them in my cabinet hole. I don't know if this is where the pizza place is keeping all their meat or if this happened after the pizza place got abandoned. Because I assume that this pizza place is abandoned by the way it looks. Is the pizza place abandoned in Five Nights at Freddy's? I'm not really sure. It seems like there was a recent birthday party there, but I also feel like it's abandoned. Like something happened. Like I've played Five Nights at Freddy's. I just can't get through the whole game because of the jump scares. And you know, the trauma that it brought back from my childhood pizza place. Oh, by the way, if you couldn't tell, this is a pop machine with 2 flavors of pop, like blueberry and red berry. I don't know. And then these popcorn things came from another build because I'm not going to waste stuff that I make. Like they were cute, so I'm adding them. I don't care if Five Nights at Freddy's doesn't have popcorn. Speaking of which, scary games are my favorite genre of games, but I hate the jump scares. I can't handle them. So yeah, if somebody could tell me if Freddy's is actually abandoned or if it's still in use in the games and the movie, I'd really appreciate it because I am curious. I mean, I would say that the place was abandoned because the animatronics attacked people, but then they wouldn't have them there while you're trying to look after it on the security cameras, right? They would have decommissioned them way before you entered the building. So the only other thing that I can think would happen is like a mass, unaliving. I hesitate to say that because of the algorithm, but honestly, that's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, either that or water damage. And as a homeowner, that's scary in itself. Isn't it funny that as an adult, things scare you differently? Like the fridge is making weird noises. And as a kid, you're thinking monster, but as an adult, you're thinking, oh crap, shoot. I'm gonna have to replace that fridge soon. There's $1,000 down the drain. I actually don't know what fridges cost. I assume they're like in the $1,000 range. So here I'm making the upper floor, but I forgot to leave a gap for the stairs because how else are you going to get up to the second floor if there's no stairs? Or I mean, if there's a wall in the way. So I ripped that out and I fixed it. See, this is me fixing it with the super glue and yep. You get the idea. Okay, but it needs a railing because we don't want our guests to fall off the edge. So I'm using a wire for the railing, which I have painted. But hold up, check out how I install the second floor. So I add these magnets so that it can sit on the magnets. And then when I put in the floor, I can adjust the height so I know where I need to put my brackets. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm super proud of that. But then I put tape on the outside so it doesn't scratch the plastic, which I had a really difficult time. I kept scratching the plastic. Just like cleaning the plastic would scratch it in little pieces. Maybe it's because this box was really cheap, or this claw machine, and so it's made out of cheap plastic. I don't know. But check out my tickets. Like, every arcade needs tickets. And like, I even scrunch these ones up. So cute. Okay, so were you a ticket spender or a ticket saver? Because I was a ticket saver. I would save all my tickets and then get the biggest prize. I remember one time I got a lava lamp. Yep, I saved my tickets for years. At least it felt like years. I don't know. Ooh, and then I was going to add a spiral staircase or like a curved staircase, but I don't know. It would take up too much room and it sounded hard. So then I made my staircase straight because I like to take the easy path. I might be kind of lazy. Well, honestly, if I were that lazy, I would have made an elevator because that would be easy, I think. I mean, not a working elevator. Actually, I could have made the claw into the elevator. Did you notice I removed the claw? And I even painted it before I removed it because I thought I was going to keep it, but it was too bulky and in the way. But I think you get the idea that it's a claw machine without the claw. I don't think it's necessary for the box claw machine narrative. Okay, so what's everybody's favorite arcade game? Like, one that you would go to an arcade to play? I mean, besides skee ball and air hockey, because those are the best arcade games. And don't argue with me, they are. I'm gonna have to go with Tetris, Frogger, or Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. See, I can speak. I don't word vomit at all. Seriously, sometimes when I do these videos, my mouth fills with spit and I can't get the words out. Is that just me? It's just me, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Cool. Anyways, so somehow I got off topic again from this box. Check out my arcade machine and this little jack that I'm using for the joystick and the glue cap. I love these super glue rings. They are so useful. I mean, look how cute that is. So I made this arcade game generic on purpose because I wanted people to project their own favorite game onto it and it'd make it more nostalgic, if that makes sense. So you can pretend it's any game that you want it to be. And of course, we got to make it dirty and then add this red stuff underneath the machine. It's probably pizza sauce. I mean, let's not make assumptions. You know, it could just be the slaughterhouse on the top floor leaking and causing water damage down the wall. Honestly, I don't know. I just tend to add the red stuff to everything. It might be lazy creativity. Who knows? It seems to be my go-to design choice. But not in my real life. Oh my god, could you imagine if you added water damage red stuff to your actual walls? Like, as a design choice. I guess it would give it that, like, authentic, rustic feel if you're into that. Which I am, but not to that extent. Anyways, so I'm making this pinball machine because pinball is awesome and you can't just have one arcade game. You gotta have at least 2. 3 if you count the clawless box that it's in. Although I assume that this box is just like a snippet of the whole pizza place. Is that the right word? Snippet? That's a weird word. Snippet. Snippet good. Oh, watch me remove this tape. Oh yeah. I love that. And so yeah, that's my pinball machine. And then I'm adding legs with these toothpicks that I cut the tops off of. And then the glass on the top is just that shrinky dink plastic that I used in the pizza warmer. And then I figured some dollar bill would be left on the top. I don't know why you wouldn't take your money with you and why you'd put it on top of the machine, but who knows what happened. And then here's the super cute tickets again. Which, okay, I realize the tickets are a little bit big when you compare them to the dollar bill, but you know what? Go suck an egg. I think that's an insult. I don't know. Although I think it would be pretty impressive if you could suck an egg. The visuals in my head for that are wild. Okay, because this box is such a big build, this video is getting really long. I am sorry. And I totally understand if you want to skip ahead, but then you're going to miss this pretzel. Look how cute this is. And I'm going to put it on the stage right there. Oh, Pat, pat, pat. Although, who's leaving their pretzels on the stage? Okay, it's me. Because honestly, I was going to make a pretzel area, but then I ran out of room. And look, I worked really hard on that pretzel, so it goes on the freaking stage. And there may be other pretzels randomly on the floor, but it's fine. It's an abandoned arcade pizza place. Pretzels on the floor are going to happen. Although, shouldn't it be moldy? The pizza should be moldy too, if I think about it. Ooh, unless they're like filled with preservatives. You know, like McDonald's French fries. Did you know that they don't go moldy? Seriously, have you ever found a French fry in your car? Don't lie to me. You know your car's disgusting. Okay, I might be projecting that. So now I'm making the prize counter. Only it's pretty empty because I would assume that it would get looted pretty quickly after the doors closed. And look at all the little characters that I'm adding. I add them all. They're all so cute. We've got Foxy Loxy and Chicky Licky and Bunny Lunny and Berry. I know those aren't the real names. And I've probably triggered some of you, but they're the names I'm going with. And then I make these little menus. Look at them. They're so cute. Okay, I need to stop saying so cute. Because at this point, this video could be like a drinking game for that word. So from now on, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say something else like adorable or I don't know. I can't think of words. Cute. No, we're not saying that word. Precious. It's just precious. Isn't that something somebody in the South would say? I don't know. I'm from the Northwest. Although we're not really west. It's more like central north. I don't know where the Northwest came from. Because wouldn't it Northwest be like Montana? Anyways, back to this box. Can you guess what I'm doing with this hole? That's right, it's gonna be a security hole. You know, like in the game with the computer. You know what I'm talking about? And look, the computer lights up. And it's not that I make everything dirty because I find it creepier, even though I do find it creepier. I make things dirty to hide the imperfections because I'm not perfect. And it's so much easier to make dirty art than it is clean. That sounds terrible. But you know what I mean. Get your mind out of the gutter. Bunch of gutter-minded people. Ooh, check out me mix this clay. Shwabam. Honestly, my fingers hurt after mixing clays, so if it was actually that easy, I would love it. I'm hoping this color's brown. Let's find out. Oh yeah, it is. I just mixed together all my disgusting pieces of clay and hoped it would turn out brown. And luckily it did. Smashing tinfoil is one of my favorite things to do because you can release a lot of anger. Not that I have a lot of anger pent up inside of me, but you know, we all have issues. And look at that. It's a brown marshmallow. Did you know that wombats poop in cubes? I know that was really random. And I have no idea why that came to mind. Not because it's not even cube shaped. Anywho, watch me totally smash my finger right here. It's okay. I get my revenge. Die, you freaking cupcake. Okay, I do not need to go to therapy. It's fine. Oh, but that really hurt. Okay, can you guess what I'm making? I bet you know. Okay, I kind of already said it, but it's the cupcake, but my fingernails keep getting in the way, so I guess I'm gonna have to trim them. I don't know why I filmed this part, but enjoy. Okay, honestly, if you haven't skipped forward at this point, I'm surprised. Thank you for your dedication. And I promise you, it's almost over. You just have to sweat it out for another couple of minutes and it will be over, I promise. Look at that, my cupcake looks like it has teeth. I sort of wish I kept it that way. It would have been really stylized and cool. But no, I smoothed it all out and I'm attaching it to the bottom here, which looks like a Reese's cup. And now I really want a Reese's cup with chiclets attached. So anyways, we've reached the part of the video where I'm going to ask you to subscribe, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I just have to be that person that everybody hates because making content for YouTube is hard and I don't know if I'm going to continue doing it. But if I get enough subscribers, I will. Maybe I'll make YouTube exclusive content. I don't know. Anyways, here's the finished product. And my favorite part is when the lights go off and check out all these lights. There's the stage and the table and some random pretzels. Don't worry about those. And then here's the security hole, complete with security monitor. And then the upstairs arcade, complete with prize counter and teeny tiny tickets. And of course the pop machine with only 2 options, blue and red. What other flavors could you possibly want? Anyways, what do you guys think? Also, thanks for watching. Oh my gosh, I snagged this gumball machine at a secondhand shop for like $5. That's a really good deal. But I'm not gonna store boring gumballs in it. I'm gonna make it into art because hi, my name's Ashley and I make weird things into art. You know, in case we haven't met. Anyways, so I dismantled the gumball machine and then I drilled a hole in the back to add my lights. Yeah, we're gonna add lights to the gumball machine. They're super cool. Why do you question this? Don't question my madness. I usually sometimes know what I'm doing. Anyways, and then I glued it all together. You know, I debated doing this. I didn't know if I wanted to keep the function of the gumball machine and the art, but then I realized there's no way. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, not that there's no way. I'm sure somebody can do it. Somebody better at art than me. But the way that I had it envisioned in my head, I couldn't think of a way. So I made the gumball machine not usable anymore. I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me. I know some of you are going to get really mad. And you know what? You guys can just go watch something else. You don't have to watch me. I'm not holding you hostage. Seriously, leave the video. I'm just waiting for you to leave. Okay, now that only the cool people are left, hi cool people. I mean, hey, what's up? All right, let's get back to this gumball machine. Okay, I know I did a bunch of blabbing in the beginning of this video, and I never really told you exactly what we're doing. Well, when I was thinking about gumball machines, I was thinking kids and fun, right? But if you know my channel, I'm not really into fun. Wait, that's not true. What am I saying? I like fun. But what I mean is I like the darker, the creepy stuff, right? So what's creepier than an abandoned playground? That's pretty creepy, kind of. I mean, honestly, anything abandoned is pretty creepy, especially if it has to do with kids. Why is that? You know, like an abandoned school or an orpheum. Oh, wait, that's not the word. Orphanage, an abandoned orphanage, or an abandoned pizza place, you know, like Five Nights at Freddy's. Although there are debates on whether or not that's abandoned. Ooh, or an abandoned amusement park. That's always a good one. But with the limited space inside of a gumball machine, an amusement park was not practical. I mean, where am I going to put the roller coaster? So instead I went with playground. And here's the sand pit, which I've always been traumatized by sand pits because growing up, and I know I've talked about this before, but my town had a snake problem. That's right, snake. Not a Snape problem, a snake problem. And my dad made a sandbox out of an old tire, and whenever I went in it, the snakes would be up under the rim and they'd fall out, and nope, I never went in it. And when I tell you that my town had a snake problem, I mean it was a real problem. There were thousands of them everywhere. Apparently there was like a grain mill or a silo, I don't know, a big place where they stored grain, and that would attract the mice. And do you know what mice attract? Yep, you guessed it, snakes. I mean, none of them were deadly, but that still doesn't stop them from being terrifying. Anyways, this is a really weird topic that nobody asked for. Let's get back to this gumball machine. Obviously, this whole floor wouldn't fit through the hole of the gumball globe, so I had to cut it in half and glue it together inside the globe. And then if you notice, there was a hole in the floor, and I plan on making a ball pit there. But I want the light that comes up to be like super colorful, so I colored it with this cellophane. And then my idea is I'm gonna like fill that with balls, I guess. I don't know. As you'll see, it doesn't 100% work out. But you know what? We all have to make mistakes in order to learn what the right thing is to do. Hi-ya. And then I was thinking a boring ball pit is boring because it's a boring ball pit. So I thought I'd spice up the boring with tentacles. Because do you remember being a kid inside of a ball pit and you all pretended that there was some monster in there, right? Was that just me? What? You're telling me you never did that? Come on. I don't believe you. Okay, look, I may have been a weird kid, but you know what? I blame the snakes. Anyways, remember when I was saying that I ran into a few snags while making this project? Well, here's one of them. I really wanted my balls to be clear, or I mean translucent. So the only way that I could think was to make a mold and then fill it with resin. So I filled the hole inside of the bead so it'd be a round ball. But unfortunately, I only did 3, and I greatly underestimated how many balls I'm going to need for this project. And also how long it takes to fill these molds and then demold them. So then I was like, okay, maybe just some of them will be translucent and some of them I'll make out of clay. But then again, I did not realize how many of these balls I would need to fill the bottom half of this gumball machine. I mean, luckily I was able to squeeze quite a few balls out of the blocks of clay. But I had to do this process like 20 times. And then I was like, okay, maybe I'll just fill the middle with beads and nobody will know. And then I'll cover those beads with better looking balls. But then I was like, oh, what if we move the gumball machine and all the good balls fall off of the bad looking balls, and then all we see is bad looking balls? And nobody likes bad balls, so I decided I needed to glue them down. So that's what I'm doing. I covered them in a fine glue, a watered down glue, not a fine glue. And then, do you see this cup of balls? This is how many I thought I had to make. I was so naive. I had to make like 4 times this amount. And so I added them all in and I intermixed epoxy sculpt balls, which is like air dry clay. And I was hoping that maybe that'll like glue part of it together and then they won't shift around and the bad balls won't get seen. And for the most part that worked. But then I decided that I wanted to add these tentacles and that was a little bit harder with the balls already in there. But you know, eventually I was able to shift the balls around and I did get it. And just so that the balls didn't fall out, I topped it off with more epoxy sculpt balls. Shabam. And then I was looking at our playground and, you know, a ball pit and a sandbox is a really lame playground. So I decided they needed something more. And that's when I made this little treehouse hut thing. What do you call these? I guess just play equipment? Maybe you would call it a jungle gym. Even though it's not really in the jungle. Why do they call them jungle gyms? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the... Whoa, did you see that? That's right. I painted our jungle gym, but it's looking a little too bright. So then I dirtied it up with dirt. Oh, and you knew I had to add a skull somewhere. I mean, I was thinking about putting skulls in the ball pit, but then I was like, you're never going to be able to see it with all the stuff going on. And that would be a waste of good skulls. Dang it, why do I glue everything to myself? Anyway, so then I added this slide that I thought maybe would go into the ball pit, which could be really cool. And honestly, it would have been cool, except I made the ball pit too tall, and so the jungle gym didn't quite sit right on the ground. And so I snapped the slide off and re-added it. But remember when I told you that I ran into difficulties with this project? Well, I'm just reminding you. Because the jungle gym's too tall. I mean, it fits, but you can't really see it when the top of the gumball machine's on. So what's the point? So that's when I put my thinking cap on and I thought, all right, let's get rid of this stupid jungle gym. We don't need a jungle gym. Get out of here. Shoo. Dang, it didn't want to leave. Anywho, what if, and hear me out, we did a swing? Everybody loves a good swing. And do you know what? We could hang it from the top of the gumball machine and that way we'll be able to see the whole thing. Problem solved. Okay, so now with that problem solved, I figured we have some time while I do all the finishing touches. Let's get into the story because I know you like art with a story. And I'm here to provide one, even if it's terrible, which it will be. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. There's this abandoned mall because there's a lot of those around here. And have you ever been in an abandoned mall? They still have like the gumball machines there, but the gum looks super old and gross. Anyway, so these kids go into this abandoned mall doing whatever kids do. You know, lollygagging or frolicking, but mostly loitering. Wait, can you loiter in a place that doesn't have any shops anymore? I mean, okay, except for the cell phone repair place and rag stock. They're always there. No matter how abandoned the mall is, they'll always be there. Anyway, so then one kid dares the other kid to get a gumball and eat it. So, of course, it's a dare, which probably turned into a double dare. And you can't back down from a double dare. I mean, not without the possibility of being called a scaredy cat. And that could ruin somebody's childhood. So, of course, he has to do it. But what he doesn't know is that gum is so old that it's gone off. No, wait. Okay, so this mall is like from the 50s before they had like regulations on gum, I guess. And they used weird chemicals in this gum, the chemicals that would be outlawed today. I don't know what kind of chemicals, probably mercury. Seems like they used a lot of that back then. Anyways, when these chemicals expire, which trust me, they were in this gumball, they cause weird things to happen. Like, I don't know, dimensional shifts. Yeah, we'll go with that. So this kid dimensional shifts into this weird playground, which is totally abandoned of any people. Oh my gosh, is that like how you get into the Backrooms? Wait a second. Did I just make a Backrooms story? I don't know. We're just gonna run with it. Anyways, so little Billy, he gets scared because one second he's in an abandoned shopping mall and the next he's in an abandoned playground. But in this world, there's no people. There's just a tentacle monster. And I don't know what happens to Billy, but his friend who dared him to eat that gumball, he was so scared that Billy disappeared that he peed his pants and he ran home. And when he got home, he told his parents, and his parents are like, what mall? There's no mall. Why are your pants wet? And so he brought his parents to where the mall was, but the mall's gone. It never existed. And nobody believed little Petey who peed his pants. And then Billy doesn't live happily ever after. The end. And just in time, because look at that, we're done. And I'm not really sure on these lights. They're okay. What do you guys think? It wasn't quite what I was envisioning, but you know what? I think it's fine. Yeah, well, maybe I'll try another gumball machine someday. And now I'll know how to do it. So I guess look forward to that. Okay, thanks for watching. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. Okay, bye. Have I ever done a spider check in a miniature locker? Nope, but I'm about to. Die, evil spiders. Hold on, let's check. Aha! Whew! That was a close one. Anyways, I've had this locker for years. In fact, this was my older sister's in high school. And then she gave it to me. And now I'm gonna destroy it. Sort of. Snap. Okay, I'm gonna make it into a haunted hidey hole because that's a way better use for it than just sitting on my shelf collecting dust. So I'm gonna make it look old with this patina. And I sped up the video so you can watch the patina do its work. Ooh, isn't it satisfying? Look at that. It looks super old now. I mean, I know it's old before, but I'm not that old to make it look like this old. Do you know what I mean? Anyways, I'm gonna be adding lights to this. I mean, you could have guessed that. I had lights to most of my things, but I just gotta get my light box out. You know, my box full of lights. And I gotta pick out some good looking lights. Once I make my selection, I have to cut the umbilical cord. And then since the lights are so far apart on the strand, I like to twist them together so that they're a little bit closer. That way they're easier to install. Also, they don't get tangled up as easily. Flick. Cha-cha. Now I'm just making the overhead light. Hi-ya. You know, like one of those fluorescent lights that we all hate. At least I hate them. Nothing is more scarier than walking into a building and there's overhead fluorescent lights. I get an immediate headache. I don't know why. Am I weird? Probably. Anyways, I know this is confusing to look at, but I flipped the box upside down. Oh, now it's upside right. And look at that, we got overhead lighting. I know it doesn't really look like overhead lighting, but I'm working with what I got, okay? Shakety shake. And you might be wondering at this point, what kind of build am I doing? And why am I adding red tape to the back of this? Well, you're going to find out, don't worry. Oh look, it's my hand. But first we have to say hi to Agatha. It's required. Hi, Agatha. And I guess we're gonna take a little Agatha break because she demands it. And what Agatha wants, Agatha gets. Sure, I could close the door to my studio, but then you would miss out on the Air Biscuit pause. You can't say no to this. And do you know what else you can't say no to? Subscribing and pressing that like button. I thought I'd give it a shot. Anyways, now we gotta pick a little bit of Agatha off our project. And then we gotta pick a little bit of our project off of Agatha. And now that our Agatha break is over, let's get on with this project because we can't just look at Agatha. Wait, can we? No, I mean, she's cute, but that would get boring fast. Shasha. So what are we doing today, you might be asking? At least I would be asking that. I don't know about you. Maybe you're not a curious person. Maybe you don't ask strange questions to your videos because that would be weird. And you're not weird. Anyways, in the past, I've had a lot of people suggest that I do a haunted hidey hole school. And I do read your comments. So this one's been on my list for a while. So what perfect haunted hidey hole vessel than a miniature locker, complete with miniature chalkboard. Did you see that eraser? It was miniature and adorable, but it's not as adorable as this piece of chalk. And if you've guessed already by now, that little help me that I carved into that chalkboard will hopefully glow red, you know, once we turn on the lights. That's the idea anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna split up this locker into 3 sections. The top section is gonna be classroom, you know, with the chalkboard. And then the middle section with the tile is gonna be a cafeteria. Because the scariest thing in a school are the lunch ladies with their various mystery meats and strange mystery goops. And then I wanna make this door look like it goes all the way into the back, you know, where the lunch ladies make their lunches or whatever creepy things they do back there. And then what's creepier than the cafeteria? The boiler room? Actually, yes, that would have been creepier. But you know what? I'm not doing that because I've done that in the past. In fact, I've done many different boiler rooms, and the story's always the same. The boiler ends up eating the children. Or in my unethical insane asylum, the boiler cooked the patients into different flavors of soup. Or if you remember, in my mall, the boiler room ground up the customers and made them into noodles. I mean, it's always been a boiler room, turning people into different types of food. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but most of my videos, if you rip off that mask Scooby-Doo style, there's a boiler behind them. Shasha. And I don't want to do that again because I've done it. I'm not a one-trick unicorn. I'm a fabulous multi-tricked unicorn. This is going way off the rails. Anyways, all that to say, shwabam, this is not a boiler room. So what other scary thing could be in a school and also probably maybe resides in the basement and is not a scary janitor, which also would have been a cool thing. But nope. Instead, it's a scary super duper monitoring supercomputer that monitors the children super duper well. watching their every move. That way the faculty can catch them and make them into super duper soup. This is not the same story. Did you not see the supercomputer? It's totally different. Okay, fine. Maybe they don't turn them into soup, but being monitored would be really creepy. Maybe they're using it to run experiments on the children. Or maybe they're using it to brainwash the children. Or maybe the supercomputer has a mind of its own and it just took over and it now runs the school and nobody's of the wiser. Or maybe all of the above. I mean, it does kind of look like Hal, you know, from that movie.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Whatcha! Anyways, a super duper monitoring computer needs monitors. And luckily, I have all these old, what are these called? Film squares? Projector pictures? I don't know. But I have to find just the right ones. You know, something that would look like the inside or the outside of a school. Luckily, I have a lot of options to pick from. But I did finally pick a few, and then I just ripped the film out of the little square thing and install them into my monitors. I picked mostly like outdoor buildings because that's what I had. And I'm hoping people don't look too closely. They're just like vague shapes of building. But I did make sure that there were some indoor things too, because you can't just be monitored outdoors, you gotta be monitored indoors. And I'm guessing the monitors can be flipped to other rooms. I mean, of course they can, because this is my haunted hidey hole and I make the rules. I mean, I know that there would be more screens than this, but I'm working with the space I have, okay? And you get the idea. And don't tell me you don't, because I know that you do get the idea. So stop being difficult. Shwabam. Next I'm doing the cafeteria snap floor and the ceiling to the supercomputer room. Is that what we're calling it? The supercomputer room? I don't know. I guess so. Ooh, so I printed out these little posters just to, you know, let everybody know that they're being watched and to keep to the rules. That way the students obey. I don't know why the watcher needs to know that they're being watched because they're doing the watching, but it is important for them to know that obedience is safety. Although maybe the watcher is also a victim. I mean, look at that help sign. They were obviously trying to alert somebody. Maybe there's another level of monitoring, like the monitors also have to be monitored for maximum monitoringness. I don't know, but no creepy school would be complete without propaganda. This one says, eat your meat, even if it looks weird. I mean, most schools have mystery meat, right? Or is that just a TV thing? I feel like my school did. They probably didn't call it mystery meat though. Oh, and see these trays? This is the whole reason why I did this whole build. So my daughter, who saves interesting things for me to use, collected these trays from her Krabby Patty gummies. And she told me that I should do a cafeteria with them and fill them with little foods. So that's what I'm doing because I thought that was a really good idea. Does the food appear to be small children organs? Maybe. But I can tell you one thing, that these body parts were not extracted in the boiler room. Okay, maybe they were. I mean, honestly, what is a boiler room for other than extracting body parts from people? Do I even know what a boiler room? I'm going to be really disappointed if I go in a boiler room and there isn't at least one dismembered body part laying on the floor somewhere. Anyways, so I did 3 different trays. I did some tummy noodles, and then these are the meatball eyes. And then of course I had to do the mystery meat with glow-in-the-dark sauce, because nothing's creepier than when your sauce glows in the dark. I mean, what kind of sauce is that? Some sort of mind control sauce? Probably. In fact, that would make a great story. Let's run with it. And I am using the word great loosely here. Okay, so this boarding school, because boarding schools are scarier than regular schools, I think. They've been monitoring their students very closely because they've been experimenting on them by putting glow-in-the-dark weird stuff in their food. See, look at it glow. I know, they've been extracting the mind control powers from mushrooms and putting it in the food, but oh, hold on, here comes another Agatha break. Any minute, she'll move. And back to the story. The students have been eating the food and been being mind controlled, but you know what? The mushroom mind control powers were stronger than they expected. Ha-cha-cha. Snap. And it not only affected the students, but also the teachers. So both students and teachers are being mind controlled. And by what, you ask? Remember that super duper computer in the not boiler room? Well, it turns out that the supercomputer, this was its plan the whole time. It wanted to play the school like a gigantic Sims game. So now both students and teachers are stuck in this weird loop. Oh, right, look, I accidentally made the floor too big, and now my locker won't shut. But it's okay, I'll just trim the floor. Anyways, where was I? Right, so all the humans are stuck in a weird loop where everyone's being controlled by the supercomputer in the basement, not the boiler room. And I know you might be asking, well, what about the food in the cafeteria? Shwabam. Good question. Snap. Why would a supercomputer feed their humans what looks like body parts? Because DoorDashers ask a lot of questions, okay? And the last thing that the computer wants is people asking questions. That's how you get shut down. And you risk getting all your Sims being released back into the wild. And nothing's sadder than when your parents have to tell you, Ashley, you can't play The Sims for 18 hours. Go outside. And why are you sitting in a dark boiler room? Shut up, Mom. I'm an adult. Anyway, so the computer knows without food, the people are gonna cease to exist. And the computer won't have anyone to control then. So it's been feeding the people Soylent Green style. And if you didn't know,
Silent Green is people!
and you know, this lasts as long as you'd expect. Shorter if it's a small school, longer if it's a bigger school, because there's only so many slabs of meat. Anyway, so slowly the people have been waking up because, I don't know, I guess they're becoming immune to the mind-controlling mushrooms. I don't know why they're waking up, but they are, slowly, for super short periods of time. But that only lasts for like a brief second, just long enough for them to write help me on things. Or draw pictures, like this one, to warn people, or maybe warn themselves that they need to get out of there. But then it's right back to being a mindless zombie, which personally I think is way creepier than being a full-time zombie. You know what's going on, sort of, but you can't do anything about it, which means maybe they're like trapped in their bodies too, and they can like see what's happening. But when you're being mind controlled, it's not like you could change it. Anyways, look at my cute pencil. Is that not freaking adorable? And look, I got 2 adorable pencils made out of toothpicks. And then I had to add some graffiti to the desk. And these kids aren't learning anything. They're being mind controlled, so they can't spell. Although if you're being mind controlled by a computer, you probably could spell. It doesn't matter. Don't think about it too hard. Instead, just look at my adorable desk. But before we add our desk, I have to put a carpet of random papers on the floor. I mean, these kids are being mind controlled. They're not going to be picking up paper. So then I was thinking the spores from the food are going to be floating around in the air. And if they can't even pick up paper, they're not going to be cleaning the spores off of things. So you're going to have mushrooms growing everywhere, which just adds to the mind controllingness of people. And also, I just wanted to use these little mushrooms because they're cute. Oh, and then because I am Ashley, hi, I had to add a random octopus. I don't know how that fits in the story. Maybe the mushrooms alter their DNA and they slowly become monsters. I don't know. And no, this is not The Last of Us, because I've never actually played that game and I don't even know what the story is. Anyways, so I was looking at this top area. Ooh, wait, look at all the glow-in-the-dark stuff. Anyway, so I was looking at this top area and you really can't read the help me. And I think it's because of these lights at the top. See, when I cover them, you can read it better. So even though fluorescent lights are scary, I'm going to cover them up. I know we worked so hard on them, but it's okay because it'll look way better, I think. And look at that, it does. It shows up way better. And with that, we're done. Let's look at it all together. So we got our classroom, complete with creepy chalkboard. And then we have our cafeteria with our mind control mushroom mystery meat, or for short. And then our bottom floor, which is not a boiler room. It's a mind control monitoring super duper computer room. TM, nobody can use that name because it's super awesome. Anyways, and then let's look at it in the dark. Ooh, what do you guys think? Don't forget to follow me and like my video and maybe comment if you want to. I mean, only if you actually liked the video. It really helps me out. Also, I just wanted to remind you that I have a creepy crafts book if you're interested. You can make your own creepy crafts. Link is wherever I put links, probably below. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out these other videos. Okay, thanks. Bye. Ring, ring, ring. Yellow phone. It's for you. Is that another haunted hidey hole calling? It sure is, and that's what I'm doing with this phone. I'm gonna turn it into a haunted hidey hole because that's what I was gonna do with my last phone. But instead, I turned it into an octopus, which I'll include that video at the end of this video. So anyways, now I'm just de-shelling my phone and painting it with a snap. And now we're gonna set it aside and probably forget about it until the very end. Shwabam. What is this little structure? Hiya! Boop. Well, what kind of building would you put inside a phone? A phone booth? Or perhaps some sort of switchboard? Snap. Yeah, actually, all those make more sense than what I did. But hear me out. This is the only place that I know of that still has a landline that I actually interact with. That's right, it's a hotel. Hotels still have landlines, I think. But you know, this is an Ashley build, so you know it's not going to be just a normal hotel. But before we get to all that, I'm trying to add as much detail to this hotel as I can. That way it looks more realistic. Shwabam. But I mean like minimal effort realistic. So in other words, I'm adding a lot of details without getting too crazy, if you know what I mean. Like this little tower, instead of carving out little windows in it and getting all super detailed about it, I just added a bead. See, I'm what you call lazy, and I like the minimal effort route. I guess you could say it's realistic without being hyper realistic. And that's why I don't make hyper realistic things. It's totally not because I don't have the skill. Anyways, so the hotel that I'm basing this off of does not have circle windows, but you knew I had to add a couple circle windows in there. You see, this hotel is the alternate reality where its owner's husband allowed them to get as many circle windows as they wanted. Snap. And they chose 6. Now I just have to add a hole to the back of the hotel because we're gonna light up these circle windows. That's right, this hotel's gonna be lit. Now I just have to dirty up this hotel because it's gonna be abandoned, like most of the stuff I make. See, that's why there's moss or mold or whatever growing on the top of the roof. Hey Agatha, what you doing here? Being annoying? Sure are. Anyways, so I'm using flocking to make everything look dirt. Excuse me, Agatha, am I in your way? Oh, hey, look, it's the foam we didn't forget about. Man, these cats are just coming out of the woodwork. First Agatha, now Emily's on my lap. What? Okay, so now I'm just making the base for my hotel. I wanted to use the real base of the foam, but I couldn't get the foam components off of it. So I said, screw it, I'm gonna make my own. And by screw it, I mean unscrew it because I wasn't able to unscrew it from the base. And did you already guess what hotel I'm making? I mean, assuming that you didn't read the description. Well, if you don't, this will probably give it away. What's the only hotel that I know of that has a hedge maze? Honestly, I don't know if the real hotel has a hedge maze or not, or if that was just a movie thing, but this haunted hidey hole is only loosely based off of this hotel. Okay, and I'll stop beating around the bush now. Or should I say hedge maze? Because I'm making the Stanley Hotel. You know, this one from this movie that has these terrifying things in it. And they're all like, come play with us, Danny. And Danny's like, no thanks, I'm good. And then his dad's all like, here's Johnny. And the mom's all like, ah. I think she does a lot of screaming in the movie. And then the little kid's like, red rum. And the mom starts screaming again. Yeah, I think that's basically the whole movie. What I don't get is in that huge big hotel, because it's a huge hotel, they couldn't find anywhere else to hide other than their own bathroom. I mean, that place was basically made for hide and seek. And it was completely empty, except for the ghosts, which I'm still not entirely sure if they were real or if they were in his head. I think they were real, but the dad was going, you know, a little crazy because he was supposed to be writing a book and instead he was just typing the same thing over. Anyways, I'm sure you've seen the movie. And if not, I just spoiled it for you. Boop. With that perfect retelling. Anywho, so now I'm just making the hedge mazy bits because it wouldn't be much of a hedge maze if there weren't hedge mazy bits. I mean, if it was just a path with no walls, what would be the point? Which makes me think, who is taking care of this hedge maze? And how much work is that? I don't think I could handle the pressure. What if you messed it up? Hey, Agatha. Hold on, look at Agatha's paw. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, stop being cute and please leave. Okay, just a quick look. Yes, you're adorable, but you need to leave now. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, right, the hedge maze. Whoa, too close. Right. Anyways, how long does it take somebody to grow a hedge maze? And what's the life expectancy on a hedge? It's basically a bush, right? And bushes die. You're gonna have to replace your bush at some point. Do you slowly replace your older bushes with newer bushes? How often do you have to trim your... I just realized what I was about to say there. Is this an everyday thing? I would bet it's one person's job to take care of the bushes in the hedge maze. And that's a lot of pressure. What if you mess it up? Anyways, enough about the bushes. As you can see, I'm installing my lights now. And I always get people asking for me to show them how I do my lights. And I don't know, I stole these lights from one of those miniature DIY kits. And you just twist wires together and tape them. I usually use electrical tape, but I plan on gluing them back here anyways, so they'll probably be fine. Next, I get my boring rocks out. You see, I have boring rocks and I have interesting rocks. But when I'm trying to make a mountain behind a hotel, I use the boring rocks. I'm not gonna waste interesting rocks on a hotel mountain that you'll barely see. And then I just use clay to push them all together. together. And did you know that the best way to texture a rock is with a rock? I know, it rocks, right? And we got our hotel done. Next, I sanded the edges of this phone to make it look cartoony, but honestly, I just did it because when I spray painted it, it gave it a weird texture and I hated it. And so I sanded the texture off and I realized that I could sand the edges and make them look cool. So I left it. It was a happy accident, okay? But the inside of this phone is still that weird off-white tobacco stained grossness color. I don't know. I think this color was really popular in the 70s. Probably because everybody was smoking back then and they couldn't keep white things. Speaking of white things, look who's back. It's our favorite black and white thing. Honestly, I think she's trying to break a record of appearances in my videos. Anyways, so I just painted rocks to match up with our mountainous rock wall of boring rocks behind our hotel. And then I just add the shell of our phone, but there's this little hole in the side of our phone where the cord used to go. Hey, little hole. And I thought instead of plugging the hole, I would embrace the hole's holiness by adding something like a secret window, which is another Stephen King movie. So I'm adding a little statue of a little girl. And this is going to be the little base that she stands on. And then I'm going to put that base on top of another base. And then because I like things even, I made 2 of them. And now we just have to put our little girl next to the little secret window. And there she is, happily playing. Ooh, look at her through the window. Hi! Now let's just add our other statue to the other side, even though he doesn't have a window. But that's okay. I'm sure they'll be equally as happy and will not haunt this hotel at all. And lastly, I know I almost never add any sort of glass or dome over my art pieces because I think it makes it harder to see the art. But I had this dome that was just the perfect size. It was almost too perfect not to add it. So I broke my rule this time and we'll just have to deal with the reflections. It's fine. And with that, we're done. What do you guys think of my Stanley Hotel inside of a phone? I know it's not a perfect replica, but it's not really meant to be. And look at our little girl. She looks happy in there. And I may or may not have another phone, but if I did, what would you want to see me put inside of it? And stay tuned because I'm going to include the video from my first phone in here. But first, what if you hit that subscribe button? Wouldn't that be cool? Just boop it on its nose. Just a little boop. You got this. Anyways, on to the next video. Hey, I don't know what you're doing, but listen to this old phone. You all have been saying that I should make longer content. And in the past, my longer content has not done very well. But you know what? Maybe I haven't tried hard enough. So with TikTok going away, I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it a shot. Yay, yay. So at the 30-minute mark, when you're like, man, this video is way too long, just know that you asked for this. That's right, you wanted this. But who knows? Maybe I'll turn into a really big YouTuber on YouTube. I don't know where else you'd be a YouTuber. And look at that, we've wasted 30 seconds already. And we haven't even started the video yet. I think I could do this. So let's get on with the video. So I snagged this jewelry box at Savers for $7.99, which I think is a pretty good deal. But you know I'm not going to store my jewelry in it. Do you guys use jewelry boxes? I feel like they went away with china cabinets. Nobody really uses them anymore. In fact, I store my jewelry in a shoebox because none of it's worth any money. I can't afford good jewelry. Anyways, I might just be speaking for myself. If you have a jewelry box, tell me in the comments. And where are you keeping it? In the kitchen? I don't know why it'd be in the kitchen. I would think it'd be more of a bedroom thing, isn't it? Or perhaps the bathroom? I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna upcycle this jewelry box because somebody didn't want it anymore. And now it's mine to do whatever I want. But first I need to take out these shelves, which proved a problem. I could not get them out. I tried an X-Acto blade. I tried just pulling on the shelves. I don't know why I thought that would work. I finally got the hacksaw out and did this. I don't know, maybe if I just whack it a few times with a hammer. Luckily that kind of worked. I mean, better than anything I tried before. Let's just say it was a struggle. And quite honestly, I almost gave up. I don't want to talk about it. But you know what? You're making me talk about it because you wanted longer content. This is your fault. I'm using a drill. Do you think this works? No. But you still have to watch it. Yep. Now you have to watch all my what the F moments. That's right. I almost sort of cursed. You all are seeing a new Ashley with these longer YouTube videos where I say sort of curse words like ploppers and cheese bags. Oh, look at that. I got a shelf out. Oh, and hold on. Watch this transition. Shwabam! You see, that's all you would have seen, if not for the new and improved longer content Ashley. I hope you're enjoying it, you cheese bags. Right, back to this jewelry box. I'm adding a little floor action. And what am I doing with these sticks? Hiya! That's right, I'm making stairs for my jewelry box. Have you ever seen a jewelry box with stairs? Wapa! Nope, you haven't. Actually, maybe you have. I don't know. Oh, and here's the new Agatha filling in for Emily. Everything is new to Agatha, so she's checking it all out. You know, making sure that everything's kosher and has sufficient cat hair. She hasn't learned personal space. Oh, ploppers. Agatha, you're too close. Oh, I get it, Agatha. You want me to add in a new segment into my videos called We Pet Agatha. That's right. We're gonna pet cats on my channel now, and it's gonna be a montage. Ready? Cue the montage music. It's a cat petting montage. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Any minute, Agatha will move. Seriously, move. Okay, aren't you glad that I didn't cut that out? And if you're not, I don't want to hear it. Don't you dare comment down below in my comment section helping this video get seen. Yeah, don't do that, because that only hurts this video. And commenting will make me think that you want longer content. Anyways, so now I'm shaving my floor. Nope, that's not what I'm doing. Could you imagine a hairy floor? I mean, my floor is hairy because I have cats. See, that's a whole conversation that I would have cut out. Now you get to hear it. Aren't you glad to be watching longer content, Ashley? Anyways, after I shaved my floor, I'm just leaning into it at this point. I used the wood burner to make it deeper. That way, hopefully, it looks like real tiles, kind of, maybe. But oh boy, do I like a checkered floor, which is sad. I don't own any checkered floors, but I also don't own any circle windows. And I would really like a circle window too. So I don't know where I'm going with this. I feel like I'm rambling. Am I rambling? Oh, and look, here's another transition you could have had. Oh, and a third transition. Not only do you get to see me make the thing, you also get to see the transitions, because I don't know how to YouTube. Oh my gosh, Ashley, what are you doing with the match? Honestly, I don't know why I lit that match. It just had to be done. I only needed to cut the head off and then throw it at my box. Shwabam. Okay, we have a very colorful floor, and holy cow, we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this video, and I have yet to tell you what we're making. Although you've probably already seen it in the thumbnail, but I'm doing an asylum, specifically an unethical insane asylum. Whew, that's hard to say. So I assume that asylums have really big fans. At least that's what I've seen in movies. And that people are always trying to sneak out of the asylum and they have to go through the fan with the risk of being cut in half. Oh wait, am I thinking of James Bond? Actually, what asylum movies have I seen? The only one that I can think of, and I've tried looking it up and I cannot find it anywhere, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's a super stylistic movie about a girl who's in an asylum and she's fighting her way out of it, and it's super corrupt and it's all these bad people, but then you find out it's all in her head and she's actually getting a lobotomy. If anybody knows the title of that movie, please let me know. I would love to find it again. I remember really liking it. Anyways, back to the art. As you see, I installed our torso cutting fan into the back wall, and now I'm just adding bricks. And hold up, shwabam! That's right, we're still gonna have some transitions, even though this is a longer video. Anyways, I feel like a lot of asylums should be brick. Is that just because brick feels old? And I feel like asylums, at least, you know, like the creepy, dark, bad asylums, like they don't have bad asylums today, do they? I mean, at least not in the US. Maybe in other countries, they're still experimenting on people and, you know, performing lobotomies, but not here. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe they are. I hope not. Anyway, so this room is going to be the surgery room. I think that's a room in an asylum. At least back a long time ago it was. Where else would you, you know, perform your lobotomies? Actually, I think they probably just did those in the office. I don't know if there was much regulation to have like a clean room. I'm not sure. I think everything that I know about asylums comes from Nurse Ratched and that one season of American Horror Story. So my information might be faulty. Anyways, whoa, look at that. We just ripped out the whole top of this jewelry box. And now I'm drilling a hole through it? What am I doing? Well, guess what? We're gonna have a lit jewelry box asylum. I even learned how to solder lights together for this. That's right, I'm living out my dream of being an electrician. First, I do jewelry boxes. Next, the house. Okay, don't ever trust me with electricity. Anywho, so I'm just screwing the battery pack onto the back of this asylum. and installing the batteries. You know what, do you want me to do a play-by-play of what I'm doing in the video, or do you want me just to talk about random things? This is my test video for longer content videos, so let me know which one you would rather. I mean, obviously I can do a mix of both, but which do you like more? For example, here's a play-by-play. Ready? So I took this prize capsule that my daughter had, and I made a hole in the top with the wood burner, and then I cut off the bottom and painted it silver. Next, I took this weird little piece of trash that I found, and I'm gonna glue it on, but first I'm gonna take this little ring from the super glue container. They're super useful. Look, you can glue them right onto anything and like finish it off. Next, I add foil to our little capsule, and then we use the Fortress of Suction to suck up all the excess foil because the foil gets everywhere. This stuff is terrible. Seriously, worse than glitter. And then I take this floral wire and I twist it super tightly. I guess I'm still twisting it. Oh, there we go. Twisted. And then I twist wire around our twisted wire. It's super twisty. Look at that. Am I making a tree? No. I'm making barbed wire to go around our little, it's like a lamp. Did I not mention that we're making, I'm making a lamp. I don't know why there'd be barbed wire around a lamp other than, well, okay, maybe it's like a shock lamp. You know, like they can pull it down and give you shock treatment on top of your lobotomy. Oh my gosh, we were barbaric back then. I mean, I guess they still use shock therapy today, but I think it's like way different. Oh, anyways, and then I'm adding these little, I don't know, information posters. That way you can be informed when you're getting your lobotomy and shock therapy. Holy cow, did you see that? I made a little cart. That way we can keep all of our tools on it and stuff doesn't roll away and go on the floor. Speaking of rolling, did you see me roll this flat wire and now I'm putting a hole in it? Can you guess what we're making now? Well, every good insane asylum needs a shot, you know, for medicine, not like a shot of alcohol. They may have used that too back then. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because I'm making the medicine kind of shots. See, look how cute this is. Look at it. Doesn't it look like, it looks real. It's like a real tiny little shot. All right, I'm gonna add it to our cart. Okay, so that was the play-by-play version of my videos. Next, I get a lot of comments saying that I talk too much, so I'm gonna try minimal talking in the next little section here. And we'll see if you like that better. Okay, ready? Here we go. Here I'm making some scissors. And all scissors need a little blood. Wait, do they? I mean, yeah. And now I'm taking this bead and a earring topper to make medicine bottles. I think that's what that is. Okay, I'm having a hard time not talking. How do other people do it? Do they add music? Maybe I should try that. Let's try that in this next section. And we're back with Ashley's voice. What'd you guys think of the music? Did you like it or did you skip forward? Be honest. I feel like other YouTubers use music to fill space, right? I don't know. I appreciate you guys sticking around while I figure out this whole YouTube thing. But I promise I'll get the hang of it and then I will have amazing content. Probably. Maybe. Probably not. You know, it'll just be mediocre content. But I'll have fun doing it and that's what matters. Anyways, I'm going to talk a little bit about the art because that's what I'm doing. So I made this little bed. I guess it's like a little bed for our patients in the insane asylum. but you got to keep your patient locked up. So I gave our little, maybe it's like a stretcher than a bed. Honestly, it looks like a torture device. I mean, that's not far off. The patients are pretty much being tortured here because it's not an ethical insane asylum. It's an unethical insane asylum. But okay, we'll call it a medical stretcher. The medical stretcher has handcuffs and foot cuffs and neck cuffs. You know, that way the patient won't squirm around. And look at that, we have our surgery room done. Oh wait, maybe this is where I should add music. Hold on. Was that better? Did I do it? Am I YouTubing? Probably not. Anyways, we're moving on to the next hole. And in this bottom hole, because it's the bottom hole, I'm thinking morgue. You know, because the morgues are usually in the basement. And so I'm making a morgue wall because that's a thing. At least that's what they show on TV. And how am I supposed to know if it's not a thing if they don't show the right thing on TV? I mean, okay, 6 Feet Under, they did not have a morgue wall. They had like a big freezer. But to be fair, 6 Feet Under was not a morgue. They were a funeral home. And those are two different things, maybe, I'm pretty sure. And since I can't imagine an unethical insane asylum having room for dead bodies. Wait, can I say dead bodies? This is YouTube. I feel like I can say things more here, right? All right, well, too late. I already said it. Anyways, what I'm getting at is in an unethical insane asylum, they would definitely have a morgue wall or maybe worse. I don't know what would be worse. Well, okay, don't they have like tunnels that they slide the body down? I feel like I've seen that. Probably in a movie. Anyway, so I guess that would be worse than a morgue with a morgue wall. But I don't know. We're getting off topic here. Oh, Ashley, what is this weird contraption that you're making? Oh, I'm so glad that you asked, Ashley. It's a furnace for putting dead bodies in. Okay, it's a little furnace. Maybe they chop up the bodies first. I don't know. It is what it is. It's symbolic. But you know, a furnace has to be ventilated. You don't want to breathe in dead. We are saying dead bodies, right? We've established that we can say that word. Right. We don't want to be breathing that in the room. I mean, the unethical part of this asylum is on the patients, not the employees. We don't want our employees getting sick. They don't care about the patients. Oh, and look, there's my soldered light that I did. And now I'm surrounding that light with glass. That way it looks like real fire. Sort of, kind of, maybe a little bit. Anyway, so we're gonna put our little furnace right in the corner of the room. And if you noticed, I left the music box in the back. So it's like, I don't know, equipment of some sort. It sort of looks like equipment. I mean, it looks like a giant jewelry box, but... Oh wait, hold on, look at this. Look at the skull. It's got a growth. I know it's just defective, but I thought it would go great in our insane asylum because it's like they've been testing on this skull or something. I don't know. Anyways, we're going on to the next floor, which is also gonna be checkered, but more traditionally checkered. And if you noticed, I left in the transition along with how it's made because we're doing longer videos. And I wanted you to see both. Ready? Hold on. Shabam. That's right. We got a red wall that we're painting green, I guess, for some reason. Oh, right. We're going to wipe it off. See, look, it looks old. It's like the paint is chipping. It used to be red and now it's green. Sort of. And then I'm installing this back wall. And I figured that the patients could use some calming wallpaper for our unethical insane asylum. So this is like the room that they come to calm down in, sort of. I mean, if a patient gets all worked up, they come to this room, which is going to be more like a bathroom. And so I have to make a sink. Ready? Hold on. Wapa! We've got the sink basin. Now we just need some details to our sink. And what kind of details do we need? Well, we want our sink to hold liquids, so I'm making a tiny little liquid stopper. What are those called? Like drain plug? I don't know. Anyways, look, now it's gonna stop some liquid. Luckily, I have these big jars of liquid right here that I'm dyeing red. It's resin. In case you didn't know, it's not really, you know, the red stuff. And as in red stuff, I mean cherry syrup, of course. I still don't know what words I can say. Anyways, so now we need the little water spigot? Faucet? Yeah. Next, I get my container of plastic cradoodles out, and I find the little handles for our water spigot. No, why are words hard? What are those called? No, I guess they are handles. Yeah, faucet handles. See, I made one red and one blue for cold and hot, but I had them backwards because the hot water is always on the left side. I'm pretty sure. Wait, who made up that rule? Is that a rule? Is that in everybody's house? Maybe that's just my house. No, I'm pretty sure when I go out, it's always on the left side too. But maybe not. I don't know. Comment down below which side your hot water's on. Oops, and then I made this brain. And I'm painting this brain. And then I'm covering this brain in more strawberry syrup to make it delicious. And then I put it in a bowl to re-emphasize to point out how delicious our brain is with the strawberry syrup. Oh, look at that. Now I just need to accessorize our table. Remember our little shot and another pair of scissors and some more of these little jar things. I don't know what would be in them. Poison, maybe? What does ether look like? Does it come in a little glass jar like this? Probably not. I picture it more in a barrel. Oh, right. And then our table was a little too long for the box. I don't measure very well. In fact, I don't ever measure anything because I hate measuring. I can't comprehend numbers for some reason. But that's fine. We just took the legs off and glued it right to the side of the box. It worked out fine. Next, I'm making little skulls on sticks. Do little savages live in our asylum? Probably. They're called the doctors in there, but I'm actually making little dome heads. Wait, is that what they're called? I'm pretty sure that's not what they're called. Like exhibits? Displays? I don't know. Like you get the idea. And then I'm putting more little jars up here because there's all sorts of different medicines. Yeah, medicines that I assume an asylum would have on hand. And then we just slap that puppy right onto the wall. Why do we use the word puppy for things? Is that weird? It's weird. I mean, could you replace it with the word kitty? And then we slap that kitty onto the wall. Yeah, kind of. Oh, and then I made this light fixture. Look at all the care that I'm taking in making this thing. I painted it all rusty and put the little bolts onto it. It's so cool. And then I go to install it and guess what? You'll never guess. It's too big. Look at that thing. It's huge in there. You can't see donkey or puppies or kitties. I guess, you know what? That is the downfall of not measuring. Look, it's Pac-Man. Waka waka waka. Anyways, so now I'm making a smaller light fixture. Is it as cool? No, it's not. But we all have to make sacrifices, and maybe I'll use that light fixture in something else. Maybe. Ooh, look at that light. Okay, remember, this is the room that we take patients. I mean, doctors take patients, not me. I'm not an unethical doctor. Anyways, this is the room that patients go to calm down. So we need some propaganda posters, little reminders to be happy, take your pills, your brain is sick. Totally normal things to be in a hospital. Ooh, so now I'm making a little tub because I assume when patients get all worked up, they're going to want to take a bath. I know that calms me down. Actually, that's not true. I hate taking baths. They're so boring. I don't get the appeal. Like, what do you do in the bath? Do you read? Then your book's gonna get wet. Do you just sit there and look at the ceiling? No thanks. I have things to do. Anyway, so this isn't like a normal bath. It's a mud bath. And so then I added this little skull. Like somebody was left a little too long in the mud bath. I don't know. Look, as I said before, it's symbolic. Can somebody actually fit in that bath? No, but I didn't have room for a huge bathtub in there, okay? Symbolism. Ooh, and then I had these leftover jars of vegetables from another project. And I thought if I put them underneath this table, and if you squinted when you looked at them, they would look like little jars of body parts or something. I don't know. You know what? Maybe this is a kitchen. Yep, that's it. This is a kitchen, and they've been cooking certain kinds of meat, in that bathtub. Okay, I have a story formulating. Hold on to your butts, everybody. It's happening. Okay, so in this asylum, the doctors have been pulling people off the streets who are, not homed. And rather than treating them, they've been experimenting on them. And then once they, pass away from their experiments, then they take a little trip to the kitchen. That way they can save money on meat. And they make soup out of them. That way the patients are none the wiser. I mean, you don't know what's in soup. So as far as I know, soup isn't soup. I mean, think about it. Have you ever been eating soup and you thought to yourself, maybe this is human? No, never happened. And that's why the furnace is so small in the morgue. Because after they come out of the kitchen, they go to the morgue and they're quite a bit smaller. In fact, Twyla, the cook, I don't know why I named her Twyla. Doesn't matter. So Twyla, the cook, she's been cooking this soup for years, and she's been selling it to the people to pay for a sane asylum. And people buy it. They think that they're helping out the asylum, and also getting delicious soup. It's a win-win in the consumer's eyes. Unfortunately, it's a lose-lose in the patient's eyes, if they still have eyes. I don't know. Oh, maybe it's not all homed people that are living in this asylum. Maybe if you have enough money and you don't like somebody, you could have them made into soup. Hold up, watch this. Shabam, shapa, wapapa. That's right, we made 4 beds. And now I'm gonna paint the bed. See that? Hold on, now that I'm thinking about it, isn't that the plot of that one season of American Horror Story? Well, sort of. It was different because I don't remember them making soup in American Horror Story. In fact, wasn't that the weird one with the aliens? Like, it was really good and then it went weird, right? And soup's not weird. Aliens are weird. I would never make a weird story like that because none of my stories are weird. Speaking of weird and creepy, and since we're just watching me make this bed anyway, I thought I'd let you guys know that the person that's talking, Ashley Vortman, has a Creepy Crafts book. And if you want to, you can go buy it on Amazon or any of these other places. Or perhaps check out your library. It wasn't in my library. I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask because I didn't want to be that person. You know what I mean? But I didn't see it on the shelf. So I was a little bit disappointed. But I have heard from other people that it's in their library. So if you happen to go look, let me know because I'm curious. Anyways, the links are in my description. So check it out if you want to. No pressure. All right, back to this asylum. Ooh, look at that. Somebody smuggled a butter knife into their bedroom. That person's definitely going to get made into soup, which I assume is something that they threaten the patients with. I mean, I would do whatever they wanted if they threatened to make me into soup. Which reminds me, what kind of soup are you? I would hope that they would make me into an Ashley noodle soup, but I would be really disappointed if I ended up being a cream of Ashley soup. Or even worse, an Ashley chowder soup. Ooh. I would make sure that everybody who ate me got extreme diarrhea. Oh, speaking of extreme diarrhea, look at this little toilet that I have. Somebody gave this to me. Isn't it cute? I just want to say thank you to the person that gave this to me. You were super sweet and you know exactly what I like. Teeny tiny toilets. But since it's more like a prison toilet, I had to rip the back of the toilet seat off because, you know, they might hurt themselves on it. I don't know. Why do prison toilets not have lids? Can that be turned into a weapon? I mean, honestly, can't anything be turned into a weapon? So bam! Look at that. We painted our asylum. And then I'm adding this sign, but then I decided that this was not doing it for me. So instead I replaced it with this 3D sign. And we're finally finished. Yes, finally. Let's wind it up and see what it sounds like. And holy cow, if you've made it to the end of this video, you deserve an award. And let me know in the comments if you like this longer content from me. Or should I stick to my shorter, like 10-minute videos? Also, I don't know if you know this, but hitting that like button doesn't hurt. It also lets me know that you're still enjoying this content. Anyways, what do you guys think? And I guess I'll see you in the next one, right? Maybe if you're still here and you haven't unsubscribed, or wait, have you subscribed to me? What are you doing? How come you haven't subscribed? Just hit that subscribe button. Just do it. Peer pressure. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. So I ran a poll on YouTube here on whether or not I should do a haunted theater or an Alice in Wonderland chessboard. And the theater won. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a theater, a haunted theater with haunted wooden floors. Shwabam. And if you're wondering, why is there a hole in your floor? Well, I assume that most stages have trapdoors, right? For, I don't know, trapdoor things. All right, I'm gonna level with you. The one time that I've been on a stage was in high school. And I literally played a bird. I played a bird in Alice in Wonderland. I didn't spend a lot of time on the stage, but I do remember it having a curtain. However, I don't remember it being on fire. Look, I was trying to burn off the little pieces and it got a little out of hand, okay? It's fine. Now our curtain will just be a little bit burnt. Maybe we'll work that into our story. You know, the amazing story that I usually tell. And I am using the word amazing lightly here. But every stage needs lights, and in order to reflect those lights, I put these mirrors back here. That way our stage will be totally lit. But I gotta make the hole for the lights to go through. And since I hate using power tools, I just burn a hole. And then string all these lights through, and who do you guess shows up every time I do this? Emily. It's like she comes out of a deep sleep from her third circle of hell just to annoy me. It's okay. We still love you, Emily. Even though you can be a little handsy. Pawsy. Definitely a little mouthy. Emily, quit eating my lights. Get out of here. And I know people say, why don't you kick Emily out of your studio? Well, you look at that little face and tell her she can't come into my studio. You know cats have persuasive powers also. They're little Houdinis. They're going to get in anyway. And they hate a closed door. I feel like if I close the door, they'll just eat the door until I open it. Anyways, so now I'm just adding more lights to my stage and little doodads, you know, because it's a fancy stage. And a fancy stage needs a balcony. Scratch that, 2 balconies. Bam, 2 golden balconies. Schwapa. With balcony doodads. I like the word doodad. It's like the word bric-a-brac or knick-knack. Did I just make up the word bric-a-brac? No, I'm pretty sure that's a real word. Perhaps a paddywhack. Wait, isn't a paddywhack something that cops put people in? I don't know. Anyways, it's time to bust out the foil, which I hate doing. I know I've said this before, but foil gets everywhere. It's horrible stuff. Luckily, we sucked up any flyaways. All right, and with this being a fancy theater, we need fancy archways for our balcony windows. Would they be windows or doors? I'm gonna go with windows because you don't walk through them. I mean, if you did, you'd end up falling to your death. And you know, that could be part of the story. We could make that into, I don't know where the story is gonna go yet. We're gonna go on that adventure together at some point in this video as soon as I think of one, which has not happened yet. Ooh, ready? Bam! That's right, my snapping fingers have been getting a good exercise in this video. And what are we making? I'm making stairs because they need to get up onto the stage. I assume. I mean, you could just go behind the stage to get onto the stage. But wait, do stages have stairs? I'm pretty sure they do. What if you have an event and you're like showing people? No. You know, like graduation. Yeah, they have to have stairs. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Our theater is inside of a camera. Get it? Because movies and cameras, and although aren't plays on stages, not movies. Movies are in it doesn't matter. What does matter is a super cool transition that I'm about to do. Watch. Ready? Shwabait. That's weird. Maybe I'm all transitioned out. And why am I making this cowbell? Because every project needs more cowbell. Just kidding. Whee! Oh, look, that transition worked. It's the little cone thing for the camera. It's really starting to look like a real camera, but it's not looking very haunted. So I'm gonna make it more distressed with this dirty green paint. Speaking of hauntings, maybe we should discuss how this theater got haunted in the first place. So it's obviously abandoned, but a long time ago it wasn't. It was like the place to be. Emily, don't you have some place to be? Anyways, ignoring Emily. This theater was super awesome with lots of theater goers, patrons, customers, I don't know, play watchers. In fact, this place was so awesome that the famous movie star, Bridget Curtain Paint got her start here. But Bridget Curtain Paint, she's not part of the story. I'm just trying to tell you how popular this theater was. Anyways, so it drew huge crowds of people. However, the director was, a bit of a nut job. We'll call him Kevin. Well, Kevin being a bit of a nut job. Which, what does nut job mean? I mean, I kind of get it. It means a little bit cuckoo, but where did that phrase come from? Does it have something to do with squirrels? Does it mean Kevin was a little bit squirrely? Because I assume he was. Anyways, so squirrely Kevin had this big plan to put on the best play that ever played. So he wrote a script about people suddenly not alive anymore. And I don't mean ghosts. I mean like a single person making other people suddenly unalive. You know, the M word, the murder. Ooh, side note. So I get a lot of comments on how I make my bubbles, and it's just embossing powder. You know, the stuff that you use on greeting cards, only I don't make greeting cards. I make dirt and bubbles. This is going to be the ceiling of our theater, and I assume abandoned theaters' ceilings are not in the best shape. Oh, hello, Emily. I just wanted to show you, this is how she sits on my lap, with her little toe bean razors sticking up. Look at them. Are they cute? Anyways, back to the story. So Kevin writes a script about people not being people anymore, for a lack of a not better word, but I can't say it here. But the script that Kevin wrote was a little bit brutal, and he had trouble casting people in it. Like, nobody wanted to do that play. So instead, Kevin just stole people off the street, and Kevin played the lead role. But the people off the street are not very good actors. Because they're not actors, they're people. Not that actors aren't people, but you know what I mean. So instead of Kevin teaching people how to act, he just straight up did it for real. And he put them in like Saw situations. Like the movie. I don't know. How old am I? I assume the youth knows about that movie. And if you don't, you probably should. Ready? Here we go. Flip. And then I have this almost empty tape roll that I need the roll out of. Snap. Oh, what the heck? Okay, let's make an Oreo. Add the stuffing and the top, and there it is, an Oreo sandwich. Whatcha? But hold on, we need two. Shwabam. Can you guess what these are gonna be for? They're gonna be the little tape reel thing on the top. I was gonna put a little haunted wardrobe inside of them, but it didn't really work out. Insert clip of failed haunted wardrobe. Yeah, it was just too thick. That's what she said. So I went with something more simpler, like these. But if I just glue them on top like this, they wanna roll all over the place. So I bent this popsicle stick into an arch like a really long time ago. I think I was trying to make wooden bracelets or something. But you know what, like most of my projects, I didn't finish it. Because I have ADHD, yay! But it made a really good arch for my film reels to sit on. See, now they're not rolling all over the place. Anyways, so Kevin named his play Box Cutter instead of Saw. Get it? Hold on, look at this little bell. It's kind of sad. It's somebody's souvenir from the Grand Canyon, but now I'm destroying it because it ended up in a secondhand store. And that makes it fair game. And I don't want to hear anybody argue, okay? It made the perfect eyepiece for my whatever camera. Okay, anyways, so Kevin came out with the play Box Cutter, which is a really lame name, but you know, Kevin is really lame, so it's fitting. And lots of people flocked to this play because they thought the special effects were amazing, which weren't actually special effects if you catch what I'm throwing down. And I believe you do. But people were starting to notice all the missing people, and that's when the cops came to question Kevin. Because all the people that were missing happened around his theater. Look, Kevin's not smart enough to like go elsewhere for his people. So the cops caught on pretty quickly, and they put Kevin in a patty whack because that's where cops put people. Ooh, watch me swell again this up. Or actually, I'm just patinaing it. Snap. There, now it looks old and crusty, just as it should. Anyway, so Kevin escapes from his patty whack, and the theater gets shut down, obviously, because nobody wants to go to a theater with that kind of history. Box Cutter was the last play to play there, and nobody was able to find Kevin ever again. But people still mysteriously go missing around the theater. In fact, anybody who enters the theater doesn't return. Beware. Which is why I put the staff-only door on the outside. Although technically it should just say don't enter because even staff aren't safe at Kevin's Theater, which is also a really lame name for a theater. We need to rename it. How about Kevin's Kill Cabaret? Although I don't think Kevin was killing the whole time. I don't know. Maybe the name was lost with the history. And then look, the ghosts use their little ghost plasma to like warn other people that, hey, there's some craziness going on here. Which didn't really help because people still went missing. But anyways, look at that, we're done. And did you see the little bird cage that I added in the middle? Which I guess was part of the show, Box Cutter. I mean, Saw. Anyways, what do you guys think? And if you guys want to vote on my next poll, I'm gonna try to do that more on here. So make sure that you're subscribed to my channel. And maybe leave some comments down below on what I should poll next. Okay, thanks for watching, bye! Hold up, you wanna see some magic? Shabam! Whoa, that's amazing! Is what you should be saying. Boop. Shwaboop. Hiya. And hold up, here comes a really good one. Whatcha? And painting this wall is a snap. See what I did there? I snapped when I said snap. Get it? Anyways, so I figured just plain colored walls are kind of boring, so I thought I'd wallpaper this time. But you know, clean wallpaper's gross. Shabam. So I made it nice and dirty because I make everything dirty. It's my thing, I think. I don't know. But look, I'm dirtying up all this wood. We can't have clean new wood in our builds because clean new wood is not creepy at all. And you know I make creepy things usually, not always, but like most of the time. And new things are not creepy. In fact, I can't even think of a single new thing that is creepy unless it's meant to be creepy, like it was made creepy. Anyways, so back to this. It seems like you guys always appreciate when I show my mess ups. So there's my mess up. I decided that picture frame needed to be moved 1 inch to the left. Am I being anal? Yes, I am, but we're moving on. What are we moving on to? I'm just adding holes everywhere because I decided that this build needed lights. And rather than tear the whole thing apart, you wouldn't do that in a real house, I decided to retrofit them. And look, I don't know how they do it in real houses, but I feel like I came up with a genius idea here. I hooked a string to a magnet and then put that in the wall and then used another magnet to fish it to the hole that I want my lights in. And then once I got the string through the hole, see, I'm just pulling it out there, I tied the end of my wire to it and then I fished that back through the wall. Look, I don't even want to know if this has already been done because I'm feeling like a genius right now. Don't even come at me in the comments that this is already a thing that people do. I am a genius, and let me have my genius moment. In fact, you can now refer to me as Ashley the Genius, full of brains. From Smartsville, population, me. Anyways, look, we got 3 lights in our little... That's right, I haven't told you what we're building yet. Any guesses? Wait, hold on. While you think about guesses, look at my tiny spoon. Isn't it cute? It's perfect for mixing up plaster. Don't worry that the water's dirty. It just adds some flavor. Oh, look, just in case you missed it the first time, there's my spoon again. Anyways, back to what I'm building. I decided this time I'm gonna build a haunted hidey hole toy store. Or maybe it's not haunted, it's more just abandoned. It's an abandoned toy store, which could or could not be haunted. We don't know. How did it get abandoned? I'm not sure. I think maybe the toys revolted. Wait, that's not the right word. Rebelled and tore down this wall because look, all the plaster is cracked and on the floor. Or maybe that just happened with time. I don't know. Can that happen? I think that can happen. And remember when I moved that picture frame? Well, surely I wouldn't cover it up because I moved it into the correct spot. And that would just be silly. Oh, just kidding. I totally covered it up because I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, honestly, do I ever? Because let's face it, if I knew what I was doing, I wouldn't have painted this wall yellow in the first place. Just to cover it in plaster and my jar of dirt because I got a jar of dirt. Oh, hey, Agatha. Anyways, the dirt just helps bring out all the little details in the plaster, which I kind of like. You know, it makes it look old and plastery. I don't know. But we can't just have dirt on the wall. We got to add it to the floor too. I mean, this is an abandoned toy store, not like a brand new clean toy store. Dirt's gonna be everywhere, as well as little piles of trash. I mean, I assume that they had to get out of this toy store quickly. I don't know why. We haven't come to the part of the video where I make up a story, but if they had to leave quickly, then they're definitely not picking up their piles of paper. Shwabam. Paper piles? Shake, shake. I don't know why you'd have piles of paper. But maybe it's packaging. The toys have to come in something. Maybe it's posters that have fallen off the wall and disintegrated. I don't know. I wasn't there when the toy store became abandoned. Hiya. So it's weird to assume that I would know, but it's probably one of those things. Anyways, as you can tell, I'm making a wagon because every good toy store needs a red wagon. That's like a toy store staple, I think. I mean, there aren't toy stores really anymore, which is super sad. But from what I remember, there were wagons, I think. Actually, were there? Cha-cha. I'm sure there were. And if there weren't, they were definitely in movie toy stores. Anyways, enough with the wagon. Next, I'm gonna make some shelves for our toys. Hiya. Because it would be weird for a toy store to put their toys on the ground. Hacha. So that's why we're building a shelf. I don't know why I had to explain it to you. Shwabam. But heck yeah, look at that shelf. And yes, I did make one shelf askew because I don't know if you know this, but the toy store is abandoned and there's no way that shelves are gonna be perfectly in pristine condition. So I also want to make it like sun bleached looking. And so I painted it with some crack paint. And by that, I mean the paint cracks, not that the paint is on crack. Anyways, and then I added some wire to the wall. Look, I don't know why the wall has wire. I saw it once in The Grinch Steals Christmas, you know, the original one, the cartoon, where he steals everything and he even steals the wire off the wall. I don't know. You could ask them why they added wire to the wall. I always wondered myself, were they hanging pictures off those wires? Why wouldn't you use a nail? Were the wires electrified? Were they just electric wires coming out of the wall that he stole? I don't know, but it's always stuck with me. I mean, he steals what's he gonna do with wire? Shasha. And then, get this, he steals the ice cubes, which I always thought was stupid. That ice is gonna melt. I mean, he might as well have just stolen water out of the faucet. I know it was the whole point of the movie, but I can still have questions. So remember when we did the painting on the wall that I covered up? Well, now I'm doing it on the floor, but it's like a circle. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that awesome? It's like there was a rug there. And then if you're angry that I didn't keep those paintings on the top floor, I added one to the bottom floor just for you. You're welcome. And then watch me make this cute mushroom into a cuter mushroom. Hiya. It's so adorable. And then I added crackle paint to this one too. Mushrooms and crack. I'm sure there's a joke somewhere there, but I can't think of all the jokes. In fact, most of the time I can't even think of some of the jokes. So instead of failing at being funny, maybe we should just come up with a story for this toy room. But first, this is a good time to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. It's okay, we'll wait. Just waiting on you. Did you do it? Not yet? Okay, we'll wait some more. Oh, you did do it? Okay, great. Let's get back to the story. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. So there was this cult of people that used to live where this toy shop is now. Only it wasn't a toy shop back then. It was just the woods or forest or something. And this cult was one of those crazy cults that make all the people do weird things like shave their heads or start their own triangle-shaped schemes or something. I don't know. Weird culty things. Anyways, like any good cult in the woods, forest, or somewhere, they would have a creepy old water well. I mean, come on, creepy old wells are a must when it comes to people living in the woods, forest place. And they had the creepiest of all the creepy wells. I'm pretty sure that the water inside was some sort of black sludge. Oh, and the cult leader would make them drink the black sludge because he thought it did good culty things. I don't know. Oh, maybe he made them black sludge Slurpees out of the well water. Anyways, look. I know you're wondering, how does this black sludge Slurpee well water lead to a toy store becoming abandoned? Well, I have no idea, but just hold on, I'm getting to it. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know, I guess we'll see. But, like any good cult, there's lots of barefooted kids running around playing, near areas that they shouldn't be playing near, aka the well. And one of those kids dared the other kid to jump into the well and swim in the sludge. And then I think it went to a double dare, and then even a triple dog dare was mentioned. Or maybe none of them dared each other, and one of the nastier culty kids pushed the other one into the well. I don't know. Either way, one of the kids ended up in the well because, well, there was no adult supervision. And the well wasn't exactly up to OSHA standards. And nobody had gone down into the well before. But this kid did. Speaking of which, he needs a name. Let's see, what's a good culty name? Dilbert. Well, Dilbert fell into the well and passed away because he couldn't swim in slushy black water. And here's where the toy store part comes in. Because hundreds of years later, after the cult disbanded due to unsafe well railings, I don't know, maybe they all fell down the well. Anyways, a toy store was built on top of it. But Dilbert's ghost was still in the well. And he was super happy that a toy store was built above it, and he played with all the toys. But, playing with toys as a ghost freaks out the customers or something. And the customers don't want to buy haunted toys. They didn't know that it was from the well. They thought that the toys were haunted. So, nobody bought the toys. And the toy shop went out of business. Thus why the toy shop is abandoned now. However, some meddling kids, and their dog too, broke in and set up that spirit board in the middle of the well to try to speak to Dilbert. But yeah, unless they had toys, Dilbert wasn't interested. Although technically, Ouija board is a toy manufactured by Hasbro or Warner Brothers. I don't know. Either way, I know it was a toy. So maybe Dilbert enjoyed playing with it with the teenager. Anyways, that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Hey, look at that, we're done. What do you guys think? Hold on, we'll look at it in the dark in a second. Wait for it. There it is. Ooh. And if you like this video and you want to see more, why don't you just go ahead and hit that like button? Because it really helps me out. And you know what helps me out even more is if you follow me, but only if you want to, no pressure. Also, if you want to make your own creepy crafts, I have a book for that. It's called Creepy Crafts, where I show you 60 creepy projects that you can do at home. You can get it wherever you usually get books, like Amazon and Barnes & Nobles. So go check it out. Anyways, that's all. Thanks for watching. Bye. I'm back with another creepy mini. I need to think of a better name for these. I was calling them mini crime scenes, but this one's not really a crime scene. You know what? I think we could probably think up a crime scene for this box, but it's not like in your face crime scene like my other boxes were, if you know what I mean. So I've had this little terrarium for a while, but I didn't know what to do with it. But then I got to thinking it'd be a great scene box. Hold on. Yes, I'm so proud of that transition. Ooh, check out my little mini box of stuff. It's where I keep all my teeny tiny circle windows. Oh, and this rug, because it's teeny tiny, but it was wrong color, so I had to paint it. Also, did you see me make that like really cool floor and then cover it with this rug? It's okay, because we know it's there, and I think a lot of nice wood floors get covered by rugs. So it's more realistic, right? Oh, I just realized that I haven't explained what the scene is gonna be. Although I'm pretty sure that these tarot cards, I think that's how you say it, tarot, even though it's spelled like tarot. Anyways, I'm sure you can get an idea from the cards, but I'm doing a mini seance room. Look, I know that tarot cards are not like a seance-y thing, but maybe our person is an entrepreneur and they do all sorts of stuff, including fortune telling. Because really, how much money can you make off of seances? Actually, probably quite a bit. I feel like people would pay a lot to talk to the dead. Ooh, maybe that's our crime in this box. Tax evasion. I didn't say it had to be like a gruesome crime, even though like my last 4 boxes were cannibalism of some sort. But not this box. I'm not doing cannibalism this time because I am not a one-trick pony. I can think up other crimes. Okay, maybe the person that owns this room actually talks to like dead criminals and she solves the crimes. I'm only assuming that it's a woman because Hollywood has taught me that most fortune tellers are women, but that's not really fair. Men can be fortune tellers too, so maybe we should flip the script. So let's say it's a man that owns this room, and he talks to the dead criminals, and maybe he solves the cases. Ooh, and every seance room needs a Ouija board, of course. How else do you talk to the dead criminals? Ooh, wait, maybe they aren't dead criminals. Maybe he is actually doing the crimes, and he's blaming them on these dead people, because how are they going to know they're dead? It's not like they can ask them if they did these crimes. Well, I mean, he would ask them, but not really. Okay, I have no idea where the story is going, but that doesn't matter because look at all my scrolls and this little teacup. Because, you know, you can read tea leaves. At least they do in Coraline. I don't know if people actually do that anymore. Oh, and then I have all these leftover body parts from all the other boxes that I've done because, you know, they were all cannibalism boxes. So I don't know why, but I added this tongue. You know what? This is starting to look like a witch doctor's room, maybe. Or maybe somebody who's into like dark magic. I don't know. That could be our crime. Okay, so our fortune teller seance guy is like into dark magic and he has to like murder people. Can I say that? I'm sure I can say that. Okay, I'll change it to unalive. They have to unalive people to get the ingredients for the black magic stuff. I don't know anything about black magic, but I assume it involves body parts. And this voodoo doll, which, can we stop for a minute and appreciate how cute this voodoo doll is? Oh, it's so cute. And of course it needs little voodoo pins. Okay, so initially I was thinking that these jars would hold like the essence of people, like their spirit, and that's how he made the seances work. Kind of like 13 Ghosts, but now that we're going down a weird path of black magic crimes, I am assuming that there's like weird black magic ingredients in there. Check out my little jar of trinkets. I have no idea the purpose of all these little trinkets. They're all plastic and kind of brittle, but I bought them for $2 at Savers. And then I may have gone a little overboard with the candles. Once I started making them, I couldn't stop making them because they're super cute. Is this room a fire hazard? Absolutely. It's a good thing that there's not tiny OSHA around. And then check out my pot maker, my flower pot maker. Come on. How cool is this thing? You just slide it and it makes a pot. Bam, look at that little pot. So cute. I'm gonna be making so many little pots from now on. For every project I do is gonna get a little planted pot, just like that one, and this one, especially this one, because it's extra cute. Okay, remember how I said we were going a little overboard with the candles? Well, I may have stepped it up with floating candles. Like, look at them jiggle. Whee! All right, our seance fortune telling room is missing a table, so I'm making one out of this jar lid. But it can't be a boring table, it's gotta be fancy. So what makes it fancy? Lace. And why buy colored lace when you can just paint it? Also, I like to just use what I have on hand. So the table legs are chopsticks cut up and painted. This is kind of a trashy table if you think about it. Let's make it look less trashy with sparkles. Also, I didn't have sparkly purple fabric because who has that on hand? So I made my own. Same with this teeny tiny doily. I just dyed it purple. See, how cute is that? And then it wasn't fancy enough still, so I added these gemstones to the side and then I sewed around it. Which I feel like nobody's ever going to notice that I did all this detail, but you know what? I know it, and that's what matters. Sort of like the wood floors in the beginning. We will never see it, but I know it's there. And then I made a crystal ball, and of course we have to have more candles. And I don't know what these little tiny keys open, but they were so cute I had to add them. Maybe our guy is like collecting keys from the people that he's, you know, doing the thing to. Ooh, that sounded bad. That he was unaliving, like trophies, or maybe he needs them for his black magic stuff. I don't know. Oh, and you know that I had to add a circle window, which I made out of Shrinky Dink. I wish it was that easy to make a real circle window because then I would have one by now, which my husband's still not on board with. But Christmas is coming. Maybe Santa will get me one. I don't know. And no excuse that it doesn't fit my stocking because the receipt of one would. Okay, anyways, we're done. And look at all those candles. Holy cow. I may have gone a little overboard with the candles, but I'm okay with it. And check out that gorgeous circle window. And hold up, check out the back. You can see everything through the glass, which I think is cool. And I added some vines and some moss. What do you guys think? Do you think there's too many candles? I don't think that's possible, but it is sort of a fire hazard. Look at this little tea set. Isn't it cute? So you know I have uses for the teacups and the teapot, but I was trying to figure out what to do with this tray. And I think I figured it out, but first, I'm gonna distract you with magic. Oh yeah, look at that magic. And we got window magic. Ready? Here it comes. Bam! Are they circle windows? No, but just hold on to your butts because I'm making one right now. See, just look how magical my fingers look through the circle window. You can't tell me that that doesn't look 72% more magical. Hiya, wacha, and whatever. I couldn't think of another word. Apparently we got window fingers. But do we have paint fingers? We sure do. Now what is it? What is it that I'm making? Oh look, the tray's back. Wait for it. Bam! That's right, I'm making a church. Whoops, that footage wasn't supposed to be in there. Just look away. Oh, look at that, we're making windows. So every church needs a window, preferably in the stained glass variety. See, now it's big, and then, hold on, any minute, hold on. And now it's small, look at it. Ready? Big, small, big, small, big, small. Big, small. All right, enough of that. Let's glue these suckers on, which is really tedious. So I'm gonna speed it all up. And you might be wondering, why do I have a cat? Actually, I don't know, but I'm sure it'll come into the story later, probably. Also, I just thought it was cute. Okay, so now I'm just adding some wood to the outside of my church because, you know, more details, the better. And hold up, look at this stained glass circle window. How cool is that? Okay, next, every church needs a bell tower, I assume. I'm gonna be honest, I don't go to church, so I think they all have bell towers, but I don't know. Oh no, am I being churchist by assuming that all churches have bells inside of towers? I am so sorry if I offended you and you're a church and you don't have a bell inside your tower. That was not my intent. Okay, next I need to do the roof, and I have all these coffee stir sticks that if I break off the ends, they make the perfect roof tiles. But look, I ran out of the big ones, so now I started doing little roof tiles, so my roof is roofed with different roof tile sizes. It's fine, it's fine. See, nobody's gonna notice. I mean, I totally did that on purpose. Okay, and then now I'm painting it, which is taking forever. So I'm gonna speed it up. Ta-da! Okay, remember the stir sticks? Well, now that I've clipped off all their heads and butts, I'm gonna use the middle pieces for the inside flooring. See? Waste, want, not want. No, that's not it. Want, not, waste, not? Wasting is not wanting. I don't know. Anyways, now I'm adding smoke damage because this church was on fire. And no, it's not something like devious. It got struck by lightning. At least that's the story I'm going with. Look, anything can get struck by lightning, even churches. In fact, they're just asking for it when they add a big bell-shaped lightning rod at the top of their building. And that's why these front windows are going to be all broken, because the lightning struck the top of the bell tower. And I know, you might be asking, Ashley, if lightning struck the church, then why did you board up the door? Is something going on in here? Probably. But in the meantime, I'm going to make these little pews. And yes, I did glue it to my finger. Not on purpose. Come on. Schwappippy. Okay, ready? Let's get our pews out. Pew, 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 pew. Look at all those cute little pews. Okay, let's move on to our jar of dirt, which is very important for dirtifying things. Look, we don't know how long our church has been sitting there, just all abandoned. I assume it would get very dirty, especially if all its members turned into zombies. What was that? Who said that? Did you say zombies? I didn't say zombies. I think you said zombies. Dang it, the cat's out of the bag now. But don't worry, we're gonna get there. We'll get there eventually. Hold on to your kitty cats. Now that they're out of their bags. Because I need your attention elsewhere, not on the whole zombie thing that I accidentally said. Or I mean, you said. See? Look, I'm growing moss on my church. It's a mossy church. Is that what grows on roofs? Is it moss? Maybe it's mold. Can mold be green? Or is it more of a bluish black color? I mean, I assume there's all different kinds of mold. Isn't cheese just mold? I was never quite clear on that because your cheese can get mold. So is that mold on top of mold? Would that be mold inception? You know, the mold on top of the cheese is like a secret agent. Secret agent mold doing secret things inside of cheese. I don't know where this is going. Not that my cheese ever gets moldy. I eat it too fast. I know cheese is bad for you, but you know what? Everything's bad for you. Leave me and my cheese alone. You know what's also bad for you? Being turned into a zombie. But that's besides the point. Let's get back to this art. I seem to have gone way off topic. Okay, let me just explain what I'm doing here. So I added my church to this piece of wood that my husband made for me, but it didn't feel majestic enough. And how do you make things more majestic? You put them on top of a hill, of course. So that's why I added 47 blocks of wood under my church. Think of it as its churchy foundation, but we want it to look more like real rocks. So I use a rock to rockify my clay. You know, make it more look like a rock because nothing textures a rock better than a rock. And then I want more of a sloping hill rather than an ankle-breaking cliff, because imagine all the grannies trying to get to church and there's just a big cliff there. I mean, that's just asking for a lawsuit. However, at this point, you might be wondering, Ashley, why is the front yard so big? Wait, do churches have front yards? Or is it like a courtyard? I don't know. It doesn't matter because it's neither of those yards. You know what it is? I'll let you guess. I'll give you a minute. I'm waiting. Oh wait, what's your guess? Did you guess graveyard? That's right, and it's probably not gonna be full of zombies. I lied, it probably is. And hold on, I'm gonna add my first grave right now. With, you guessed it, a stir stick top. Man, these things are super handy. I highly recommend every crafter get some stir sticks. So here's the story I'm thinking. Lightning strikes the bell-shaped lightning rod because it's made out of metal and bell-shaped, and the electricity goes down into the ground, into the graves, turning everybody there zombies. And look, I was gonna make it a pet graveyard, a pet cemetery, if you will. Thus why there's a cat stained glass window and an octopus one, if you noticed. Hey, you could have a pet octopus. Wait, can you have a pet octopus? Asking for a friend. Are there laws against that? Anyways, but then I added these sculptures. I don't know exactly what I was thinking. I mean, would a pet cemetery have sculptures of people? Probably not. But did I have tiny miniatures of dogs and cats? No, I didn't. So I put these people sculptures on there. You know, maybe it is still a pet cemetery and these sculptures represent the owners. You don't know. Maybe that's a common thing in pet cemeteries. Have you been to a pet cemetery? Probably not, because I'm pretty sure they don't exist. Actually, I don't know. Anyways, so I was going to add this grass, but the grass is a little too big. So I used my improvised mortar and pestle to make the grass smaller. See, now it's the perfect size. And don't forget, always spank your project. It's a very important step. Oh, look, here I'm double spanking my project. Look, if you don't spank your project, then it gets spoiled. And nobody wants a spoiled project. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Ooh, look at that circle window. Someday I'll get my circle window. Until then, I will just immortalize it in all my projects. So back to this project. What I'm thinking is all the people inside the church are probably trying to keep the zombies out. Oh, hello, Agatha. Anyways, so they're trying to keep the zombies out and they may not be like, Agatha, can't you see I'm trying to tell a story here? Okay, let's just move on. So the people are trying to keep the zombies out, and that's why they boarded up the door and the windows. And they may not be the cleanest, so I added some rubble. And side note, I kind of forgot that churches have steeples. Wait, is that what this is called? Is the cross a steeple? Or is the whole thing a steeple? And here I've been calling it a bell tower this whole time, and you didn't correct me? I'm over here looking like an idiot. Anyways. So as I'm adding the cross, I realized that lightning would have struck it first. So I lit it on fire to make it look like lightning struck it more. And then I caught myself. I realized burning a cross might not be the best thing for some of my viewers. So I just dirtied it up with the edge of the match. Look, I didn't want to offend anybody. I know that this cross is made out of 2 stir sticks that I glued together, but would it be offensive if I lit it on fire? Maybe. I don't know. It's probably more offensive that I forgot that churches even had crosses. So I'm just saying right now, if I offended you, I am so sorry. That was not my intention. I just wanted to tell a story about a pet graveyard that turned into a zombie pet graveyard. And look at that, we're done. What do you guys think? Should I replace the people with pet statues? Maybe I should have put more claw marks at the door to drive home the pet cemetery aspect. But you know what? We're not all perfect. And it is what it is. Anyways, if you liked what you see here, don't forget to follow me and leave a comment because that really helps me out. I would really appreciate it. Okay, thanks, bye! So I got this dollhouse from Dollar Tree for $1. Okay, technically it's like $1.25 now, but whatever. And I'm gonna make it into a haunted house because it's close to Halloween. Come play with us, Ashley. Anyway, stupid dolls won't even sit in the chairs. Guess it's more realistic. Mom's always tired. What were we doing? Oh yeah, I was making a creepy dollhouse. Oh, look at this. They put some weird number right on the roof. Why couldn't they put that on the bottom? Ruining a perfectly good roof. Maybe I can sand it out. I know, let's burn it out with a circle window. Oh yeah, everything can be covered up with a circle window. Okay, but looking at these shingles, they need some help. I mean, what is this? Bricks on the roof? Who roofs their roof with bricks? No. We're gonna cover them up with wood. But since it's super repetitive, we're gonna speed through it. Look, I got bored even doing it in real time. I'm not gonna make you also watch it in real time. There, we've roofed our roof. That's a tongue twister. Now we have to roof the roofs on our roof. Oh my god, I'm getting confused. Okay, but what's not confusing is a circle window. And we're covering up those ugly numbers. Technically, it's not a circle window. It's like a hexagon window, but you know, it's just as cool, I think. Well, actually, circle windows are way cooler than hexagon windows, but they're pretty close. All right, so now I'm just adding some small details, but I won't bore you with all the small details because I get bored easy. Hold up, look at the top of my house. I always see these on older houses, but I have no idea what they're for. The only thing I can think of is to keep birds off the top of your house. Is bird poop on the top of your house a problem? I've never had that problem with my house. Maybe bird poop used to be more acidic in the past, although I doubt it. Anyways, I boarded up some of these windows because it's a haunted house and we don't want the ghosts to escape. Or maybe we don't want people coming into the house because it's a haunted house. And that could be a liability. And I want to paint it black and a whole bunch of other colors, which I won't bore you with, and we'll speed through this too. Although if you want to see a longer video, I do post some on the tubes of you. You could be one of 2 commenters that comment. Or, you know, maybe just follow me here. That could be cool. You don't have to. Anywho, moving on. So as I was researching haunted houses, because I do my research, I ran into photos of people doing this exact thing with this exact dollhouse, and I was crushed. I put this whole project in the closet to forget about, but then I dug it back out, and I decided let's just scrap that lawn, and we're doing a tree house. Remember that time that I drew that house on a tree, and then immediately hated it and painted over it and pretended like it didn't exist? Yeah, me neither, because that painting didn't exist, remember? But if it had existed, which it didn't, making it into a sculpture would make me hate it less, I think. And hating your ideas less is the ultimate goal in life, probably. So it's just a haunted treehouse with spooky curtains. But we can't have white spooky curtains. That's not spooky enough. So I dyed them. Get it? I dyed them because it's a haunted house. Okay, no, that was a really bad joke. Don't leave. Come back. Look, you know I'm obligated to make one bad joke in every video. And that was it. That was my bad joke. There'll be no more from this point on. So I'm adding some furniture and some plants. And I'm using the TV as some boxes up in the attic because everybody has boxes in the attic, especially if your attic is haunted. Whoa, did you see that? It's totally haunted. I mean, did you see the little girls? Hold on, I'm just adding them now. Come play with us, Ashley. Absolutely not. The answer to the question is always no. I don't care how nice the ghost is. Anyways, what do you think of my unoriginal Dollar Tree haunted tree house? Complete with creepy little girls. Ooh, look at them. They're so creepy. Even though this has been done, I think I added my own twist. Okay, I'm here to tackle my Alice in Wonderland infinity mirror. And I bought this cabinet specifically to use it. Oh, look, you can see me. Hi. Well, that's gonna be annoying. Let's just cover that up. Trust me, you don't want to see my resting craft face. In fact, nobody should be subjected to that. Anyways, moving on, I took off the door and now I'm just cutting out the wood because I'm not gonna make one big project. Oh no, I'm making tiny little projects inside one big project because I just love to torture myself, apparently. So here are all the cubby holes that I decided, and here are the lights. I'm trying out new lights this time because I want it to be super bright. I'm pretty sure the reason why I failed the last time on my infinity mirror was because, for one, my lights weren't bright enough. And for 2, I did not do the mirrors right. But this time I'm starting off with a real mirror and not a spray paint mirror. So in theory, it should work, right? It better work this time. And now I have to make the walls in between the little compartments, but the walls have to be see-through so that the light can show through, obviously. And so that's what I'm making out of recycled plastic. Well, I mean, I'm recycling the plastic. I don't know if the plastic I'm using is recycled. Whoa, did you see that? I added all the plastic. And then I just chop it off. And look, we got half our project done. Oh, right, the door. Okay, so then I just cover the door with this one-way mirror film. Whoops, there I am again. Don't look. And let's just see if this works. Oh, look at that. It kind of works, right? Whoops, don't look at me. Okay, so now we're just jumping in with the fun on this first little cubby hole. And it looks like we're going with an outdoor theme here. I mean, most of Alice in Wonderland is outdoor, so I suppose that makes sense. Come to think of it, the only parts that are indoor in Alice in Wonderland is when she's like falling down the hole. And one would argue that that is still outside. However, there is a door at the end of the hole, so I don't know. It could be either. Oops, editing Ashley here. You know, the Ashley that's editing this video right now. Quick little note. I'm now remembering that there's a scene with the white rabbit when she's inside the house. And then remember the Duchess with her pig baby. That was also indoors. Oh, and then the whole jury scene. I think that was a courthouse. So that would be indoors. So I forget what I said before. There's a lot of things indoors. All right, let's get back to the video. Hold on, watch me peel this off. Ooh, yeah. Look at that cloud. And yes, I do know that clouds are white and not blue, but honestly, I did not think this whole through. But you know what? One could argue that it's Alice in Wonderland, and everything is not quite right in Alice in Wonderland. So go suck an egg. Anyways, what am I doing in this hole now? Well, I'll give you a hint. I'm making little chairs out of toothpicks and balsa wood. See, this is going to be the back of the chair. Look, isn't it cute? And now I'm just making the butt of the chair. I think that's what you call it. Oh, dang it. You know, this surprisingly happens more than you think. Now we just meet the butt with the back. And look at that, we have a little chair. But we're gonna need more than one chair. And since I'm lazy, we're gonna make it with magic. Ooh, look at that. But that's boring, so let's paint it. All different colors. Okay, so now let's put them in our box. And look at all these little chairs that I made. Aren't they cute? I bet you can guess what I'm doing now. Musical chairs? No, there's no musical chairs in Alice in Wonderland. That's right, I'm doing the Mad Tea Party. Or would it just be a tea party? I mean, do you think that the Mad Hatter is mad about being called mad? And maybe that's why he's called the Mad Hatter. I mean, I know that they mean mad as in like crazy, but I've gotta say, I'd be pretty mad if I was called the Mad Hatter. I mean, I know that the Cheshire Cat says, we're all mad here, but it's still kind of rude. And then I'm making a unbirthday cake because it's Alice's unbirthday. Well, I mean, technically they're celebrating the Mad Hatter and the March Hare's unbirthday, but it's also Alice's unbirthday. Which reminds me, in the book, did you know that the tea party is only happening because the Queen of Hearts ordered the Mad Hatter's head to be removed? And the Mad Hatter was like, only after I have my tea. And so it's like an endless tea party to avoid the beheading of the Mad Hatter. I'm pretty sure that was in the book, or maybe it was in the movie. I don't know. It's been a while since I read the book. And when I say the movie, I don't mean that abomination of cartoon one that Disney put out. That is very inaccurate to the book, but unfortunately it's what everybody thinks of. Anyways, back to this project. Look, I painted my teapot. And of course I gotta put tea inside my teacup. We can't just have empty teacups here. And look at my little lemon. It's so cute. Onto the table it goes. And you might be wondering, Ashley, what is that red stuff on the table? Well, it's tea, silly. What else would it be? I mean, the Mad Hatter's mad, but he's not that mad, is he? Is he that mad? Okay, he might be. I think it's best just ignore the red stuff on the table. We don't want to question the Mad Hatter or the March Hare for that matter. I mean, what did they do with the Dormouse? Why was he shoved into a teapot? We're questioning again. Let's change the subject and look at this magic. Am I making Oreos? It kind of looks like it, but no, it's another unbirthday cake. Wait, does unbirthday have a double meaning? Because you won't have any more birthdays and they're celebrating the Dormouth's unbirthday too? Oh no. Have I discovered the secret behind the Mad Hatter and the March Hare? Does unbirthday also mean unalive? I think I might be onto something. Is that why they don't give Alice any wine? Because it would look quite suspicious if Alice turned up missing. And you know, as soon as Alice sits down at the table, he says, clean cup, move down. See, he's just trying to save Alice from being unbirthdayed. I don't know. And how is a raven like a writing desk? Well, the Mad Hatter is rewriting their destiny, and ravens mean death. Do ravens mean death? I don't think they do. That might be pushing it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We're going on to the next hole, and the Mad Hatter's secrets will stay secret because I don't want to anger the Mad Hatter. In this hole, I'm going to make the hole that Alice falls down. It's going to be a double hole. Get it? Because the hole is the hole. Anyways, remember these beads and just dipping your fingers into them? Ooh, it feels so good. Why does that feel good? It's like dipping your hands into rice. Uncooked rice, not cooked rice. That would be gross. Okay, for the outside of my whole hole, you know, my double hole, I'm gonna add little holes around my whole hole because it lets the light in. And we're gonna need the light to make it lit. I think the idea that I had here was that she's gonna be falling down the hole, and it's almost kind of space-like the way she falls. And so I added like stars around, but I didn't want it to feel totally space-like because that would be weird. So that's why I have my jar of dirt here to dirty up my space hole and make it feel more cellar-like. That's not the right word. To make it feel like a dirt hole. But when I think of dirt holes, I think of fungus growing in dirt holes. I don't know why I think of that. But, you know, Alice in Wonderland, you gotta have some mushrooms. Look, I assume Wonderland is just full of mushrooms. So presumably they'd be in the hole too. Anyways, so next I'm gonna add a ladder because, okay, Alice fell down the hole. Don't you think her first thought would be, oh, I'm stuck in a hole. Maybe I should try to climb back up the hole? And you're telling me out of all that furniture that was falling down with her, there wasn't a ladder? I mean, I know that the ladder would never reach the hole at the top of the hole, but that's the first thing I would try. Also, in my story, she's stuck down the hole for a long time. She doesn't just see a door right away. No, she's stuck down this creepy dark hole for a long time. There's all sorts of creepy spider teacups walking around. I like these two love each other. Anyways, this is my Alice story. I can make it however I want. If I want to add skulls to my hole, I'm gonna add skulls to my hole. Because these are the people that fell down the hole and didn't find the door. You think Alice was the first person to fall down that hole? Ha! Unlikely. Alice Alice was just lucky enough that she found the door eventually. And you know what? Maybe that ladder isn't from Alice. Maybe that's from somebody else who was trying to get out. But we don't know their story. We only know Alice's story. And she finds the door that enters into Wonderland. Okay. I don't know where I'm going with this. But look at these tiny bricks. They'll be perfect for our hole because nothing's creepier than a pile of bricks. Except one thing, a tiny pile of bones. Okay, that's significantly creepier than a pile of bricks. If we're being honest, which we are. Okay, last but not least, we gotta add the little teacup spider to the wall. And since this teacup spider's on the wall, he's gonna be dripping his little tea onto the floor. And that's it for this hole. What do you guys think of my hole inside of a hole surrounded with holes? And then we can't forget the other hole that we did, our Mad Hatter tea party. But hold on, we gotta add the infinity mirror. I'm a little disappointed with the outcome. I mean, I see the infinity part, but it's kind of hard to see it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Whoops, there I am again. Don't look at me. Okay, let's move on to our next two holes. So I took some clear plastic. I took a sheet of clear plastic, okay? And I covered it in the one-way mirror film. And then I shoved this chair in there, I guess just to try it out. I don't know exactly why I'm doing this. It doesn't really look any different. And yet, for some reason, I continued. I think I'm looking to make some sort of like trippy hole, because Alice in Wonderland is pretty trippy. So I'm taking this brass tape and making a checker pattern on this clear sheet of paper. Ooh, see? Isn't it mesmerizing? Whoa. And then, Emily had to see what I was doing. Whee! And then I shoved it into my mirrored hole. See, it looks kind of cool, right? Trippy? A little bit, kind of? I don't know. So I was trying to think what else I could add to the hole because I can't just have this. So I added this green moss to the sides, but I wasn't really fond of it. So I ripped it all out. And then I was thinking, what if it's the pocket watch from the White Rabbit? Stupid invisible string. It's so invisible I can't grab it. Anyway, so if it's the pocket watch from the White Rabbit, then we're gonna need gears. Ooh, you're getting very sleepy. You're gonna hit that like button. And maybe follow if you want to. No pressure. Whoa, that was weird. Moving on. So I want to make it look like the pocket watch exploded and I don't know, went into another dimension. But hold up, we got to do our finger exercises. It's very important to keep your fingers fit. And listen to this jingle. It's like music. Anyways, once I got all the gears hung up, I shoved it back into my mirrored hole. And there it is. Is it the best hole that I've made so far? No, it's not. But you know what? Maybe these magical corners will help. So we got 1 corner, 2 corners, 3 corners, and 4 corners. And you know what? Our hole is still looking kind of lame. It's about the lamest circle hole I've ever seen. And I don't know if you know this, but I have a thing about circle holes, which is basically a circle window. But we're gonna move on to the next hole because I don't know what else to do. So on my next hole, I'm thinking library. Oh, and what is this? Oh, it's nothing, just a tiny version of my Creepy Crafts book. That's right, I wrote a book. Links in my bio. We're gonna need more than just my book in our library. So now I'm tasked with making lots more books. 1 book at a time, very slowly. This is the most tedious process. And my fingers hurt by the end of this. So how do we speed it up? We do multiple books at once. Holy cow, do you see all those pages? Now to put all the pages together with the covers, shwabam! Look at all those books. We're gonna have books for days. Now we just need to make the shelf, to hold all our books. Would you think I was gonna put them all on the floor? That would be silly. Bam, bam, shwabam, shwababa, shwabippy, hiya. Shake, shake, shake. And ready, here it comes. Snap. All right, our little shelf is coming along pretty well. We're just gonna need more than 1 shelf. But I don't wanna go through all those steps again, so let's just do this. Look at that, we got another shelf. Now we just need to add the books. Shake them to activate them and throw them. Oh yeah, now we got, whoops. Now we got 2 shelves. The only problem is that I can't really fit anything else in here. These shelves are too big. Look, you can barely see the mirror in the background. So that's gonna be, that shelf doesn't even want to be in there. So I scrapped all my work, stupid shelves. And now I'm making a shorter profile shelf. That way it doesn't stick out as much, but we need shorter profile books to go with it. Remember all those books we made? Yeah, well, they're useless now. Instead, I opted for the stick method. I just stuck the covers onto sticks. And then I realized, Ashley, what are you doing? You can just stick the sticks to the sticks and then stick the whole stick family on the shelf together. Brilliant. Sometimes my brain decides to brain. I know, it's a rare occasion, but my brained today because look, half our library is done. Now let's just do the second half. Ha-cha. Snap. And hey, all our shelves are full. And if you look closely at the books, a lot of them are Alice in Wonderland themed. Oh, by the way, I know you're probably wondering, why is there a library in Alice in Wonderland? Good question. I'm glad you asked. Well, Alice in Wonderland's a book, and books are in libraries. And so I made oh, look, Emily's here to distract us from whatever questions we were answering. Hi, Emily. All right, so I want my library to look like it's in the wild. It's a wild library. So this is what I assume wild libraries look like, right? I mean, I've seen domestic libraries, but oh look, Emily's back. Hi, Emily. Right, so I want my library to look like Alice in Wonderland is just spilling out of one of the books on the shelves. I don't know. I guess that's my idea. And so I'm adding all this grass. Look, I like to think that the characters actually live in the book. And if they were to come out of the book, this is what it would look like in their library. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. But hey, look at this vine. Isn't this cool? I'm gluing little itty bitty leaves to my string. It's adorable. And you can trust me. I know what adorable looks like. And it is that. Okay, so now I'm just gluing them to my bookshelves along with more leaves to make it look like vines. You know, I want these bookshelves to look overgrown. It's overgrown with Alice in Wonderland. The books are puking Alice in Wonderland all over, I guess. And like I'm making another little vine with grass. It's a grassy vine. I don't know why I'm showing you so much of this. You get it. I put grass and leaves and vines all over my library. The only thing that our library is missing is a ladder. And it just so happens that I made one right here. But of course, it too needs some vines and grassy bits to match our bookshelves. And I'm just gonna place it right here. Okay, so our library is not looking very Alice in Wonderland. It just looks slightly abandoned, if we're gonna be honest. But this is an Alice in Wonderland project. We can't just have an abandoned library. That doesn't make sense. So I thought I'd make it a little bit more Alice in Wonderland-y by adding some of the little creatures. Like this one, it's the little glasses bird. What, you don't remember the glasses bird? Here's a picture to jog your memory. And you call yourself an Alice in Wonderland fan. I'm just kidding. I know you remembered. Look, I made 2 of them. He's just gonna sit right here on the shelf. Aren't they cute? Honestly, I thought I was done with this hole, but then I was thinking, just 2 glasses birds is not really screaming Alice in Wonderland. We're gonna need another bird here. And so now I'm making the little pencil bird. What? You don't remember the pencil bird either? All right, I'll show you another picture. But really, this is on you now. How could you forget the pencil bird? She is gorgeous and slightly offended that you would forget her. But I didn't forget her. In fact, she's gonna go right here on the shelf and she's gonna look down on you with judgy eyes. She's a judgy McJudgerson pencil bird. But we'll move on. It's okay. I'm sure you remembered the mome wraths, which is what I'm making right now. These little guys were the hardest things to make. I wasn't sure how to handle their little poofy heads. But ultimately, I decided on yarn because it's pretty poofy. It was the only thing I could think of. And in case you have no idea what I'm talking about, here's a picture of the mome wraths. I did decide to not do their eyeballs because that's a little too cartoony and I'm kind of going for a more realistic look. And the mome wraths outgrabe. Holy cow, that's a lot of mome wraths. Do they look like they're outgrabing? Also, what is outgrabe? Is it a made-up term? Because I'm pretty sure it's made up. Actually, I think that's the whole point of the Jabberwocky, right? All the words are made up. I don't know. Anyways, look, we did 2 more holes. So first I'll show you what it looks like without the one-way mirror. Ooh, it's pretty trippy, right? I definitely like these bookshelves better. But let me know what you think in the comments because I love to read your guys' comments. Ooh, okay, let's add the glass back on. Ooh, look at all those books. I mean, it didn't quite turn out the way that I wanted it to, but I'm not mad at it. It's fine. I mean, what do you think? Okay, let's move on to our last 2 holes. And you know we couldn't do an Alice in Wonderland project without a checkered floor. Oops, somebody spilled juice all over our floor. It's not juice. Who said that? Now, here's what I'm thinking. In our key-shaped hole, since it's like the most prominent hole, I want it to be like the red queen. Red queen? No, the queen of hearts. I want it to be like her hole. And since we already have too much green going on, I went with red because she's the queen of hearts, obviously. And instead of red roses, or should I say white roses painted red, I'm going with black roses. Because you know what? It's my project and I can do whatever I want. And look at this. Does it look like a circle window? It sure does. You know I couldn't do a project without adding a circle window somewhere. So I went with this stained glass window. And then I wanted it to be the correct shape, so I melted it on top of this thing, but then I melted the thing. Yeah, I'm not so bright. I mean, who knew that plastic would melt when I heated it up? Apparently I didn't. Okay, I mean, I did know, but everybody makes mistakes. We're moving on. Look, I've added the circle window. And now what is this? Second circle window. What? Oh my goodness, is this a third circle window? It sure is. I wish I had 3 circle windows. Which reminds me, Christmas is coming up. If there's a certain husband watching this video, I would love a circle window for Christmas. Look, you don't even have to wrap it, but I would like it installed in the living room. You know, like 30 inches or so, just plain. I don't want any of that bric-a-brac around it. Anyways, if you noticed, I added a white rabbit window because I assume that the white rabbit is like the queen's assistant. I don't know, just the way he acts. I'm pretty sure he works for the queen, right? Wait, hold up. Watch this. Smack. Which I have some questions about the white rabbit. What was he doing in the real world? Unless he was trying to collect little girls for the queen. I mean, we did agree that he is the queen's assistant, right? So he lures girls down the rabbit hole to ultimately bring to the queen. I mean, he acts like he doesn't know what he's doing, but I think he does. Is the queen running some sort of like child smuggling operation? I don't know. We don't know, do we? I mean, she does want to cut off Alice's head. So I'm not quite sure what the smuggling purposes would be exactly. Unless she's making tarts out of them. I mean, the queen does like her tarts. No, wait. She's the queen of hearts. Maybe she's stealing the hearts of the children and using them to live longer. I don't know. And then she gets together with the queen of spades to bury the heartless children in the Toji woods because a spade is like a shovel, right? Okay, hold on. If a spade is a shovel, then what is a club? The only club that I know is a weapon. Or I guess a club can be a gathering of people. But the club symbol doesn't look like either of those. So I'm lost for words. Lost for thoughts. I don't know. I'm just lost. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the art for a second. Look what I'm doing. So I made this heart out of clay. If you noticed my organ box, I have a lot of hearts that I've made. But now I won't have to make them anymore because I'm going to make a mold of this heart. I've never done this before. I'm super excited. And now I feel like I need to make molds of everything. I mean, think of the possibilities. Circle window molds, molds of cats, tiny teapot molds. Ooh, I can make an octopus mold. Look, see, and now I'm just filling the heart hole mold with resin. And then I pop it out. Any second, I'm gonna pop it out. Hold on. Look, it's like popping a zit. Only way cooler because this zit is heart-shaped. It's a crystal heart. All right, everything's gonna get a crystal heart now. All my projects, every single one. I'll figure out how to add a crystal heart to it somehow. And with that, we're done with this hole. Holy cow, does it look good? Did you like my bird? I know we didn't get to talk about the bird. And we're still not talking about the bird because now we have to move on to the next hole. Okay, my idea for this hole is, do you remember when Alice fell down the hole and there was like a hallway of doors? I'm pretty sure there was a whole bunch of doors in a hallway. I might be misremembering that. Was there only one door at the end of the hallway? I'm pretty sure there was more than one door. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. So instead of just like doors along the floor, I'm doing doors all over the walls. And that way, when the infinity mirror shows up, what is it on vacation? When the infinity mirror is applied, sure, it's gonna look like a whole hallway of doors, floor to ceiling. It's gonna be cool, I swear. I think. We'll see. But look, now I'm making a little doorknob. Could I have made a little mold of this doorknob? Yeah, and I'm just realizing that now. But instead I sculpted like 200 of these doorknobs. Okay, not 200. That's a little exaggerate. More like 15. But it felt like 200 doorknobs. I mean, have you ever sculpted 15 doorknobs? I would be surprised if you have, but I don't know. I don't know what you do on your off time. Maybe you're a doorknob enthusiast. Maybe doorknobs are your thing, and I'm not going to shame your thing. What's that saying? I'm not going to shame anyone's yum. Anyways. And then, of course, all these doors need keys, so I added keys. But while I was looking at the keys, I realized, what is this hole? What was I thinking? This hole does not fit in with the rest. I hate it, and I must change it right now. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to hack away at it until this table comes out. Am I done with the hole below it? No. But when I get an idea in my head, it has to be executed right away. Otherwise, it's going to bug me, and this hole is going to be super annoying. And we don't like annoying holes. So after I took out all the chairs and the table, I decided to leafify, I guess that's a word, leafify? I'm leafifying the walls. And it already looks decently better. Now let's handle these chairs. Oh yeah. See, I think it was just too colorful. Don't get me wrong, I love the colorful chairs. In fact, I would love to have those chairs in real life, but it wasn't really giving creepy Alice in Wonderland vibes. I also thought that the table was a little too cluttered in there, so I took that out completely and I'm just putting in the chairs. Ooh, it's kind of creepy, right? What do you mean no? So you're telling me if you're walking through Toji Woods and you just see these random overgrown chairs in the middle of nowhere, you're not going to be creeped out? Like, what was the Mad Hatter doing here? Or was it the March Hare? We don't know, and that's the creepy part. Anyways, so then I felt like I couldn't waste this table. I worked too hard on it. So I painted it all one color and I'm adding it to my door hallway. I think that's a much better place for it. Oh, and then I was thinking, okay, this mirror is not the greatest. And I don't know if I want to display it with the mirror all the time, so I added magnets to it. That way it's not hinged to the holes. And you can just decide if you want to put it on or not. Look, I tried to make the one-way mirror work. Oh, there I am. Hi. But not everything works out in life. And so we just work with what we got. Oh, hi, Emily. What are you doing? Okay, everybody just ignore Emily because I don't have the heart to tell her no. Does that make me a bad cat mom? Maybe. But she's fine. She's not spoiled or anything. Anyways, which hole is your favorite? And why is it not the pocket watch hole? You know, the one under this hole. Because I think I might redo that one. It doesn't quite fit. Oh, Emily. That's okay. We don't need to see that hole anyway. See, Emily's just trying to help. Okay, I don't know what she's doing right now. But we're just gonna pretend like she's not there. I honestly think my favorite hole is the library. Sorry, library. The library, because I spent the most time on it. Oh, I guess we are going to look at the pocket watch hole. You know what? Maybe I will redo it. Do you have any ideas on what I should do? Because I think that's the reason why I haven't redone it. I don't know what to do. Okay, let's look at it with the infinity mirror attached, and we'll see if it looks infinity-like enough. And I have to say, getting video of this is really hard. Everything reflects, but I did my best. I think it looks a little bit better in person, but not like a ton better. I'll definitely be displaying it without the infinity mirror part, but that's just my preference. What do you guys think? Okay, thanks for watching. Bye! Get ready, because we're making another haunted hidey hole. So I got this globe that you're supposed to put Christmas ornaments in it, I think. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're not going to use it the way it was intended. We're making a haunted hidey hole. And this tape makes a perfect base. But it still has some tape on it, so I cut it off because I'm frugal. That way I can still use it. Hey, you know what? Things cost money, okay? I'm not going to waste some perfectly good tape just because I want the cardboard thing inside. Look at that. I'm already using some of that tape to mask off these circle windows. I know, it's a surprise. I made circle windows in my haunted hidey hole. And look at that. I got the wood burner out, which can only mean one thing besides all this smoke. Holy cow. That's right, we're doing lights. I swear, I can do other art things besides lights and circle windows and octopuses. Look, I'll tell you what, I'll do my hardest to not add an octopus to this haunted hidey hole, which is going to be hard because I'm making a submarine. You see, the globe part is supposed to be like a diving helmet. At least that was the idea to begin with. It doesn't really turn out that way, but it's okay because when I looked up diving helmets, people wanted like hundreds of dollars for them, even for the cheap plastic ones. And being the frugal person that I am, I decided to attempt to make my own out of these globes. And here I'm just making the floor. But a plain floor is boring, so we're gonna add some wood planks. You know, like real hardwood floors because it's fancy. That's right, only luxury down in the sea. Next, I'm gonna work on the circle window in the back, which I cut out of plastic and added these bolts. I'm trying to make it look like the window in a diving helmet, but it made the backside heavy and now it doesn't want to stand up. That's all right, we'll just fix it with some hey, calm down with the pennies, Ashley. So this was my anti-tip solution. I just added like 27 cents worth of pennies. And stop it, I can hear the comments now. Ashley, you're wasting money. Do you realize anything heavy enough to be added here would have cost more than 27 cents? So actually, I am saving money by using money. So I think it was pretty smart. Yeah, it's big brain Ashley sometimes. Anyways, now that we have our circle window installed, next I use the Shrinky Dink plastic to make 3 more circle windows. This is going to be for the captain's area. I guess that's the right word for a submarine sailor. And I'm pretty sure that our submarine sailor captain is a pirate. Although now that I'm saying that out loud, that doesn't make sense. Pirates don't drive submarines, do they? But you know what? That's fine. This submarine is driven by a pirate, and all pirates love treasure. So to make the treasure, I'm going to get my jar of buttons out and try to find an interesting button. Oh, look at that. Here's a handful of interesting buttons. Now I'm going to use this button and smash some clay into it. That way we can counterfeit our own money. So to make it look like we're richer than we are, I filled the chest with foil and then covered it with our counterfeit counterfeit coins. Now for my very, very shiny box, which you guessed it, is full of very, very shiny objects. And then look at this little bead cover that I used as a crown. It's so cute. Okay, look, I'm aware that I give off unorganized vibes, but look at this. This box is organized. Is it organized with stuff I should toss? Absolutely. But it's still organized. Hey, it's a good thing I didn't toss that stuff because I'm using it to make a crate. That's right, I'm justifying my hoarding. But hold up, this is really satisfying. Listen. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Okay, now that we have our sad little bot, look how sad it is. But it's okay, we're not gonna see much of it. But we do need to fill it with something, and I'm thinking mermaid flesh? See how I use the paperclip to make the little gills? And we want our mermaid flesh to look fresh. It's fresh flesh. Say that 10 times fast. So I added some red stuff to it. Although now that I'm thinking about it, do you think mermaid juice is red? Or is it like a sparkly rainbowy color? I think in the Little Mermaid it's red. Anyways, so now I'm making a jar of mermaid tears because that's a totally normal thing to be in a submarine. At least it would be if the submarine hunted mermaids, as I just decided it does. Okay, so maybe this pirate submarine captain has some sort of weird vendetta against mermaids because they stole his dog. I guess that's what we're going with. They stole his dog. You see, mermaids are very jealous that we have dogs and they don't have dogs. So they stole his dog. Hold on. Shh. Look at this. Oh yeah. Is that not the cutest little envelope you've ever seen? What's inside this envelope? Perhaps it's the orders for the pirate to murder all mermaids. Because honestly, if they stole my dog, I would, well, I don't have a dog. But if I did, ooh, or better yet, a cat. A cat makes more sense anyway, because cats like fish. And the mermaids probably would have lured the cat with some dead fish. Oh wait, no. The cats would have been more attracted to the mermaids because they're half fish. Speaking of cats, look at that. Here's one of mine now. Edgar. Were you attracted to the dead fish I was making? All right, Edgar, come on, get out of the way. Did you see that paw move? Is he trying to help? Okay, maybe not. Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted, let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, cat stealing mermaids. Okay, we need a name for our pirate. Let's see, what's a pirate name? I know, Dennis. Dennis the pirate, because that's a good solid pirate name. So Dennis the pirate had just stolen a load of cats from a cat shipping ship. But hold up, look at my spiral staircase. I'm kind of proud of it. But now it's time to die. Die the staircase, obviously. Get it? Because it's my box of die. So I named it Die with an exclamation. It's funny, okay? I have a lot of terrible jokes in my studio that only I get to see. So now I'm forcing them upon you. You're welcome. Anyways, I just installed my staircase right in the middle. Oh, and there's Emily also in the middle. Anyways, this video is getting really long, I'm sorry. So let's just get on with it and we'll speed through the rest. Okay, so Dennis the pirate has all these cats on board from the cat cargo ship that he pirated. I'm pretty sure that's a thing, cat cargo ships. So a flock of mermaids came, or maybe they were sirens. We're gonna go with sirens because sirens are cooler and creepier. Okay, so this flock of sirens come over and they see all the stolen cats. And they figure most villains have cats and they're getting tired of being mistaken for the goody two-shoe mermaids that are always around. So they decide to rescue the cats from Dennis the pirate. And since they're sirens, they can sing their songs and hypnotize the cats to jump off the boat. Oh shoot, I forgot it's a submarine. You know what? Too late. We're already on this story and this is what we're going with. So the cats open up the hatch in the submarine and they swim out. Because that's totally plausible. Look, cats are crafty. They can do lots of things. I'm sure they can figure out a submarine hatch. Let's say they're really smart cats and they swim out of the submarine onto the Sirens Island and that's where they live now. However, this really upset Dennis, the pirate, mostly because he grew attached to a couple of the cats, particularly a small orange one and a larger brown one, whom he named Emily and Edgar, obviously, because those are the best cat names in the world. Anyways, so he vowed to take down every single siren until he found his cats. Ooh, wait, maybe that's why he's in a submarine. So before he was in a boat, because come on, cats can't open up submarine hatches. What were we thinking? They like the muscle and the thumbs. So once the sirens lured the cats off the boat, he moved to a submarine. That way he can't hear the siren songs. And he can't get hypnotized. I mean, he also wears earplugs just in case. But unfortunately, he decimated the whole siren population because they weren't expecting a submarine submarine. And that's why we don't have sirens today. Not because they didn't exist to begin with. Oh no, it all had to do with a pirate named Dennis. And a siren's hatred for mermaids and obsession for cats. But I mean, can you blame them? Cats are pretty cool. But sadly, Dennis never did find his cats. I mean, it was likely that they just drowned because, I mean, cats and water. But I like to think that maybe they're living on a nice big sandy beach, which to a cat is just a big litter box. That's got to be like cat paradise, right? Anyways, the end. And look at that. We're almost, oh shoot, I accidentally added an octopus. Whoops. Like, you knew it was a possibility. In fact, it wasn't a possibility. It was a likability. Likeability? Anyways, what do you think of my creation? And the totally awesome story that went with it, that was totally awesome in its awesomeness. And I'm just trying to fill space right now because I hate dead space in videos. But yeah, here is my finished product. Like and follow and do all the things. Thanks, bye. Look, if you're a book lover, you might want to skip this one because I'm about to destroy this book. I mean, sort of. I'm going to make it into a haunted hidey hole. But first, I have to cut a hole for the haunted hidiness to hide in. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, here's my hole. Now I have to cut a hole out behind that hole, and then I have to cut a hole on top of that hole. Holy cow, this video is full of holes. That usually doesn't happen until I get to the story where all the plot holes happen. Oh look, and here's my holing device to make a smaller hole above my big hole. I promise, all these holes will make sense in a moment. See, look at all those holes. So many holes. And now my desk is full of holes. Although that technically isn't true. Actually, what would you call those? I would more call them paper turds. All right, my desk is full of paper turds. Anyway, so to the purpose of these holes, I strung lights through them. That's right, not only is my hole gonna be lit, but also the back of my hole is gonna be lit. It's a backlit hole, and it's very ugly, but that's okay. It's the back. Nobody sees it. But now we're going to need some shelving inside our hole, which reminds me, have I told you what we're making yet? Well, I saw a lot of people comment that they wanted a haunted library, and what better place to put a haunted library than inside a book? I mean, it's highly likely that this book is going to haunt me for destroying it and putting a bunch of holes in it. But you know what? Maybe it'll thank me. Maybe it's always wanted to be a haunted hidey hole. And I'm just making its hidey hole dreams come true. I don't know. Anyways, so I think the only criteria to be a library is shelving and books. So I designed covers for a whole bunch of books, including some books about circle windows. Okay, but the process of making books is really boring, so I'm just gonna speed it up with these handy dandy transitions. Okay, I think it's time to get to the story of this haunted hidey hole book. So here's what I'm thinking. So there's this librarian named, I don't know, Mara. Anyway, so Mara, she works at the local library. And one day she was in the back room building a fort out of books, as librarians do, I assume. And she came across this weird bookshelf that she had never seen before, which is weird because she is the librarian there and she should know all the bookshelves. So she used her librarian ladder to get up to the bookshelf to see what was on there. And it turned out to be a portal to another library that was exactly like hers, only abandoned and dusty. And curiosity got the better of her, so she entered because, I mean, look, who wouldn't go in? You don't know what's in there. There could be circle windows or candy, because nothing bad ever happens when you enter a strange portal, especially in Hollywood. I mean, just think of Coraline. Wait, no. Oh, Alice in Wonderland, sort of. Okay, maybe not really. Oh, what about Terra Nova? I mean, only some of them died, right? Okay, what about Lion Witch in the Wardrobe? Actually, I don't know that story. Did it turn out good? I mean, unless the lion eats them. Okay, so maybe no movies come to mind, but it probably happened. Anyway, so back to the story. Mara enters the abandoned library portal, and it's full of all the books that never got written. No, wait. It's full of all the books that people have forgotten. Yeah, that's it. Lost literature? Is that a thing? Ooh, maybe it's called the Lost Library. And if you're lucky, you can find a portal in every library to the Lost Library. But you have to be careful because the ghosts of the forgotten authors are usually there. And if they catch you, the only way to get away is to read all their books, because then they won't be forgotten authors anymore. Thus, they won't exist in the forgotten library. And that could take forever, especially because there's no food or water in the Lost Library, and you would die of starvation and thirst before you could read all the books. Which is why the skulls are there? I don't know. Anyways, Mara was never heard from again. The end. What do you guys think? Okay, I feel like the story could use some help, but what did you think of the art? Okay, maybe don't look at the back, but the front looks okay, right? Are you disturbed that I destroyed a book? Like, I gave you warning in the beginning. Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, guess what time it is? It's time for another creepy shop. And this time I'm doing it in a clock. Since this clock is round, I need some flat surfaces. Ah, there's a flat surface. Now, before we jam it in my clock hole, we gotta paint it. I love checkerboard floors. I mean, not as much as I love circle windows, but it's pretty high up there on my list. And for some reason, whenever I think of a creepy shop, I always think of a checkerboard floor. But a clean checkerboard floor is not creepy, so I dirtified it. There, now I can shove it in my hole. Okay, so since this is a shop, we're gonna need some shelves to hold some product. So here I am just building and installing my shelves. Emily, stop sniffing super glue. You can't afford to lose any more brain cells. All right, there are my shelves. Now for the trap door. Look, I know you're asking, why does a shop need a trap door? Well, remember, this is a creepy shop. So I'm just messing up the floor pattern. I'm just kidding. It's actually a trap door. But I know some of you were triggered, weren't you? We've all seen those photos of the unsatisfying tile work where they mess up one tile. Ooh, now that's scary. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, right, the shop. Guess what kind of shop this is? It's a plant shop. And why am I putting holes in these shelves? Well, because there's something special in the basement. Look, these holes go all the way through, just like the trap door. But before I tell you what's in the basement, I'm gonna drag it out a little bit longer. Look, just be grateful I'm not making a part 2 of this video. I mean, I think that deserves a like and a follow maybe. Or maybe a comment. I know, comment why you hate part 2s and we can rally in the comment section. Or maybe you do like part 2s. Anyways, I'm just making a window. Yes, it would be better if it was a circle window, but that's not very shoppy. See, this is a plant shop, not a circle window shop. Although that could be a cool shop. I might have to do that next time. Ooh, or an octopus shop. I'm just using the cellophane to color these lights and some red cellophane for the basement because we don't know yet what's in the basement. And then I added some mossy stuff. And watch this. Oh yeah, I love doing that. If only it was that easy in real life. Okay, I'm just cutting out this wood paneling because wood paneling seems very basement-y. I don't know, but I'm making curtains for my window. But again, white curtains are not very scary, so they've been stained with a mystery fluid. Trust me, don't ask. You don't want to know. Okay, now for the basement floor. But this gap was bugging Emily, so I filled it with grass. She appreciated it. Boop. Now for my OSHA mandated potato break. I mean my lunch. But I am gonna use the foil. Yeah, I could go upstairs and get new foil, but that's like all the way upstairs. And this foil is only a little bit potato-y. It's fine. So I wrapped my potato foil in clay. Can you guess what's in the basement yet? That's right, there's man-eating plants in the basement, or rather person-eating plants. And then can you believe it? I burnt it in the oven. Stupid oven temperature cooking's hard. It's fine, I guess I'll paint it. There, one person-eating plant. Oh no, it's got a taste for blood. Hee. But she's looking kind of lonely, so we'll give her a friend. There's 2 in the pot. I'm just gonna place them below this trapdoor for no reason. And you know what? Our totally real plant shop isn't looking very planty, so we gotta add some plants for people to purchase. They're totally normal plants. Nothing weird about them at all. I'm sure if you brought home this plant, it would definitely not eat you. I mean, what a really weird thing to say. It's totally gonna eat you. Speaking of eating things, yes, I am using a weeping angel as my cutting board. Don't blink, and she's gone. Okay, I'm making a crate out of popsicle sticks, which is a lot harder than it looks. They kept wanting to fall over. Anyways, so now that we know what's in the basement, let's talk about it. Okay, here's the story I'm thinking. So this started off as a normal plant shop, but the person who owns it is some sort of mad scientist. We'll call him Oliver. I don't know, I just like the name Oliver. So why is Oliver mad? Well, his mom always degrades him for opening a plant shop when he has a science degree. I mean, to be fair, he was top of his class and he opens a plant shop. But look, he's trying to follow his dream, okay? And his mom needs to mind her business. Anyway, so I had a heated family dinner one night where she was just really laying in on him about opening a plant shop called Plant Shop. He could have at least thought of a better name. He stormed out and came back to his plant shop called Plant Shop, which is the coolest name ever, to create a person-eating plant, thinking it would solve all his mommy problems. So the next day he lied to his mom, telling her she was right. The name Plant Shop for a plant shop is a terrible name for a plant shop. Even though it isn't. And so when she came over to discuss different name options, he opened up the trap door and the plant ate her. But then the plant gained sentience from eating humans. And not only did it take over the shop, but it took over all the people working in the shop, including Oliver. You know, like a brain slug situation. Ooh, wait, I know. When it ate Oliver's mom, it gained her personality. And that's why it took over. Not because it was a person-eating plant. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because she's always wanted to control his life. And now she's got the ultimate control. So when a customer comes in and Cynthia's hungry, by the way, the plant's name is Cynthia now because that's Oliver's mom's name, the trapdoor is opened. But you know, she's not hungry all the time. And if everybody who entered your shop went missing, people would start to have questions. So instead of eating everybody that comes in, she just sells little pieces of herself to anybody who wants a plant. And that's why there's holes in the floor, because she's trying to spread herself around like a plague. And that's how the world ends. Little Cynthias take over the whole world. The end. What do you think of my story? And before you say anything, I did not rip off Little Shop of... Okay, I kind of did. But it's different. Sort of. Anyways, I'm adding this lamp right above our crate of body parts because we want to highlight those body parts. And I'm finished. What do you guys think? Here's a closer look of Cynthia and her food supply. And then we have the shop upstairs. Don't fall down that hole unless you want to feed Cynthia. And then we have Cynthia's babies. But hold on, what's it look like in the dark? Ooh, super spooky. Anyways, what do you think my next crime scene should be? I kind of like the shop ideas, but my last 3 were shops, so maybe I should do something different. What do you think? Hiya! Oh, hey, what's going on? Why am I spanking and flicking my cardboard? That's a weird question. Well, I'm just trying to make the most realistic looking house I've ever made out of cardboard. Bonus points, it's gonna be tiny. Though I'm not really sure what I'm saving my bonus points for. Ooh, maybe a circle window? I definitely trade in my bonus points and some of my normal points for a circle window. Anyways, so this is gonna be another haunted hidey hole. I mean, you'll see more towards the end what the hole is, but for right now, I'm just making the haunted part a haunted house. And here's Emily, right on cue, trying to steal my pencil. I swear, if we let them have pencils, they'll organize. And you don't want cats to organize. They might join a union, and then we'll have to mandate treats. And you know what? Treats are just expensive cat food. You think my cats know the difference between treats and different branded cat food? Psst, they're not that smart. But if they unionize, it's all over. Anyways, as you see, I added some pointy roofs and then the little thing in the middle. I don't know what to call that. And then I started to glue down these little strips to make it more detailed. But this is gonna take forever, so I'm gonna use the magic of editing to speed it along. And bam, just like that. Oh yeah, look at that house. We're just missing a circle window right there. Perfect. I guess I cashed in those bonus points. Now, if only my husband would let me do it in real life. Anyways, and so now I'm just making the glass for the circle window, which is a shrinky dink. And hold up, look at the best part, when it shrinks. Oh yeah, look at that. What do you think happens when it dinks? Cause it's a shrinky dink? Oh man, I made it too small. You know what? It's really hard to tell how big a shrinky dink's gonna shrink to. I'm sure I could do like math or something, but that sounds hard and I'm lazy. That's why I'm adding these transitions. Oh yeah. Trust me, it's so much easier to do a transition than to show you how I glued on every little piece of cardboard. And honestly, you don't care. Once you've seen one piece of cardboard glued, you've seen it all. But look how detailed this house is. Don't tell anyone, I'm kind of proud of it. Let's paint it. Okay, I know it looks bad here. It's gonna get better. I promise. See, I'm just adding the details, you know, little white trim and the roof paint. Do you think anyone's ever painted a roof in real life? It would be kind of nice to be able to change the color of your roof without having to completely re-roof it. Okay, and then I painted the inside red. I know it seems like a crazy choice and it kind of is, but it sort of makes sense later. Just hold on. Okay, let's add the main roof. Whoops, I think I made it too big. All right, that's a little better. Okay, let's paint it to match the other roofs and add these teeny tiny shingles. Bam! Which I did in another transition because who wants to watch me glue on teeny tiny shingles? I don't even want to watch myself do that, and I've lived it. And no haunted house is complete without dirt. And then I glued mirrors to my roof. Well, what do you mean you don't usually have mirrors on your roof? Okay, look, here's my thought process. I'm gonna put lights in this thing. And I figured the mirrors would like help the light bounce around. I don't know. I could do it and I had the mirrors, so why not? I don't know if it actually helps, but they're in there. And then I added the glass for the windows, which is just orange plastic. I'm hoping it'll make the light that comes out of there like an orangish color because the lights that I have are kind of blue and blue lights aren't that spooky. I mean, it kind of reminds me of fluorescent lights, fluorescent, which don't get me wrong, is spooky. I hate fluorescent lights, but it's not exactly haunted house spooky. And then I glued these pieces of wood and held it together with these clips, but I forgot to film me taking off the clips. So here's the same footage, only in reverse. I mean, would you have even noticed if I had said anything? Hey, it's hard to remember to film while I'm doing art, okay? Sometimes I get too into it and the camera's just not on. And you know what? Then I just gaslight you and tell you that you didn't see the same footage, only backwards. And I definitely didn't admit it to you. Anyway, so now I'm adding the lights onto this piece of wood. And then I add a big foil donut to the middle. That's gonna be the hill that our house sits on because I've never heard of a haunted house not on a hill. In fact, can a house be haunted if it's not on a hill? Okay, I've heard of lake houses being haunted or like beach houses, but 9 times out of 10, they're on a rocky cliff, which isn't a hill, but it's pretty close. All I'm saying is that a hill helps the hauntedness. Okay, and if you were watching, I added the lights to the house and the house to the hill and the hill's on the platform, but the platform's a little too smooth. So I got out my boring rocks and I rocked your world with my super amazing rock texture technique. Yeah, that's right. I rock at making rock texture. See what I did there? Because I rocked. I totally rocked this haunted house. You know what? I'm a stone cold awesome joke teller. In fact, only a bolder person could make more groundbreaking jokes than these. Okay, but seriously, if you're laughing at these jokes, you're definitely stoned. See what I did there? And here you thought I was done with the puns. All right, let's wipe the slate clean because this conversation's getting a little rocky. And I really shouldn't take for granted your ability to laugh at me while I hit rock bottom with these jokes. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna lay to rest all the rock jokes and move on because now I'm adding a graveyard to my haunted house. You know all haunted houses have graveyards. Is this something they used to do like way back when? Because I don't think I would buy a house with a graveyard, especially if I didn't know the people. I love this noise. Hold on. Oh yeah, you're welcome. So another thing that haunted houses have, if you didn't know, are creepy old pipes that cause water pollution. Or maybe it's just a runoff pipe. I don't know. In my story, it's water pollution. And then I added these mushrooms, not because I already made them for a different project. And they may or may not have been too big. It's because mushrooms grow where there's rotten stuff. You know, like old stumps and, I don't know, dead bodies. Maybe. And rotten stuff is creepy, so I added the mushrooms. Now, if you remember, I buried 2 lights right here. So I'm just covering up the lights with sconces. Is that the right word? Or is a sconce a light on a wall? I don't know, outdoor light. And then I had one last light and it's on this really long wire. So I ran it all the way over here to the end of the graveyard. And I thought I'd add a light so that all the ghosts can see at night. You know, some spooky ambiance. And I just used a button nipple for the top. I still don't know what to call those things. They look like button nipples to me. And then I gave everything a nice dirty coat. Because dirt is creepy, and I'm making a haunted house, not like a cool old Victorian bed and breakfast. No, there's nothing creepy about that. I mean, unless it has bed bugs. Bed bugs are creepy. Also, if it had a creepy owner that wanted to come in your room at night and watch you sleep, I guess that would be creepy. Oh, and then I'm just adding sand to the beach. Oh, look at that. It's a house on a hill and also on a beach. That makes it like double haunted, right? But you know what makes this beach even more creepier? The fact that there's no water. I know you're asking, Ashley, why is there no water? I don't know. It could have been a drought. It could be 200 years in the future after a big nuclear bomb. Anybody else watching Fallout? Okay. Maybe the story is... All right, I kind of like the bed and breakfast thing, so I'm going to run with that. Whoever owns this house was actually running a pretty successful bed and breakfast. Okay, look, he needs a name. How about Kevin? Yeah. So Kevin, all his customers kept passing away. And rather than deal with it, he just kept burying them in the graveyard. I mean, it was a little suspicious that every time that a guest disappeared, a new grave showed up. I mean, honestly, the cops should have caught on, but you know, being a small town, they didn't exactly have the budget for top tier police work. But anyways, so Kevin couldn't figure it out why all his customers kept passing away. And hold on, I hated this green. It just didn't match with the green setting, so I changed it to blue. In case you're wondering why I'm repainting. See, blue looks much better. Okay, anyways, back with the story. So it turns out that this woman who used to own the property, we'll just name her Ruth. Well, Ruth, she's always wanted a circle window. So one day she just cut a hole in the wall because her husband, Bill, wouldn't let her get a circle window. But what's he gonna do now? There's a big hole in the wall. Not plug it with a circle window? That would look ridiculous. So that's what he did. Well, actually, she had to do it because he refused to put one in because he's a big jerky jerk face. Anyways, so when she did it, she's not like a circle window expert, and she just put it in. And hold up, everybody always says I should put people in my miniatures, and I've always pushed against that because I don't want people in my miniatures. But I thought I'd give it a try for you guys, and I was thinking maybe dead body, but it just wasn't feeling dead enough for me. So instead, I thought I'd make it into a statue. And I realized she's wearing a swimsuit and holding a towel, but it kind of looks like a bouquet or a book or something if you just don't look at it too closely and squint. And then this one has floaties on, but you know what? Maybe they're just big sleeves or wings, or maybe we'll just put her on the floor and nobody will ever look that closely. Because honestly, what are the chances that the statue is still standing, especially if it's been any significant amount of time? Yeah, it makes more sense that she fell over. And it's not because she's improperly dressed. Okay, now, where were we with this story? Oh, so she put in the circle window, but she's not an expert. And she definitely messed something up. In fact, to make room for the circle window, she took out all the ventilation in that wall. Which, I don't know if you know this, but you need ventilation. And that caused carbon monoxide. Do not come at me if I said that wrong. Carbon monoxide. Anyways, it caused that stuff to accumulate. Is that what it does? Does it accumulate? Sure, we'll go with that. So the carbon monoxide was accumulating in the house, and the whole house gets poisoned. And tragically, none of them had a carbon monoxide detector, and they all passed away in their sleep. In fact, they're probably buried underneath these mushrooms. Anyways, so the next owner, Kevin, he gets the house for a steal because all these people passed away and nobody wants a house with a bunch of people that passed away. And Kevin fixes the wall and opens up a bed and breakfast. But what Kevin doesn't know is that there's an angry ghost there. Ruth's husband, Bill. Bill was upset that he died for the circle window that he didn't even want in the first place. So he vowed to, unalive anybody who said anything nice about that circle window. And honestly, that's the first thing everybody sees when they walk into the house. So all the customers just love that circle window, because who wouldn't love a circle window? Except maybe, Ruth's husband. So that really ticks him off. So Bill ends up poisoning most of the guests. But here's the thing. When Kevin buries all the guests in the yard, the graveyard, their bodies seep through and they go into the drinking water. And this ends up killing all the fish in the lake. And with all the fish dead, there's no more tourism, there's no more fish commerce. Just the fishing community is dead. So there's no point in having the lake anymore because there's no fish in it anyway. So they stopped pumping water into the lake because there was a big dam that they used for the town's power. But, no town means no need for power. So the whole lake runs dry. And poor Kevin never figured out why all his customers kept, passing away. Although really, we shouldn't have that much sympathy for Kevin because, he's been hiding bodies for a while now and nobody, has noticed, but it's still not exactly not a crime. But anyway, so the moral of the story is if you're going to put in a circle window, which I highly recommend that you do, make sure you hire a professional and, maybe let your wife put one in your house. Okay, so I'm going to get back to talking about making the art. So I'm just going to add some trash to the yard because, this is an old abandoned house. After Kevin's business failed, he abandoned it. And this could be years down the road, maybe hundreds of years later. But since this used to be a lake, I added this little rusty chain to a pole so you could tie up your boat. And then I thought we were lacking a few trees, but I don't want healthy trees. That doesn't feel very haunted. So I went with more of a broken down dead tree vibe. I don't think anybody actually chopped down this tree. I think because the water's poisoned, remember? So that would mean that the water for the trees would be poisoned and then the trees would get sick and they'd fall over, right? That's a thing. Okay, and here's what it looks like with the lights on. Isn't it pretty? It looks kind of realistic, right? I really tried to add as many details as I could here, and this video really doesn't do it much justice, but there's my circle window, the best part of the whole house, obviously. Okay, now a haunted hidey hole needs a hole to hide in, right? So remember these domes that I had from a previous project? Well, I'm using the other side to make a dome over our house. Although I don't know how anything can hide in a clear plastic dome, but you know what? I'm still going with the name. It's a haunted hidey hole. And I'm just using some clay to attach our dome to our miniature. And then I textured the clay to look like wood. And then I added these vines to the backside. 20% because I liked the vine look and 80% because I thought it could use some extra support, which don't we all need some extra support? But you know what? I want my haunted hidey hole dome to be fancy. And you know how we make it fancy? We add balls and more balls. Look, here are my balls in my hand. Anyway, so then we flip it over and we attach the balls to the bottom. Stop it, you guys. You're so immature. All right, then so nice cut of paint later. We flip it back over and look at that. We're done. Now let's just get the close-up shots. Ooh, yeah. Do you guys think it looks realistic? Kind of. And you know what? I refuse to fast forward through this part. I worked super hard on all these little details. You're going to stop and watch it. That's right. This is real time. I'm not speeding this up. In fact, we're going to sit here in silence and watch it. Okay, but it's kind of awkward. So maybe some music. enough of that. Anyways, what do you guys think? And what kind of haunted hidey hole should I do next? Also, if you want to make your own haunted hidey hole, check out my book. My linkies in the description. And don't forget to like and do all the things. It really helps me out. Okay, thanks, bye. Hey, want to see this turn into a creepy carnival? That's right, I'm doing another creepy shop. Although this one's not exactly a shop, but it's definitely creepy. Look, there's a secret hidden compartment. Is that where I hide my stash? My mustache? Because what other kind of stash would I hide there? Huh? Bunch of hooligans. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm just painting my clock. Black like my soul. To be honest, I kind of picture my soul more of a dark purple. I don't know what that says about me. Are souls and auras the same thing? Anyways, back to this clock. Okay, not really a clock because I took the clock out. But it's a clock hole. So you might be wondering, what am I doing in my clock hole? How do I always end up saying clock hole in these videos? Well, I'm adding these tracks because this is a carnival and it needs a ride. And I'm just adding supports so that our track doesn't fall over. Hey, just because it's creepy doesn't mean it's unsafe. And look at that, Emily wants to help by stealing my pencil. Emily, stop. All right, fine, take the pencil. Why do the cats get everything? I'm pretty sure the cats think that they own us and they're not wrong. Wait, what am I making again? Oh yeah, carnival ride. Ooh, so pretty. Remember these things that you like melt and turn into pot holders? Actually, I don't think that's right. Not pot holders, that would melt. But you know what I'm talking about. Well, they make the perfect wheels for my roller coaster of doom. What makes it doom? Didn't you see that it hit the wall? Also, look at the skull. If that doesn't say doom, I don't know what does. All right, let's just add it to our track. And look at that, it's so pretty. Okay, in my last creepy shop, I added lights, but some of you complained that there wasn't enough lights, so this time I'm gonna overdo it. I'm overdoing it. My box is gonna be so lit, you just wait. Nobody can complain about this one. Bunch of complaining my complainersons. Look, I'm adding lights to the frickin' wall. And where do I shove the extra lights? Up my stash hole. Okay, so this might be a good time to talk about the story of this box. So somebody suggested that this should be run by a creepy clown who's gone mad, but I'm gonna take it a step further. Okay, so Bobo the clown, because what other name is there for a clown? Which, tell me your clown name in the comments. Personally, I would go with something more simple like Amusing Ashley, the acrobatic artsy airhead. You know, a real name that rolls off the tongue. Anyways, back to Bobo. So Bobo runs this circus or carnival or whatever. I think I'm gonna go with carnival. I think that's creepier than circus. Although circuses have clowns and carnivals don't really have clowns. But anyways, so he runs this carnival. But you know, nobody really goes to the circus carnival anymore. And to top it off, a big hit movie about killer clowns, not from outer space, had just come out. And so everybody was scared of the circus. So nobody was coming. Hold on a second. Emily, stop biting my stuff. Okay, so Bobo makes a deal with the devil. I know, right? So the deal is that Bobo has to give the devil like a couple souls a year. I don't know what the quota is. And then people will start coming to his carnival. But Bobo's a clown. He doesn't know how to take souls. So he's probably really bad at it. And so Bobo misses his quota and the devil just takes over. And he turns the carnival into like a soul eating machine. And now there's a bunch of soulless people walking around. So the devil has to get rid of them. So he hides them in their food. Okay, I have no idea why these boxes always turn into cannibalism. I think it's like the creepiest thing I can think of. Also, this story doesn't really explain these maggots that I'm making. Like, I think people are gonna notice if they're eating maggot popcorn. But the maggots have to eat something. And luckily, I have all these leftover body parts from all the other creepy boxes that I've done. I know, maybe the devil makes the maggots look like popcorn. Yeah, that's gross. Ooh, hold up, watch this. Shabam. Look how cute it is. Now to turn it from cute to disgusting. Okay, I know these popcorn containers should probably say like maggot corn or something. Popping maggots? That makes it sound like they're popping out of something. Like when you pop a pimple. Okay, that's too far for even me. Don't scroll. I promise I won't get creepier than that. That's as gross as I go. Oh, and look how lit that hole is. Hey, I take your guys' criticism seriously. If you want more lights, I'll give you more lights. And now I'm making it look like a mess because nothing clean is creepy. Also, if you're possessed by the devil, I'm sure you have other things to worry about than the cleanliness of your establishment. Anyway, so now we're on to the third floor, which I think is my favorite floor. It's the game room. This is where all the soul taking happens. And I love a checkered floor, so we're doing that here too. Okay, we need a sign to tell people that there are games here and that, you know, a not so super fine print that you may lose your soul if you lose. Bam, look at that. It even lights up. Okay, let's add some games to our game room because we can't have an empty game room. So I'm making a sharp pointy object game where you throw your sharp pointy objects at a round circle. I don't know what I can say, but they're all my sharp pointy objects inside this round circle. Next up, we're gonna do a cranial cavity toss game, and we need the bucket that you toss the bones into. So here I made it out of twine, and then I gotta test it out. Redo. Yes, not today, Satan. Okay, we'll put that here, and then here's a table that I added. Look, we can't put our pointy objects on the floor. That would be dangerous. Look, these super glue caps gave me an idea. And because I'm a hoarder, I keep them all. Actually, most days, I have a pocket full of random trash that I find interesting. Do you keep a pocket full of random trash? You never know when you might need something. If that makes me a hoarder, then so be it. All right, here's our skee ball game, or cornhole, but instead of corn, we're gonna use brains. I guess that makes it brain hole. All right, let's test it out. What? That was totally in. The instant replay says this game is rigged. Friggin' cheaters. I mean, what did we really expect? For the devil to play fair? Okay, this video is getting long, and I know we all have things to do, so I'm gonna speed through the rest of this. I'm adding a clown to the top, which is probably Bobo, you know, after the possession, because look at those eyes. And then I added some devilly tentacles to the side. I mean, I only assume that the devil has tentacles. I don't know, I've never seen them. And then I added these advertisements to the side, you know, just to show you what you're in for if you go to this carnival. Also, the devil basically runs this carnival, and you know hell is probably full of advertisement. And then lastly, I painted the door and added this eyeball to it, you know, because eyeballs are creepy. I don't know. I just thought it looked good. And we are done, finally. Sorry this one took so long. And I swear to God, if you tell me that there are not enough lights in this thing, I will be severely ticked off. I don't know. I'll get over it. Anyways, if you want to see more, like and follow, comment, do all the buttons. And thanks for being awesome. All right, who gave me a violin knowing I'm probably going to destroy it? Spoiler, it was my mom. I guess it's good to know that I have a fallback career of making creepy music, you know, in case this whole art gig doesn't work out, but only creepy music because I can't do anything else. Anyways, so here I am destroying this violin. Don't worry, my mom bought it new. I promise you I'm not destroying someone's beloved violin. My mom bought it to make it into art, but then she gave it to me to potentially make it into art. So it was always destined to be art. And from what she's told me, it was really cheap. So no sassy comments. Unless it's about the art itself, then you can be sassy. In fact, sassy comments are my favorite comments. Anyways, so I cut a bunch of holes in my violin, and now I'm just making it dirty because that is my go-to finish, is dirt. And behold, the violin. The dirty violin. Now let's light this sucker up. Because everything is better when it's lit up, except maybe a dingy dive bar. Nobody wants to see rat droppings while you're trying to enjoy your, I don't know, what do people drink anymore? Pabst Blue Ribbon? Shaken, not stirred. That can't be right. Anyways, look, it's all lit, but I need to install a privacy curtain. But that fabric's way too white, so I'm gonna dirty it up with some paint. But it looks a lot like, don't drink it, Ashley. It's paint. Yes, it is in a teacup, but you know my studio's full of teacups. So I just use them to help me do my arting. Is arting a verb? Crafting? I don't know. I've never really liked the word craft. But I mean, what else would it be? Oh, did you see that? That's right. I did magic. And I'm about to do it again. Bam. Okay, now I have a floor in my violin. And of course, a circle window. Did you think I was not going to add a circle window? And look, you can actually see through it. Isn't that cute? Don't you wish you had a circle window that you could see through? Yeah, me too. But I just have boring old rectangle windows because my husband won't let me get a circle window. Anyways, so my mom gave me a bunch of her old junk along with the violin because she knows I like junk. And these gears were in there, so I'm putting them on the violin. But I kept wanting to fall over. I struggled with this thing so much. Finally, I just laid it down. It must have been tired, but I mean, honestly, can we blame it? I woke it up from its 5-year nap in my mom's closet just so I could cut holes in it and make it dirty. I mean, that might tick me off a little bit. I might lay down on the job if someone did that to me. Not that I'm known for putting human emotions on inanimate objects, which reminds me, that's a hard word to say. Do not come at me in the comments. Inanimate object. If you watched my videos in the past, you know I have trouble with words. Actually, interesting little tidbit, in elementary school, I went to a speech therapist because I had trouble with lots of words. And I still do, as you all point out. But that's okay. Nothing a teeny tiny circle window won't solve. Because I'm convinced that circle windows solve all problems. I mean, I would love to test out that theory, but my husband, Jake, won't let me get a circle window. Anyways, it has come to the part of the video where I tell you what we're going to be putting inside of our, it's not really a haunted hidey hole, because it's not really haunted, although we could make it haunted with a haunted story. How about a harmony hole? A haunted harmony hole. I guess we have to make it haunted. I can't think of any other H words that isn't haunted. All right, so inside of our haunted harmony hole, like I'm making a little paint bucket with a little paintbrush. Anyways, inside of my hole, I'm making a little violin shop. So it's a violin shop in the shape of a violin. Amazing. I only shop for violins in shops and shapes of violins. Oh, I dare you to say that 10 times fast. No, that's fine. I'll wait. Seriously. Try it. Yeah, you look silly. But that's okay. We like silly. Anyway, so this is the string. I assume would come on a spindle. I don't know. But you know, the string for the violin stringy bits. And then we got to cut the string with something. So I made these teeny tiny scissors. Adorable. Okay, let's come up with a story for our violin shop. So somebody commented that when they hear me say Hidey hole, they think that I'm saying their name because their name is Hidey, which reminds me, hi Hidey. So I kind of like that. Let's run with that name. Okay, so Hidey runs the haunted harmony hole. Or I guess it'd just be the harmony hole. Heidi's harmony hole. Because it's technically not haunted yet. Okay, so Hidey makes the violins, and her harmony hole is known for making the best violins. The people who play them swear that they have magical strumming powers, which makes sense because it turns out that Heidi's been using wood from a fairy's tree, like just chopping down the fairy's home. And as you can imagine, the fairies are ticked off, peeved. They're definitely upset. So they curse the wood somehow. I don't know. Can fairies curse things? I think they can. Or is that pixies? Anyways, they curse the wood because fairies can't really sue people. It's hard for them. They're tiny, and trying to get a lawyer to represent them is a nightmare. So their only other option is to curse the wood. And obviously they don't tell Hidey. So Hidey comes waltzing into the ancient forest, all chop happy, chopping down another tree, and makes a whole bunch of violins out of it, all of which are cursed. So now that her whole inventory is cursed violins, which she kind of had an idea because, you know, in TV shows when things that are cursed, they like whisper. Yeah, she heard a lot of whispering, but that didn't stop Hidey from selling them. She had bills to pay. So she sold them all. And anybody who bought a violin and played it, I don't know, they died. Okay, maybe they didn't die. Oh, I know. They couldn't stop playing. That's right. They played until their little fingers were just bones. And of course that ruins Heidi's reputation. And you know, Heidi's shop was getting flooded with calls of panicked music teachers. So Hidey just disconnected her phone because she wasn't getting any customers anymore anyway. Nobody wants a cursed violin. I mean, actually, some people might want a cursed violin, but most people don't. And then I guess the people that got the cursed violins died. I don't know. Oh, and then they haunted her shop because why not? No, wait, because that's how it would become the haunted harmony Hidey hole. Heidi's haunted, the harmoning of hauntings in Heidi's hole. Oh yeah, I nailed that story. I can't even say that with a straight face. I think that was my worst story yet. Anyways, back to the art. So I guess I added a checker pattern because I felt like it was missing something. And these stripy patterns because it was missing something else. I don't know. You know what? It just looked cool. And here we're finished. And what do you guys think? It's not exactly a scary piece of art, but maybe the story made it more scary, sort of. Even though the story was not that scary. I don't. Maybe if I add the music that I made in the beginning while you look at the art, it'll be scary. Hold on. Let's try. Ready? Oh yeah, I think that helped. I'm back with something creepy because it's the spooky season. The best season of all. Okay, what am I doing this time for spooky season? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm doing a series of crime boxes. Well, okay, when I say series, I mean like 2 boxes. I'm doing 2 boxes about crime and food. And in this first one, I'm thinking candy because I'm already thinking about what kind of candy I'm going to offer at my door during Halloween or what kind of candy I'm going to steal from my daughter's pumpkin. Shh, don't tell her. Look, as a parent, that's our right. We have a right to at least 2 pieces of candy in the pumpkin. Hey, Halloween is a lot of work on the parents too. And if all we ask for is 2 sneaky pieces of candy that she'll never notice, I think that's a pretty good deal for her. Anyways, how do you guys put candy out at your door if you can't be there? Do you just put out a bowl that says take a couple pieces? Because that's what we've done and we've never really had an issue, but I'm curious if you've ever had an issue. Do you get kids that take all of it? Or do you have some sneaky way of like handing it out? Let me know. I mean, not that we get a lot of trick-or-treaters. We get like 1, maybe. Which reminds me, where's everybody trick-or-treating nowadays? Because I know that there's kids in the neighborhood and they're not coming to our door. Are they going to the rich neighborhood? Should we be going to the rich neighborhood? Or is there some big Halloween party that I just don't know about and I wasn't invited? I want to go to the rich neighborhood Halloween party. Bunch of jerks. So now that we know that there's a bunch of rude people in my neighborhood, just having parties without me, I'm going to be the bigger person and move on with the video. I don't care about your party. So I'm just making these peppermints inside these super cute glass jars. These little jars that I had laying around make the perfect candy holders. They look just like a bulk candy container at the store. I got 1 and 2. So cute. And then here I am making a red sucker, just a totally normal sucker, nothing to worry about. It's not creepy at all. I mean, it kind of looks like a human heart, but you know, So the clay I'm using here is just a Palmer clay, and then I'm glazing it with a specific glaze that is meant for Palmer clay. Otherwise it gets sticky. And then these are just totally normal suckers. There's nothing weird about these. Because we haven't gotten to the weird part of this box yet. Oh no, you just wait. It's about to get weird up in here. Hey, that rhymed. Actually, more creepy. And what is this? Oh, it's nothing. It's just the creepy part of my candy shop. Yes. Is it candy or is it actual human body parts? We don't know. Depends on what story I'm telling here. I think the owner of the shop wasn't invited to the Halloween party at the rich neighborhood. So she cut up all the haters and sold them as candy. Mwahaha. That's what they get for not inviting her. Or maybe this was the party and I was lucky I wasn't invited. I mean, she was lucky she wasn't invited. Because the party turned into one big human candy making machine. As soon as you entered the door, you were made into candy and sold to people that want to eat human candy. I guess they'd just be called cannibals. Or is it candy? Candy bowls. Oh my god, people who eat human candy are candy bowls. Get a candy bowl? Candy bowls? That's the best joke you're going to get out of me. That was a pretty good joke. Might as well just end the video here because that's the best content you're going to get. From here on out, it's all downhill. You've been warned. And it literally sounds like somebody's being ground up outside my window right now. Can you hear that? Be quiet. Can't you see I'm editing video? Okay, my neighbor was using a wood chipper, so I had to move rooms. It looks like he was putting trees in it, but who knows? We do live close to Fargo. I'm just kidding. I've met him. He's nice. Although, don't they say that about all serial killers? Okay, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's move on. Okay, just to recap, I made some ice cream out of human intestines, or it could be gummy worms, we don't know. Or it could be brains. You know what? Whatever floats your boat. And then I made these crispy lady fingers. Isn't that a food in Fallout? I feel like it is. Oh, and then I was talking over it, but I made those ears. Look at those teeny tiny ears. They're so cute. I mean, yeah, they're severed, but whatever. That kind of reminds me of Reservoir Dogs. Remember that scene? I can't think of that song, the lime and the coconut song, without thinking of that scene with the ear. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't look it up. It's weird and creepy. Unless you like weird and creepy, then look it up. And then I made these chocolate bars and these little peppermint sticks and put them inside this little box that I made. Look at them, they're so cute. And then I turned it pink. Bam. It's been pinkified. And now I'm rolling out these colorful snakes that I'm gonna turn into sprinkles. Really big sprinkles. I don't know, maybe they're just like candy bits. Or perhaps they're like rolls of Smarties or licorice sticks. I don't know. Candy of some sort. They're down here anyway, so you can't really see them too well. They just add a bit of color below the human body bits. And then I felt like there isn't enough creepy stuff in this box, so I'm gonna go with a jar of bones. Because that seems like something creepy, I think. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's not that creepy. We gotta go creepier. What is creepier than a jar of bones? A tongue. A tongue is creepier. So that's what I'm making. I'm making a popsicle lollipop tongue thing. Think about how weird it would be to lick a lollipop tongue. It's like you're French kissing. Okay, so I'm using a heat gun here because in the oven, when I bake it, it'll start to lay flat and I want it to keep its tonguey shape. Is that a word, tonguey? No, it is not. Anyways, that's just a little trick that I learned. Okay, so in here, I'm trying to make this more of a gradient between these colors. And I really don't want to get my pasta maker out just to do this. So I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way, which is a lot harder, but whatever. I need to make my worm. Okay, I have a better plausible story for this candy shop and what's going on here. I think the owner of the shop unalived somebody. You know, the big M word. Perhaps it was her ex-boyfriend. I don't know. I don't judge. But she suddenly had to hide all the pieces, the human pieces, you know, the human parts. You know what I'm talking about. Look, I don't want my video to get banned, so work with me here because I feel like I've already said too many trigger words. Anyway, she had to hide it really quick. And who's gonna look at the candy shop? Nobody, because it looks like candy. Hey, they make really gross candy. They make jelly beans that taste like farts. This is not a stretch. So when whoever is sniffing around looking for the missing person, she can just be like, no, I didn't see that person. That's totally normal candy in my window. I don't know where Steve went. By the way, would you like to try this totally normal Steve pie? I mean, regular pie? Okay, I don't think she would actually offer candy to we're just gonna call them Detective Jones. You know, the detective that's detecting where Steve, the boyfriend, went. But it would be pretty funny if she did, because that would be a surefire way to, get arrested. It would be even funnier if he liked the candy, turning himself into a candy bowl. That's right. That joke's freaking funny, okay? I used it twice. Anyways, so would Detective Jones have to arrest himself? I mean, I assume it's illegal to eat, but what if you don't know? Is it still illegal then? I mean, that's assuming that our candy maker gets caught. Look, Steve was a really terrible person. And I don't mean he, didn't buy her flowers terrible. I mean, he deserved it. So I think in this story, she gets away with it. Although, now that I'm looking at it, there's more than just one set of eyeballs on this shelf. So that's a little suspicious. Ooh, I know. Okay, so Steve, the terrible boyfriend, originally owned the candy shop. And that's why he was so terrible. Because he was a big M word, an unaliver. And he was using the candy shop to hide it. But luckily for his sweet girlfriend, she found out before she got popsicleized. And she wasn't having any of that. So she turned the turntables were turned. She flipped I don't know. She turned them into candy. See, I told you Steve was terrible boyfriend material. Always spending time in the candy shop. Okay, this story's getting a little weird. I'm a little too invested. But check out my worms. Yep, I got worms. Did you see my bags? I'm putting them on a needle. Actually, it's a sewing needle. And do you know how hard it is to cut a sewing needle? Those things are strong. I had no idea. I mean, I guess they have to be strong to sew stuff. Oh, and I gotta have a candy skull. It's like nature's bowl. Have you seen those bowls that you can put cereal in them and stuff and they look like skulls? I mean, in my candy shop, this is bubblegum, but I was definitely influenced by those cereal bowls. And just in case the skull wasn't scary enough, I'm going to add some maggots to it because that makes it way more scarier. And look at that. There's Emily, my project manager. She's just making sure that it's not real candy that she can eat because she's a little scavenger and will eat everything. No joke. I found her with a package of clay in her mouth the other day. She eats the wall. This cat is definitely missing some brain cells, but we love her anyway. Anyways, this box is missing a sign so that people know what it is and they can purchase the candy. So I'm a really bad freehander when it comes to text. So I used the scribble method to copy the text onto the wood, and then I just traced it in white paint. And then I added this cute support thing on the back because I don't know, I just thought it was cute. And then the bottom was missing some pink, so I added some swirly pink things because there's no pink on the bottom. And that's it, we're done with the first box. One more box to go, which I'll show next. But yeah, let me know in the comments what story you think is happening here because I'd be curious what you guys come up with. Are these real body parts or are they candy? Let me know what you think. Hey, who's ready for another haunted hidey hole? And this time I'm building it in this old bird cage, which I got for $4.99 at Savers. Yes, the bird cage already looks haunted. So, I could end the video here, but that would be boring. And then you couldn't watch me do this. Oh yeah, wasn't that satisfying? And trust me when I say this whole video is chock full of transitions like that because this was another big build. Yeah, I know. Last time I said I wasn't gonna do big builds anymore, but you know what? I lied. Sue me. Okay, don't actually sue me. Anyways, so what am I doing in my bird cage? Well, one side is going to be normal, and then the other side's going to be spooky. I mean, haunted. Spooky haunted. Hold up, remember those transitions I was talking about? Shwabam. What? Was that a double transition? That's right. It's like 2 times the transitions for your buck. It's a bang for your butt. I don't know. Anyways, look at my little doorknob. What's cuter than one doorknob? 2 doorknobs. You're welcome for not making you watch me make 2 doors. But look at my little sign. And why do we not want them to enter? Because it's private. And customers always follow signs, right? And don't ask why the door is so high. I guess it's just to keep people out. I don't know. It's just how I made it. Anyways, I kept you in suspense long enough. So if this little terrarium doesn't give it away, I'm doing a pet shop complete with tiny snake. Oh, isn't he cute? I mean, as far as snakes go anyway. I have to be honest, snakes are not my favorite animal. And let me tell you why. So growing up, the town that I lived in was infested with gardener snakes. And look, I know that gardener snakes are harmless, but you try to convince 8-year-old Ashley that. And when I say infested, I mean it. Because if you walked outside, there would be 10 of them sunbathing on the porch. One time I saw a huge pile of probably 200 snakes just rolling around in each other, doing the humpity hump, the nasty. And trust me, it was nasty. I ran home crying and my mom didn't believe me. They would get up into our siding and then fall out. One time I opened up the basement door and one fell on my hand. Absolutely traumatized. And so I run away with the door open. And guess what? Guess where that snake went? Yep, right into my basement. Now that there's a snake in my basement situation, 8-year-old me panics and throws the cat at the snake, hoping that he will do something about the snake. I don't know what, but it was my only solution at that time. Like, I didn't say I was a smart 8-year-old, but we can all agree that the cat was smarter because he didn't want anything to do with the snake either. In fact, he jumped at the opportunity to leave me behind and explore the world. He didn't care about the snake or me. So now the cat is off doing cat things outside and there's a snake in my basement. We never did find that snake, and you know what? My bedroom was in the basement. Pretty sure he just lived with us from then on. It was one of the most traumatizing days of my life. Anyways, I did not plan on telling that story, but there it is. Maybe I should get back to talking about the art. Oh, look, a missing turtle. How do you suppose a turtle went missing? That may come in later, because I don't know if you remember, but we're making a pet shop with a normal side and a spooky side. And no, this is not a noose. It's a dog rope and some aquarium stuff. I don't know. And look at this. I'm making a little bone. It's a dog bone. Get your mind out of the gutter. You guys are worse than my husband. Okay, so we're just about to get to the spooky side of this pet shop. Now, I thought about making this video a two-parter, but I don't know if you know this, but I hate two-parters. I mean, not as much as I hate snakes. If it was between a whole pile of snakes and making a two-part video, I would make the video. But luckily there isn't a big pile of snakes because I moved away from that town. Anyways, I really need to get back to this video. So here is the finished pet shop side. Next, I'm going to be doing the spooky side. You know, what you probably came here for, not to hear me rant about snakes. That was just a bonus. I don't know. Anyways, so here's my story. So I think this guy that we'll just call Charles owns this pet shop. And it has all the basic pet things in it. Dogs, cats, tarantulas, whatever. And so it doesn't raise any suspicions that he has all these animals. But you know what? It's just a front for the real crimes that are happening in his office behind the door. The worst crime of all, animal cruelty. You see, Charles is trying to make the perfect pet because if he makes the perfect pet, he'll become a millionaire. And Charles has always wanted to be a millionaire. But his boss has never so much as even given him a raise. And so Charles made that boss disappear under mysterious circumstances, aka he ran experiments on him until his head fell off. And so now Charles runs the shop by himself. And he makes all the money. But it turns out that the shop is kind of a money pit. You see, he made a bad investment. Hold up, look at my turtle. Okay, he thought he'd turn the shop into like a veterinary / shop, but that still wasn't making enough money. So that's when he got obsessed with creating the perfect pet by merging pets together. I don't know. You know what? Maybe Charles didn't want to make the perfect pet. Maybe he was just really into taxidermy. And when people would bring in their sick pet, they would expire a little early, and rather than cremate them, he would taxidermy them. Not that taxidermy is really a crime, but I feel like if you're taxidermying somebody else's pet without their permission, that's probably a crime. Ooh, so maybe he sells his exotic taxidermy from his experiments. And until he finds that perfect pet, this makes for a pretty good side gig of selling strange taxidermy. I don't know. But check out my octopus. You knew I had to add an octopus. And really, that would be a crime in itself, keeping a poor little octopus inside of a small cage like this. Because, you know, octopuses are really smart and it'd be really sad. Unless maybe Charles is the octopus. What? What about that for a plot twist? Take that, M. Night Shyamalan. Long. I don't know how that would work. But you know what? If any animal could do it, it would be an octopus. In fact, here's the spine that Charles tore out of his owner. Actually, maybe I can run with this story. Hold on, let me try. Okay, so the octopus, we'll call her Floris. Trying to change her to a woman. Because what's the saying? Hell have no fury like a woman's scorn. Anyway, so after she saw the animal cruelty, she seeked revenge. She was looking for revenge and ripped his head off and his spine. And now Floris runs the shop. I mean, I don't know how an octopus would run a shop because people are going to notice that you're an octopus. Unless she's a shape-shifting octopus. Yep, I've said it, so that's what we're going with. We can't turn back now. So Floris, the shape-shifting octopus, now runs the store. And you know what? We're going to make her a millionaire. She's a millionaire. She had better business sense than Charles anyway. At the end. I don't know where else to go with this story. But luckily, I am almost done with this haunted hidey hole. I'm just going to add this anglerfish to the wall because anglerfish are awesome. And I made this little bear skin rug. I don't know what kind of animal this is. And I would have skipped adding this footage in, but I thought it was kind of satisfying, so there it is. Okay, now I shoved everything into my bird cage. And there's the finished product. What do you guys think? And what haunted hidey hole should I do next? I saw some comments about a haunted library. That could be cool. Or maybe a bathroom. Although I kind of like the shop idea. Maybe a haunted art studio. What do you guys think? So I bought this frame at Savers for $2.99. But when I opened it up, this weird tarot card was in there. I hope this isn't foreshadowing for something. Isn't the Three of Swords a really terrible card? I don't remember, and I'm too scared to look it up. So we're gonna forget it existed. Because that's how you get rid of all your problems, is you just forget that they exist, and then they go away on their own, probably. But the one thing that I'm not willing to forget is how much I want a circle window in my real life. Which is probably why I build a lot of circle windows in my art. So I used some Shrinky Dink plastic and shrunk it down for the glass. But we want our window to look pretty realistic, so I gotta light up the backside. Also, lights make a project 73% better, which is almost as good as the circle window. Circle windows make a project 103% better. And since I'm a crafty chick, I used the frame part out of my cameo mold to frame my circle window. I think that's the right word, cameo. You know, those necklaces with the lady bust. I'm not sure. I've only actually seen that word. I've never heard it said. Hold up, watch this transition. Schwabam. Look at that. We got 2 little crates. But what are we gonna fill our crates with? Ashley, what are we filling our crates with? Are those tummy noodles? They sure are. Luckily, I have a whole box full of leftover body parts. Okay, do not take that phrase out of context. I do not own a real box full of body parts, but I do have a whole bunch of boxes full of other things. See, look at all my boxes. I bet you never thought I was organized. Look, I even have a box full of, okay, that's my sister's teeth. Look, my mom gave them to me, okay? It's not that weird that I have my sister's teeth in a box. I don't know why she didn't give them to my sister. Also, where are my teeth? I never got my teeth. I would love to have some little Ashley teeth in a box. Oh yeah, I gave my teeth to the tooth fairy. I forgot. Anyways, back to this art because we went on a really weird tangent. Look at that, we got our crates done. And now I'm gonna put them right here. So in case you're wondering, we're making an attic. Attic. Look, some of you get really triggered about how I pronounce words, so I'm trying to pronounce them correctly. Anyways, so I was thinking every attic needs a monster because that's where I assume monsters live during the day, is in your attic. So I did this really terrible monster thing and it was so bad. So I ended up scrapping that, but I've been trying to include some mistakes in my videos because, you know what, we're not all perfect and sometimes the first idea is terrible. And that's totally fine. Did I spend 2 hours making that monstrosity? I sure did. But I knew it was a terrible idea after I made it, so I moved on. Oh, and here comes Emily giving her moral support. Thanks, Emily. I couldn't have done it without you. Well, now that we have Emily's approval, maybe we should make up a story for this box. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. So this attic is in an old mansion owned by the Foxworth family. If you know, you know. Anyways, this family was so rich and powerful that they owned a whole staff of people. And the way that they got rich and powerful was this monster octopus in the attic. You see, the monster would do whatever they wanted as long as they made a sacrifice to it. You know, not just like an animal, like, you know. But hold up, look at this book. I wonder who wrote, oh, it was me. I wrote that book. By the way, the link's in my bio if you want to pre-order the regular sized book. Do you like how I slipped in that little self-promotion? Anyways, back to this story. So the Foxworth family has been doing this for generations. And usually they just pick somebody from their staff and they're like, hey, the attic needs to be cleaned. Why don't you go up there? And then they're never heard from again. And then bam, the Foxworth family has, I don't know, what would you wish for? A new pony? A new car? No, they're rich. They don't need a car or a pony. Ooh, I know. Mind control. Because what's the ultimate goal? To control people's minds? I guess. Then you could like sway everything your way. And then they could make more money, potentially. But the whole family got this power and they all used it on each other, thus destroying their minds. And the monster knew because that would, hey, it's me, hi. Anyways, the monster knew that would happen because it happens to everybody eventually who has a magic wish granting octopus in their attic. Everybody always wishes for mind control. And the whole family became psychologically traumatized and they all went crazy. The end. What do you think of my haunted hidey hole? Was it creepy enough? So this bird's been a part of my Halloween decorations for a while, and she didn't make it back into my Halloween decoration box this year. Okay, I missed her. She was sitting on a shelf. I didn't see her. And I'm way too lazy to dig the Halloween box out of the closet, so she's now fair game. I am now making her into art. What the heck? What is this stuff inside? I'm pretty sure it's just paint, but at first I thought it was mold. I'm not gonna lie, it gave me a jump scare. I thought it was like that Sophie giraffe situation. Have you ever seen those videos where parents cut open this Sophie giraffe squeaky toy and it's just full of mold? I don't know why, but that freaks me out. Hey, look at my little succulents. That's right, I'm putting them inside the bird. See, I'm making a little scene inside. Perhaps it could be a little home for somebody. And if it's a little home, then I'm like renovating it. You could say that I'm flipping the bird. Get it? Like house flipper, the bird flip. Anyways, that's just the quality of jokes that you're gonna get over on my videos. And what kind of quality are we talking about? Dad joke quality, the best kind. If I say the word quality enough, maybe you'll think that this video is like top quality. Is it working? No? Okay, maybe I should go back to talking about what I'm actually doing here, and that's flipping the bird. See, to flip this bird, I'm adding a path where there was no path. We're really upgrading this bird with these mushrooms, and not to mention the all new crystals that we're installing. I think the homeowners are really going to be impressed with these color choices that we're picking, which is why I'm adding this blue soda light. That's right, full calorie soda is so last year. We're going with the light soda option. And to give you the real house flipping experience, I'm not going to show you what's going on because my fingers are in the way. See, I just wanted you to have the real experience. And it's not because I'm terrible at filming. And yep, I am replacing the mushrooms that were there because these ones are cuter. And whoa, back off with the amethyst, Ashley. Not so close. Just showing off my impressive filming skills. Holy cow, did you see all those rocks? Did I not film that part? I guess not. And do you know how to up your resale value by 342%? Add a circle window. That's right, when in doubt, add a circle window. This message is brought to you by Circle Windows for President, and also Circle Windows for wives that want them. So one last thing that we cannot forget is your curb appeal. You gotta up your curb appeal, and to make your curbs more appealing is a brand new fresh coat of beak and talon paint. It's very important. And while we have the paint out, we might as well do the inside. See, I'm going with this very nice cerulean blue. It's very modern. Actually, I don't know what cerulean blue is. Is this cerulean blue? It looks a little more like cornflower blue. Where did we get that name? Does corn have flowers? I've never seen flowers on corn. Wait, isn't the corn the flower? So shouldn't it be cornflower yellow? Or I guess then you would call it corn kernel yellow. Anyways, let's get back on topic. And that topic is circle windows. And I can't just have a plain boring circle window in our bird flip. Not that there is such a thing as a boring circle window. But I thought that our circle window could use a little pizzazz. And that's why I put mushrooms and crystals on it. And after I add the glass to my circle window, it's time to install it. It's like a little circle window medallion in our bird flip. So far, I think our flip is coming along nicely. I mean, sure, it's a little ugly right now, but you know what? Everything goes through an ugly stage. I should know. I went through it myself at age 12. Look, photo evidence, but don't look too much. Oh my God, stop looking. Okay, we get it. I was a nerd. Look, we were all nerds when we were 12. At least that's what my mom tells me. Anyways, my point is, wait, what was my point? Right, so my point is I turned out just fine. I'm not weird. You're weird. I totally grew into a beautiful flower. And I'm not just an adult gremlin. Don't look at that. Anyways, what do you guys think of me flipping the bird? And hold on, let's look at that circle window again. Oh, what do you guys think? Would you live here if you were a teeny tiny human? Okay, I'm back with another haunted hidey hole. Somebody in my comment section suggested that I do a toy shop with possessed toys, and I love that idea. So I had a bit of trouble settling on the color of this toy shop. First, I painted it Cheez-It orange, which was hideous, and then I went blue, which turned into rainbow, which would be fine, but it's not exactly scary unless you find a rainbow that has puked all over a box scary. So then I started over and went with this mercury green. My idea here was, you know how they used to make green paint with mercury in it and everybody would get mercury poisoning, but nobody cared because the green paint was gorgeous? Well, I thought that would be creepy, so that's why I did the green, which don't worry, I paint over it white later. I mean, when you think of a toy shop, what color do you think? I guess I could have gone with primary colors. That would have worked. But it's too late now. I went with this weird green-white concoction. It's fine. But you can't have a clean floor, so I made it dirty and added all this red stuff, which is probably just strawberry jelly. But then I added black mold to the corners because this is a creepy, haunted, possessed toy shop. And what's more scary than black mold? In fact, maybe that's how they get possessed, is the black mold gets into the dolls and toys and stuff and it possesses them. I don't know. I'm not a moldologist. Maybe that can happen. Wasn't that like a video game, only not with toys? Do we know how Chucky really got possessed? Actually, I think we do know how he was possessed. I'm pretty sure that was in the movie. Anyways, I'm just adding some shelves to my shop and these little square shelves because they are the perfect size to hold little toys and trinkets. Knickknacks, tchotchkes. I always thought that was a weird word. It almost sounds dirty, but not really. Anyways. Ooh, look at me make these little bags. They're so cute. I mean, the customers have to have something to put the toys in to take home, right? Which reminds me, is paper better than plastic? I've heard that it actually takes more resources to make paper bags than it does plastic bags, but I have no idea. I would love to know the statistics on that, because in the store, whenever they ask, I just tell them whatever's easiest for you. If I knew that one was better than the other, then I would definitely use that one more. I mean, granted, I could buy my own reusable bags, but then you gotta remember them, and my memory is not that good. Oh, and then we need a cash register, right? Gotta keep all that money somewhere. I mean, assuming that there's a big demand for possessed toys. Actually, there might be a demand for possessed toys. I guarantee that on eBay right now, you can buy at least 20 haunted dolls. Now, whether or not they're actually haunted, I don't know. I think you might be getting ripped off. At least on like 97% of them. Holy cow, I just looked up on Google on how many like haunted dolls that you can buy. 20 is way underestimating. You can buy way more than 20. I wonder how many of them are real. And then I know you're wondering, where are all the toys? This is supposed to be a toy shop. Well, I'm about to create one right now. I'm taking this spring from this pen. You know, Emily's got to check it out. She's always doing something. Anyways, can you guess what I'm making? I know, you already know what it is. It's a Jack-in-the-Box, which who thought that that was a good toy for a kid? Those things don't even need to be possessed to be scary. Just traumatizing babies with surprise clowns popping out of boxes. I guarantee that there are a few people with Jack-in-the-Box trauma living in this world. I mean, are Jack-in-the-Boxes the source of people's clown fears? It surely didn't help. And then I'll spare you the details on this one. I just made a Rubik's Cube. Don't worry, we will get into scary toys. I don't know why I started off with a bunch of vanilla toys. Like this board game. It's so boring. It's a board game. Actually, this one's not that boring. I tried to think up board games that would be kind of traumatizing. And I thought about Monopoly because, you know, everybody fights over Monopoly. And then I was thinking maybe Operation because that game scares me. That buzzing noise is way louder than it needs to be. But then I settled on Jumanji because this is a box about toys with a mind of their own, and Jumanji definitely fits that. And then the second game that came to mind was Risk. If you've played this game, you've probably had a fist fight over it. In fact, my parents have a story about burning a Risk board in a fireplace because they got into a huge fight over it. So I think it deserves a spot in this box for sure. And then I added this boring rocking horse. Don't worry, I'm getting to the good toys. Just hold on. See, we got the Hellraiser cube. That's scary. I'm pretty sure I watched that movie when I was way too young. Anybody else have like traumatizing movie stories? When I was 10, I loved scary movies, and my mom took me to Event Horizon, and I may have been a little bit too young for that movie. It's a great movie. I love it now. But back then, we had to walk out of the theater. It's the only movie I've ever walked out of. Which now, looking back on it with adult eyes, my childhood may have been atypical. That probably explains a lot. Anyways, back to this box. Okay, so I'm adding this creepy monkey because he's creepy, and whoever thinks that these little guys are not creepy, there's something wrong with you. And look, this guy looks like he's been smashing something in between his cymbals with all that red stuff there. I don't know, maybe he's been squishing strawberries. We don't know. Would you see that? He moved. And here you thought we were making a pretend possessed box. Anyways, we got some letter cubes, which it just looks like somebody tried to spell idea without the A, right? It doesn't spell anything else. And then I added this little tiger. Okay, the tiger's not creepy, I admit it, but he looks great. And nobody should tell him otherwise because that will hurt his feelings, okay? And between you and me, he's a little fragile right now, which who can blame him being in a possessed toy shop? And then I have these little dolls, which what is going on here? I did not know that this was going to be in the pack that I bought. So I just picked out two normal looking dolls, but I didn't want them to be half naked, so I painted little clothes on them. Look, he's like a little Ken James Bond. And then we have a Mrs. Ken James Bond Barbie. And then I made them a little cardboard box to make them so cute. And don't comment that you wish that there was a clear plastic over the top, because trust me, I tried. I cut out a little clear plastic and I went to put it in, but I couldn't get it right, and then it wouldn't stay and it kept popping out. So trust me, they're not having clear plastic. You know what? It lets them move around better. But I separated them on the shelf because I'm pretty sure they're in a fight right now, and I didn't need any more drama in the store. And then I painted this little watering pot with red jelly inside. Like, I know how lame that is, so I put it at the top where nobody's actually gonna see it, so it's fine. However, this mask is very creepy, and I had to paint that and add it. And then, of course, I had to add a little red wagon. What toy store doesn't have a little red wagon? Like, I know you're saying that a little red wagon is not scary, but this one's possessed. You see this little red wagon? It runs over people. You know, kind of like that movie with the semi-trucks that circle that gas station. I don't know, I think that was a movie. Well, this little red wagon circles a toy store. Honestly, I'm just trying to see how many times I can say little red wagon and not make it weird. Is it weird yet? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Anyways, so this little red wagon goes around and it hits people or toys or strawberries. I don't know. See the red stuff on the front? So either this toy store is abandoned or the person running it knows that all their toys are possessed, because how could they not know? There's red stuff all over the floor and the toys. So that makes me believe that this person is selling these toys knowing that they're possessed, which I don't think is exactly a crime, but maybe it should be. Okay, so here's my theory. I think the shop owner, which we'll just call Mr. Sardo, 10 points in a cookie if you know that obscure reference. So I think Mr. Sardo was experimenting on these toys with the supernatural, but it got out of hand and he can no longer control them. He tried destroying them, but they just come right back. You see that? He tried to cut the head off that horse. Okay, honestly, I don't know what good that would have done because the head was already cut off, because it's one of those horse things that you ride around. I don't know. Maybe he's just really bad at destroying toys. Maybe the black mold is getting to him and affecting the way he thinks. Maybe that horse was more than just a head at one point and he had to make it into a head on a stick because he cut it off and it's still possessed and he had to put it on a stick. I don't know where the story's going. And maybe this red bottle is the cause of all the red liquid in this shop. Somebody's opening pops that they were shaken. Somebody shook it. All right, so now I'm making this bear, but you know, look at his head. That's right, there's two of them because he chopped off the head and it grew an extra one, making it 375% more terrifying. Or they just sewed themselves together. I don't know, whatever. You get the idea. Every time he tosses them out, they just come right back. The only way he can get rid of them is to sell them to people who don't know that they're possessed. Because why would you willingly buy a possessed toy? The only problem is every time he opens up his shop, he's got to clean up all the, you know, the red stuff on the floor. Well, that's probably not his only problem. I would think owning a possessed shop would be a problem in itself. And then I'm making this cute little train track for my creepy choo-choo train, which I was trying to think of a creepy name for a choo-choo train, and I can't really think of one. I mean, I guess there's the classics like a ghost train or terror train or something like that, but I was trying to think of like a boo-boo train, but that just sounds like it's hurt. Or a train that carries band-aids or something. Ooh, unless the train is the one that's causing the boo-boos, then it would be a scary boo-boo train, but it's still not scary enough for me. I think I'd end up laughing if I heard that the train was called a boo-boo train. I don't know, maybe I'll just go with like the Nightmare Express, because instead of sleepy train, it's nightmares coming to your door. I don't know. I'm sure you guys will have the perfect train name in the comments, like always, and then I'll be like, where were you when I was making this video and I needed a train name? Anyways, we're moving on from the train, thank God, because that was getting embarrassing. So I made this little kitty toy, you know, like one of those toys where you stack the rings. It's not scary either, but move on. And then I have a totally scary bunny here. It's not just a normal bunny, because this bunny used to be a magician's bunny who eats the hand that pulls it out of its hat, allegedly. And then when I wasn't looking, Mr. 00 Ken just started bleeding all over the box. But look where these bloody footprints lead, right to, that's right, Mrs. 007, aka Barbie. She's got blood on her hands. I don't know, maybe she had a good reason. Ooh, maybe they were playing Risk. But this leads me to the leader of this toy shop, this creepy doll. I mean, look at its eyes. It can hypnotize you with those empty eye sockets for sure. Maybe that's why Mr. Sardo is so bad at destroying these toys. Like he goes to destroy them and then bam, he gets hypnotized by the leader of these possessed toys. But the leader of the possessed toys needs a weapon, a sharp weapon. Yeah, I know. Sharpening a weapon for a possessed toy seems like a really bad idea, but here I am sharpening this axe. I assume that it rides around the toy shop in the red wagon, swinging the axe all willy-nilly. Where did the word willy-nilly come from? Did Willy make it up, or is Nilly a person? That's so weird. Okay, moving on. So the only way that I could incorporate a circle window into this box was to put it on this dollhouse, and it currently has 2 more circle windows than I do in real life. Not that I'm jealous or anything. Although if you see my husband, Jake, if you could just do me a favor and remind him how awesome circle windows are, that would be amazing. Thank you. And then I added some bugs to the wall, and I painted them the same color as the wall on purpose so that it looks like the bugs are crawling under the wall. You know, like they do in horror movies. Only usually the bugs are crawling under the skin, but who's to say that the walls aren't made of skin? Ooh, that'd be creepy, like the toy shop is made out of human flesh. Or no, the toy shop is alive, and that's just the walls are its flesh. We don't know what Mr. Sardo is experimenting on. Maybe he experimented on the whole shop, and everything inside is possessed, including the shop. I don't know, this story's really lame. I'm sorry. I can't promise that my next creepy crime scene story will be any better than this one, but fingers crossed. Now, I was going to make the lid of this box into the front of the shop, but after I added the giraffes... Hold on, I'll add the giraffes in a minute. The lid doesn't fit anymore. So I guess it goes lidless. I think that's fine. It's fine. Oh, look, there's the giraffes I was talking about and a tiger. Or I guess it's a lion. Anyways, I'm done. What do you guys think? Let me just do a zoomy zoom on these details. Ooh, look at those yummy details. What's your favorite toy in here? And did I miss any? Because I feel like I definitely missed some scary toys. I thought about adding a Chucky, but I thought that'd be too on point. Now, I was going to make the lid of this box into the front of the shop, but after I added the giraffes, the lid doesn't fit anymore. So I guess it goes lidless. I think that's fine. It's fine. Hey, you look like you could use a haunted hidey hole break. And look at that, I had the perfect haunted hidey hole coffin right here. So I got this little succulent mold and it's so cute. I love it. I thought it'd be a good way to use up some of my dirty clay. You know, clay that's been rolling around with other clay, getting dirty. And then I took my mica powder, or maybe it's Asha powder because I'm not named anyways, and I covered my mold with it. And then I just smashed my dirty clay into the succulent holes. And then once all my holes were filled with clay, I popped them right out. Okay, I kind of lied. It wasn't exactly that easy. It took a few times of me smashing the clay and totally ruining the design before I realized if I freeze it first, they pop right out. See, look how satisfying this is. Oh yeah, that's a good succulent. All right, and then I got bored because there's only so many times that I can smash clay in hole, freeze, pop out, repeat. So I thought I'd try some UV resin instead. And yeah, I know, calm down with your comments. I should be wearing gloves. You big rule follower. I'm just kidding. If anybody knows, I know because I'm actually allergic to resin. But look, hear me out. I was being super safe. I promise you. I didn't touch any of the liquid and I just couldn't justify using a whole pair of gloves, you know, save the turtles and the landfills. But hold up, look at all these little succulents. They're so cute. Now let's succulent our grave. Oh, but first, maybe we should add some dirt. Here's my jar of dirt. Most graves have dirt, right? I mean, unless you're buried above ground. What are those called? Sarcophaguses? Sarcophagi? Crypts. Although that just makes me think of something creepy. You know, like the Crypt Keeper. That was a show, right? Or was it a series of books? Maybe it was both. Anyways, I'm just gluing down a grave inside of our grave. I know, it's grave inception. Not only do we have one grave, but 2 graves. Was it a grave mistake? Maybe. Ooh, and then I thought this would be a good spot to add my signature because then it won't wipe off or anything. I thought it was a good idea. See, look, it's a permanent signature. And then that gave me an idea to bury other things down here, like little Easter eggs. You know, the stuff that you would get buried with, like personal belongings. I don't know why I added these pictures. Usually you don't get buried with pictures unless they're really important to you. Then I guess you could. Ooh, I know. Maybe that's like their favorite vacation spot. Or maybe somebody's just trying to hide evidence because I don't think this is an official grave. Maybe it's just a hole that somebody dug to hide all the incriminating evidence because this is a haunted hidey hole. And usually to make things haunted, you need a tragedy. And what's more tragic than a murder? You know, an unaliving. So I think that's what we're going with because that's what I just decided. And every murder site needs a couple skulls. So I guess that would make our murderer a serial murderer. But we can't just add skulls. We got to add some larger bones because I assume that your body has more than just a skull bone. And look at that treasure. I don't know why somebody would bury treasure except pirates. I mean, I know they bury treasure. Ooh, is this some sort of mass pirate grave? Maybe. Or maybe these gems were cursed. Ooh, maybe there isn't an unaliver. Maybe this is just a grave of cursed items. See, look at this picture. That's pretty cursed. And all these skull bones are from the people who got cursed. Although I don't know who dug the hole. Okay. Maybe the curse makes you dig your own grave. Ooh, spooky. Hold up. It's not Crypt Keeper. It's Tales from the Crypt, I just remembered. I know, that comment was like 2 minutes ago. And then do you remember when I made all that pirate treasure for my pirate submarine ship? Well, I had leftovers, so it goes into the hole. Ooh, sparkly. Into the hole with you, too. All right, now we gotta fill our grave in with, well, I thought dirt would get too gross. And I didn't have any pebbles or anything, so I went with moss. It's fine. You know, it's a mossy grave, but it still has to look like there's some dirt on top. So I traced the grave and covered the top of the grave hole with paint. Then I used the cardboard grave, which we just traced, and smushed it on top. See, when I flip it over, it has the perfect hole impression. Now we just flick our hole out and cover it in dirt. Once our dirty hole has all the dirt it needs, we can glue it into our coffin. See, doesn't that look like a dirt top now? Kind of. And then you can still see all the stuff inside. You know what? Ignore all the white glue. That will dry clear. For now, it just looks like mold. And then we cover our hole with even more dirt frosting. Doesn't it look like frosting? It kind of looks like frosting. I kind of want to eat it, but it's also kind of gritty. It's sort of like paint. I really want to eat paint. Anybody else have that strange urge to eat paint? Speaking of paint, now it's time to paint our dirt green because we want a grassy grave. Remember all those succulents we made? Well, we got to put them somewhere. And succulents don't live on dirt. Well, okay, they do, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. Ooh, look at that. We're adding our first succulents. You know, the top of this grave is going to be really pretty, while the underside is going to be very spooky. Maybe that's how it gets its victims. You see, I'm going to add these crystals, and crystals have like magical powers in most stories. So maybe these crystals have magical evil powers. And if anything touches them, it gets cursed along with the person. And then they go around and they curse other people, and then they dig their own grave after 27.5 days. Look, it couldn't have been instant because then they'd never be able to curse anything else. They'd just be relying on foot traffic. And how many people are going to be walking towards a mass grave in the middle of the woods? Especially if you keep seeing people digging holes nearby and then falling into said holes. Look, see, there's an above ground skull. He didn't make it. He was an old guy. I think he tried to dig his own grave, but you know, there's only so much you can do with old people muscles. Ooh, yeah, it's coming along good, but I'm kind of bored, so I'm going to speed up the rest of this part. All right, there's our skull and our crystals, our cursed crystals. Now I'm just going to finish off the edge with this twine. And then I was thinking this coffin kind of has a blue hue to it, and these crystals are blue. So I'll just fill my coffin. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to fill the whole hole with crystals. I like crystals as much as the next person, but that's a little too much. We just need little crystal icings, you know, little bloops of crystals. And then you know your girl loves a mushroom, which helps with the cursed mind control because, you know, mushrooms, they control your mind. I don't know why I always think that. Oop, and then I added a sword. I don't know. I just thought it would fit alongside these bones. It seems like it would be a good cursed item. All right, now let's paint these boring mushrooms because they're boring. And add a whole bunch of leaves. Look at these little leaves. Are they not adorable? Look, you get a leaf. And you get a leaf. And you, Mr. Skull, get a leaf. And look at that, we're done. What do you guys think of my cursed coffin? My coffin full of curses? And what haunted hidey holes should I do next? Now, just a little reminder, I have a book coming out in October. You know, if you want to make your own creepy creations from instructions that I wrote with only a few mentions of circle windows. And you can pre-order it, links in my bio. All right, thanks for watching, bye! All right, everybody wanted me to do it and I caved to peer pressure. So here it is, I'm making a Santa Claus creepy workshop thing. I was gonna do this inside of an old globe that I have, but to be honest, I'm not really that into Christmas. I know, don't yell at me. You know I'm more into Halloween than Christmas. But anyways, I didn't want to waste the globe on Christmas, so I'll save that for a different project. Probably something involving an octopus. Anyways, so my idea for this box is I'm gonna have a normal Santa house on the top. Or gingerbread house? Does Santa live in a gingerbread house? I assume not, because it would get all mushy with the snow, right? But then under the Santa house would be where the toys and the sweets are all made. So here I'm just putting in the fireplace that connects the normal Santa Claus house with the workshop. And to make it appear more real, I took one of those electric candles and I stuck it to the back. However, I'm an idiot and I shoved clay underneath it, so now the battery won't come out. So yeah, we're just gonna pretend like it doesn't light up and there's just a weird growth on the back of this box. I don't know, because we'll never be able to change the battery. I think this box might be cursed, and not because it's a spooky box. It knows that I'm not that into Christmas, and it just gives me trouble because look, I'm making this roof. Look at that roof. Isn't that a pretty roof? But I go to install it, and I don't know what I was thinking. It doesn't fit behind the first wall. So I threw it out and started over. Stupid Christmas. You know, I've never really done a Christmas art project before, except for when I was a kid. I think you're kind of forced to do them as a kid. Look, I'm not saying that I hate Christmas. I love Christmas. It's a lot of work, especially now that I have a kid. I'm not complaining. I love doing it, but it's definitely a mental load. Also, I've never really been a fan of Christmas music. I do like the decorations. Well, I should say I like putting up the tree. Taking down the tree is a different matter. Anyways, back to this box. You're probably asking, where's the creepy part, Ashley? This isn't creepy. Well, you just hold on to your sleigh bells because here comes the creepy part. You see this gingerbread man? Well, he's seen some things. Because what is this? Am I adding bones to the fireplace? Why would there be bones in the fireplace, you ask? No, Santa didn't fall down the fireplace, but maybe he's pushing the naughty kids down there. You know, you go visit Santa, and then if he deems you naughty, you just go down the chute into the fire. Or, you know, at least until the fire runs out of batteries because I'm an idiot and he can't change the battery. Ooh, but Santa needs a naughty list. And so I just randomly selected names. Don't read into it. They mean nothing. Probably. I mean, unless your name's on there. Have you been naughty? Dang it. I should have put my husband's name on there for not letting me get my circle window. Look, Santa's got 3 of them. I can't even have one. Anyways, so I kind of picture Santa as an upcycler. You know, he can't let all that meat go to waste. It's going down the chimney, so why not cook them into Christmas pies? He's like a Christmas Sweeney Todd. Although Sweeney Todd never made pies. I think that was Miss Lovitz. But I assume Santa's not making his own pies either. I think that's the elves. I mean, what does Santa do besides deliver the presents? Does he make any presents? Do the elves get paid? Where does Santa get money? I mean, I guess all the more reason to upcycle because Santa's got to be on a budget. And don't give me this bull turkey that Santa gives the elves Christmas magic or peppermints or something, because you know that the elves are making the Christmas magic and the peppermints. And unless the currency is way different in the North Pole, I don't think you can live on Christmas magic and peppermints alone. Oh, and then here are the workshop tools, just normal, regular tools that you would find in an elves workshop, right? There's nothing weird about them. And then somehow I'm always making a foot for these boxes. But this time I am hanging it over the fireplace because it's a stocking foot. Get it? Although now I kind of wish that I had done a stocking and with a foot inside of it instead of just like a straight foot above the fireplace. But whatever, we're moving on. And now I'm just adding some trinkets for some regular toys. Look, I would love to do all creepy toys, but my brain is tired. But like, honestly, where else am I going to use a rocking horse trinket? It worked perfectly here. And it's not Christmas without a few presents. Look, just pretend that the presents are filled with creepy things, okay? They're creepy presents. You can't tell. I mean, I did make one out of match boxes, so, you know, go play with matches, kids. I mean, don't go play with matches. Don't quote me on that. I don't need a weird lawsuit that said that Ashley told kids to go play with matches, because I did not. That clip was taken out of context. Okay, and then I have another trinket here, and he kind of looks like the Michelin Man. Is that the right guy? He's made out of tires. He kind of looks like he's made out of marshmallows, but tire marshmallows? I don't know. I painted him like an elf, and I just stuck him in. And then I thought some rolls of wrapping paper would be good, so I just painted some paper and then put them right next to the fireplace, and that's not a fire hazard at all. Don't worry about it. Look, if OSHA shows up, they have other things to worry about than paper stored next to a fireplace. And then I added this bloody pig. You know, totally normal things inside of a Santa workshop. So since I screwed up the battery part, I'm just gonna give away this box to somebody in my TikTok comments. So just follow me and leave a comment, and I'll randomly choose somebody. But look, there's a lot of accounts that are posing as me, so make sure it's actually my account messaging you if you win. I'll notify the winner by December 20th. But thanks for watching. Bye. So I was looking at my baby cage the other day. You know, my cage full of baby heads. Look, that's not that weird to have. Ooh, Margaret, cover yourself. So I was thinking it was about time that I did something with these heads. Maybe I should cut it in half and do like one of those medical head things where you can see the brain and whatever inside. But then I was like, that's kind of boring. So maybe I should do something a little funner. But first I have to mount the head onto a plaque so it stands upright. But I don't want to look at that ugly hot glue, so I covered that up with another plaque. Now for the inside of the head. But watch me do magic. Bam! Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm super magical. Okay, I just installed a floor and now I gotta fill my head with stuff. It's a good thing I have a box full of stuff that my mom forced upon me to take. I'm not complaining. I love stuff. So now let's stuff this circuit board into the head of this baby. That's not a weird phrase at all. Anyway, so I'm thinking that this head is gonna be full of gears and like electrical, I don't know, whatever this thing is. Mostly because that's the stuff I have. But also because it's like our brain is a computer full of wires and things and a bell. I don't know why the bell's there. Oh, because it represents the jingles that won't leave our head. Okay, no, seriously, my head plays Banana Phone like 24/7. Do not look it up. It'll be stuck in your head forever too. Save yourself. Anyways, so then I thought maybe, you know, heads need a lot of gears, but I accidentally super glued this one and now it won't move anymore. So I took it out and tried to get all the glue off with rubbing alcohol, which did not work. So I soaked it in baby oil. I mean, what else would you soak your baby gears in? WD-40? Okay, maybe I should have used that. Anyways, we moved on and now I'm adding hair to my baby. I mean, I guess it's not really a baby head. It could be just a human head. Not that babies aren't human. That's not what I meant. Or is it? No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, so then I went on to the bottom floor of my head and I added a spring and support beams. I think we all could use some support in our head, right? Some moral support. I don't know. Ooh, and then I added a mirror for self-reflection. And then I immediately covered up that mirror with a gear because not everybody's capable of self-reflection. And then I was thinking everybody has a moral compass, although this compass doesn't work. So I guess our moral compass is broken. You know what? It's more what it symbolizes than anything. Oh my gosh. Are we making the head of a psychopath? No, because a psychopath wouldn't have a moral compass to begin with. It would just be a missing part. Oh, and look at that. The gear came back. It doesn't move quite as freely as it used to, but you know, I know a lot of people that have sluggish gears and they're mostly fine. Ooh, and then I added this light bulb on the top so that it could have all the bright ideas. See what I did there? And then I put makeup on my baby because it was an ugly baby and it needed makeup. Could you imagine if we put makeup on real babies? That would be terrible. Anyways, I'm done. Here's my doll head with all its innards. Now let's do the second one. So I need to get out all my junk things out of my junk containers. I'm thinking silk flowers, plastic toys, gotta have some treasure, plastic crud, and last but not least, stuff I'll never use. Spoiler, I don't end up using any of this stuff in here. So it is accurately named. All right, so the last doll head, I did more like gears, and this time I'm thinking more like creativity and spontaneous fun. I don't know if that's a theme, but that's what we're going with. So the other side is like the technical mind, and this is like the creative mind. I know, it's so original. So I'm gonna add some flowers, but this flower wasn't quite red enough, so I painted it. Next, I'm gonna add an elephant for like the elephant in the room. Maybe like for intrusive thoughts, I'm not sure. And then I thought these little dangly things were kind of cute, so I added them to the top, but they're kind of going the wrong direction, so I tried to melt them the right direction. It didn't really work, but it kind of worked. And then I thought, what is our head missing? Shards of glass. Because, you know, every head needs some glass shards. Those are like the sharp thoughts in your brain, you know, like sharp as in smart. I think, doesn't sharp mean smart? Yeah, it does. I don't know, maybe I'm not very sharp. Oh, but every brain needs some heart so you can make heart decisions. You know, you lead with your heart. I'm like 72% sure that that's a phrase. And then we got to add grass so that you can touch grass in your mind in case you can't get outside. Honestly, I'm just justifying all of my artistic choices in this one. But you know what? That matches the theme pretty well because this is supposed to be the artistic creative side, right? So I don't have to justify my choices to you. It looked pretty and that's why I did it. This flocking on the head of this baby kind of reminds me of some movie that I watched where this guy used a shaker for his head to cover up his bald spot. I don't remember what movie that was. Anyways, then I covered my baby with paint and wiped it off so that it would, I don't know, tint it somehow. Ooh, and then I added a baby mohawk because all babies need mohawks, right? I mean, the coolest babies have baby mohawks made out of grass. And then I dipped this butterfly wing in resin a really long time ago because I was really into jewelry making and then I wasn't into jewelry making. Look, I've had a million hobbies and jewelry making was just one of them. I drop hobbies like I do fries. Or wait, is it flies? That doesn't make sense. I drop fries into my mouth, like a lot of them. And I've had a lot of hobbies. Anyways, oh, look at that. I'm done. What do you guys think? And which one's your favorite? I think I like the gearhead better, but that's just me. So I bought this clock at Savers for $5.49. Seriously, why do they have to put the sticker on the front? You could put it anywhere else but the front. Luckily, we're not using the glass, but I still have this weird compulsion to peel the sticker. Do you get that way too? I love peeling stickers. Anyways, I thought this clock would be perfect for an Alice in Wonderland scene. And since I can't freehand a spiral, I cut a template out and I'm gluing it to the back of my clock. I started to paint it, but it wasn't showing up very well, so then I just used spray paint. Oh yeah, did you see that transition? You're getting very sleepy and you'll like my video. I don't know what that was. Okay, so I painted it purple and then pink, and then I covered up all the purple with some green because my art planning skills are terrible. Look, I don't plan my art out ahead of time. It just happens. So since this is Alice in Wonderland, we're gonna need mushrooms, obviously. And if you know me, you know I like a mushroom. And my first idea was to make them glow in the dark with this powder, but it doesn't really show up. So I end up just painting over it. Next, my clock hole could use some love. So I'm just adding some leaves around the rim. Look how satisfying this is. Oh yeah, that looks good. Now I just rub it down with some white powder. It gives it a nice shimmer. So I have these centerpieces that I made for my wedding years ago. You know, back when mason jars were super popular. I mean, are you really surprised that I hoarded the jars for my wedding? Look, there's little lights in them and I can reuse the lights because it's really dark in my clock hole and I need my clock hole to be lit. And then I added some plants around the edges. Okay, now that our hole is nice and planty, can you guess what I'm making? No, it's not a shrimp, although it really looks like a shrimp. But look, I'm adding arms. Shrimp don't have, well, they do have arms, but it's a caterpillar. There's no shrimp in Alice in Wonderland. Come on. Oh, look how cute he is. Okay, but he needs a little hookah thing. Isn't it weird the amount of drug use in Alice in Wonderland for a kid's book? I mean, I get it. It was a different time, but still. Oh, hold on. Check this out. I'm using the backs of earrings for the top and the little side straw thing. I don't know what it's called. I've never seen one of these in real life. I don't even know if this is accurate, but I'm pretty sure it's close enough. And then I glued the little straw part, and there's our caterpillar. Okay, so the top I was gonna make like clouds with this fuzzy stuff, but it kind of looked cheap and fake, so I took it out. And I'm just gonna add moss all around the hole, but it's getting a little too mossy in there, if you know what I mean. So I'll just mix it up with a little variety of plants. And then we're gonna need a table. So I made this one out of wood and clay, but our table can't be empty, that'd be boring. Luckily, I have these teacups from the last Alice project I did. And look at the little tea container and the little teaspoon, look at it. Ooh, our clock needs a clock. You're getting very sleepy. You're gonna press the follow button. Oh, that was weird. I don't know why that keeps happening. Anyway, so now that our table's nice and cluttered, because who has a clean table, I just add it into the clock. Okay, my favorite character from Alice is the Cheshire Cat. And look, it's a seahorse. Yay! Or whatever seahorses say. Just kidding, it's gonna be a Cheshire Cat, watch. Dear sir, your eyes are too big. I know cat eyes would be better here, but I ran out of cat eyes. So we're just going with creepy human eyes. And apparently creepy is the theme for this cat because you just wait, it gets creepier. Look at that face. It's like staring into your soul. Oh, creepy. I'm just adding them to the top. And here's his, whoops, get back up here. As I was saying, here's his body. And there's Emily being a nuisance. So these teeth aren't helping this cat be any less creepy. But you know, the Cheshire Cat's kind of creepy anyway, so it kind of works. And then I just slathered him in paint and added a little hat because he's a sophisticated kitty. And then here's the finished product. Ooh, check out these lights. And then here's what it looks like in the black light, which I think is my favorite. And then in the dark. What do you guys think? I know, let's play a game. I'm calling it, let's see what art Ashley can make out of the junk inside of Bertha. Because Bertha is what I call my junk drawer. Because she Bertha some junk. I don't know. Look, it's time, Bertha. We need to clean you out. And ignore my living situation. We are painting and it's a mess. Kind of like this drawer. Okay, I thought the simple thing would be to just take the drawer out. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I'm putting you in my junk drawer. It's like a POV of my junk. Anyways, I thought it'd be simple to take this drawer completely out. But Bertha put up a fight. And who can blame her? This is some good junk. Excuse me, Bertha, while I rip all your junk out of your drawer, handful by handful. Holy cow, look at that pile of stuff. That's a whole lot of stuff that I have to organize. Here, I found hand sanitizer. You can go with your friends over here with the other hand sanitizer. Why do I have so many hand sanitizers? And a nose? I don't know where that came from. How many Allen wrenches is too many Allen wrenches? Or furthermore, how many box cutters do you need? And if you think that's impressive, look at my screwdriver collection. It just keeps going. All right, let's get to organizing. Lucky for you, we have the power of cutscenes to make it faster. Took me like 3 hours, but whatever. It's organized and now it's time to get to the art. To start off, I was thinking I could put this egg in this tape dispenser and maybe like put something in it. We could light up the egg. No. Okay. I have this empty thread spool and I was thinking candle holder. Yeah, but that's not going to use up much junk. So then I got this box out, which is the only thing that didn't come out of Bertha. I don't know. Maybe we can put some shelves in it and put some little clutter inside. But what makes a great shelf? This ruler will, but we got to sand it because paint doesn't stick to plastic. And voila, shelf. Okay, but one shelf is boring. We need at least two. So these are like little plastic tips that go on my cat's claws, but they always fell off, so I never really used them. But the plastic container makes a great shelf. Unfortunately, is also made out of plastic and I need to sand it. Did you see that? Look at that transition. And then I made this bracelet like 100 years ago out of twine and it ended up in Bertha. So we'll just use it for little decorative things. But I'm also using the scissors from Bertha and they suck. I don't even know why we still have them. They should be in the trash. Actually, they would have been in the trash, except I need them to finish my trash art. And then I'm just using a makeup brush and a glasses cloth to make a little curtain. And here we are again with these terrible scissors. Look at it. Look how dull these are. They're cutting nothing. All right, we'll just fold it over and I'll pin it with a few safety pins. And I'm thinking that's not gonna hold very well. So we're gonna have to sew it. Unfortunately, the thread spool was empty, but there's some thread tangled up in here. I'm telling you, everything in this art piece is gonna be from Bertha, except the box. Unfortunately, Bertha only had one super dull needle. It doesn't even want to poke through the glasses cloth at all. It's so dull. It's so bad. I really wanted to get another needle, but I wanted to stick with it. I'm only going to use stuff from Bertha. I mean, minus the paint. Unfortunately, Bertha wasn't harboring any paint in her drawers. But look, I did it. I made cute little curtains. Now let's put them in the box. Look, we can hide all our junk behind the curtain. Maybe the curtain will get a name like Bertha. Bruce, Bob, Belinda. Anyways, so then I found this, I don't know what it is, but hopefully my husband doesn't need it because I'm going to make it into art. But look at that, it holds a marble pretty well. And this tangled thread makes a really good decorative thing around it. Just add some lines of paint. Oh, look at that marble, it's so cute. I don't know what it is, but it can go right in the corner. And then I found whatever this is, and whatever that is, just some junk, I guess. And I painted it and made them into like a little container. Look at it, it looks like a little, I don't know, pill bottle maybe? It can go in the other corner. And then I got these thumbtacks, and I think I was just thinking about spools of thread and how they're empty. And I wanted to make my own little spools of thread, but we'll fill these with actual thread. I got a little green one. We can put it right next to the pill bottle. And now I'm gonna make a little red one with these ribbons instead of the thread. Yep, we got a little yellow ribbon, and it shall also go on the shelf. Okay, back to these cat claws, because they're kind of really cool, and I feel like we could do something really neat with them. So I cut all the tips off of them. That way there'd be a hole through them all. And I strung them onto a paper clip. That way it kind of looks like, I don't know, bones on some sort of display. I think that was the idea behind that. It sort of looks like a spinal column, and then here's a little baby spinal column. Baby spinal column. Baby spinal column. That's hard to say. Okay, and then I took a button and a spray bottle cap and the rest of this paper clip, and I'm gonna make like a little terrarium? No, I think it's called a cleche. Cloche? You know, a little protective cage for your trinkets. And then I have this bird made out of resin that I made, and I don't know why it ended up in Bertha, but it did. And it's a good thing because it can go right in the back. And then this is the cap off of a pencil sharpener that looked like a Lego. I don't know what happened to the rest of the pencil sharpener, but we just had the cap. So I thought it looked like a little tray. And I figured we could put little flowers inside made out of ribbon. You know, like a tray that you would have in a greenhouse. I think that's a thing, trays in greenhouses. It seems like we're going very greenhousey. Or garden shed like. Ooh, maybe it's a she shed. What would you put in a she shed if you had a she shed to put stuff in? My she shed would definitely have a circle window. Even though this she shed doesn't, mine would. Ooh, and then I had these silicone beads because I collect them. Don't ask. But look, they're black. I've never seen that. They're always white. It sort of looks like dirt, which goes great with our theme. You know, our she shed theme, because that's what we're going with now, because I said it and that's what we're doing. So I'm just making like little dirt boxes that we can grow stuff in. And then here's some red cat claw tips. But I thought they'd make really cute flowers, so that's what I'm doing. And I'm melting them into place, although they aren't really melting very well. But we'll just add them anyway. Look, they look like real flowers, sort of. You know, if flowers were made out of plastic cat claw tips. But it's still cute, look. All right, next I had these erasers. Well, actually they're my daughter's erasers. Don't worry, she's got like 100. Oh no, did you see that? I spilled the thing everywhere. It's okay, we'll just wipe it away and forget about it. Anyway, so back to this eraser. I was thinking we could do like a chia pet. Look, I'm using the string to add the chia part. And then it needs a little haircut. I'm gonna be honest, I did break out the good scissors for this because I didn't want to mess up our chia pet. Look how cute he is. And then I'm just painting him gray so he looks like, I don't know, stone. What are chia pets made out of? Clay? All right, now this side needs a little more dirt. And since we already have dirt everywhere else, I might as well just shake it out here. Okay, let's add some little seedlings to our dirt on this side. Look at little tiny thread seedlings. But you know what? Those seedlings need a cover because they're just babies. So I'm using the other side of the cat claw container to cover our seedlings. And then I made this hanger forever ago. I don't know why. I just felt like making a hanger. Haven't you ever felt like making random things? No, just me? Okay. But I'm gonna cut it apart and make it into a tiny pair of scissors. Boop, boop, boop. Just booping it with my hammer and adding it to our she shed. All right, next, there's not enough mold in our shed. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. I just feel like she sheds should have mold. And what else should she sheds have is mushrooms made out of bolts. Look at that. I'm painting the bolt. It's a mushroom. It's so cute. Tell me that's not cute. Don't lie to me. It's freaking adorable. Next, I took some of the plastic from the cat claw container and I glued it onto the makeup brush plastic part. Then I painted it and made it into a little trowel. I know it's hard to see. These angles are terrible. I am working upstairs instead of in my studio, which means the camera angles are terrible. I'm sorry. And then I made this little shrinky dink sushi thing a long time ago and it ended up in Bertha. So I just glued it on. Okay, and I'm done. Except I'm not. Let me explain. So that's the last of the junk I'm adding, but I really thought that I could step this box up a little bit if I could just add a little bit from my studio that's not from Bertha. Because look at these leaves. Are these not cute? They're perfect for our she shed, and these corners, they just make the box a little bit more fancy. But that's it. That's the only thing that's not from the junk drawer. So I think I did pretty good here. And then I gave the outside a nice coat of green to match everything else. And then, okay, I did add these other corners, but those are just fancy corners. They don't count, do they? But I had trouble with this nail. Look how small this little nail is. It does not want to stand up on its own. If anybody has any suggestions on how to keep this nail from falling over, I mean, I did eventually figure it out. I smashed my fingers a few times doing it, but all in all, it was worth it. It makes it look fancier. And let's just add the glass back in. Hold on, we got to paint these corners. Okay, that's much better. What do you guys think? Do you think I did okay with what I had? I know, I wish I would have included the egg too, but we don't always get what we want, but we can try sometimes. And then we'll find that Bertha is clean. Oh man, Bertha's dirty again. Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye. In this next section, I upcycle old makeup compacts into art. Do you hoard things that you know that you're not going to use? For me, it's these makeup compacts. I don't know, maybe they feel like little circle windows to me because apparently I've been unable to throw them away. This is like years worth of makeup. All right, Ashley, we can't hoard everything, so it's either use them or lose them. So let's make them into art. But first, I'm not sponsored by any kind of makeup company, so I got to take this logo off. Hey, I'm open. If you want to sponsor me to make your makeup into art, let's talk. What do you mean? Nobody wants to sponsor me to make their brand creepy? I am flabbergasted. No, I'm just kidding. I saw that coming. All right, next I pop out the tray and paint it blue. I do paint over it later. Oh, look at that. There's your Emily tax. Would it even be an Ashley video without an Emily? Okay, now that we've been interrupted, let's get back. So when I look at the circle mirror in the compact, I think of like a portal. And like maybe that portal would take you to different lands. And this portal goes to a swamp. Or maybe it's just a graveyard. Either way, we're gonna add a skull. So I guess somebody died here. Unfortunately, in my excitement to add the skull, I added it a little too early because it would have been so much easier to work on this top if I could lay it flat. But no, now there's a stupid skull in the way. Do I plan things out? Is that not evident yet? No, I don't. There's no planning involved. Anyways, so I have these bricks that I molded out of hot glue. It was for a project a really long time ago and I had them left over, so I just used them to make little stepping stones. And to reinforce our swampiness, or maybe graveyardiness, depending on what we're going for. I added some moss around the edges. But what are our stepping stones stepping over? That's right, water, or more accurately, swamp juices. And I want my swamp juices to glow, so I added some glow powder. And I just put the light on to harden it. And look at that, it looks perfect. Oh no, we got a bubble. That's right, maybe we can cover it with some leaves. Or if we don't cover it, we can at least distract from it. Because I don't know why I'm putting leaves over here when the bubble is clearly over there, Ashley. Seriously, get your act together. What are you doing? Do you not know you're on camera? Stop it. You look like a fool. I mean, the leaf looked like a fool. It's the leaf's fault. So it's looking pretty good. Yeah, it's definitely feeling more swampy now with our glowing swamp juices. Anyways, I added a few finishing touches, and to secure our lids together, I smashed clay between them. But in order for our portal to be a vertical portal instead of a horizontal portal, I super glued the hinge. So I was thinking maybe this portal is actually a portal to a significant event rather than like a specific place. Or maybe portals only open when something happens that shouldn't have. Like it rips into the fabric of time and space and makes a portal. I know, maybe the owner of the skull, her, not breathing anymore, is what caused the portal to open. Or maybe the portal opening is what caused her to not be breathing anymore. I don't know. Which one's creepier? Maybe it's a little bit of both. Maybe she was supposed to save the planet, but instead she fell into the swamp when a portal opened up behind her. Portals opening are startling, I assume. And now she can't save the planet anymore because she drowned. Or maybe the swamp ate her. Maybe this is acid. Swampy acid. Anyways, if she couldn't save the world, then it would have caused the portal to open because that's what she was supposed to do. And that caused her to fall into the swamp and die. Okay, it's a paradox. But you know what? Maybe only paradoxes are what caused the portals to open. That's right, we figured it out. Plot hole fixed, sort of. Maybe don't think about it too much because I'm about to throw in another twist. Look at these things going into her eye sockets. That's right, this isn't just a normal swamp. It's got glowing swamp juices that reanimate you, maybe? Yes, that reanimate you. So my question is, if she's about to reanimate, does the portal close? Maybe we won't think about that. Instead, let's think about freaking bats. Look at my freaking bats. That's right, I'm making a freaking bat chain around my freaking swamp hole. Sorry about the colorful language. I got excited about my swamp hole. It happens. Schwab bang. That's right, we couldn't have a video without a transition. Okay, so if a portal is just a magical circle window, what other magical circle windows should I make? Because I still have a whole bunch of these compacts left. Ooh, I could do an ocean or a forest. Oh, I could do the 5 different manas in Magic. But hold up, look at it in the dark. Check out my glowing swamp juices. But hold on to your butts, everybody, because I'm about to do another compact. That's right, I'm doing 2 art projects in one video. It's a 2-for-1. And here's the second compact. Okay, so here's the thing. I thought the first one was missing octopuses. I know. I'm sure you were all yelling at me, where's the octopus, Ashley? Well, maybe I can get it right this time, so let's try it again, shall we? And since I still haven't found a makeup sponsor to sponsor me, I'm missing out, I gotta get rid of this logo. But it's proving a lot tougher than the last one, so I just sanded the fudge out of it. There, that's better. Now we gotta frame our circle window here and paint it, but that's really boring, so I'm gonna speed through it. Okay, now that it's painted, we can't see through this window. And what good is a circle window if you can't see through it? Maybe if we put a layer of resin on top, we'll be able to see through it. Ooh, look at that, it worked. I was only like 23% sure that would work. So now I'm gonna paint it some more and add some dye. What, it's just my box of dyes. What other type of dye? Please don't demonetize me. So now I'm painting the inside and adding these plants. I mean, I don't know if I told you, but I'm making an ocean. That's right, we're doing a portal ocean. An ocean circle? A sea portal. So I guess this would be seaweed. And I've had this mermaid forever. I've just never found a good place to use her until now. All right, Ariel, look lively. It's your time to shine. Ariel? No, Ariel! Guys, I'm a little worried about Ariel. I think she may have died of old age, but she's not complete without her sea shackles. I mean, we don't want her to get away, even though she's a skeleton. I don't know. Anyways, now we add the water, the resin water. Honestly, I love this stuff. I've never really used it before, and it's really nice to be able to harden it right away. And it makes things all shiny. And I like shiny things. Okay, so now I've got to do the inside, which you know is going to be a beach, with this being an ocean portal. Sorry, a sea portal. So I got my boring rocks out and made a little sea cliff. Every sea beach needs a sea cliff. That way you can fling yourself off of it, in case that's something you want to do. And then I added little footprints coming out of the, well, okay, we're going to add water. Hold your horses. First, we got to get all the little details, like these little sticks sticking out of the ground. And whatever this is. Okay, honestly, I was going to make this into a sandcastle, but it didn't really work out, okay? Now it just looks like a pillar sticking out of the ground, which could work. It could be from an old dock. We don't know. The one time I've been to an ocean beach, I feel like it was full of sea trash. I don't know. I was too busy almost drowning and getting the worst sunburn of my life. But like Bruno, we don't talk about that. We're just gonna move on and talk about, look at my sand. Doesn't my sand look real? Oh, and here comes that octopus. Told you I wouldn't forget this time. This video now with 100% more octopuses. Really, that's what I strive for anyway. I mean, we already got the circle window. Sorry, circle C portal. Speaking of the portal, in my last video, I said that the portal only opens when a paradox happens, but I'm not a good enough writer, or should I say a story come upper? I think that's a word. Anyways, I'm not good enough to come up with a story about a beach and a paradox, and my brain hurts. So we're gonna change it up. And I'm just gonna say that this sea monster has been terrorizing this beach for years, maybe even decades. But nobody can figure out where it came from or where it goes, hence the portal, because we're talking about space octopuses coming through the portal from another world, because where else would octopuses come from? They're such weird creatures, they can only be alien. But this space octopus has been causing complete mayhem on the beach, you know, popping beach balls and kicking sand in people's faces, stealing lunches, dang lunch stealers. Oh, look at that. I'm actually adding people to my miniatures. However, they're not painted very well, so I'm repainting her and updating her swimsuit. However, the guy that I was gonna add, his skin color looks a little weird. He looks a little jaundice. Jaundice? I don't know. He looked yellow, so I changed him. But also his legs are in a weird shape, so I'm gonna maybe try to cut them apart a little more. Let's just say his body was not beach ready yet. Not that I'm body shaming. He can be whatever weird melted shape he wants to be. But, you know, we talked and he agreed, so luckily he's got his girlfriend with him, and that's why I'm changing his swimsuit to red, because they're one of those cute couples that match swimsuits, and she's running up to tell him that, hey, there's a giant octopus in the sea. Ooh, but hold on, look at my textured waves. Aren't those cool? All right, I thought they were cool. I don't know. Hey, Emily, I need that back. Emily, quit trying to yank my chain. And here comes the cutest little boop. Boop. All right, so then I wrapped the base and chain with some help from Emily. And I think it gives it that like nautical feel. I don't know, maybe. Once I tarnished it and made it look old, it looked more nautical-y, I think. But then I was thinking, you know what? We're still lacking octopuses here. We could really use one more octopus, and let's go big. Maybe our pesky lunch-stealing octopus is just a angsty teenager who ran away from home, and now his mom is coming to get him. How embarrassing. But you know, she's not happy. She had to leave hot yoga for this, and now she's ready to parent, and she doesn't care what kind of pesky humans get in her way. In fact, she turns into a real kraken. That's what octopuses call their Karens. Or I assume. I guess I don't speak space octopus. But you know, now that Junior has opened the portal, we all have to face the wrath of the mama kraken. I don't know. I don't know where the story's going. Honestly, I just wanted to make an octopus. And now I have, and there she is. And what do you guys think? And what other things should I make out of compacts? Also, don't forget to subscribe if you want to. No pressure. Okay, thanks, bye. We're adding lights this time. Oh, hi. If you haven't met me, I'm Ashley, and I make art out of trash. Well, okay, lately I've only been making art out of one trash, and that's my old makeup compacts. Because look, I'm a mild hoarder, and I couldn't throw these away. They're like little circle windows, and now I have a ton of them. And so here we are, adding lights to trash. But you know what? By the end, you'll probably forget that it's trash anyways. At least that's what I'm hoping. We'll see. And I do have to apologize about the background. I thought I was being clever by matching the background with the art, but it just makes the art harder to see. Don't worry, at some point I realize that and I change it to a different color, but it's embarrassingly far into the video. Anyways, with that being said, the art that I'm making is red. Well, I mean, duh, Ashley. They know that, unless they're colorblind. But more specifically, I'm gonna make lava. Look, I'm just adding the lava now. Well, okay, they're tiny shards of glass, but they kind of look like lava, right? Oh, and Neutrogena is still not sponsoring me, so I gotta get rid of this logo. If you've seen my other compact videos, I just sand it and then cover it with resin. I know, boring. So instead of watching, you could look away and just listen to my lava jokes, because I lava to laugh. What? I thought that joke was hot. In fact, some would say it was magma-efficient. All right, that didn't really make sense. Okay, maybe I'm forcing these jokes too much. I'll just let it flow, like a lava flow. Oh, Emily, are you here to interrupt? Erupt? Get it? Erupt? All right, Ashley, you're blowing it. You're losing the people. They're saying volcano to this video. Okay, I swear, that's it. I'm done. Hopefully you guys are still here, even though my jokes are fire. Wait, no, come back. That was the last one, I swear. No more. I'm getting back to the art right now. So if you saw, I put rocks around my portal, and now I just painted them black. And this is the exciting part. I'm gonna make a volcano, but we want our lights to shine through the volcano. So I'm using these leftover pieces of clear plastic that I found in the trash to form our volcano. That's right, we're adding trash to our trash. And now I'm just melting our trash into a more volcano-y shape because we like volcano-y shaped volcanoes, obviously. You know what, I think volcano is one of those words that loses meaning if you keep saying it. It's also really hard, see, watch. Volcano, 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 Okay, you try. Anyways, I covered my volcano in red and yellow cellophane. That way, when that really ugly blue light shines through, it will be red and yellow instead. Because even though blue magma would be really cool. Actually, I like that. I should have done it blue and like purple or neon green magma. Dang it, I should have done green. Although I don't think you would get volcano out of that. I think it would look more like a sewer erupted, which is really gross. Although if you think about it, why is sewer sludge always depicted as green? That makes zero sense. Shouldn't it be brown? Or maybe a yellow? I don't know. Okay, so if I did green, it would almost look like that movie with the bunny that... Oh, Roger Rabbit. It would seem more like Roger Rabbit's sewer. Are they in the sewer? I'm not sure that they are in the sewer. They're definitely in some sort of warehouse, maybe. But it would look like that stuff. And that's not what we're going for. We're going for a volcano. That's why I made it boring volcano colors and not green. Ooh, look at that. It looks pretty cool. But it definitely needs something around the edge. Like a volcano skirt? Sure, why not? It's a volcano skirt. I mean, it kind of looks like an elephant foot, but if you don't think about it, it doesn't, so stop it. Get all forms of elephant feet out of your head. Shwa-bam. There, now that it's painted, you can't say that that looks like an elephant foot, can you? No, it can only be a lava portal. Anyways, I'm done. Oh, look at it in the dark. What do you guys think? And don't leave yet because I have another compact to show you. And here it is right now. What do carnivals and compacts have in common besides lots of C's? Well, we're about to find out because this is going to be a cursed carnival compact creation. Say that 10 times fast. So I guess this is like my life now. I make art out of old makeup compacts because this is my 4th one. Not that I'm counting. Maybe I should give this series a name, even though I may have run this series into the ground already because I don't know how much interest you still have in compact videos. But I guess we'll find out with this video. So no time like the end of the series to come up with a name. Okay, hold on. How about cursed compacts? Creepy compacted curses? No. How about trash to terror? You know, usually it's trash to treasure, but since it's scary, it's terror. I don't know if anyone's gonna get that. I'll work on it and get back to you on the name. I mean, unless this is my last video in the series, then, you know, you can name it whatever you want. Anywho, back to this art. So as I said in the beginning, I'm gonna make a carnival inside this compact. Crazy, right? But every good carnival has a roller coaster. Wait, do they? Or is that more amusement parks? You know what? Maybe it's like a creepy tunnel ride. You know, like those really cheesy haunted houses where you sit in the cart and it like blows fake smoke at you. But our carnival is not like a normal carnival. It's abandoned. Thus why the track is broken. You see, the haunted tunnel ride is actually haunted with real ghosts. But check out this cart. It's flying through the air, which let me tell you is not a feature of the ride. That could only happen in a haunted carnival or a really run down carnival. Or I guess not run down, but like abandoned. I don't know. I haven't decided if our carnival is run down or just straight up abandoned. I think run down would be creepier in real life because you're still riding the rides and there's a higher possibility of injury. However, being abandoned would make a better story. So we're gonna go with that. And look at my little brick retaining wall. Retaining wall. Yeah, look at my brick wall. Isn't it cute? And look at this little path. Oh, and you know what else is cute? These little succulents, which are gonna be plants, okay? They're plants, not succulents. I mean, come on, if they were succulents, they'd be way too big for our park. Who's ever heard of a 10-foot succulent? And because abandoned things don't ever get, you know, taken care of, I gotta add the weeds. I mean, unless there's a ghost groundskeeper that's mowing the lawn, which I doubt it. That only happens in Scooby-Doo. And even then, they're not real ghosts. They're always in a mask, right? Because ghosts can't touch anything. So anyways, while I'm adding all these weeds and whatever, let's make up a story for this abandoned amusement park. Okay, so back like, we'll just say, I don't know, 50 years ago, the amusement park, which I guess we're calling Fun Zone now. See the sign? Well, the owner of Fun Zone decided that it needed a mascot. And I don't know, what's a good mascot? An octopus. Okay, so the mascot of Fun Zone is an octopus, and we'll just call him Ollie the Octopus. Okay, so Ollie the Octopus, he brought in tons more guests. Everybody wanted to see Ollie the Octopus, especially because he could operate multiple rides with all his tentacles. And he could serve ice cream at the same time. And everything was looking really good for Fun Zone. Ollie was happy, the customers were happy. Fun Zone was making tons of money. But eventually people got tired of Ollie. He ran his course, people had already seen him. And the owner of Fun Zone, he decided that he needed a new attraction to attract the people. So he opened up a brand new ride, something that has never been done before. He opened up a portal to another dimension, which is the circle mirror in the compact. But hold up, look at my little bench. See its little feet? Is that not cute? Anyway, so back to the story. When the owner of Fun Zone, okay, he needs a name. We'll just call him Preston. Preston the portal opener. So when Preston opened up the portal to another dimension as an attraction, which, spoiler alert, was a really bad idea, because lightning came out of the portal and struck Ollie the octopus right in the head, which is super tragic. But hold on, you gotta look at my little trash can that I'm putting little trash pieces in. That's pretty cute, right? You gotta admit that's kind of cute. You know, for an abandoned amusement park anyway. And look at this little plant. That's also adorable. It's a little adorable abandoned plant. Pat, pat. Anyways, back to the story. Where were we? Ollie gets struck in the head with dimensional portal lightning. That's right. Okay, so he gets struck, and do you think Ollie passed away? No way, that would make for a boring story. It turned Ollie into a zombopus. You know, a zombie octopus? Which is the scariest type of zombie. I mean, just imagine it. All those arms that could grab. Although octopuses don't really have claws, so it's not like they can scratch people to turn them into zombies. So maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But they do have beaks. Or I should say they have a beak. So I don't know. Maybe a zombie octopus would be scary. Maybe it wouldn't be. But in our story, it was scary. And Ollie the octopus scared everybody away or ate them. Or I guess turned them into zombies. I don't know. Where am I going with this story? I don't know. Do you think I plan my stories ahead of time? No, I just ramble until my ramblings become some sort of story. Coherent or not. Usually not. But anyways, look at my Ferris wheel. Isn't that cute? And you know what's even better? I don't have to be perfect because it's an abandoned Ferris wheel. So, you know, if it looks a little wonky, it's fine. It's meant to be that way. Yeah, totally meant to do it. Anyway, so that after Ollie drove all the people away and Preston, you remember the owner of Fun Zone, I don't know, that was a while ago, you might have forgotten. Well, he never closed the portal. So there's just this portal that's open in the abandoned amusement park. And so all sorts of strange happenings come out of that portal and cause mayhem in this park. And so when the teenagers, you know the teenagers go to abandoned parks because what else is there to do as a teenager? They end up getting haunted and it causes a plague of hauntings throughout the town. I don't know where we're going. Anyways, look at that, I'm done. Check out my abandoned amusement park portal. What do you guys think? And hold on, before you leave, don't forget I have a book coming out, links in my bio, and subscribe and do all those things. Okay, thanks for watching, bye! Should I stop hoarding random things to make into questionable art? Yeah, probably, but not today because I'm gonna do another compact. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. In my last video, I had difficulty with this label and everybody said to use acid tone. Acid tone? I don't know, whatever it's called, but it really did work. Sort of. I mean, I guess I can still kind of see it, but that's okay. It's nothing that sandpaper can't fix. But I know what you're saying. You're saying, oh no, now we can't see through the compact and we're going to need to be able to see through it because we're going to be putting art and junk in there or something. Well, you just don't worry your biscuits about it because I'm going to cover it in this resin and the resin gets into all the little cracks. I don't know what you would call the little, rough patches. Yeah, and it makes it clear. And yes, I should be wearing gloves, but don't worry, I'm being very careful. Dang, bubble. Bloop. And then we just harden it with our little light doohickeys. And look at that, it's nice and clear-ish. You know what, it's clear enough, but this is too shiny. So I dirty it up with some browns. And because I don't have time to wait for paint to dry, I use my heat gun to dry it. Okay, now to add the questionable art. Luckily, I have 2 boxes of questionable art right here. What makes them questionable? We don't know where this meat came from. It's a mystery. In fact, you could call it mystery meat. But I'm sure it's not human. I don't know. Don't look too hard. There might be a few fingers and a heart and a tongue, but who can say? I don't know. It could be beef. I'm sure beef has fingers. Anyways, moving on. Next we squish our balls together because we need something to capture our mystery meat inside of our container. I mean, you can't just have loose mystery meat running around. That's how you get the cops called on you. And we can't have that. Oh, and look at that. All of our mystery meat is contained inside of our compact for the most part. I don't know why I'm shaking it so vigorously, but there it is. Now let's just paint the rest with a snap. Ready for a jump scare? Oh, there I am. Hi. Anyways, so I was gonna make, bam, this wooden floor because I was thinking maybe it's like hidden organs underneath the floor. You know, sort of like The Tall Tale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, which, side note, is why I named my cat Edgar. I mean, because of Poe, not the story. I felt like I've done that story before. In fact, I know I've done that story before. And it may have involved a circle window salesman. So I decided not to do that story, and instead I'm going to do some sort of cooler story. Well, okay, maybe not cooler, but definitely different, a different story. So then I was like, what if I did a cute little creature with really big eyes that also may or may not glow in the dark? And I thought the best way to make really big eyes was with some resin. And again, if you're doing this, you should be wearing gloves. Don't be like me, even though I'm being very careful. Plop. And look at that. We have little eyes. Or I mean, big eyes. Now we just need to make the little body that goes with the big eyes. See, I'm shaping the little body right now. I think I'll name him Willy. Willy with the really big eyeballs. And we don't need to read into that at all. And I just added Willy's eyes and smoothing out his little tum-tum. Okay, Willy needs some really big teeth. Luckily, I have a jar of really big teeth right here. Well, okay. I guess they're normal sized teeth, but compared to Willy, they're really big. Ready? 1 toothus for Willy and 2 toothuses for Willy. Willy's only allowed to have 2 teeth because that makes him really, really cute. Anyways, maybe I should come up with a story. A story with little Willy here. Okay, let me think. Okay, I got it. So this family moves into this old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere when some weird stuff starts happening. I mean, if Hollywood's taught me anything, it's that when a family moves into an old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, they either have a dog named Courage or some weird stuff's about to go down. And this family doesn't have a dog named Courage. Anyways, so they move into the middle of nowhere because their father is really cruel and he hates his kids. And the mother wanted a fresh start, whatever that means. Seems kind of dumb. She moves them out in the middle of nowhere with their abusive father. But whatever, that doesn't matter. What does matter is little Sally and the pork chop that she left on the floor, you know, as kids do. And her father was about to get really upset about it when the pork chop just poof disappeared. And you know, Sally was kind of confused. She's like, I should have got in trouble for that pork chop. And she did. She got sent to her room. So in her room, she like started leaving other food on the floor to test it out. And it too disappeared. Soon, Sally was leaving whole turkey sandwiches on the floor. And Sally's mom was like, whoa, must be a growth spurt because, you know, kids do that. Anyway, one day, Sally's dad got really angry at her for, I don't know, giggling too loud, something stupid. And he threw her into the closet and locked the door. And that's when Sally whispered that she wished her father would leave. Oh, hey, Emily. Well, if you haven't worked it out yet, it was Willy that was underneath the floor eating all the food. And like any animal, once you feed it, it's yours. Hold on, look at Willy's butt. Oh, it's so cute. Anywho, so he took care of Sally's dad, you know, the not so nice way, if you know what I mean. Oh, look, there's some of Sally's dad now. So Sally's family just thought that her dad ran off because I guess that's what he did sometimes. But Sally knew it was Willy. And she became really good friends with him. Soon, if anybody crossed Sally the wrong way, Willy took care of them. He was happy for a free meal. Perhaps it was a happy meal? A human happy meal of death, that is. Anyways, so the whole family lived happily ever after. The end. Who says I only do scary and depressing stories? That one had a good ending. Sort of. And what's that? Ashley has pretty sparkly nails? That's so unlike me. Okay, my daughter painted them. Oh, and look at Willy's little butt in the mirror. Isn't he adorable? I guess the last thing we need to add are feet to Willy's little floorboard. And this is how level my desk is. Watch. Yes, it is super annoying and gets in the way, but it's not annoying enough to fix because I am lazy. And with that, we're done. What do you guys think? I still have a whole bunch of these compacts, so what else should I do? Also, in case you're curious, I have a creepy crafts book in case you want to make your own creepy crafts. The link is down below or in my bio or wherever. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye! In this section, I do a bunch of video game miniatures. Shwa, bam. Hey, remember that time I made that Red Rocket gas station? Hey, yeah. Oh, what the heck? I hate when that happens. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Red Rocket gas station. Well, if you didn't see it, I'll show you. Hold on. Ready? Here it comes. Are you ready? Here it comes. There. If you missed it, that was your own fault and you should go back and watch the video. Anyways, I thought maybe I could make this into a series. You know, like tiny scenes from video games. But not just any video game. I mean like my favorite video games. And if you've heard me talk before, Fallout is my favorite, so that's what the Red Rocket was. And then I thought it'd be fun to have you guess this one. I mean, unless I put it in the description, I don't know if I'm going to yet. But if I did, and you read it, you might already know. Shwabam. And double shwabam. Hiya. But if for some reason you haven't read the description, don't do it because it's funner to guess. And don't you want to have fun? It's fun to have fun. Wacha. So don't be a party pooper. Anyways, so here you can see I'm just making the base. Paint. Clap. You see the base is very important. It's going to hold all of our stuffs. What kind of stuffs? Well, this tinfoil hill. In fact, you could call it a quiet, serene hill. Serene? Is that a word? That's a word, right? Like a peaceful hill? Although if you've already guessed this game, it's not exactly a peaceful game, but I don't want to give too much away. Ooh, so here's a good tip. The best way to texture a rock is with another rock. Whoa, that's so deep. Which makes me think, okay, is this a hill or is this more of a mountain? Because I have a feeling that only mountains have rocks. So at what point does a hill become a mountain? Is it the height or is it what it's made out of? Or is this just a cliff face? Can hills have cliff faces? And furthermore, when does a hill become a bluff? Or do mountains only become bluffs? Or are bluffs just their own thing? I mean, these are all very important questions that I probably learned in school and forgot. Oh, wait, look at this plaster. Hold on, listen. Oh yeah, that's some good plaster. Anyways, this is going to be part of the road that runs through our cliff, hill, face, bluff mountain. And even though that this game is not very like apocalyptic, it's not like an apocalyptic game, but the road that goes to wherever roads go is all like broken down and falling apart. So I thought this plaster would work perfect for that. See, it looks like a cracked road. It's almost like this road hasn't been used for a really long time. That's a hint. Do you have any guesses on what game it is yet? If you said Oregon Trail, that's a really good idea. I mean, how do you have so many good ideas? But unfortunately, no, it's not Oregon Trail. But now I kind of want to do Oregon Trail. Oh, but how do you depict dysentery or the measles? Which, hear me out, I always thought was weird. How do you get measles in the middle of your 8-month trek through the Oregon Trail? Were they meeting people on the trail? I mean, I know they meant Native Americans, but I'm pretty sure we gave them measles, not the other way around. I don't know. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't understand how it happened. Although I think that the whole point of Oregon Trail is there isn't roads. So this wouldn't make sense if it was Oregon Trail because look, I'm making little road barrier things. What are those things called? I have no idea, but you wouldn't have them for wagons. Those are just for cars, I think. Maybe also for pedestrians. Unless they got flung back in time. Well, you don't remember the Oregon Trail time loop scenario in the game? I mean, let's be honest, it would have been a funner game if there were time portals. Anyways, we are way off topic. Let's get back to this thing. So as you can see, I'm adding the grass. And since the road is cracked, you would assume that grass would grow in between the little cracky bits. So that's what I'm doing. I'm adding the little grass to the cracky bits. See, doesn't it look realistic? Kind of, sort of. Next, I'm going to add some dead stuff around because, I don't know, I don't think a lot of people are mowing and keeping up this area. I mean, look at the road. How would you even get here with your lawnmower? Also, there's an even bigger danger than an unmowed lawn or just falling off this cliff mountain bluff hill. Oh my gosh, what's happening? We're all red. Oh, did I not mention the lava? Well, okay, maybe lava. Actually, I don't know if it's just lava or fire, but rest assured, we are adding lights to this one. I know. Y'all wanted me to add lights to my red rocket, which didn't really make sense in an abandoned gas station. I mean, think about it. Where are they going to get the power? Although Fallout does have power. Anyways, that doesn't matter because this time it makes more sense to add lights. See, the ground is going to ooze lights. Ooze? I don't know if that was the right term, but basically I'm shoving lights underneath this mountain hill bluff, but I gotta carve out the little part for the plug to stick out. That way it looks more finished. Honestly, I just forgot I was gonna add lights. Ooh, what does it look like with the lights off? Hold on. Ooh. All right, do you guys now know what video game I'm doing? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but it is one of my favorite games. And it's well known, but also not exactly new. Well, this is going to give it away, obviously, because it's Silent Hill! Mountain, cliff face, bluff. Honestly, I don't remember a hill in Silent Hill. But you know what? I was probably too busy fighting off faceless nurse ladies and pyramid head men with giant scary blades. So I may have missed it. Speaking of Silent Hill, did you know that it's based off of a real town? I mean, I know the story has been told a lot, but maybe if you haven't heard it, it's really interesting. So apparently there's this town called Centralia, which people call the real Silent Hill. And underneath the town is a coal mine, or was a coal mine, until 1962, when the city decided to burn some trash. You know, as you do. And it lit the whole coal mine on fire. So now underneath this town is just a raging fire that they can't put out because, you know, it's underground and it's being fed by the coal from the coal mine, which just makes it that much worse. And they say that it could burn for hundreds of years. Yeah, so everybody had to evacuate because houses were just starting on fire and everybody's breathing in that smoke. Anyways, so from what I remember, there's still people living there, or they lived there a long time after everybody else evacuated. I don't know if they're still there, but I kind of doubt it because breathing in all that smoke and everything is going to really hurt you health-wise. And it's not like they have a hospital with staff there. I mean, not like the game. The game has plenty of staff at the hospital to help you. You know, to help you to not be alive anymore. So yeah, that's the story, or at least what I remember. I highly recommend that you go look it up on your own because I may not remember everything correctly. I did very minimal research. But anyways, let's get back to this thing that I'm doing here. As you can see, I added a light to the sign. That way it can illuminate in the darkness. And now I'm just making it dirty because it's not going to be a clean sign. And it's also going to have a bunch of weeds around it. So I'm going to wrap some around this light. I'm trying to make it as realistic looking as possible. So I'm adding all the little details to maybe make it look more realistic. And those details would include some black scorched land because I'm sure if it's been burning for long periods of time, there would be a lot of smoke and, I don't know, burned stuff everywhere. But also like a whole bunch of ash. No, not Ashley. I don't want to be in Silent Hill. So that's why I'm making everything with a little like sheen of white on the edges. It's really hard to make things look burnt, okay? I looked up burnt things to try to get an idea of how to make things look burnt without actually lighting them on fire. I know, usually I just light things on fire. But this time I decided to be responsible-ish. Anyways, look at that, we're done. What do you guys think? Do you all like the idea of this series? I mean, I know I'm doing my Matchbox series right now, but I feel like maybe I could take a break from that. Although if I continue this series, I might need some help. Or should I go back to haunted hidey holes? I feel like I haven't done that in a while. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Also, if you want to make your own creepy crafts, I have a book just for that purpose. The link is in the description below. And don't forget to follow me and do all the things if you want to. No pressure. But as always, thanks for watching. Bye. How do you make windows? Shwabam, just like that. What am I doing today? Well, I'm going to make a teeny tiny gas station. So I want to challenge myself to see how detailed I can make it. Because I think that making things detailed makes them look more realistic. Shwabam. Hiya! Okay, details added. Next, we have to put all our details together into a more building-shaped building. Hachada! See, there's a building-shaped building right there. Wapa! So now I'm just adding these, I don't know, rims around the edge because that would add more detail and we want it to be more realistic. Remember? I mean, let's be honest, it's not going to be really realistic looking. I have no idea how people make things look really realistic. But I think one thing that helps are windows. However, in the apocalypse, a non-broken window is not realistic. So I had to break it. Next, I'm going to add a floor to our gas station. Hiya! But just like the windows, this is the apocalypse, so we gotta crack the concrete. Crack the concrete. That's fun to say. Seriously, try it. Crack the concrete, crack the concrete, crack the concrete. Cracking of the concretus. Anyways, moving on. Next we're gonna add a magazine rack to our gas station because that's what gas stations have. I mean, besides gas. And look how cute it is. It's adorable. It's not only adorable, it's freaking adorable. Okay, we want our little tiny people to not be thirsty. So I'm going to add a little pop machine, which will also be freaking adorable. I'm just warning you of the adorableness that this pop machine will possess. And did I lie? Look at it. I don't know how else you describe it other than freaking adorable. Next up, I'm going to use this little bead to make tires. These are like those little melty bead things that you melt together to make designs. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, they make the perfect tires. And remember how I said that this is the apocalypse? Well, the apocalypse is full of junk. Or so I assume. I guess I've never really been to the apocalypse. It feels like it would be very junky. So I got my jar of junk out and I junkified this gas station. Right now, anything can just fly into our gas station, so we gotta roof our roof. Yeah, and that's what this is gonna be, a roof for our gas station. Because if we didn't roof our gas station, any apocalypse bird could fly in and poop all over our magazines. And you know what? I just made those magazines. I don't want bird poop on them, especially not apocalyptic bird poop. I assume is more acidic than regular bird poop. So I'm adding this lattice work to the top of the roof. I don't know what it is. Is it like metal beams? Probably. Something like that. I'm not a roof expert. I don't know what's in roofs, especially gas station roofs. But you know what? I wanted to add a little more flair to our roof, so it wasn't just a flat, boring roof. So that's why I cut it and bent it, so it's more of at an angle. And then remember how we worked so hard on that lattice? Well, I guess I'm gonna cover it up now. But the plan, I know, you didn't know that we had a plan, because usually I don't. But the plan is to burn holes in it. That way we can still see the lattice work that we worked so hard on. Although now that I'm thinking about it, why would they have paper on the roof? That doesn't seem like a smart building material choice, especially for a roof. No wonder it's breaking down in the elements. I mean, what'd they expect? Okay, next we're gonna add a little eye candy to the roof, because every gas station needs some eye candy. I don't know. I guess, okay, every gas station needs a mascot. Wait, is that true? Do I know of any gas station? Oh, there's that one with the beaver, right? I've never actually been there, but I've heard about it. Well, this gas station's gonna have a rocket for no particular reason. I just chose a rocket. There's no reason for that. Don't read into it. Okay, you might know why I chose a rocket. And that's only because rockets are cool. I don't know why else I would have chose a red rocket. Anyways, so I'm trying to put these stupid little feet on that are futuristic looking because we went with a rocket and rockets are futuristic looking. But do you know how hard it is to figure out the angles of how they're gonna sit and they're gonna be on the floor? It's impossible. I just gave up at some point. Our rocket's just gonna have 2 feet, okay? Not 4. I feel like feet is the wrong word. Maybe like blasting paths, because see, it's supposed to look like the rocket's blasting through the floor. Well, now ours is just half blast. Oh, look at that. There's my jar of dirt. And here I am applying my jar of dirt because the apocalypse is dirty. Hey, there's nobody there to clean. So who's gonna clean up the dirt anyway? I'm not spending my apocalypse cleaning up dirt. We already established this. I'm making a cat cafe in the apocalypse. Oh, speaking of cats. Hello, Agatha, filling in for Emily. Ooh, okay, look at this cracking. How cool is that? I love crack paint. But maybe don't look at that bad transition. I don't even know why I included it, because you already saw me paint the paint, so I didn't really need the transition. But there it is. I'm transition crazy. I can't help it. Oh, and then I got my new favorite thing out, flocking, because we're gonna flock the bejesus out of this thing. I assume the apocalypse is very flocked. In fact, you could call it the flocking apocalypse. I think that would be an appropriate name. And there's our gas station, and you would think we'd be done, but then we wouldn't have gas station pumps. We forgot the pumps. Well, okay, I didn't forget the pumps. You forgot the pumps. Because you thought we were done, but we're not. Look, we got pumps. Gas pumps, not like shoes pumps. Is that a shoe? I feel like pumps are a shoe, right? Which is definitely not apocalypse attire. In fact, the only thing that is apocalypse attire is no bra. We're not allowed to wear bras in the apocalypse. I've said it, it's now the law, and we can't take that back. Anyways, now that we have established the law of the apocalypse, law number 1, no bras, what other laws should we put in place? Okay, law number 2, no raiding before noon. Look, it's the apocalypse. I'm not getting up before noon. And then obviously law number 3, all cats should be worshipped. I mean, that's just a given, right? The cats now rule the land. And that's totally not something that Agatha made me say. Okay, rule number 4, finders keepers. Obviously. Rule number 5, no drinking the milk. Don't drink the milk. I know you want to, but don't. I feel like that's more of a common sense thing than a law, but you know what? Some people need it written down. Okay, and then the final rule of all the rules, there are no rules except rule number 1. And maybe rule number 3, but definitely rule number 1, which is punishable by death. Did I miss any rules that I should add? I think that pretty much covers everything. Yep, no bras. Cats are awesome. I'll open up a cat cafe. My cats will catch rats to make rat burgers. That covers the cafe part. The cats obviously cover the cat part. Yep, I think we're gonna have a good apocalypse, everybody, because I've got a plan. And there's definitely no holes in my plan. Don't even try to make holes. It's a perfectly planned out plan. Anyways, back to this art. If you were paying attention, which I don't know if you were, because planning out the apocalypse takes a lot of brain work. But if you were paying attention, I made a little barbed wire fence because the apocalypse can get rough and we need barbed wire. And if you haven't guessed already, the name of our gas station, well, it's going to be called the Red Rocket. I mean, that was pretty obvious, right? Because there was a big red rocket on the roof and it totally doesn't correspond with anything. Okay, I can't lie to you anymore. This is obviously from Fallout. I'm making the Fallout Red Rocket gas station, mostly because somebody suggested it in my comments. And you all have really good ideas, and I wish I could have saved that comment, but I don't know where it went. So if that was you suggesting it, thank you. You rock and possibly roll. But be honest, at what point did you realize it was a red rocket? Because I know that you realized it before this point. Was it the Nuka-Cola machine? I mean, that pretty much gave it away, right? Or was it the gigantic red rocket on the roof? Or maybe you have no idea what I'm talking about because you don't play Fallout. In which case, that's great. I totally came up with this design myself, all from my squishy Ashley brain. It's totally not taken from a video game or anything. Anyways, look at my little telephone pole. Or is it an electrical pole? Can you tell the difference? Or do they just carry both lines? You know, the telephone line and the electrical line. I don't know. I'm not an electrician or a telephone person. What are those people called? A telo-ician? Shwabam. A phone technician? I mean, it's probably a phone technician, right? Okay, and then we just add our little telephone. And look at that, there's Emily. Hi, Emily. I believe this project has been Emily approved. And that's good because she now rules the apocalypse, remember? Rule number 3. And now I'm just adding some last finishing touches and we're gonna be done here. Any minute, we're gonna be done. Just wait. Still adding a couple touches. Oh, look at that, we're done. And I worked really hard on this one, so I'm gonna go nice and slow through these last looks. And you're gonna watch it. Okay, I can't make you watch it, but I'll know. I'll know if you don't watch it, and then I'll hold a grudge. And when the apocalypse comes, you won't be able to enter my cat cafe, because I'll know that you didn't watch the end of this video. That's right, no petting cats for you. I don't know how you're gonna abide by rule number 3 without my cat cafe, but that's a you problem. And also, you're not gonna get any of my delicious rat burgers. Although, if you skipped past this part, you're probably not gonna know that you won't be able to enter my cat cafe, and you'll just be really confused and think that I'm really mean for no reason. Anyways, what did you guys think? And don't forget that I have a book out, Creepy Crafts, where you can make your own creepy crafts. The links wherever I put links. Okay, thanks, bye. Hey, I'm back with another miniature video game scene. Yeah, I didn't give up on this series yet. I know, I'm as surprised as you are. And what is this? Am I planning something? No, that doesn't sound like me. Oh, hi, Emily. Or just Emily's butt. Anyways, in a minute, you'll see why I don't usually plan things out because it never goes as planned. But for now, I'm planning my next miniature video game scene. See, this is gonna be the floor. And I'm gonna be honest, this isn't the first time I cut this out. First, I did it in wood, and then I did it in foam core. And then I was like, well, that's not gonna be thick enough because I like a thick floor. So then I did it in this foam stuff. I don't know what it's called. And there, I have my floor, along with my second floor that I tried to shove together but isn't quite fitting right. Okay, so in the last video, I had you guys guess what game it is. And I think in this video, I'm gonna do the same thing because that's fun. But I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna get this one like right away. It gets commented on a lot of my videos, so I know that you guys know about this game. And a lot of you have probably played it, even though it's a really old game. I mean, I shouldn't say it's really old. It's not that old, but it's not like a new game with really good graphics. But it's also not a 2D game. Ooh, so in order to get a textured floor, you can smash your rock into it, and it makes a really nice texture. Shwabam. Next, I'm just painting my floors and making my floors a little bit taller. You know, I was gonna have really short floors, but then I thought that would be boring. Let's add some dimension to our floors. And you know what? It's my project, so I can do whatever I want. And a good tip for adding depth is to shove toothpicks through 2 pieces of foam to keep them together. Hi-ya! Okay, now that I have all my flooring done, I'm gonna detail it. And one of my favorite things to add detail is to use this green flock. It's like the stuff that they use to make velvet inside of jewelry boxes. Only I use it to make moss. Or grass or mold. I don't know. What is that stuff that grows on stones? I guess it's moss, right? I don't know, it doesn't matter. So next I glue my pieces together. And remember how we planned things out in the beginning? Well, I ended up not using that floor plan at all. I was gonna have like 2 floating blocks next to each other, but then I decided that I didn't want to do that. And you know what? That's okay. I'm allowed to change my mind. Ooh, look how big these popsicle sticks are. Imagine the popsicle it would have held. Flick, gigantic. Flack. And flickety flack, don't come back. Hiya, snap. Oh no, is Ashley back with the matches? Yup. Reminder, do not do this at home. I am a professional, kind of. And I also have a fire extinguisher. So that makes me a professional. Sort of. Anyway, so after I burnt my sticks, I'm gonna adhere them around my non-circle window. Would a circle window be better? Yes, but then it wouldn't be on theme with the game. Also, could I have achieved this in a less dangerous way? Absolutely. But today I'm feeling irresponsible, which means I'm using real fire because it makes it look more realistic. Hold on, watch me shrink my window. Whee! Now watch me shrink it magically. Shrink, double. Whoa, that's amazing. What? Who said that? Now let's just add our glass to our window. Snap. And there we go. We have 2 windows. Now let's make them look more windowy with some resin. And don't worry, I'm not touching the resin, so I don't need gloves. But if you're gonna touch resin, you should wear gloves. And I should know because I'm actually very allergic to resin. Anyways, lecture over. Now I'm just installing my Windows. And to think I'm more of a Mac person. Get it? Because Windows and Macs are both computers. Anyways, it's not funny if I have to explain it. Okay, do we have any ideas on what game this is yet? I'm sure you got it. And if you don't, this is definitely gonna give it away. But even if you're not sure what it is, tell me in the comments because maybe that'll give me ideas on what build I should do next. Okay, so now I'm just shoving my toothpicks into this foam because it's the easiest way to paint them. See, watch, paint. See, I told you, wasn't that super easy? Whoopsies. It's fine, I think they're fine. Okay, so as you can tell, I'm making these little cute mushrooms. And why do paintbrushes always do this? Like, what is that? Why did one hair go all bented? Bented? You know what I mean. Am I supposed to cut it off? It feels wrong to cut a brush. I don't know. Anyways. Okay, so now I'm just finishing up my mushrooms by painting the stems. I don't know why I have to show you twice. You saw it the first time, but there it is in case you missed it. And now I'm harvesting my mushrooms, but hold on, listen. Is that not strangely satisfying? And look at that yield. They grew pretty well. Okay, now I'm pretty sure if you've played this game, you'll know what it is by now. I mean, what other game has a checkered floor with mushrooms growing out of the side? Oh, hey, Agatha. She came here to judge what I'm doing. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I have very judgy cats. I mean, just look at Emily. Judgment. Anyways, as I was saying, if you've played this game, you probably know what it is already. So say it with me. Ready? American McGee's Alice. See, you're so smart. I knew you knew. Snap. Which I always thought Alice was British and not American. But what do I know? I'm just kidding. I know that's who made the game. Come on, guys. I'm not that dense. I mean, I'm dense, but anyways. So now I'm making little white mushrooms because the red mushrooms weren't enough. I mean, look at all these mushrooms. We're gonna mushroomify this build like crazy. Pretty sure that's a word. Mushroomify. Anywho, I guess I'm really proud of these mushrooms because I keep showing them off in the video. I didn't realize I did so many close-ups of them. I mean, I feel like you get it, right? There's only so many times that you can see me add a mushroom to something. So I guess let me show you something completely different, such as my jar of grass. It's not as good as my jar of dirt, but it's still pretty good. Especially when you can make the grass grow magically like this. Look, it's magic grass, and I just realized what I said there. It's not that kind of grass, stop. Although that is kind of on point for Alice, right? With all the mushrooms and the caterpillars doing some sort of loopy hookah, and I don't know what else. Anyways, I like to keep my videos sort of kind of kid-friendly, so I'm moving on. Also, this grass gets everywhere. So lint roller comes in handy, and I have no idea why I filmed that part. I just did. I guess I wanted to share in my frustration with things getting all over my workspace. Emily. Judgment. Anyways, look at that. I'm making gears. And hold on, listen again. Oh yeah. Also, I should mention, I didn't make the gears, I'm just painting them. I mean, I could have made the gears, but that would have been a lot of work, and I'm lazy. Also, I'm not a gear maker, I'm a craft maker. What am I even talking about? I have no idea. So maybe I should tell you the story of American McGee's Alice, just in case you haven't heard it. And full disclosure, I am not going to look up the story. I'm going to go off my memory, which could be just as entertaining. Snap. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that Alice is just like a regular girl, but one night there was a big fire in her house and it killed her whole family. And she was the only one that made it out. Ooh, wait, don't you love putting your fingers in lots of little things? It's like dipping your hands in rice. And dry rice, obviously, not wet rice. Don't be gross. Anyways, back to the story. So the, death of her whole family kind of made her go crazy, as it would, I would imagine. And so they put her in a mental institution. But Alice gets lost in her own head, and it's like Wonderland, and she has to fight her way out because Wonderland is a nightmare in her own head, which when she does fight her way out, then she wakes up to another kind of horrible nightmare, the realization that her whole family is gone. I'm pretty sure that's like the whole story, but I might be missing something. Maybe the doctors there are experimenting on her and that comes up in the gameplay. I can't remember though. I do remember the game coming with a lot of case files on Alice, which sounds like a HIPAA violation to me, but I don't know if they had HIPAA back then. Probably not. I feel like most things were unethical back then, right? Like doctors would just put your whole case on display at the World's Fair. Anyways, if you saw the little teapot that I'm making the little teapot guys from the Alice game. Hold on, let me insert a picture. There it is. I mean, mine aren't as cool as the one in the game, but you know what? I'm working with what I got, okay? See, it's like a simpler version of the game teapot, and I think he's rather cute. Or should I say terrifying? Although I have a hard time envisioning teapots as terrifying unless there's spiders in them, because that's the most terrifying thing ever. Yup, I'd rather meet a teapot spider than a spider inside a teapot. I didn't say it made sense. I can't help what I'm scared of. Honestly, I think it's a decently rational fear. And you laugh until that one day that you open up a teapot that you did not shake and check before, and a whole spider family comes out of it, just rent-free, living in there. And you can't blame it. A teapot's a great place to raise a family. Anyways, look at that. We're done. What do you guys think? And hold on, let's look at it with the other video game things. Doesn't it look good with the Fallout and the Silent Hill games? What game should I do next? Ooh, and which light setting do you like better? This purple one or this red and blue one? Also, I just wanted to let you guys know that I have a book. It's called Creepy Crafts. The link is below if you want to make creepy crafts. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. So I bought this toy for my daughter for Christmas, but then I realized it's a piece of junk and I can't give her that. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. It was super cheap. So instead, I'm going to make it into art. But first, it's required. I must test it out. Come on, I can do it. Hold up, I almost got it. Almost there. Yeah, she scores! Woo! Okay, so when I saw this thing, it immediately made me think of Fallout. And look at this, I'm taking this picture because I'm super optimistic. I think I'm gonna get this thing back together when I'm done. Like, actually functional. Spoiler, it does not work. I end up breaking it. And there's way too many pieces to remember where they went. Honestly, it took me like an hour and a half just to get it partially apart. I bought this thing for something like $3. How is it put together so well? It's supposed to be a cheap piece of junk. I should just blow on it and it should fall apart. But apparently it did not get that memo. It's giving off high-end toy vibes, which, you know what, good for it. What's that saying? You have to dress for the job you want and not the job you have? Well, this toy dressed up as at least a $10.99 toy. Finally, I removed its top. Uh-oh, it's topless. Anyways, and then it stole my knife at some point. It's literally holding me at knife point. Look, I'm going to speed through this because it's embarrassing and you don't need to see me humbled by a piece of junk toy, but I will show you the part where I defeat it. I got you, stupid freaking toy, in your face. I don't have anger issues. It's the toy's fault. It's not my fault. Anyways, so I sanded it all down and took off all its stickers. How's that make you feel, toy? Naked and exposed? Bam. So then I painted it more Fallout-y colors. Speaking of Fallout, what am I making? Well, Ashley, I'm glad you asked. If you've played Fallout, which side note I highly suggest, it's my favorite game. There's this crane game called the Portadiner that distributes plates of food instead of stuffed animals. Not that it's really a game. I think it's more of like a vending machine, but it has a claw. And you know, all the food in there is moldy because Fallout takes place hundreds of years into the apocalypse. So I guess post-apocalyptic? What was that word? Post-apocalyptic. But in some of the machines, there's a perfectly preserved pie. Hold up, check this out. I accidentally melted the shell of this, but I kind of like it. It looks like bent metal, right? So I guess that's a happy accident. Anyways, back to the Portadiner. So there's this perfectly preserved pie that you can get, but the chances of getting it is like 1 in 100. But that doesn't stop me from trying every single time I see one. It's one of my favorite things to do in Fallout. I know, I'm lame, but I collect perfectly preserved pies. Hey, what do you do in your spare time? Probably something productive. Loser. Look, we all have our things, okay? Anyways, so I'm making a version of the Portadiner. It's not quite like the Portadiner, but it's gonna have the feel of the Portadiner. It was either that or I was gonna make a Nuka-Cola machine, and I really considered that. But why would I do that when I have this super awesome claw that's perfect for picking up perfectly preserved pies? But I wanted it to look old, you know, being the post-apocalypse and everything. So I added my bubbles, and next we're gonna foil it. See, here's my foil. And whoops, dang it, I hate it when my foil rolls up. It's almost like it doesn't want to be foiled. Ah, your plan to foil me has been foiled, foil. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, foil gets everywhere, so I have to have my fortress of suction ready for any sucking up of the foils that try to infiltrate my studio. Oh, and look at that, we have a shiny claw, but the post-apocalypse isn't shiny. It's supposed to be dirty. Whew, that was a close one. All right, now that our claw is looking very post-apocalyptic, let's install it into our machine. Oh yeah. Okay, next we're gonna need some plates, you know, with it being a Portadiner after all. We need the diner part, and I struggled to figure out how to make plates. First, I was thinking, okay, I should use clay, but I've tried to make plates before in clay, and it never turns out. Also, if I wanted to make something in clay, I'd have to walk up all these stairs into my kitchen to bake it, and you know what? I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm lazy. So instead, I used Shrinky-Dink plastic, because it was right next to me. And I molded the plastic and the spoon to give it a more plate shape. Because we like plate-shaped plates. It would be weird if it was fish-shaped. Anyways, next, I assume this food has been sitting in the Portadiner for like hundreds of years. And why it's not just dust is beyond me. Maybe the Portadiner seals in the freshness? I don't know. It's the apocalypse. There's a lot of unanswered questions in the apocalypse. It's definitely gonna have some mold, and so I used this flocking to make mold. That's right, I flocked the crud out of this food. And if you recognize some of this food, it's because it was left over from my bunker video. If you saw that video, I made a bunch of like little preservatives inside of jars with vegetable. Here, let's do a flashback. These are adorable. I love them so much. And look, I'm putting little fruit in them, or I mean vegetables. I mean, I guess tomatoes are a fruit. And I'm not sure what green beans are, but I think they're a fruit because the seed is on the inside, right? Ooh, and then this meat came from my bologna video, if you saw that one. If you didn't, you should. You should go back and watch those videos.
Bologna, bologna, bologna. Baloney.
Okay, maybe don't go back and watch that one unless you want to lose the meaning of the word baloney. You know what? No, go back and watch that one. I think it was good. Anyways, okay, so I cheated with this one because I didn't actually make these little slices of fruit. Look, I've tried to make the little slices of fruit thing from scratch and it's really hard. Oh, and here we are back with my bag of mold, spraying my mold on all my food. Look, doesn't that look cool? Okay, what kind of food would you eat in an apocalypse situation? I mean, there's the classic rat burger, but honestly, rats are gross, I think. I've never eaten one. But I think I would go with like cockroach. I mean, I think cockroach has at least some protein. And from what I understand, protein's good for you, I think. I don't know. One thing is, I know I wouldn't be eating this perfectly preserved pie because what is in this pie that makes it perfectly preserved? Do you think this is what McDonald's French fries will look like in the apocalypse? Because I know you've experienced the fry phenomenon. Phenomenon. You know, the month-old fry that's been underneath your car seat. And it looks like it just rolled under there 10 minutes ago. But you haven't had McDonald's for at least a couple weeks. How does it do that? What are they putting in those? Maybe it was perfectly preserved pies that caused the apocalypse and fallout. I know it wasn't, but maybe. You don't know. Anyways, we've gotten way off topic. So I'm making this perfectly preserved pie out of clay. That's right, I went up the 23 stairs to get to the kitchen to bake this perfectly preserved pie. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, it was not worth going up the 52 sets of stairs because it's, I don't know, it doesn't look like this. Bad pie, good pie. Not perfectly preserved pie, perfectly preserved pie. Okay, so I started over, no big deal. Things happen, even though I walked up 150 steps to bake the pie. I'm just gonna make it out of foam core now because foam core is more like cake anyway. Or I mean pie. Oh, wait a second. This doesn't look like pie. What kind of pie looks like this? That is cake. This is pie. Well, no wonder why I screwed it up the first time. This is perfectly preserved cake. The game has it wrong. Which, okay, I get it. Perfectly preserved pie rolls off the tongue way better than perfectly preserved cake, but it's wrong. Anyways, there's my perfectly preserved cake pie. And lastly, we gotta add the glass back on, you know, to preserve the freshness of the perfectly preserved cake pie. And there it is. What do you guys think of my Fallout Porta Diner, complete with perfectly preserved pie? Ooh, also, don't forget, I have a book, Creepy Crafts. Link is in the description or bio or whatever. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye! Does anybody have any video game obsessions? Because my obsession is Fallout. I love this game. If I were in this game in real life, I mean, let's be honest, I'd die right away. But if I didn't, I would be a junk collector. I mean, in this game, I have settlements that are just big piles of teddy bears. So if it were real life, I would probably collect something really stupid, like the A key on every keyboard. Or rubber bands, and I'd make a huge rubber band ball. Or just cats. I'd collect cats. Or I'd go into everybody's house and collect one photo. That way I could pretend that they're all my friends. Yeah, because I'm really popular and I have lots of friends. It's a good thing everybody's dead so they can't fact check me. Actually, I don't know how I lived. I have 0 survival skills. I'm pretty sure I would starve right away. I don't know what plants to eat. Day 1 of the apocalypse and I'm poisoned because Deadly Nightshade looked pretty good. And let's be honest, if we don't have real indoor plumbing, is it really worth living? Anyways, here's my Fallout painting. Hey, what do you guys think? And what would you collect in the apocalypse? Be honest. It's cats, isn't it? You would collect cats. So the last time I made a man-eating plant, I got a bunch of comments that said that I should make the cow plant from The Sims, and I love The Sims, so why not? So I got my clay and tinfoil out and started sculpting the head. Luckily, this head is full of tinfoil and not real brains. So I doubt it'll be eating any people, but you never know. Okay, tell me some crazy things that you did in The Sims. No judgment. I always like doing the whole graveyard thing with real people. I mean, I know you can cheat the gravestones in, but that's not as fun. And the best part was being creative with their deaths. That's where the cow plant came in. Although in later games, I think the cow plant just milked the people rather than killed them, which is really gross, but whatever. I guess it's fair because we do milk cows. But the best part was when the ghosts came out of the gravestones. I mean, they could be annoying, but totally worth it. So in one of my games, I did graveyard and then a funeral home right next to it. I modeled the funeral home after HBO's 6 Feet Under, because what other funeral home would I do? And I was only slightly obsessed with that show. But the whole place became so haunted that it was super annoying. Oh, and then I did the flowers in the attic, and I tried to lock the children in the attic, but they kept escaping. Dang kids. And then when I deleted the door, CPS came. I guess they have to go to school or something, so that was kind of a failure. And then I tried to do a haunted insane asylum. Yeah. Apparently I didn't learn my lesson from the first haunting because all the people living there had the worst traits and then the hauntings made them go even more crazy. And then I was basically torturing them and I felt terrible about it. Isn't it weird that we have feelings for the people in our games? Like they're not even real, but I still feel bad. Oh, and then I did a mad scientist and he had a secret lab underneath his house, but his house was fake. I even put mannequins in the windows just in case the neighbor got suspicious. But if they had looked closer, everything was covered in cobwebs. But his real house was underground and I had fake grass and lights to make it feel like it was above ground. I even had a neighbor come over to investigate because all neighbors in movies are super nosy. So the scientists had to trap him in a little room and run experiments on him. And then I turned him into the president and the mad scientist controlled him. That's not weird. You're weird. Oh yeah, let's see your Sims. I bet they're just as weird as mine. If not weirder, you weirdo. Anyways, what do you think of my cow plant? Since it's Halloween, I'm gonna make the scariest thing I can think of. And what is the scariest thing I can think of? No, it's not Edgar. Stupid cat. It's demon cows. I know that's what you thought I was gonna say. But specifically, the Cow King from Diablo, even though the cow level's a lie. And if you've been to it, you're a liar. Because it does not exist. Or does it? Anyways, here's me putting some flesh on my demon cow. Don't worry about the cow behind him. Because remember, cows don't kill people. Everything else does. He's just a plastic cow. Probably. And we can't forget the udder. He'd be utterly useless without an udder. Is that where their demonic powers are from? Diablo, we're gonna need some clarification on this. I mean, if demon cows existed, because they don't. And the cow level's a lie. All right, our cow needs a nose ring. Don't worry, this won't hurt. Okay, maybe a little. Ooh, he's looking pretty handsome. Wait a second. If he has udders, does that make him a she? I guess this is the demon cow queen. I am utterly sorry. I didn't realize you were a female. In fact, our cow might be in love. Hey, let's keep this PG. Oh, do you know why cows have hooves? Because they lactose. All right, all we need is some skulls. Because this is Diablo, and Diablo has a lot of skulls. And lava, lots of lava. And all demons have horns. All right, let's slather her in paint. And the most important part, her red eyes. Yeah, maybe they're just bloodshot. Maybe she's not a demon at all. Because there are no demon cows in Diablo. But if there were, she would need a crown. Not a halo, a crown. Don't worry, I'll fix it with this precious metal. Because it's gold. Can't you tell? It's gold. Look, I didn't have the budget for real gold, okay? Use your imagination. And here I am crowning the queen. Cow got a little jealous, so I made him a crown too. Trust me, we don't want to anger Cow. I mean, not that cows kill people. That would be silly. Right. So let's give Cow a weapon. Here, Cow, you pick the weapon. Good choice. Here, let's make it a little more weapony. What do you think, Cow? It's Cow approved. It just needs blood. Ah, it looks pretty good. Okay, we just need to reassure everybody, and say it with me, that the cow level is a lie, and that demon cows don't exist. So I'm making a plaque. Because if it's written on a plaque, it's gotta be true. I think that checks out. All right, let's give her her weapon and she's finished. What do you think? And just a friendly reminder that the cow level does not exist. See, it's written on this plaque. So don't go looking for it in any of the Diablo games, because that would be an utter waste of time. Here's a collection of most of my soy sauce bottles, though I'm missing a few that I couldn't find. You're right, it's about time I did a soy sauce bottle. It's been a while. Gotta get rid of this pesky cap and let's get started. So I've done a lot of different soy sauce bottles. I started off doing abandoned cities. Then I did a couple creepy houses in like a Tim Burton style. I even did a mermaid motel complete with octopus. I did a treehouse once. And I've even done a couple bee havens. But the one thing that I haven't done is fairies. I have not made a home for fairies out of a soy sauce bottle. I've done plenty of teapots, but not a soy sauce bottle that I can think of. And hold up, watch this. Do you guys love pulling glue off of your fingers as much as I do? So satisfying. Okay, back to our soy sauce bottle for fairies. Our fairy bottle. Because I assume that fairies are not into soy sauce. Although, I don't know. Maybe they are. I figured they're more into pixie dust. Although that would be pixies and not fairies. So I don't know what fairies are into. Hopefully, they're into lots and lots of platforms, because I'm going to be adding a lot of platforms to this soy sauce bottle, which I know can get repetitive. So fear not, I have transitions in my back pocket. Ready? Shake, shake. Aha, second platform down. Now on to the third one. Ready? Here it comes. Bam. Oh yeah, different type of transition this time. I got to keep it fresh. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay, but I think I got bored with doing the platforms, so I moved on to the top, and then I'm going to do this really cool platform. Hold on, it's coming. Ready? Half circle platform. What? We're getting crazy here. And then, you know, all fairies love sparkly things, or so I assume. So I added a bunch of sparkly things to the top. It's like the crown on top of the... what are we making? I guess we're making like a fairy village or a fairy castle. Or what would be the name of the inside of the castle gates? Do people live there? I mean, I know the king and queen live there, but I meant like normal people. Do they live there? Or is that just like their town square? I always thought that was weird. In movies, they always show like peasants outside of the castle, but inside the castle wall. So does the royal family own that area and they just let people sell stuff there? Do they sell stuff? I guess I don't even know. Maybe they don't. Maybe all the people there are just the servants to the castle. You know what? I'm confused. We're gonna move on. It is not important to this video at all. But look at that. I made a castle on a platform. But now for the most important addition. Circle window. Is the circle window huge? Yes, it is. Can a circle window be too big? Absolutely not. In my opinion, the bigger the better. And also, the more the better. That's why I did two. Look, 2 circle windows, which is 2 more circle windows than I currently have in my life. Someday, Ashley, someday I'm gonna get my circle window. But I do have an announcement. I have a circle mirror now. Is it as good as a circle window? No. But hear me out, this is my evil genius plan. My husband will see it and he's gonna be like, oh my gosh, you are right, Ashley, as always. And I do wish that this mirror was transparent and I could see through it right now, instead of my shocked face telling you how wrong I am and you're so right. And I'll be like, aha, I told you. I will take 3. I feel like this plan could work. I think it's gonna work. You guys, stay tuned. Circle window coming, probably. Anyways, so if you didn't notice, I added some houses to one of the platforms. So I guess I decided that these fairies do live near the royal castle inside the gates, which I didn't make gates, but I made platforms. And platforms are a lot like gates. I know you're thinking platforms aren't like gates, but hear me out. Gates keep people out, right? And platforms keep people up. And you can't just enter a platform without a ladder, or I guess wings, which I guess fairies would have. And they also have a ladder. Okay, maybe platforms aren't like gates, but if they were people, they would be. And you know what? I think like a people, so I think I get a pass on this one. Whee! Aw, look at this little platform. I'm gonna put you right here. Okay, now that we have lots of little platforms, I'm gonna work on this back wall, which isn't feeling naturey enough. And I feel like fairies are into nature, so I went with leaves. Because leaves are naturey. And I have all these leftover succulents that I made for a coffin a while ago. And I thought they matched the leaves, so I added them. Ooh, but what we're missing are mushrooms. Because you know I like a mushroom. But rather than make like a couple mushrooms, I'm gonna make a bunch of mushrooms. That way I'll have lots of mushrooms on hand. I mean, look at all these cute, adorable mushrooms. Now I won't have to make a mushroom for a really long time. And as we know, 3 is the magic number, so I'm adding 3 to this little platform. And if you were paying attention earlier, which gold star and a cookie if you were, I made this little tree. It's an adorable little fairy tree, which I painted, and now I'm cannibalizing the tree fluff from this tree to put onto my tree, because I felt like my tree wasn't fluffy enough, and fairies deserve a fluffy tree. I'm pretty sure it's fairy law written in their fairy law books. Assuming fairies have law books. What else would be in a fairy law book? Maybe something about traffic rules? But what would fairies drive? Ooh, I know, butterflies. Or better yet, fireflies, because they have lights. I mean, I know they could just fly with their wings, but we can walk on our feet and we still drive cars. Okay, so any fairy caught flying at night without a lit firefly. I swear I can speak words. Any fairy caught flying without a lit firefly will be punished. Okay, but what is a good fairy punishment? How about something like fairy community service? I know, like they have to scrub fairy dust off the castle. Wait, not fairy dust, glitter. So it's they're the glitter crew cleanup. Say that 10 times fast. Glitter crew cleanup. Glitter crew cleanup. Glitter crew cleanup. Or maybe untangling spider webs. Because I assume that fairies and spiders kind of live in harmony. Unless spiders eat fairies, then that might be kind of dangerous and not a very good punishment. Unless, you know, the more that I think about it, the more that I would think fairies would have a really good use for spider web. I would think that would be a really good resource for rope and sticky things. I don't know. Don't spiders make silk? I'm pretty sure silk comes from spiders, right? Which don't even get me started on how that is made. I have no idea. Is there just a factory somewhere with a bunch of spiders and they're spinning silk into shirts? I don't know. It's a mystery. But anyways, what would the spiders get from the fairies in this trade-off? Except maybe untangled webs, but they could just make a new web. I don't know. Anyways, we're way off topic. Let's get back to the art. Look, I made a clock. But we need something to power our clock, and what do fairies have for power? If you said crystals, you'd be right. See, the crystals are like the AA batteries of the fairy world. Only even better because they don't run out of energy, I assume. I don't know. Anyways, you might be saying this clock is really big, but it's not a grandfather clock. It's a clock tower, and clock towers are big. Okay, but then you might be thinking, well, but that tree looks really small. And you'd be right. It's a bonsai tree, and bonsai trees are small. Are they this small? Maybe not. But we don't know. Fairies have special fairy power. Maybe they can shrink stuff. And we know that they had those 2 circle windows, and circle windows are known to increase fairy powers because circle windows solve all problems. Speaking of which, do you want to see my circle mirror? There it is. Anyways, don't leave yet because I'm going to do another vase. I am back with another soy sauce bottle. And this one has a little piece of paper stuck in it because my daughter was playing with it and she wanted to make potions. So she shoved a piece of paper in there and then filled it up with water and dish soap. So now it's just a soggy piece of paper inside of a bottle that I can't reach. Come on, Ashley, think longer, finger thoughts. Ah, I got it. Okay, so my last soy sauce bottle, I did like a good fairy castle. Whee! All right, Ashley, stop screwing around. Seriously, stop screwing around. What are you doing? I'm gonna pretend like I don't know you, which is what I do with my husband every time he's in public. I swear, I can't take this man anywhere without embarrassing me. And Jake, I know you're in the comments. You can't deny this, even though it's not his fault. He is a husband, and that's what husbands do. Or so my husband tells me. Which, by the way, you know what else he tells me? That I can't get a circle window. He says, Ashley, it'll lower our resale value. What? If anything, it's gonna up our resale value. And then he says, but they leak. And I say, All windows leak eventually. What, just because it's in a circle shape, it's gonna leak more? Sounds like anti-circle window propaganda. Oh, and by the way, Emily's on board with this too. Aren't you, Emily? Yeah, look at that face. Of course you let me get a circle window. He's such a cutie. Anyways, there's your Emily tax for the day. Where were we? Oh, right. As I was saying, I did a nice pink fairy castle last time, and somebody suggested that I do the opposite this time, and I like that. Because I don't know if you know this, but I like creepy stuff. In fact, I would say that I like creepy stuff more than I like not creepy stuff. Or what's the opposite of creepy? Safe? I don't think that's it. And you can't really say beautiful because creepy stuff can be beautiful. Ooh, so if you're wondering why I added these sparkles, it's because I want the view through my circle window to be pretty. And you know glass is transparent, so you're gonna see right through it to whatever I add to the backside, which would have just been white paper. And I'm pretty sure that witch fairies aren't into boring. And this is just me assuming that they're witch fairies, but they did decorate the rim of their house with skulls. Or should I say the skulls of their enemies? Or so I assume. I don't know. Maybe it's their ancestors. Ooh, wait, I know. Maybe it's the skulls of all the husbands that wouldn't let them get circle windows. Yeah, that's right. And the witch fairies were like, we don't need men. Especially men who say no to their wives about circle. Look at that big circle window. I mean, they might be overcompensating because the men said no to their circle windows. So now they're like, you know what? If you say no to my circle window, I'm going to make the biggest circle window in the world and then decorate it with your skull. So really what I'm saying is this is a cautionary tale to my husband. If you see me putting in a 7-foot circle window, no, you didn't, unless you want it decorated with your skull. I'm just kidding. I love my husband. I wouldn't do that, probably. So anyways, back to this art. I got my Creepy Crawlies box out for creepy crawliness. I mean, if we're gonna do something creepy, it's right in the name, Creepy Crawly. And I'm gonna put a whole family of them on the side of this soy sauce bottle. Because in the comments of the last video, a lot of you said that the spiders could be farming the fairies. No, wait, the other way around. That would be weird. But hold up, how would you farm a fairy if you could farm a fairy? If you squeeze a fairy, does fairy dust come out? Like a weird fairy juicer? Anyways, the fairies are farming the spiders for their silk. Even though, yes, you did educate me that silk does not come from spiders. I don't know why I thought it did, but it actually comes from worms. However, I feel that fairies could still farm spiders for their webs. I'm sure it would make a good adhesive or a rope. So long story short, that was my spider farm on the side. And apparently it's spider farm hatching season because all those little bubbles were hatching. And if that grosses you out, then don't think about it. Instead, think about this tree that I'm making. Look how cool it is. I'm gonna put it right here on this platform. And then I painted just the tip, the tippity top of these branches. And then the last good soy sauce bottle, because I guess we're doing like a good versus evil. I don't know. Anyways, the last soy sauce bottle, I did clear crystals. Clear crystals. Look, that's hard to say. Clear crystals. Anyway, so this time I did not clear crystals. And look at my bling that I added to my circle window, which is just a spring from a clock, which scared the poop out of me when I unsprung it. I wish I had video, but I didn't know that it was going to violently attack me when I pulled a little tab out. I'm telling you, the thing flew across the room. Anyway, so then I added these little swirly things. You see these little black things? I don't know what those are, but I thought they looked good, so I added them. And check out my little froggy. That's right, we're going to make a little frog statue, which I'm going to put right next to this tree. But this froggy's looking a little too new, so I'm going to patina him with this swelligant, which takes a little while for the chemical reaction. So while I wait, I got out my junk, I should toss box, and pulled some junk out of it to make a tiny little fairy house, which I realized that the skulls decorating the rim of the fairy house could not possibly be fairy skulls now when we look at the scale of everything. So perhaps those are pixie skulls because, you know, the fairies and the pixies have been fighting for years over frog ownership laws. Yeah, that's right. So frogs are like a commodity. And I mean, they could ride toads, but everybody would rather have a frog. It's kind of like the difference between a Corvette and, I don't know, I can't think of a bad car. Look, I'm not a car person. We'll just go with my husband's car, a Prius. So these fairies they'd rather ride the frogs than the toads, even though the toads are better for the environment. And let's face it, they're more comfortable. But you know, you accidentally ride one poison frog into the drinking water and everybody labels it as an environmental disaster. So the pixies took away the frogs from the fairies, and now the fairies are upset. Just because Kevin got a little too, a a little too tipsy on the morning dewdrop, and jumped his frog, Dukes of Hazzard style, right into the water tower. The pixies held it against all of the fairies. And that's totally not fair. I mean, they can't help it that Kevin is the town's screw up, but the pixies got mad, and so now they don't allow frogs in the fairy towns anymore. Dang it, Kevin. In fact, they erected a frog statue to remind Kevin how much of a screw up he is. So anyways, after all of the fairies got persecuted by those pixies, the fairies fought back by collecting and displaying pixie skulls right below their water source. And they'll keep collecting skulls until they get the right to own frogs again. And look at that, we're done. What do you guys think? Hold up, I'm going to show you what the two soy sauce bottles look like together. But first, I guess I'm showing you all the details on this one. See the house and the frog and the tree, which, did you see the little leaves that I put on the tree? Adorable. Oh, and while we're looking at this, I just want to remind you that I have a book coming out October 15th. You can pre-order it. Links in my bio. Oh, look at that. There's the two soy sauce bottles together. Which one's your favorite? I think I like the dark one better. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, do you like Tim Burton? Because I'm back with another soy sauce bottle. Get out of here, Cap. And since it's the spooky season, I'm doing a Tim Burton inspired soy sauce bottle vase thingy. I know, that's a mouthful. And then I'm adding a cap with this clay. I know it seems odd I just threw out the cap, but this cap has bricks. Look at my bricks. See the bricks? Okay, next I need some structures. So I'm cutting up this cardboard and making a structure. And then I'm putting the structure on and covering that in clay because everything needs to be covered in clay. And then I got my window making tool out and I made some circle windows. I love a circle window. Okay, I don't know what the people are going to be doing in this building, but it's probably going to need some ventilation. So here I put a chimney. I guess those things are called chimneys or smokestacks or something. And then I shingled my roof with wood. I don't think wood would hold up very well as shingles, but it's fine. This is a Tim Burton house. It doesn't have to make sense. But it seems like most Tim Burton houses have a dramatic staircase. So that's what I'm making with these spiky toothpicks. A whole bunch of spiky toothpicks. Okay, I think they get the idea. There's lots of spiky toothpicks. Okay, let's move on now. Pat, pat, pat. Okay, we need an oversized balcony because that's definitely Tim Burton-y. So I cut one out of the mac and cheese container and then smothered it in clay because everything needs to be covered in clay. And then check this out. Boop, 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 shlaboop, shlaboopy. Anyways, I made it look like cobblestone. Flap your wings. Okay, another Tim Burton-y thing is triangle roofs, right? Kind of, maybe? But for sure, these oversized windows. That's a Tim Burton thing. So I made a cardboard one and smothered it in clay. Oh yeah, feel that clay. Anyways, so let's put some rocks on it because I have a big pile of rocks and I'm just itching to put them on something. Oh yeah, fancy. So I have this ladder, so why not add it on? Even though it doesn't go anywhere. So remember those bricks that I added? Well, that hole is just open to anybody and somebody's gonna fall in there. And we don't need a child down a well situation, even though I feel like that's very Tim Burton-y. A child down a well. Ooh, let's write our own Tim Burton story for this vase. Okay, I think multiple children have fallen down this well and they haunt this house. Oh wait, isn't that like Coraline? I don't know. Anyways, I think the house eats the children. It like beckons to them to fall down the well. Maybe that's why the ladder's there. It's left over from the children that have climbed up it. And then that's what the chimney's for. It cooks the... No, that's Sweeney Todd. I know. How about it just sucks the essence out of the children and then they go out the smokestack? But this building can show up in any village. Wait, are there villages anymore? Or they're just towns? They can show up in any town. Because look, I'm adding legs. It's a traveling building. Okay, so the traveling building shows up in your town, eats the children, and then shoots them out of the smokestack. As ghosts? Yeah, I think we have a blockbuster hit here. Somebody call Tim Burton. I got his next story. Oh, but we're missing the hero. Okay, somebody lives in the building that's not a child. And he or she tries to warn the children before they fall into the well. I know, it's the spider and it tries to tell them the truth, but the children don't believe it because they're scared of it. And then all the children die. And that's why you should always listen to spiders. I don't know. Look, the story needs some work. I'll give it that. But we got a good start. Anyways, what do you guys think of my vase? Also, so you guys always want me to put lights in these things, so I thought I'd humor you this time. And hold up, ready? Woo! Consider yourself humored. Okay, but what does it look like with flowers? Oh yeah. Hold up, let's turn on the lights. I don't know about you, but that looks like a pretty good child eating vase. Remember, always listen to your spider. Hey, look at that, I'm back with another soy sauce bottle. Get out of here, cat. And I started making this while I was making my other soy sauce bottle, and I was gonna like hook them together with a bridge or something, but then I decided not to, and I scrapped it. I know, you're really disappointed. I'm disappointed in myself. One day, I will do 2 soy sauce bottles, but that day is not today. So just enjoy the second Tim Burton themed soy sauce bottle that's not related to the first one. Anyways, now that that's explained, on with the video. Okay, so on this soy sauce bottle, I'm just adding these little houses all over it, kind of like it's a Victorian house with a bunch of add-ons. I don't know, that just felt Tim Burton-y to me. But hold on, watch me do this roof. Ooh, is that not super satisfying? Trust me, it sucked to do, but it was totally worth it. Because look at that, isn't that cute? Boop. Anyway, ooh, I love this noise. So I'm making this 3-window thing that kind of looks like a fidget spinner. That was unintentional. Are we still spinning our fidgets? Is that still happening? I don't know. I'm so out of it. Do we have something else that we're doing now? Because I feel like I could really benefit from some fidget toys. I don't really have any, but I have clay to replace my fidgets. Like if I had a desk job, I would definitely have to have something to keep my hands busy. But luckily I have this job where I get to make cool art. Well, sometimes it's cool. Sometimes it's, you know, questionable. But we don't talk about that art. Anyways, so I don't know. Maybe we should make up a story for this vase like we did the last one. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of houses stuck together. I mean, I want to think hotel, but that's a little on the nose. I know, maybe it's some sort of castle prison. And I assume it would be on a hill somewhere. Because all spooky castle prisons should be on a hill, surrounded with dark clouds. But not like a criminal prison. More like somebody's keeping these people prisoned in these houses. Because they're kind of lacking windows. I mean, they have like that little circle window in the front that makes them kind of look like a birdhouse. But I don't think you're going to be coming out of that hole because unless you have wings, you're going to fall. Which is why I added this ladder. I'm guessing it's left over from somebody who tried to rescue somebody else from this prison. Ooh, wait, did you see that bat? Okay, so the captor is a bat. And he's holding other people or creatures in these houses so that he can suck their blood. You know, like food storage. So it's basically a bat's refrigerator? I don't know, that's weird. Ooh, look, a skull from somebody who died. Okay, this story is going nowhere. This is terrible. Maybe the bat is holding people in his people zoo for other bats to look at. You know, like we hold bats in bat zoos. And he tried to model the rooms after what people live in. And that's why they look like houses. This is a terrible story. I am sorry. Maybe I should just stick to explaining the art. Because look, I'm done. Look at this. And of course I got to add lights because everybody always asks. So that's what it looks like with lights. And then I got to turn it. And then you want to see what it looks like with a flower? There it is. And what do you guys think? About the art, not the story. We all know the story sucked. Whee! How long has it been since I've done a soy sauce bottle miniature? I don't know, but it's been way too long. So let's do one. Yeah. This time, instead of forming the miniature around the bottle, you know, in a bottle shape, I'm instead incorporating Snap-a-Doodle, the bottle into the miniature. And of course, we gotta have lights in 3, 2, 1. Whoa, this bottle's totally lit. Is that what the kids say? So my idea for this soy sauce bottle is to do a haunted house. And a haunted house needs a haunted stoop. Yeah, bam. You know, to hold the haunted door. But look, I'm coloring these lights with orange so that they look like little fire. For our little candles, isn't that adorable? It's freaking adorable. As is this adorable door that I'm making. Psh, what do you mean? No, it's not a window. Look, see, there's a doorknob. That's what makes it a door. It's an adore-a-door. Well, bam. Ha-cha-cha. We got to put a little roof on our door. That way the rain doesn't get in. And you didn't think we could get away without a circle window, did you? Of course we're doing a circle window. It's a haunted house. I'm pretty sure it's required. Ooh, and then the most satisfying part, shrinking the circle window. Ta-da! Tiny circle window. And then adding resin to the outside not only protects it, but also makes it look more circle windowy or glassy. I don't know, you know what I mean. And then I just got to frame my circle window. Then I'm adding this little thing to the back so that it sits a little bit off of the soy sauce bottle. And that way there's room to add clay because we can't have just a naked soy sauce bottle. That would be weird. And that's when I took the opportunity to add 2 more circle windows to the sides. See, right there. Ooh, and then I wanted our haunted house to look like, I don't know, a tree is growing out of the front. Bam. But in like a potion bottle shape. So it's like a potion bottle. It's like a potion bottle tree. You know, like maybe a little witch lives here. Smack. Or maybe fairies. I don't know. Although I'm pretty sure I'm going with witch. Unless they're witch fairies. Or would they be fairy witches? Sha-sha. Ooh, so look, I'm using the straw as like, I don't know what you call this, like a little pipe or, well, a chimney. Does it make sense that there's a chimney in the front entranceway? No, not really, but it's cute. Don't think about it. And then we capped off our potion bottle because we can't, bloop, just have an open potion bottle. That would be irresponsible. Oh, so also, maybe I was thinking that this haunted house is maybe around Halloween. Don't go away! I know, it's past Halloween, and this would be like considered Halloween content, but look, I was really busy for Halloween, and I really wanted to make this. And so I didn't get this video out for Halloween, and I didn't want to save it for next Halloween. That would have been way too far away. So you know what? Maybe it's not for Halloween. Maybe this isn't a little trick-or-treat bottle. Maybe this is just their regular everyday treat bottle outside their house. I don't know. And you know what? Maybe these pumpkins are just regular everyday pumpkins. They're not Halloween pumpkins. Pumpkins don't have to be Halloween. Pumpkin is just a fruit. It's not fair that it's only around Halloween that we use pumpkins. I mean, think about it. It's the only fruit that we just use once a year. The poor pumpkin's probably lonely the rest of the year, and you should feel bad for it. I mean, imagine if pickles were only allowed around once a year. Got a craving for a pickle? Too bad, because people are gonna look at you weird if you eat a pickle during not pickle season. See how weird that is? So I don't need you to tell me when I can display my pumpkins. In fact, I'm liberating the pumpkin right now. Pumpkin spice can now be used all year round. It's just a spice, right? It's no different than oregano or thyme. You know what? I don't need to justify it to you. I make the art. I make the rules. Anyways, now that that's settled, look at my little pumpkin basket. That's just a normal basket that happens to look like a pumpkin. It's not associated to any kind of holiday. Oh, right, I forgot. We're on the other side of our soy sauce bottle now. And what am I doing for the other side of the soy sauce bottle? You know, just a whole bunch of non-holiday candy, just regular candy, which is a totally normal thing to have in a haunted house that's at any time of the year. Anyways, I add a few of them onto my shelves. Look, this one's full of eyeballs. Whose eyeballs? I don't know. Just nondescript haunted house eyeballs. Ooh, so I'm filling up my little bottles with, we'll just call them potions and not like a candy syrup of any sort, because this haunted house belongs to a fairy witch, remember? And I assume that she or he would have potions in their house, right? I mean, their house does look like a big potion bottle. And then I'm taking this little fishbowl and I'm gonna fill it with eyeballs. You know what? I know it doesn't make sense that a fairy witch would have a fishbowl full of eyeballs. So let's make it make sense with a story. I'm kind of getting like a Hansel and Gretel vibe. Shwapa. It might be the eyeballs or the candy. But what if this house is in the woods? I mean, it is made out of a tree. Snap, bloop, hacha. Papa. And once every full moon, this house appears out of nowhere, but not during Halloween, by the way. And it smells like vanilla and maybe just a little bit of danger, which is the perfect combination to attract children and teenagers. Actually, probably more teenagers because they're always the ones in the woods doing teenager things. I know, because I was a teenager once doing teenager things. Although, to be fair, I grew up in Iowa. There wasn't anything to do in Iowa. There were cornfields and woods and a Walmart. And there's only so much you could do in a Walmart before they kick you out. Anyways, back to the story. So the fairy witch that lives in this house, Sally. That's right, I just named her Sally. Silly Sally. She's actually really lonely because the house trapped her years before. And now the house demands that she feeds it other people, specifically children and young adults. Actually, this is sounding a lot like Little Shop of Horrors. You know, if the plant were a house. Okay, great. I don't really like the way this is going. Let's start over. Okay, so Sally lives in the woods. She's a fairy witch, but she's also a baker. Yeah, and she's obsessed with trying to make the perfect treat and then testing them on people. Not during Halloween, though. But she hasn't made the perfect treat yet because she's just been using normal ingredients like sugar and spice. So that's when she starts mixing in her potions into the treats and then offering them to the children and young adults that come to her door, following the smell of vanilla and danger. And of course, the potions do something weird to the people. I don't know, whatever potions do, knock them out, turn them into crows. And then Sally's like, oh no! Well, people can't find out that I've been knocking them out and turning them into crows. So to hide the knocked out crow bodies, she's been using them as ingredients because she didn't know how to make a potion to turn them back into humans. That would be too convenient, which worked out pretty well because, you know, nobody's ever used knocked out crow humans in their treats before. And it makes them super exotic and tasty because they can feel the emotions from the humans. In fact, their human essence has permeated the candy. You know, like the Kevin candy is a little sad and the Suzanne candy is a little sassy. However, the Margaret candy makes you super annoying. Oh, and then the Bruce candy makes your bum itch. Okay, I don't know about that one. But eventually, Sally runs out of people to test them on because they're all ingredients. And that's why she moves her house every full moon, to get fresh ingredients. I don't know why the ghost is there, but you know what? Don't question it. Just enjoy the art because we're done. What do you guys think of my non-Halloween haunted house? That's totally not Halloween related at all. Because making a Halloween haunted house after Halloween would be peculiar. Anyways, thanks for watching. Sorry about the story. I know it wasn't very good. And happy not Halloween. And don't forget to subscribe. Okay, thanks. Bye. Hey, so I'm back with another soy sauce bottle. Whee! Get out of here, Cap. Nobody wants you. Anyway, first we have to take off this wrapper. Okay, that was my super lame attempt to wrap. I promise I probably won't do that again. But I am wrapping it in clay. You totally believe me. Okay, but honestly, that's the last time because nobody wants to hear me rap or whatever that was. I guess it's technically like beatboxing. Anyways, so on with this vase. I was commissioned to do a treehouse vase and I'm just putting some rocks on the bottom and adding some texture to make them look more rock-like. And then I wrap the top of the vase. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna make the joke again. I promised. Oh, I want to make the joke. Nope, I'm moving on. But I am adding these hexagon windows, which look, it isn't quite as cool as circle windows, but they're pretty close. But they kind of remind me of bees. So I started to add these bee wings, but it doesn't end up being bee wings. But I'm not gonna give it away. You'll have to wait to see. I think quartz is one of my favorite gems, or like crystals, rocks, minerals. I don't know, whatever they are. Quartz and amethyst. But every good treehouse needs some leaves. Did you see my really cool mold? It's so perfect. Look how many leaves I can add. You get a leaf and you get a leaf. Oh, and here I'm making a vine because the leaves are starting to get a little bit repetitive, but we are putting a leaf on the vine. And we don't want our treehouse to be too dark inside, so I'm gonna add these rock windows to the top. I'm not sure where rock windows rank in the cool window ranking system, but these rock windows look pretty cool. And you know what? Everything could use a little sparkly bling. It's like the crown on top of the treehouse. Although it's not really the top, so it's more like the sparkly bracelet of the treehouse. Or maybe it's an anklet. Why don't we do anklets anymore? Did it go away with toe rings? Because I remember rocking a toe ring in middle school and I thought it was super cool. But I was also the kid that wore the bright rainbow toe socks every day, and I don't know how cool I really was. Actually, I know I wasn't that cool in school. Hey, that rhymed. Ooh, hold up. Watch me roll this flower. So I just learned how to do that and now I want to flower everything. I mean, look how satisfying that is. And it's like super easy. Anyways, remember these bee wings? Can you guess what I'm going to make them into? A shelf. I'm making a shelf. And don't worry, we're gonna put stuff on the shelf. But first I gotta tackle this top because it's not very safe without a railing. And I really don't wanna get sued for people falling off. So I think that's more important than the shelf. Although to be fair, this railing's only being held on by vines. So it's not the safest, but don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We're worried about this shelf now. What's the most likely thing to be sitting on a shelf? I mean, obviously a cat, right? So I'm making a little kitty cat. It's a kitty cat and it went meow, 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 and a meow, meow, meow. And she needs some whiskers. So I'm just plucking some out of this brush. And we'll carefully add our kitty to the shelf. I said carefully. Did you see that? She jumped right out of my hands. There we go. Now all we need is something for our kitty cat to push off a shelf because, you know, cats. And so I'm making these little tiny books. Boing. Okay, I'm just gonna glue in these pages and I guess that'd be called binding the book. And there it's in a binder clip. I mean, it's a chip clip, but for our purposes, it's a binder clip. And I'm just adding a little detail to the book and then painting it purple with gold edges because I have this gold pen and I gotta use it. And I actually made 2 books. So now I gotta put them on the shelf so that our kitty has something to push off. And there it is, one finished treehouse vase. What do you guys think? I think my favorite part is the hexagon windows, but the kitty is a close second, which I think made Edgar a little jealous. Edgar. Those aren't even real flowers. Stop it. Edgar. I'm back with another soy sauce bottle, and this time somebody commissioned me to do a Wes Anderson vase. I mean, not specifically like Wes Anderson, but more like that style. And if you don't know his movies, he did Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, The Grand Budapest Hotel, The Life Aquatic. Anyways, super stylistic movies. And I absolutely love that style. So I was really excited to try this vase. So my customer really liked the lighthouse in Moonrise Kingdom. So I'm making the base of the vase like a lighthouse structure. Only without the light, because the light would cover up the vase hole. And without a vase hole, it's not a vase. Does vase hole sound like a dirty word? You vase hole? Yeah, definitely dirty. Anyways, she also wanted me to add the treehouse from Moonrise Kingdom. And then I covered it in clay and stuccoed it all over my house. Now, it's not really looking treehousey enough, so I'm using these matches matches. And just so you know, they're not counterfeit matches. I lit one because that's a thing, counterfeit matches, right? Anyways, I cut off all their heads. Off with your head. And then I sided my house with matchsticks. I don't think it's a fire hazard. I mean, it can't be any worse than wood siding, right? Plus, it's a treehouse. It's not like we're gonna have electricity in it. And then I add the matches to the roof. Wait, is House of Matches a saying, or is it just House of Cards? I think it would mean that this house is like super volatile. Am I saying that word right? Volatile? Like it could explode in any minute, but not like physically explode. Like tensions are high. Anyways, if you were paying attention, unlike me, I added a tent to the bottom with some rocks. Oh, I guess I'm still adding the tent to the bottom with a platform. Because if you got out of this tent, you would just fall down the cliff, and that sounds like a lawsuit. I mean, imagine if you sleptwalked. Man, sleepwalking in the wild is way more dangerous. And hold up, watch me put some clay around my vase hole. I just wanted to say vase hole again. Okay, so back to the sleepwalking thing. If you sleepwalked in the wild, you'd have to worry about bears or lakes or cliffs. I mean, we must have evolved to sleepwalk because I don't think any other animal does it. It sounds like a death sentence. I mean, imagine a mouse sleepwalking in your house and you have cats. That's like a midnight snack to your cat. Anyways, I got way off track. And oh man, one of these broke. That's okay, I can fix it. I just covered it in clay. But I didn't want it to feel singled out, so I covered the rest of them in clay too. There, you'd never know that one of them broke. Shh, don't tell anyone, it'll be our secret. All right, I'm just adding some paint details. And then I put in these pink bricks. But they can't be all the same color because that's boring. And here comes Emily to drink my paint water. Right. What is it with cats and paint water? Like I literally cannot keep her away. You have a perfectly good bowl of water on the floor. Go drink that. Well, I guess she's just gonna be here now. And stop. Are you biting it? Stop it. I think I figured out how that one broke. Stupid cat. Okay, moving on. Let's add some more paint. And then I wiped off some of the paint to make it look like wood. And then I added little wood windows. And then we're still missing our ladder, so I'm just making that. But I feel like this video is getting really long, so I'm gonna speed through the rest. Quickly, I made these trees. I spray painted the trees. I put green clay on the trees to make leaves. Emily came in to make sure I wasn't making food. She had to check a couple times. Oh, back for some more. And there are my trees. And there they are attached, but that's really ugly. So I covered it in clay because what can't clay fix? And then I covered that clay with, hey, Emily, get out of the way. Why? Don't you have somewhere else to be? Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted, I put some leaves on the bottom, along with some other foliage. But these supports on the top are still missing a fencing, a rung, you know, the thing that keep you from falling out. Look, I'm not a dictionary. I don't know words and stuff. But unfortunately, I didn't have any orange wire. So I had to use my daughter's nail polish. Luckily, she had orange because orange is her favorite color. Well, that and rainbow, obviously. I mean, whose favorite color is not rainbow? And there, it looks pretty good. And I thought it was still missing something, so I made these little mushrooms. Because if you know anything about me, you know that I love mushrooms. Don't worry, I secured them better with clay. See, they're not going anywhere. And then I covered the whole thing in epoxy because sometimes paint doesn't want to stick to this clay. And there she is, all complete. Let me just add the flower and hold it up to my face. And then Edgar needed to see it. And then Emily needed to make sure that there weren't treats in it. And then, oh yeah, the mushrooms glow in the dark. I know it's not as complex as I usually do. I wanted to keep it simple to try to capture the style better, which strangely made it more difficult to make. But anyways, what do you guys think? Anybody else hoard jars like I do? I have about 50 of these soy sauce containers. Hey, it's a really cool shape. What am I supposed to do? Throw it away? Oh, gross. I didn't even clean this one out. Just been sitting there with gross stuff in it. Okay, so I was gonna make a heart because I saw one of those heart vases and I was like, I can do that. But then I got bored like partway through. And I was like, anybody can have a heart vase. But what about a city vase? I bet you don't have a city vase. So I glued all this cardboard on to make little city buildings and whatever else is in a city. I don't know. And then I got a little clay coat, a covering of clay. Clay was placed on the trash to make it less trashy. Even though aren't most cities made out of trash? I think that's factually accurate. And keeping with our trash theme, I'm using a used chopstick to make these windows. Hey, just because it's a trash city doesn't mean it shouldn't have windows. Do you think some cities get so full of trash that they just pave over it? I think I heard somewhere that rats actually outnumber people in some cities. Do you think that's true? That can't be true, can it? I don't know, but I bet cockroaches do. All right, so now I'm just using these toothpicks to make this wall because the one thing that cities are lacking is privacy. And then I like to think that this hole in the middle is like a smokestack for all the toxic chemical fumes to filter out of. Although if it's a vase, I'll put flowers in it. Maybe I'll just fill it with dead flowers. I mean, real flowers are way too much responsibility and they die anyway. So I might as well just fill it with dead flowers. Anyways, my daughter keeps collecting these rocks and I don't know what to do with them. So I might as well put them on this. Do you find random rocks in your kids' pockets? And for some reason, they're strangely attached to them. All right, and here's what it looks like before I add the paint. Here's the first coat of paint, and then here's the second coat of paint, and then here I'm just adding some details. So I was thinking, because it's a trash city, I mean a city made of trash, I think I'm going to try to make it look abandoned, because anybody can have a city base, but do they have an abandoned city base? I would be surprised if you did, but I don't know what kind of weird stuff you have. Bunch of weirdos. So to give it that abandoned feel, I'm boarding up some of these windows and adding this ladder, because if I came across an abandoned city, I would want to explore it. And I guess I left my ladder behind. Unless now I'm squatting and living off rat burgers because that's all there is to eat. Actually, rats might outnumber people in an abandoned city. Anyways, this is the only flower I had, but I guess it works. What do you guys think? I am back with another soy sauce bottle. And look, I'm cleaning it this time, so no getting mad at me for not cleaning it out. Because I cleaned it out, okay? It's clean. Don't worry about it. Anyways, so this was a commission. Somebody saw my last video and they requested something very similar, but not exactly the same, because that would be silly. I don't make the same art twice. So I'm just gluing and taping some trash onto this bottle. And whatever that was. Apparently, I like to beat up my trash. And then I'm making this window, and I like circle windows, so it's a circle. Which, why aren't more windows circles? They're so much cooler. I want a cool circle window. Ouch, did you see that? Anyways, imagine your life with more circle windows in it. I'm pretty sure it would make your life like 37% more magical. So I'm just living out my magical circle window dreams on this vase. Did I tell you that we're making a vase? I'm making a vase out of trash. It's a trash vase. Not to be confused with a trashy vase. Although maybe it's that too. I don't know. I guess only you can decide. But I don't want it to be too trashy, so I have to cover the trash with clay. And I can't have all circle windows, so here's some square ones. But I can't have all square ones, so here's another circle window. And we all need a little support once in a while, so I'm jamming some matchsticks into the side. Hey, I don't want my city to fall over. And then here we are back with the circle window. Oh yeah. I mean, just imagine yourself sitting at a boring old triangle window. Did I just say triangle window? I meant rectangle window. Forget about the triangle window. I meant rectangle. Okay, you're there? Boring, right? Okay, now imagine yourself at a circle window. Bam! And now you're 42% more productive. Or would you become less productive because you're looking at the circle window? I don't know, not important. The point is, where do I get one? Anyways, so I have this little bottle because I'm obsessed with little things and I may or may not hoard them. But I thought it'd be cute to make it into an abandoned bottling factory. And hold up, check out this transition. Oh yeah, super smooth. So that was the first coat of paint, and now all I need to do is add the yummy painting details, which includes lots of bricks. I mean, look at all these colors. Though at some point I got kind of bored and I started painting them all the same color. See, right here. But don't worry, it probably will look good. So I asked my customer what their favorite drink is, and they went with brisk. I've actually never had brisk. Is it good? I don't know if I like the name. It either reminds me of brisket, which could be a really good drink or a really terrible drink, or like a bris. And if you know what that is, it would make for an even worse drink. But I do like tea, so maybe I would like it. All right, our tea factory is not looking abandoned enough, so I gotta board up some of these windows, but not the circle windows. Yep, we gotta keep those open. Gotta let in that circle air. I don't know if you know this, but circle air actually makes you 24% more productive. Look, I'm really trying to justify the circle window now because my husband's gonna have to install it, and he's gonna want to know why, and we have to tell him something because I've just decided that I can't live without it now. Anyways, I'm sorry I keep talking about the circle window. Let's get back to this vase. So I'm adding a few overgrown plants, and then the final touch, I'm adding a streamer to the top of these fence posts. I say streamer because I think it's purely decorative. There's no way that this is up to safety codes. And I'm finally finished. Check out all these details. This took me forever, and I'm probably not gonna make another one for a really long time, so don't even ask. I mean, unless I find a really cool shaped bottle, then maybe. And did you see all my circle windows? I got like 4 of them on here. What do you guys think? Oh, and if you see my husband in the comments, make sure that you try to convince him that I need a circle window. Because I do, Jake. I do. Does anybody know how to get these printed labels off? I tried everything. I tried scraping. I tried rubbing alcohol. I tried fine grit sandpaper, coarse grit sandpaper, scraping again. Nothing worked. So I gave up. But if you know how to get rid of it, let me know because I really would like to know. Anyways, on with this vase. Yeah, vase. So somebody wanted me to make a brain vase, and I like brains, so here we are. I'm just coiling on a brain worm. Ew, that's kind of gross. Do brains get worms? Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. So we won't. We're going to suppress that thought, and we're going to wrap our brain in a nice cozy little package, and then we staple that package onto the brain. I mean, it's not really staples, it's clay, but it's supposed to kind of look like staples. And then I put another row of staples because I don't really know what I'm doing with this vase, but it's going to have layers. See, here's another layer. Ooh, it kind of reminds me of those drinks where you layer in the fruit. You know, you've seen those TikToks, right? I think it's meant to be a good way to hydrate, but I would just put alcohol in them, honestly. Well, this is like the fleshy, gross version of that. And hold up, look at this spin technique. I had no idea I was so talented in spinning glassware. Though, is that really a talent? I mean, I've heard of plate spinners, which how do you become a plate spinner? That seems like an odd thing to suddenly want to do. Is there a plate spinning school that you have to go to? Are there plate spinning competitions? I mean, I assume there's competitions for everything. Have you seen the cup stacking competitions? Now, those people have talent. I don't know what you would use that talent for. Maybe if you worked at a restaurant. You know, if somebody stacked my cups like that at a restaurant, I would definitely go back. Anyways, we are so off topic. Let's get back to this vase. So I'm just living out my dentist dreams of teeth cleaning. And there's the finished product. Did you notice I got one of those fancy turntable things? Except I get bored while watching it, so I move the camera around. Anyways, what do you think? Would you put your flowers in this vase? Hold up. It's a face vase. Get it? Face vase? Because it rhymes. Who loves octopuses? I do, because this next section is a whole bunch of octopuses that I made. Check out this little porthole frame that I bought at Savers for $5.99. Do cruises have gift shops? Because this one says it's from Norwegian Cruise. Ooh, speaking of cruises, who's on cruise TikTok? You know, the one that they're cruising for 9 months? That's a long time to be on a boat. I don't think I could do it, but I'm excited to see what kind of drama comes out of this. Like, I work from home now, so my daily dose of drama has definitely dropped. Whoa, that was a lot of D's. That's what she said. Anyways, I'm so deprived of drama that I look for drama where there is none. Like, when my husband comes home, I question about every little detail about his day. I'm like, she said what to you? And he's like, yeah, she asked for staples. And I'm like, you know what that means? And then my husband just rolls his eyes because he doesn't crave drama like I do. Anyways, if you haven't noticed, I'm making an octopus. I know, you're surprised. And the circle window, which is, you know, the porthole. But I mean, I've talked about octopuses and circle windows enough in my videos, so I'm just going to talk more about this cruise because I'm fascinated how anybody could spend 9 months of their life on a boat. I couldn't because maldebarkment syndrome exists. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Hold up.
Maldebarkment syndrome.
Yeah, that. And what is that? The most terrible thing that could ever happen to you, in my opinion. Okay, maybe not the most terrible, but it's where you feel like you're on the boat even when you're not on the boat anymore, but for the rest of your life. Oh my God, I get that after being on a boat for only an hour. I mean, not for the rest of my life, obviously, but I feel like I'm on the boat the next night, so at least 24 hours. Could you imagine 9 months of that and then you get off the boat? You're never the same again. That is why I'm terrified to go on a cruise. That and every video that I see of a cruise ship, the toilets back up and people are just walking in poop water. I just don't trust that in 9 months that the toilets aren't going to back up at some point. Oh, and all their food is a buffet. Are you kidding? How many colds and flus are you going to catch in 9 months? Everybody's just breathing the same air. Okay, they're not really, but you know what I mean? Honestly, I don't even think I would enjoy myself because I'd be so afraid if I got off the boat would leave without me. I couldn't actually do any sightseeing because what if you get stuck in traffic? What if you get in a car accident? What if you get kidnapped and your family can't pay the ransom? I mean, what if you get diarrhea because you've been eating cruise food for 9 months and you don't know how long that cruise ship buffet has been sitting out? And of course, you can't get diarrhea on the boat. You have to get diarrhea in Rome while you're off the boat. And now you have to do a little poop run to get to the cruise ship that's taking off. But of course you miss it and now you're stuck in Rome with poopy pants and no change of clothing. That is so scary. I would just end up staying on the boat for 9 months and I would hate it because it would get so small and cramped. Anyways, I guess I'm done with this art. What do you guys think? And what, would you go on this cruise? Are you scared to have poopy pants? So I bought like a 10-pack of these hexagon canvases and I didn't realize that there's little hexagon canvases inside the big hexagon canvas. It's canvas inception. I love a bonus canvas. So I decided to paint something simple, like this smiley face. There, done. It's a masterpiece. I'm just kidding. For some reason, I still have an octopus itch. So to itch that itch, I'm gonna make some more octopuses. Octopi? Octopussies. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be telling people that I have an itchy octopus. They're gonna look at me weird, and people already look at me pretty weird. Okay, this conversation's going way downhill. Let's start over. Hi, I'm Ashley, and I don't have an itchy octopus, but I'm gonna make an octopus on this hexagon canvas. Yes, totally nailed that intro. And so I sketched out an octopus, but I hated it. So I sketched out a second octopus, and it looked a lot like the first one, and third time's a charm, so I ended up with this one, and transferred it onto my canvas using the scribble method. Yeah, I could use carbon paper, but this is so much more fun. Stop being a fun killer. And I know you can't see it, but trust me, it's there. So I just outlined my octopus, And then the fun part, adding the clay. I got 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, an upside down 4th leg. And I'm bored, so let's speed these up. There, 8 legs. Now for the teeny tiny suction cups, which is also boring, but I think it's more satisfying to see it all sped up. So here you go. Oh yeah, look at all those suction cups. It totally sucks. Get it? It sucks. Okay, bad joke. Let's move on. So I'm just adding some highlights and some colorful stuff and some shadows. And then I'm filling in these suction cups with some darker stuff and then wiping it away and added some other colors. I mean, what color is an octopus really? Like, they're not really red, but they're not really pink. What is that like in between color? And they're not all that color. Can they change colors? I feel like I think I've read that somewhere where octopuses can change colors. I mean, look, I could Google it, but you know, I'm lazy. And what would I talk to you about? How I wish I could change the color of my hair like an octopus whenever I want to? That would be cool. Yep, that would have been a way better conversation. But look at that, we're out of time because now I have to show off the finished product. And there he is in the sunlight. And here he is not in the sunlight. Get up in there with all those details. Oh, that's a little too close. Well, let's just back up and give him some space. And what do you guys think? I think I still have an octopus itch, so expect a couple more octopuses from me. Unless they make an ointment for that. It's actually tinfoil claws. I don't know what I'm doing, but do you want to check out the coolest lamp I've ever made? I mean, I've only made 2 lamps ever in my life, and the last one didn't go so well, so I don't have the greatest track record. But I think I did it this time. I think I made a cool lamp. So you all suggested that I do an octopus lamp, and I thought that was a great idea. So here's the head of my octopus, and then I made 8 legs. I counted them this time, 8. And then I covered this jar with saran wrap. That way when our octopus hardens, its legs will hold it up. And then I covered some of its legs in clay. And look, I know what this looks like. I'm just smoothing the clay out. I swear. There, now our octopus is a triapus. It's a triapus. But not for too long, because we're going to do the rest of the legs. Because I don't want our octopus to be naked. But I mean, technically, we're like covering his bones. So he's going to be naked anyway. I don't know. Let's move on. So I mean, you get it. I covered 6 legs in clay. And put that down. How rude. So I bought this lamp kit off of Amazon, and it took me a long while to figure out how to put this thing together. But haha, I beat it. You can't fool me. Okay, I want our octopus to be holding the light above its head. Luckily, I had this handy dandy pegboard. Am I a genius? Maybe. Because look at that. Ta-da! Now just add clay. Lots of clay. A whole bunch of clay. And look at that. Isn't that the coolest thing you've ever seen? Okay, but maybe lower your expectations a little bit. It's a lot of pressure, and I've only ever made 2 lamps. And I think I mentioned the last one did not go so well. So let's just lower those expectations to like knee level. Okay, good. Let's move on. I didn't think I was making an alien octopus, but when I stepped back and squinted a little bit, he looks like an alien. I mean, it might be the color, but it's more likely my poor sculpting skills. So I redid the eyes. It's not 100% better, but it's good enough. Okay, he's missing his octopus skirt. You know, the stretch of skin between his legs. Hold up, that sounded bad. I don't know what else to call it. It probably doesn't even have a name, but it does now. It's an octopus skirt. Write it in your textbook. Okay, now we're just hot gluing the cord into its crotch. Wait, where is the crotch of an octopus? Between its legs or its underbelly? Because don't they technically have a beak here? Do they have a beak in their crotch? Can I say the word crotch? Is that a bad word? I feel like it's not, because lots of things can have a crotch. That has nothing to do with legs. Okay, I feel like I'm saying crotch too much. Ooh, say that 10 times fast. Crotch too much, crotch too much, crotch too much. Well, that went downhill fast. I know, let's just move on. So first I painted him blue, but I hated it, so I wiped it all off. And then I thought bronze is way more fancier. So I painted him bronze, but it was lacking that shininess, so I added some bronze foil. But then he was too shiny. I know, make up your freaking mind, Ashley. So I added some bubbles. What do you mean I added bubbles? I glued on this embossing powder and heated it up till it made bubbles. Oh yeah, look at those bubbles. Those are some good bubbles, but it's still too shiny. So I slathered it in some paint and wiped it all off. See, watch, wipe, wipe, paint, paint, wipe. Yeah, I mean, you get the idea. And then I added some turquoise colors and some dark blues. And I thought his eye needed something, so I just painted that. And aha, it's a freaking octopus lamp. Just adding the shade. Look how cool this thing is. I feel like I've leveled up my lamp making skills. I'm like a level 2 lamp maker now out of 20 levels. But still, it's progress. What do you guys think? Look how cute this frame is. I picked it up at a thrift store for like $5. Let's just pick that cat hair off. And the family's cute, but I don't know any of these people, so let's make art out of it. Could you imagine if you just kept the pictures that come in frames? And when somebody comes over, you just make up a fake family? And you're like, yeah, that's my cousin Bobo and Auntie M. No, those aren't made up names. They aren't weird. You're weird for questioning my family. Get out of my house, you weirdo. Okay, but what a great way to keep people from visiting your house again. Always make them question your sanity. Because people who have their life all all together scare me way more than people who don't. Who has their life all together? Not me. And if you do, you're either lying to yourself or you're way too good to talk to me. I'm going to be intimidated and you need to get out of my house because it's stressing me out. You amazingly put together human. Anyway, I should probably talk a little bit about what I'm doing here. So if you've noticed, I put an octopus on this frame. You see in my last octopus video, I'd mentioned putting an octopus on a piece of glass, and you super smart people suggested that I used a picture frame. And duh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. You all are obviously more put together than I am. So that's what I'm doing. Octopus on frame. But this gross felt is coming off anyways, so I'm just gonna help it along. Okay, so I have this super old epoxy. Does this stuff go bad because it's been sitting there for a while? Look, I don't know how to use epoxy very well, so hold off your judgment, you judgy people. Mixed judgersons. I'm just kidding. The people who are judging are the ones with their lives put together, and we already kicked those people out of my house, so it's just you and me now, hopefully. Unless I missed a few judgy people in the corner. In which case, what are you doing here? Anyways, just ignore them. So this thing took a lot more epoxy than I expected. By the end, I was mixing it in the big cup rather than the itty bitty tiny cups. But since I was doing it in layers, I decided to put some paint in to add some depth. Like these swirly marks. Although now it's kind of looking like a cloud octopus. I don't know. I think it's fine. I'm going with that sea debris that looks like clouds. Like I said, it's fine. I'm sure there's sea debris in the ocean that looks like clouds. The ocean's big. Anyways, one last coat of epoxy and I'm done, sort of. When I took off the back, I took off the hook, so I need to add something to hang this on the wall. There's something. Hopefully it'll hold. Let's test it. It feels pretty sturdy. I think it'll be fine. But what do you guys think? And what do you think, Emily? Hey, too close. Oh, by the way, it glows in the dark. Hey, guess what? I'm back with another build, and I'm gonna be honest, I did not plan this one at all. Not that I really plan any of my art, but hold on, watch this crack. Ooh. Not that I plan any of my art, but this one I really didn't plan. I had no idea what I was doing the whole time I was making this thing. I guess I just let the art articulate what I was doing. Or maybe they were art gremlins. So I let the art gremlins take control on this one. Or maybe they're crafting gremlins. No, wait, they're gnomes. And they also hide my scissors when I need them because it doesn't matter where I put them, they are not there when I come back. Dang crafty gnomes. Anyways, that's not what this video is about. This video is about making art, and I assume that's why you're watching. I don't know, unless you're watching because you're trying to sleep and this is what comes up on your feed. That would be weird. I'm definitely not going to help you go to sleep, especially because I do things like this. Shwabam. You're not going to be able to sleep with all the shwabams and the shwapas. And don't forget the shwapipis. And most importantly, the hayas. Nope, there will be no sleeping on my channel. Now with that out of the air, I don't know. You know what I mean. Now with that being said, let's get on with the video. So I think I was trying to make a city, but I got the scale all wrong. I mean, if I were going to make a city, this would be a huge city. So spoiler, it ends up being a house instead, which is fine. And all houses need electricity. And you guys are ruthless. Last time I didn't add lights to my project, you all came after me. And here's what I have to say about that. If I add lights to all my projects, you're not going to think it's something special anymore. You're going to be like, oh, well, you do that to everything. And I want to keep you on your toes. I want you to be like, whoa, there's lights in that. That's so unique and cool, Ashley. But if everything has lights, then it's not cool anymore. It's kind of like when everybody started wearing jangly bracelets in school. And then finally I jumped on the wagon and wore jangly bracelets. And then it wasn't cool anymore. And everybody's like, what are you doing, Ashley? That's not cool. What is wrong with you? And I'm like, well, they were cool last week. How come they're not cool now? Yeah, well, same thing with lights. I don't want them to turn into jangly bracelets. Also, the same thing with circle windows, but this project, I add a lot of circle windows. Look at all those. Is that enough circle windows for you? No, it's never enough. I always need more circle windows. But don't worry, because I'm pretty sure that we hit our circle window quota with this video. Oops. Anyways, back to the art. So as you can tell, I made a shack with circle windows, as one does. Complete with diving board. Honestly, remember, I did not plan this art at all. I have no idea why I made this stretch out so far, but there it is. I think I thought I was gonna build a big thing on top, but spoiler, I don't really do that. Instead, I do the opposite. I build this tiny thing on top. And hold up, here comes another shwabam. I mean, how do you add your wood siding? One plank at a time? You gotta perfect your shwabams. Oh, and then we got circle siding. Let's just paint it. Ha-cha! Okay, next, I'm just adding these creepy pictures, just in case somebody looks through our circle window and we want to keep up the illusion that somebody lives here. Because let's be honest, it would be a little bit unrealistic that nobody lives in there with all those circle windows. As you know, circle windows add 132% more curb appeal. I'm just letting all the builders know so that they, add circle windows to all the houses. That way, somebody else can live my circle window dream. Because at least somebody will have a circle window then. And I can be happy for them because my husband won't let me get a circle window. Anyways, how'd we get so off topic? Probably because I had no plan for this art, so I don't really have a story behind it or anything. I have no idea what to talk about other than all these circle windows. And I swear to God, if somebody makes a drinking game out of me saying the word circle window, and I do mean water drinking game, drink your water. You know you're dehydrated. Don't pretend that you're not. We all are. You know your pee is not supposed to look like that. Anyways, look, I have a box of treasure. And what's in my treasure box? What does anybody keep in their treasure box? Fish. Obviously. So I think with all the circle windows happening on this project, I've decided that it must be ocean themed. I'm not sure why circle windows tell me that it's supposed to be ocean themed, but they do. Maybe it's the submarines. Maybe it's the lighthouses. Do lighthouses have circle windows? I'm actually not sure on that, but definitely boats have circle windows, right? Anyways, it's got to be ocean themed. So I'm adding this random fish that I have. Shwabam. Yeah, I have no idea where this fish came from. Hey, hold on a second. Didn't we just shwabam that fish? How come I'm painting it? I guess my shwabams don't always work, but that's okay. Now you can watch me paint it. Anyways, I have no idea where this fish came from. Isn't that weird how things just appear? You know what? I think it's the crafting gnomes. I think they're turning my scissors into like random objects like that fish. Wouldn't that be weird? I mean, what would you want your crafting gnome to turn your scissors into other than sharper scissors? Ooh, look, I'm making a roof. The roof is on. I'm making a roof, but I didn't think that you wanted to watch me add a bunch of little pieces of wood. So I'm just showing you each layer instead. That way you don't get bored. I don't get bored. I don't have to edit random footage of me adding little pieces of wood. Hold up. Shwapa. And that way we're all happy. Okay, I made this little crate. I don't know what would go in my little crate, but there it is. And now I'm just finishing off my circle window with circle window finishing details, as one does. And I still feel like this shack is not big enough. So I'm going to add this little room. You could call this the mother-in-law suite. Is that a thing? Where did that come from? Is that like when really rich people have a boathouse? Or not a boathouse, a pool house. And they just shove the mother-in-law in there? Well, not shove, but you know what I mean. Anyways, like we did with the pictures, I want to make sure if somebody looks through that circle window, it looks like somebody's living there. And luckily, I have all these living there decorations that I added to the walls. I don't know why you'd want your room to look like an Applebee's with a bunch of stuff on the walls, but you know what? I'm not going to judge. I have tons of stuff on my walls. The only time that I do judge is when you have nothing on your walls. That's weird. You gotta have stuff. I don't care if it's a random tree branch from outside. You should put that baby on the wall. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. I wonder if I have any good tree branches outside right now. But you know what? Then it would track in spiders, and you know how I feel about spiders. And I'm not sure the spider check would work with a tree branch because they could go in the tree branch and you could shake it, and then they're just going to be all over the place. And I don't need that kind of energy in my life. Rehoming outside spiders indoors kind of energy. Holy cow, look at that. I made a boat. Did you see me make that boat? Dang right, I made a boat. Now I gotta put shiplap on my boat. Is that where shiplap comes from? Huh, I never put the 2 and 2 together. Anyways, somebody has to sit in the boat, so I gotta put a seat because you don't want to sit on the wet, dirty floor of the boat. All right, so I'm just gonna add the boat right here. And next, I need a fishing net. So I used this avocado bag. My avocados came in it. I love using these bags for random things. They're so cool looking. Anyways, maybe I should come up with a story about this shack. Are we calling it a shack? Yeah, so I don't really have a story for this one because I really have no idea. But I don't know, maybe I can ramble something up. Okay, here we go. So this old man owns this shack because old men fish, right? I mean, more so than old women. Honestly, I don't know why they're old though, because young men, it doesn't matter. An old man named, let's see, what's an old man name? Hubert Cumberdale. If you know, you know. Anyways, so Hubert He owns this fishing shack in the middle of the sea. Yep, that's right. It's in the middle of the sea. Is it floating? I don't know. I guess so. Does it have anchors? No, because I didn't make any anchors, but it floats on the sea and it travels. So I guess it's a houseboat? Oh, if you remember, I made these scales in my submarine video. I don't know if you saw it, but if you didn't, you should go back and watch it because I think it was kind of good. I mean, the art was good. The video is questionable, as are most of my videos. Anywho, back to the story. Shwabam. So this house or shack boat floats all over the sea. And if it shows up on your dock, then I don't know, something happens. Let's see. It means that you're destined to get a circle window. Yes, it's the giver of circle windows. Although that's not really creepy. And usually my stuff is creepy. I mean, unless the boat doesn't show up to you, then that would be creepy. But it's not exactly what I'm going for. So let me rethink. Oh, I know. It's trying to get a crew of sailors. What do you call somebody who sails a shack? A shacker? Okay. It's trying to get a crew of shackers. A ghostly crew. So if you get on the boat, you can't get off. I know there's a little boat on the boat, but don't question it. Maybe that boat has a hole. I don't know. The people on Gilligan's Island couldn't get off the island and they had all the tools. So it's not that unreasonable. Oh, wait a second. What is it that I'm making here? Well, hold on to your butts, everybody, because you'll never guess. You'll never guess in a million years that I'm making an octopus. Whoa, Ashley, that's so cool. Octopus and circle window. What? You knew it was eventually going to happen. Anyways, all right, now that you know that there's an octopus, I have a better story. And this is the real story. Not whatever the heck that other story was. Forget it. Forget that other story. Don't even bring it up. It never existed. Seriously, don't bring it up because it wasn't going anywhere anyways. Okay, ready for the real story? So this octopus owns the fishing shack. Only she's not fishing for fish. She's fishing for humans. And what do you catch humans with? Free housing, or at least that would work for Americans. I don't know about the rest of the world. So she sails her house around to all the shores, and people are like, oh, that's a cool house. I'm gonna go try to live in it for free because look at all those circle windows. I mean, let's be honest, I would fall for it. And then bam, she eats you. And then she magically disappears and sails on to the next shore looking for other victims. You could call her a shore lord instead of a landlord. Get it? Sea lord. Hiya. The end. What'd you think of my story? Terrible as usual? Yeah, what did you expect? Me all of a sudden becoming a really good storyteller? No. That's as likely as it is for me to get a circle window. Ooh, okay, look at this tool. What do you use this tool for other than making octopus eyeballs? Can somebody who knows how to like actually sculpt with, real tools and knows all the lingo, I don't know. Can you tell me what that tool is meant for other than octopus eyeballs? Because I can't think of anything else that would work for. And I'm not sure how to Google that. Anyways, look at that. We're done. Finally. That was a long one. What do you guys think? Do you like the lights and the circle windows? Also, don't forget, I have a book out, Creepy Crafts. You know I have to make my publisher happy. The link is down below. Okay, thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Okay, bye! I'm really on a roll with these octopuses. I can't seem to get enough of octopuses right now. It's kind of like my mushroom phase. Remember my mushroom phase? Well, I do. I have tons of mushrooms right now because I couldn't stop creating mushrooms. And now I'm in an octopus phase. I will eventually move past this phase, but in the meantime, you're gonna have to watch another octopus painting from me. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not forcing you to watch it. You can totally scroll past. In fact, I probably suggest that you do. In fact, get out of here. What are you doing? Don't watch me create my art. It's funny. I used to totally be like that. I'd hate when people watch me create stuff. And now look at that. I have 1 million followers and I'm just out here creating stuff in the open. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still totally self-conscious, but it's sort of amazing that I have 1 million followers now. I feel like the pressure's on. I mean, before I was just creating art for whoever would see it, but now a million people are following me. I don't even know what to do with that information. Am I supposed to make a post? Am I supposed to make a 1,000,000 follower post and do something cool? Like go skydiving or something? Because I'm up for some skydiving. I just don't know what proper etiquette is. I want to thank everybody because honestly, you guys are the stars in this. I didn't do anything. I just created some art. But I also don't want to feel like I'm bragging. Oh no, unless this video comes off as bragging. I really don't want to come off as bragging. I just want to thank everybody. So what do you think? Should I do like a painting giveaway? Or is that presumptuous to think that every follower wants my art? Because I know my art isn't for everybody. I mean, not everybody likes my art. What do other people do? Do they just make a thank you video? Anyways, I'm really self-conscious and I feel like I'm talking a lot about myself and I'm sorry. But I guess it's okay because I told everybody to leave and so there's probably like 3 people watching now. Hey, I look at my analytics. I know that most of you drop off after 3 to 4 seconds and that's okay. It makes me less self-conscious. Anyways, speaking of self-conscious, I feel like I'm talking a lot about myself again. Let's move on to this painting that I'm pretty much done with because I wasted the whole video talking about myself like an idiot. Well, there's another octopus painting down in the books. Wait, what are the books? What is that saying? And should I be keeping books? Okay, well, if you're keeping track and keeping a book on my art, which is kind of weird, but okay, here's another octopus painting. What do you guys think? Okay, next up I have some bonus content, but this was filmed before I knew that I should be wearing gloves with epoxy sculpt. And then I developed an allergy, so always wear your gloves. Don't be like me. Okay, on with the video. If your art isn't cat butt quality checked, is it even art? Emily doesn't think so. So I guess she's just trying to help out. Anyways, I'm gonna- Emily, please move. Right, so I'm gonna put this epoxy sculpt from Aves on this canvas. After putting on my gloves, I'm gonna mix these 2 components together and then get out my aluminum foil because I'm gonna make a frame around this canvas. I've never done a frame around a painting. I mean, other than nailing some chunks of wood to the side. But that's boring and those don't count. I wanna do something cool. So what's something cool? Branches. Branches are cool, right? I mean, granted, you usually throw out branches when they fall into your yard, but that doesn't mean they're not cool. It just means that you don't want them in your yard. So to spruce up my branches, I'm going to use a safety solvent. It reduces drag on your tools, and I'm going to be dragging these tools a lot to make bark, but that's super tedious and you're probably really bored, so I'll speed through it. But hold on, look at this knot. It's a naughty branch. Get it? It's a naughty branch. Was that joke too sappy for you? You're right. It was a corny joke. All right, leave me alone. Tree puns are cool. Trust me, it's cool. And I'll just quickly show you how I did the other side. Pretty much the exact same way I did the first side. Only this time I got a little smarter. I sprayed it with some water. That way I could keep it moist. Ugh, okay, that's a terrible word. But I mean, like, what other word would I use in this situation? Dewy? Damp? Okay, actually damp works. Next time I'll use the word damp. So anyways, now I'm painting it black. Like my soul. And then I gave up trying to not hit the canvas, so I'm just gonna paint that too. Because I'm lazy. And taping it off sounded like a terrible idea. But knock on wood, I can still make it look good. With more paint, because paint fixes everything. Okay, maybe not everything, but like most things. Unfortunately for you, it doesn't fix my jokes. Anyways, I wasn't gonna leave this black. Actually, that could have been really awesome. Like the branches were charred in a fire. Ooh, and then I could have painted a fire in the middle. Dang it, next time I'll do that. Okay, now I flick some paint at it. Can't forget the ketchup. And of course the mustard. All right, I'm rooting for this painting. As for the middle, I'm kind of stumped. What would you like me to paint? I'm going out on a limb here and saying spirit animal? Maybe? I don't know. What do you think? Hey, remember this? Well, I'm actually finishing it. And this was my first idea. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. It's full of questionable design choices. I think I was going for an Alice in Wonderland feel, but it clearly got lost in translation. And what's with this house? How'd it get in the tree? Nobody will ever know because I don't know. Maybe it was a tornado. Maybe it was built that way. Maybe you need to mind your business and not judge people where they put their houses. And don't even talk to me about the teapot. No, seriously, don't talk to me about it because we're not talking about this embarrassment of a painting again. That's right, I'm painting over it. It never existed. Just wipe it from your memory. It never existed. Okay, new intro. Hey guys, welcome back. Remember when I made that tree branch frame? Well, I'm finally finishing it. And since I'm such an amazing artist who totally doesn't come up with terrible ideas and then paints over them, I mean, that's even just a weird thing to say because I don't do that. In fact, I'm using my very first awesome idea because I'm awesome. I mean, that wasn't supposed to be a question. I meant I'm awesome. Hey, how am I doing? Did you buy it? I mean, anyway, back to this painting. So I started off with background. Here's my background. And now I'm just painting a land octopus because that's something that exists. This land octopus looks like it's out grazing on its octopus farm. A lot of people don't know that land octopuses, or is it octopi? Octopies? Anyways, a lot of people don't know that they can stand up to 100 feet tall, thus making it difficult on octopus farmers to house them in their standard barns. So that makes land octopus farms pretty controversial. That's That's probably why you haven't heard of them. You see, Big Octopus has covered it up. I mean, where do you think the ink comes from for your pins? Also, you ever wonder where suction cups come from? That's right, octopus farms. I mean, don't Google it, because I'm here to expose the truth, and I would never lie about this. So no reason to Google anything that I'm saying. Anyways, they should be released back into the woods where they obviously came from. So if you agree, you should comment on this video. That way we can expose the land octopus industry. And there's no other motive for you to comment on this video. I mean, except to tell me if you like this painting. That would be nice. It's Halloween, and guess what? I'm gonna make a Halloween project with this pumpkin. No glove, no love for clay things. Anyways, what kind of Halloween project am I doing? I don't actually know yet. Get out of here, pumpkin. Don't worry, the pumpkin will come back later. So first I was thinking Halloween octopus with pumpkin head. So I'm making all the tentacles. But hold on, I have a shortcut for that. Ready? 1 tentacle, 2 tentacles, 3 tentacles, 4 tentacles, 5 tentacles, 6 tentacles, 7 tentacles, 8 tentacles. Straight, I can count. I know, you're surprised. Anyways, so I attached all the tentacles onto the pumpkin, as one does. See what I'm doing here? I'm making a pumpkin-a-puss. And that's totally what it ends up being when I'm done. Don't worry, it definitely looks like a pumpkin-a-puss. It's weird that you would suggest otherwise. Okay, it did not look like a pumpkin-a-puss. So ripped off all its tentacles, okay? But then I realized that the clay is going to get hard and go to waste anyway. And what am I going to do with a bunch of hardened tentacle arms not on a pumpkin? Nothing. I can't do anything with that. So I just reattached them. I like to make work for myself, apparently. And then I got to thinking, maybe it just needs some eyeballs. And then that will tie everything together in all of its octopussiness glory. So I added the eyes and I regretted it immediately. Look, this eyeball doesn't even want to be attached. I don't blame it. I don't even want to be attached to this project at this point. So yeah, I ripped off its eyes. And then I was like, well, maybe some texture. And this is the state it sat in my studio for a while. And then one day I was like, well, I might as well do something with it. I don't know. So here's me doing something with it. Oh, and who's that? No, it's not Emily wearing a Halloween costume. That's just Agatha, who is proving to be just as annoying as Emily. So Agatha showed up at our back door, and I guess now we have a third cat because nobody claimed her. And so we got her fixed. And that's why she's wearing the cone of shame. However, she has not learned personal space yet. We're still learning. It's a process, a very, very long process. Agatha, all right, this is getting a little crazy here. We need to calm down and stop walking through my paint, please. All right, I've kicked her out. Okay, no, I lied. She's still here. Okay, now I'm kicking her out. And look, we've painted a pumpkin. Did you see me paint the pumpkin? No, you did not. But you know what? I was dealing with the situation, okay? Forgive me if I did not film that part. You got the gist. And now you can watch me paint the black pumpkin back to orange. So I'm still not happy with this octopus pumpkin. So I tried to clamshell, maybe thinking that would make it more octopusy, but no, it looks terrible. So then I scrapped the shell and I got these pieces of wood and I made a little wood sandwich. And you know what? I think that's as good as this is gonna get. Even though I know you're thinking, Ashley, octopuses live in the ocean. This is on wood. Well, what if it's a pumpkin patch-a-puss? Because it is half pumpkin. So pumpkin patches have grass. So here's me applying the grass. Tap, tap, tap. Wouldn't it be nice if you could apply grass like this in your own yard? I mean, I know they have rolls of grass, but that's not the same. Ooh, and then another thing that pumpkin patches have, it's dried leaves. Aren't they cute? They're little piles of leaves. But I still hate it. So rather than put it out of its misery, I'm just gonna keep building on it. Does our pumpkin have dirty teeth and I need to use these toothpicks? No, I'm procrastinating on what to do next. Eventually I decide to paint the sticks and then I'm like, oh, well, I could make them into a fence. But right now it just looks like spikes coming out of the floor, which don't get me wrong, would be cool. But I decided to go the extra mile and add the cross beams and it's still not finished enough. I still don't like it. So my husband cut this piece of wood for me that I could use for a base, but the wood's kind of ugly. So I added this foil, which I have to admit is super satisfying. Look at it, especially when I pat it right there. Oh yeah. I could almost eat it. I'm not weird. You're weird. Stop it. And then look, it still looks like a big pile of turd. But I think if I add the Swelligant and patina it a little bit, it's gonna pull everything together. And look at that. It doesn't look too bad, right? I mean, is it a pumpkin octopus? No. But you know what? It's unique. Nobody else has one of these. Do you have one of these? No, you don't. Anyways, don't forget that I have a Creepy Crafts book out. Links in the bio. Okay, thanks. Bye. Okay, so I bought this foam clay back when I I developed an allergy to my regular clay, you know, epoxy sculpt. And I never really like gave it a chance because it's weird. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give it a chance today because we shouldn't rule it out just because it's a little bit weird. I'm a little bit weird. Anyways, so what should I make with this foam clay? How about something I've never made before? You know, an octopus? Great idea, Ashley. Let's do an octopus because I've never done that before. Lied the Ashley of lies. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I made this octopus because I was doing a collab with Andrew White on TikTok, who's a really great content creator, so I'll tag him below. But he wanted me to be a part of his skit, so I needed something that I could easily make without too many, I don't know, edits. So I went with an octopus because I've done octopuses before. Straight, I lied to you. Not that you haven't seen my octopus. Anyways, so that's why I made this octopus. But don't worry, we add more to it than just, it's not just gonna be an octopus. That would be boring. I gotta add something. But unfortunately, I'm still painting it. So let's speed this up, Ashley. Hurry up. Yeah, poke it with a Q-tip and show off why am I showing this? You can't even tell what I'm painting on there. Whew, okay, I'm done. Let's move on to the other bits. Any minute now. Okay, there's the other bits. Sure, I'm gonna build a frame around my octopus. It's gonna be a frame of puss. I don't even know why I'm showing you me cutting this stuff other than this is really satisfying. I do like a good plastic peel. It's like when you get a new screen and you get to peel it all off. Oh yeah, it's the best. All right, and then I glue my octopus, smack dab in the middle, but we need some sparkly things around the edges. Whoa, too many sparkly things. I don't think that's sparkly enough, Ashley. Those are rocks. All right, less sparkly things, but still sparkly. There we go. Perfect. Oh, look, I guess I approve. Ashley approves this message. Anyways, so I added some water and I want my octopus to look like he's inking all over. So I'm adding this glow-in-the-dark powder. You know, like we scared him. He's a little scared-a-puss. It's okay. He's just a baby. He can't help it. And now we're gonna add the shiny things back. But you already basically saw me do this before, so I'm gonna speed through it. Whee! Okay, then we add some more water. I'm bored. Let's just get to the end where we have all the water done. Bam! Now I'm adding some paint. And don't worry, we're not done yet. We're gonna add some lights, but don't tell anyone. First, we gotta get through me painting, which is taking forever. Come on. Now we're sanding. What is this? Hurry it up, Ashley. We're losing them. All right, I added some wood around the edges to make a box. You don't need to see all the details, but there's my box. And hold on. Shwabam! Did I make the octopus disappear? Nope, I made it into a mirror. Here's me proving that it's a mirror with my fingers sausages. Hi. Don't worry, the octopus is still there. I just spray painted the back of the glass to make it a mirror, and I'm gonna try to make, you know, like one of those infinity mirrors. But disclaimer, I've never made one before, and I didn't even look up how to make one. I just assume I knew in my brain knowledge of how to do it. Maybe I should have looked up a tutorial. But yeah, two mirrors facing each other with some lights. Can't be that hard, right? That's what I'm doing. I'm gluing some lights in between. In between what? Well, you haven't seen the other mirror yet, but it's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. Any minute now. Nope, still gluing lights. Oh, but I had to cut the lights because I was tired of adding lights and it was too long. And look, you can see through the mirror. So I decided to add these little ripples behind our octopus. Was it a mistake? Yeah, it probably was now that I'm looking back on it. Because it doesn't add much to the front. Oh, look, there's the mirror I was talking about. I told you it was coming. I wouldn't lie. And because this is a fancy box, I'm covering the back, but these gaps are not fancy. So I got to cover up those gaps. Covering up your gaps make you way more fancy. I like to live by that rule in my daily life. Oh, look, I cut this one out to fit the little circle thing. But you know what? It's still not as fancy. It could be fancier. And what would make it fancier? Fancy corners. And it's not because I have a whole box of these corners and I'm just trying to use them up. No, it's because it makes our octopus 72% more fancy. And we all could use 72% more fancy in our lives. Look at that fancy octopus. What do you guys think? She's so fancy. Hold on, let me turn off the lights. Ooh, remember our octopus glows? Because she inked herself. But it's okay, we still love her. Even if I'm not in love with her infinity mirror. Anyways, on to the next octopus. Hey, guess what I'm making today? I'll bet you never guess. Aw, dang it, you guys know me too well. Of course I'm making an octopus. Look at my little aluminum octopus. But not for too long, because here comes her little clay coat that I'm adding. So now she's a clayopus. Hey, where are you going, little octopus? Get back here. You forgot your eyes. Boink. Also, all your webbing. I think it's called webbing. I don't know. You know, an octopus's skirt. And then I was gonna put her in this cup, but she was a little too big. But that's okay. We love her at any size. We'll just put her on this to bake instead. And then it'll be like she's standing up. All right, so I'm gonna do a little paint here. And this is a special octopus because I've had this person comment on almost all of my videos that they wanted a starry octopus. So that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry it took so long. I had a lot going on, but I'm finally doing it. Look, she's gonna be the queen of starry octopuses. So I'm just painting her all sorts of outer space colors. I guess they're not exactly outer space colors, but they're kind of like nebula colors. Is that the right word? Y'all know me in words. I've always wondered, are nebulas actually that color, or do people edit the photos to make them more colorful? You know what? It could be the Aurora Borealis. Oh my gosh. Aurora Borealis. I think if I say it fast enough, nobody will notice I pronounced it wrong. But you know what I'm talking about, the northern lights, which I guess you can see them sometimes in Minnesota, but I've never seen them. I think I live too close to the city. Oh shoot, I'm done already. I was totally gonna talk about the charm that I added. Well, too late now. Here's the finished product, and what do you guys think? Did I capture the starry nightiness? All right, you knew it was gonna happen. I'm painting Halloween octopuses. They're spooky pusses. Ooh, do they have tentacles? Anyways, I'm making 3 of them. And this first one is a trick-or-treating octopus. It's a treatopus. Think about how much candy a treatopus could hold. Look, I realize that this treatopus only has 6 arms, but you just can't see the other 2. They're behind him. So at some point, I hated the colors that were going on here, and I sanded it down and repainted it. Look, sometimes things don't go as planned, and that's okay. We just paint over them and pretend like they don't exist. Because they don't. Here we go, round 2. So if an octopus came to your door, would you put candy in each one of his bags? Or do you only put candy in one of them? Look, if an octopus came to my door, I'm a big fan. And I would just give him the whole bowl because he deserves it. I mean, screw whatever human child is behind him. Sorry, we're out of candy. It all went to the octopus. Next time, be an octopus. Oh, that's physically impossible? We'll try harder. Okay, next up, we have a witchopus. And don't worry, I'll show you what these all look like at the end. But hold up, what are you doing? Are you skipping forward? I'm watching you. Okay, if you really want to, come, but you're gonna miss everything else. Like me painting this witchopus and then painting over this witchopus because I hate the colors in my life. Okay, maybe not my life, but definitely the colors. Why am I so indecisive? Here we go for round 2. So what kind of sea creature would be the witchopus's black cat? I mean, the obvious answer would be a catfish, but aren't they like lake creatures and not ocean creatures? For some reason, I'm seeing a pufferfish. I know they're not black, but I feel like they'd be sassy like a black cat, right? And if you get too close, they like scratch you. Only that would kill you. Anyways, next up is our ghostopus. Phantompus, Spiritopus, a Hauntopus. So why is it that other animals don't become ghosts? I mean, maybe they do, but there's not a whole lot of stories about ghosts being animals, except for maybe a cat or a dog. But what about all the goldfish that die? Would their ghosts go down in the sewer where you flush their dead little fishy body? Or would it just haunt the fishbowl? And all the goldfish after it would be super traumatized from their goldfish ghost encounters. Maybe that's why we think that they have a 10-second memory, because they're just trying to forget what they saw. And they don't live very long because they have heart attacks from all the ghost scares. It's just my theory. And we're done. Check out my 3 Halloween-opusses. What do you guys think? I don't know what you're doing, but hold the phone because I'm doing something big. I mean, sort of. I'm making a big painting. But if you've been following me, you know that I love tea paraphernalia. You know, like teacups and teapots. I also love circle windows, but that's a totally different video. So what am I doing? I'm making the biggest teacup octopus painting ever. Okay, maybe not ever. I'm sure there's bigger ones. But this is the biggest one I've ever made. Look, I literally have to stand up to paint it. And look, I have to sit down to paint the bottom part because my easel is not big enough. Or my ceiling. Now that's a weird word. Easel. 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 Sounds like somebody's name. Did Easel invent the easel? Anyways, okay, so what is this octopus doing in these teacups? I don't know. Why are you asking me? You should be asking the octopus. But if I had to guess, these teacups are a portal to another octopussy dimension. It's a dimensional pussy. Because aren't all octopuses like aliens? Anyways, I'd love to go down that random thought road, but look, I'm done. It looks like Edgar has something to say.
Yes.
Yes, Edgar. We love you too. Okay, look at this painting. And ignore the cat in the background. Check it out. I added mushrooms. The other thing that I like. Now, if only it had a circle window, it would be complete. Hello, cat of annoyance. Well, since Edgar's parked himself in front of my painting, I'll try this side. Edgar, be quiet. There, can you see it better? Anyways, what do you guys think? No, my painting, not the cat. Get out of here, Edgar. I have no idea why I didn't just refilm this. I think I'm lazy. Hey, it's me, the octopus lady who can't stop making octopus art. Yeah, I'm sorry for flooding your FYP page with octopuses, so I'm gonna try to get them all out in this one video, because I have a lot of footage of me making octopuses. And trust me, nobody wants to see me make that many octopuses. And then we can move on to Halloween, because that's definitely my next obsession. Oh no, my mind's already gone to Halloween octopuses. I could make a ghost and a witch and a Frankenstein octopus. Somebody has to stop me like now. This is just, it's getting out of hand. This is too many octopuses. And I'm sure everybody is tired of me talking about octopuses. What am I even supposed to say? I've said it all already in all my other videos about octopuses. Look, I even merged mushrooms with this one. My other obsession. And look, here it is all finished. And hold on, there are more octopus paintings to show you. Whether or not you leave now, that's up to you. You can pretend like this is the video and we're done, because here I am making another octopus. Imagine that. But this one's actually different. You just wait. I didn't mean for this to happen, but she turns into a cupcake octopus. Look at her little cherry on top. Does she only have 3 arms? Yes, but the other ones are hiding. You just can't see them. Or maybe she's an ice cream octopus. A creamopus? Ooh, I don't like that name. Let's just go back to cupcake. She's a cakeopus. An octocup-a-puss. She's a cupcakeopus. Next up, we have a glitterpuss, known to shoot glitter instead of ink at its enemies. You know what? Glitter is way more of a weapon than ink anyway. And I'm tired of editing videos, so I'm just going to show you the final pusses. Here's the glitter puss mentioned before. Here's an octopus on a piece of wood. And look, this puss can stand up like this. It's a standing puss. And then we have an octopussy inside of a shell. See what I did there? It's a puss. No need to spend money on a turntable when you have a cat tail to turn your art. Come on, guys, get a room. Excuse me. And then last but not least, we have the mushroom puss. Because you know I'm obsessed with mushrooms and octopuses, so I merged the two. Which octopus was your favorite? I think I like the cupcakeopus. Or maybe I just like saying cupcakeopus. In this section, it's almost octopuses, but not quite. I don't know, you'll see what I mean. Don't you love that? Too bad I'm gonna rip it apart to make it into art. But first, it's required. I must answer the phone. Hello? Hello? Anybody there? It's for you. They want to know if your refrigerator's running. All right, let's clean off like 70 years worth of grime on this phone. I don't know when this phone was made, but I'm gonna guess like, what, the 50s? So I expect this phone to be super dirty, but surprisingly, it is not. How are you so clean, phone? Surely the little handhold area is going to be dirty. Oh, yep, a little bit of dirt there. But way far less than I expected. Honestly, I don't even think I need to clean this cord, because if the rest of the phone is this clean, then this cord has to be pretty clean, right? Nope, I was wrong. That is disgusting. All right, so this cord is all screwed up and I wasn't sure how to fix it. So I tried like stretching it out and then I put it on this paintbrush and heated it up because it's just plastic and that worked. So yeah, if you have any cords that need fixing on your rotary phones, now you know how to fix them. And I don't know if this phone is being welded together with the breath of every person that's spoken to it, but these little things on the one side don't want to come off. But this side did. And as I was taking it off, I remembered that spiders exist. And I didn't think to shake the phone. I don't know why now it's just occurring to me that this is the perfect home for generations of spiders. I mean, I just bought it off eBay. A whole apartment building worth of spiders could be in here. As far as I know, it stayed in a spider-infested shed for 50 years. So you'll see me shake it a couple times just to be sure. You never know. Anyways, so I gutted the handset. Now it's time to work on the base. And what is this wheel thing? Does that control the ringer? Does anybody know? Oh, look at me. I'm doing the spider check. And it peed on me. Great. Well, now that I've made the spiders thoroughly dizzy, I expect these screws to be crusted in there with like 70 years worth of spider poop. So I hit them with a hammer just to loosen them up. And that worked. Or maybe they were already loose. Who can say? But it was at that time that I noticed that it says not for sale. Bell System property. That's peculiar. I'm pretty sure I bought it. How long is that legally binding? Am I breaking a law? Is Bell System property gonna come after me? I swear I found it. Ignore the fact that I just said it came from eBay. Anyway, so I opened it up and look at all the stuff in here. Did you know that all this stuff was in a phone? I sure as heck didn't, but I think it looks really cool. Honestly, I'm just buying time right now because it was at this point that I still didn't know what I was gonna do with this phone. I did know that I liked the way that all these wires looked. And as I was checking them out, I noticed, what is that fuzzball? Is that a spider egg? What was that? Seriously? Nope. I can't. I can't. I'm not sure what that is, so I'm just gonna suck it up with the vacuum. I'm not even gonna look at it. And then we're gonna move on. We're gonna ignore that happened. And I'm totally not thinking about a spider inside of that vacuum crawling out. Can they do that? Nah, they can't do that. Can they? Anyways, look at this dial. Is that not cool? I love it. And I also love these buttons. I play with them way too much. I mean, look at the mechanism in there. Things were just so much more mechanical back then. Now it's all digital and less interesting. Oh, do I sound old? I sound old, don't I? Dang kids nowadays. Yeah, anyways. So you know that I had to add lights to this one because look at how these buttons glow when you shove the lights into them. Oh my god, I love it. And look at it with the lights off. That's even cooler. I gotta put lights in this one. I mean, honestly, I was gonna do some sort of scene in the inside, but now I'm thinking like techno because look at these cool rainbow wires. They're so colorful. I love them. And I must incorporate them into this build because it would be a shame to get rid of them. You know what? Maybe I'll buy another phone and I'll do the little scene in that one. However, this one, it's got to be like techno-y. And anything that I put on the inside of this will just block all this coolness. Look at all this coolness. I don't think you can handle how cool this looks. Oh my god. And it's like old technology meets new tech. I love it. Okay, but I want to fish the lights into the handset somehow. So that's why I made that hole. And I put the lights through it. And now I'm putting it through the hand hold thing. Is that called a handset? Actually, I don't know. I might be calling it something completely wrong. Whoa! Yep, that's cool. But I need to have this handset, for lack of a better word, sticking up a little bit. And then I'll glue it up with this epoxy sculpt, because it's super strong. And as long as I can hold it in the right spot while it dries, it should hold it for good. But as I was mixing the clay, I was like, you know, I could add a little bit of clay to the sides of this phone. That's not gonna block too much light. And what's my favorite thing to make out of clay? Octopies, Octopoodles, Octopussies. Octopussies? I don't know. But one's gonna hold the phone like it's on a phone call. Who do octopuses call? Do they call other octopuses? Or do they call mermaids? Because you know mermaids have the gossip. Did you see what Poseidon was wearing? No. He thinks he's all that and a potato chip. Is that a phrase? Did I just make that up? I think I made that up. He thinks he's all that and a can of Coke? That's not right either. I don't know what I'm going with. Anyways, look at that. We got octopus tentacles. And now I'm just painting them with a darker paint and then wiping it off. I know it seems counterintuitive, but now all the paint goes into all the little dents and crevices. Look at that, we're done. And hey, I know that this video is a little bit different than my normal content, but if you liked it, let me know. I'm always open to feedback, unless it's about me talking too much. Holy cow, look at it in the dark. I really like this one. I know it's simple and I didn't do much to it, but I think that's why I like it. I might end up saving this for my own collection. Also, I just wanted to remind you that I have a Creepy Crafts book if you're interested. Link is wherever I put links, probably below. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out these other videos. Okay, thanks. Bye. All right, so I have this cute little cauldron that came with one of my daughter's toys. And I almost threw it out, but then I saved it and I was like, hold on, I can do something with this. So that's right, I painted it black. And then I painted it not black. Don't ask, it's a process. And then I have this huge box of used jewelry. Half of it's broken, half of it's not. It's fine. It's all stuff that I plan on making into art anyway. And then I had this cute brooch. I guess it's kind of cute. I wouldn't actually wear it as a brooch, but it works on my cauldron really well. And then I'm just adding all these little spirals and little polka dots. Poke. Ooh, never mind. That's not going to be a polka dot. That's going to be a circle dot. I don't know. You don't need to see all the details. Look at it. I added all this stuff. Now for the other side, I'm going to do something different. I mean, I know it looks like I'm pretty much doing the same thing, but you just wait. Hold on. I promise you it gets different. Any minute now. Oh, look at that. We got a little resin swoopy swoop. Okay, this is not the different thing, but it's a little different. I'm gonna be honest. I just had some resin left over from a project and I filled this tray up with these swoopy swoops. And then I forgot about it for a really long time. And that's why you didn't actually see me put the resin inside the swoopy swoop tray, because technically it came from another project. But you know, now I'm adding clay swoopy swoops, which, oh my God, this is so boring. I'm sorry. Let's speed this up, Ashley. We're losing them any minute now. Oh, look at that. Finally, something different. Thank goodness. That's right, we're adding eyes. Which, for me is not that different because I add eyes to a lot of things. But, I've yet to add an eye to a cauldron. And look at this. I'm going to add a little eyelash with these eyelash extensions. Wait, is that what they're called? Or are they just called fake eyelashes? I've never actually used them except on fake eyes. Ready? Hold on. Bam. Apparently my bams are one-sided. All right, hold on. Shabam. There we go. We just had to add the schwa to the bam. All right, so this cauldron's not looking old enough. Distressed, maybe? I would say rusty, but everybody came at me the last time I said rusty and it wasn't orange rust, okay? Which I'm not a rustologist, but I feel like rust comes in all sorts of shapes and colors. Oh, hello, Emily. Yes, we know you're orange colored too. Anyways, if the bumpy stuff that forms on metal is not rust, then what is it? Is it just called metal decay? That's a boring word. Watch out because someday you or somebody you know may get metal decay. Talk to your doctor. Metal decay, one night only, playing at the Orpheum. Ooh, but look at these bubbles. I don't know why that's so satisfying, but it is. And now I'm just adding metal coated paint. So when I add the swelligant patina, it'll have a reaction and it'll make it look old. See, here's the patina. Now it takes a while for the reaction to happen. So you're not going to see it right away. And I mean, it's going to take like a day, which let's be honest is forever. I have no patience. So in the meantime, I'm going to make these, well, what do I always add to things? Mushrooms? Nope, not this time. I'm doing octopus tentacles, which is another thing that I add to everything. So while we add these really boring tentacles, which, okay, tentacles are not boring, but the act of adding them can be boring. So let me think up some stories. No, I'm not going to promise that these stories are going to be good because honestly, how do I make a story about a cauldron spewing tentacles? Or would it be a tentacle spewing cauldron? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Needless to say, there's not much story material there, but I will do my best. So here are the facts that we have. We have a cauldron with an eyeball. So would that make the cauldron sentient? I'm thinking like the book from Hocus Pocus, only in cauldron form. But how would that happen? Oh, I know. So maybe the cauldron had absorbed all the potions and somehow it transferred it into being sentient. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. But these sort of stories always need a problem. And I don't really see a problem with a cauldron being alive unless this cauldron got tired of being used by whoever is using it, a witch or a warlock. I don't know. Wait, do warlocks make potions? No, I'm thinking of wizard. Wizards don't make potions. Anyways, doesn't matter. The witch or warlock, whoever is making the potion. Wait, hold on. What if you're gender neutral? What would you be called then? Is there a term for a witch or warlock that's gender neutral? Maybe a magic doer, but that's not as cool. They need a cool name. I guess if I were gender neutral, I would go with witch only because that's a more common term. Oh, look, I'm adding lights. I forgot to tell you that I'm adding lights to my cauldron. And look, they change colors. How cool is that? Anyways, let's get back to the story. Okay, ready? So this cauldron was tired of being used by the witch lock. That's the term I'm using. Witch lock. Not to be confused with madlock. That's a really mad warlock or Andy Griffith. I don't know. Anyways, so the cauldron becomes sentient and gets mad because rightfully so, it feels used. I mean, think about how your fridge probably feels. It works hard keeping your food cold. And there you go, opening the door, letting all its cold air out. And do you ever grab anything to eat? No, because you know that there's no food in there. And when's the last time you cleaned up that sticky stuff on the bottom shelf? We all know it's there. Well, that's how this cauldron feels. When's the last time the witchlock cleaned it out? Do they worry about what time that they're doing potions? Waking it up at all sorts of hours? Hold on, look at my glow-in-the-dark paint. Isn't it cool? I wanted to make it glow even if the lights weren't on. Anyways, so one day the cauldron decided to put a stop to it and it changed the potion that the witchlock put inside of it. That's right, it meddled with their potions. And now the witchlock, thinking that they have a perfectly harmless potion for, I don't know, what do witches make potions for? Beauty? Yeah, sure, why not? And bam! Instead of the witchlock being beautiful, they turned into an octopus. Oh man. And the cauldron just like grabs onto the I don't know how the cauldron would grab on because it's not like it has hands. Unless it has like hypnotic power. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. It has hypno powers. And it like hypnotizes the witch lock and it's like, get in my belly. Cauldron hole. And the now octopus is like, heck yeah, hot tub. And then something bad happens, but I don't know what. Ooh, look, shiny things. See, if I distract you with shiny things, you won't notice that there's no end to my story. Although now that I've told you my strategy, it's not going to work, is it? Unless I distract you with bigger shiny things. Look, bigger shiny things. And the most distracting thing, and Emily. Hey, Emily. What you doing? Getting into trouble? So I painted these larger shiny things with glow-in-the-dark paint, and I'm hoping that it'll like show up more. I don't know. Worst case scenario, I used up glow-in-the-dark paint. No big deal. And look how shiny that is. It's so bubbly looking. And can you see the patina? Sort of. It's hard to tell in the video, but there's like a crusty white-ish blue film on everything, which makes it look old, okay? And look at that, we can change the colors. I don't know what color I like best, but I think I like the purple or green. And that's what it looks like in the dark. And what do you guys think? And don't forget to follow and do all the things. Okay, thanks, bye. You want to see me make something out of trash again? Because trash is my favorite medium, apparently. But first, I gotta squish my balls together to mix my clay, silly. And what are we making today? Ooh, hold on, I gotta squish my little balls together. Well, let me tell you this, it's definitely not going to be octopus themed. Yes, it is! I just have to get the right color of clay. And that's why I'm adding this yellow to make it look sickly greenish. And I know I said it's not gonna be octopus themed, and that's technically true. It's just some sort of sea creature monster themed. I mean, imagine opening a can of tuna and this thing is staring back at you. Not that it has eyes, but it's still a terrifying thought. Am I gonna have to start shaking cans to make sure that there's no octopuses in it? Sorry, not octopus, sea creature. I mean, other than the sea creatures that are supposed to be in the can. Anyways, so I'm just putting tentacles around the outside, and then I'm gonna fill my can with a liquid because we can't have our can monster living in a dry can. She'll get all dried out and depressed. And trust me, we want a happy can monster. Or maybe she's a can kraken. A cute can kraken. Oh, so look, I'm gonna make this tentacle sticking straight up so it's like coming out of the liquid. And what if that liquid glows in the dark? Whoa, that's super cool, Ashley. Although now that I'm thinking about it, no canned food glows in the dark that I know of. So is our can kraken secreting glow-in-the-dark fluids? Ew, gross. Although it's not like we're gonna be eating it anyway. Speaking of gross, look at this gross little bug that got into my fluid. Friggin' fruit flies, they're everywhere right now. But it's okay because we're gonna sand his little fruit fly butt out, and then I'll cover it in more fluids, and we'll never know that he was even there. And even if you do know, maybe you'll just add to the art. Oh, so because we want our can kraken to have privacy while she secretes her glow-in-the-dark fluid, we gotta add her little lid. And look, she's opening the door like, can I help you? No, I don't want any more Girl Scout cookies. It makes me secrete glow-in-the-dark fluid. Anyways, so this can is looking a little too shiny. And I just noticed it's mermaid approved. I had no idea mermaids worked at the canned kraken factory, did you? Huh. Anyways, back to what I was saying. The can's too shiny, so I sanded it and added this paint to make it look dirty and rusty. I know it doesn't look rusty right now, but just wait. Once I add the patina, it will. But in between coats, I have to add more fluids. This time I'm opting for a more clear fluid because it'll make it look like the thicker fluids are settling at the bottom. Even though our little baby kraken probably would stir up those fluids, but don't think about that. Oh look, it looks like I already added the patina because it's starting to look rusty. Shwabam. It takes a while for the rust to form. So while we wait, let's make a base for our kraken. But it would be boring if it just sat flat on the base. And we don't do boring, we do super cool, awesome things sometimes. So I made this wedge to wedgie our can up. See, now our can has been wedgied. Although right now it just looks like a piece of gum is stuck to the bottom of our can. So we're gonna have to cover up our wedgie. Initially, I was gonna go with mushrooms because, you know, I love mushrooms. But then I got to thinking, this is more ocean-y. I mean, it is a baby kraken after all. So I went with mossy growth because that's what's gonna make our baby kraken happy. And we want a happy baby kraken, remember? Because otherwise, mama kraken's gotta come in when baby kraken starts crying. And really, you don't want mama kraken angry. Especially if you interrupt her during hot yoga. I mean, look at how many tentacles she probably has. She could slap up to 8 people at once, which only makes me slightly jealous. Anywho, look at that, we're done. What do you guys think of my baby kraken in a can? Ooh, and look at it glow in the dark. Anyways, thanks for watching, and don't forget to follow. Okay, bye. I've made a lot of Matchbox arts. Is that correct English? I don't know, it doesn't matter, but here's all my matchboxes. So some days I have a creativity block, and rather than not create anything, I decided to burn it all down. Just kidding. I'm recreating this boat that I saw on Pinterest. Look, I have a love-hate relationship with Pinterest. You can get lots of great ideas on there, but sometimes it's overwhelming. And did you ever notice only half the links work? Also, good luck trying to find the original artist. I don't know. I guess it's good for when you have a creativity block. Like right now, I have a creativity block. But that's okay because we're still gonna make art. Or I guess it's not really art, it's more like a hobby or a craft. I don't know. But I've always wanted to make one of these moving things. I don't even know what you would call them. Ever since I watched an episode of Mythbusters and they were testing the myth of cabin fever. So they had to be alone in this cabin for days. And one of the guys makes a really cool, I don't know, what would you call the machine? We'll just call it a machine. He makes a really cool machine out of a coat hanger. I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it's like a person jumping, but ever since then, I've always wanted to make one, and that was years ago, so it's about time. So here's the point where I thought I was finished, but then my creativity block unblocked itself. At least a little bit. And I thought this boat was missing an octopus. Because you know octopuses and circle windows make everything 432% better, as does little shards of amethyst. And whereas I couldn't add a circle window, I definitely could do the octopus and amethyst, making this project 493% better than it was before. I'm sure my maths, okay? Anyways, what do you guys think? And what do you do to unblock your art block? Okay, I'm going small today. Look at this little matchbox. And yes, I did buy like 500 of these boxes. Because have you ever tried to buy matchboxes, just the box and no matches? They are super expensive. I think it's because then they like recategorize them as art supplies and then they inflate the price way high. It's kind of like buying mason jars. You can get cheap mason jars in the grocery store, or you can get super expensive mason jars in an art supply store. Same exact mason jar, only 30 times the price. And for some reason, matchboxes come in sets of 500. And today I'm turning one of those 500 into art. You could say I'm turning it into heart art. Get it? Because I'm going to put a heart in it. And here's that little bugger right now, this heart. Yes, I do have a box of organs. We don't talk about it. Anyway, so I added the heart to the art and it kind of blended with the background. So now I'm going to make the background darker. That way the heart can look like it's beating out of the box. I don't know. But you can't lie. That looks way better than it did before. And I'm sort of toying with the idea of making this a series. Like, I don't know, a whole bunch of tiny matchbox arts. Do you think that would be cute? I think that'd be fun. I don't know if they all need a theme. I think the theme will just be whatever I want to do that day. That seems like a good theme. And then I could glue them all together to make like a wall of matchboxes. This sounds really difficult. I might be biting off more than I can chew, but that's okay. Luckily, this is something that I can like pick at for a long time. You know, I don't have to have a whole wall in like a week. Just whenever I have some downtime, I'll do a matchbox art. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna do it. Trademarked. Nobody can steal my idea. I'm just kidding. Actually, I love when people steal my ideas. I think it's really cool. I'm like honored that you want to steal my art. Or not steal. It's not stealing. It's borrowing or taking inspiration from. I don't know. I love it. It's the best. The only thing better would be if I got recognized out in public, but I would have to go out in public for that to happen. And I don't do that very often. And also I'd have to show my face, which I don't do that either. Not by choice. I mean, I'll show my face. Look, here it is. Oh. But I just don't think that I need to show my face when I'm doing my art. It would be weird. And I don't even know how to do that while also making art. Anyways, look at that. We're done. I'm back with my series of Ashley makes tiny art out of matchboxes. Last time we did a heart, and this time I'm gonna do a house because a matchbox is already house shaped. Sort of. And so that half the trouble is already done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, I assume. And so I'm just adding some siding to our house because houses need siding, I think. Actually, I don't know why houses have siding. Like, why is it strips of wood instead of like a big plank of wood? You would think that a big plank would not only be easier to put on a house, but also, schwabam, more structurally sound. But I don't know. I guess the house people know what they're doing. I'm not going to question it. But I am going to question why this house doesn't have a circle window. Don't worry. I add one later. I can see you in the comments. Is this even Ashley? Because there's no circle window. I see it. I see you. And you're right. If there's no circle window, is it really an Ashley project? It's like the question, if a tree falls in a forest, can you make a circle window out of it? And I'm going with no. It's not an Ashley project. And who is that imposter? There's no imposter here because I'm going to add a circle window eventually. You need not worry. First, I got to add these boring normal windows with these boring window shutters. Which reminds me, do you have normal shutters that actually shut on your windows? Is that actually a thing anymore? Or is it just all decorative now? Because I could see where like normal shutters would be really handy. I'm guessing shutters are more of a thing where there's hurricanes, but you know, we get tornadoes in Minnesota, and maybe shutting a shutter would be nice. Although once that siren goes off, you don't really have time to shut a shutter. Not like when a hurricane, I mean, you know that a hurricane's coming pretty well in advance, right? I don't know. This is way off topic. Anyways, look at the little roof I'm adding. You know, I never really used these fun scissors before. I inherited a whole bunch of them, and I never really thought of a good use for them, but you know, I'm starting to see the light. Fun scissors are fun. And I made this fun little roof to roof our Matchbox house. Do you think Matchbox 20 is named Matchbox 20 because there was 20 matches in a matchbox? And they're like, what? Matchbox 20? So if I were to start a band, would I call it Matchbox 32 because there's 32 matches in this matchbox? Oh, look, there's my circle window. I told you it was coming. Did you think I would lie to you? I thought we had a better relationship than that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, okay, so we have our house pretty much done. Next, I have to put something in the windows because the windows are cut out and it needs something. It can't just be an empty house, right? So what would you put in an empty house? If you said a ghost, that would be the correct answer. The only other acceptable answer would be 2 ghosts because we don't want our ghost to be lonely. She needs a friend. And you know what? I'm going to say it. I think they're more than friends. I think that's her boo. Get it? Of course you do. What? Don't pretend like you don't know me. Get back here. I saw that eye roll. Who are you? My daughter? Anyways, so now I'm just painting my house with more details. Look, the more details you add, the better it looks usually. Not always. Sometimes. I'd say most of the time, but that's really boring to watch, so I'll speed through this. But I do want to stop and show you my jar dirt because now I'm going to add my jar dirt to my house to make it look dirty. What else would you use a jar dirt for? Next, I'm going to use my newest favorite thing to add details. Flocking. I'm flocking the crud out of this house. Look how flocked it is. If I saw this house, I would say it was thoroughly flocked. All right, let's see what our ghosts look like in their newly flocked house. Oh, aren't they cute? Hold up, let's add the mood lighting. Ooh. Or should I say, boo. And here's what it looks like next to the other Matchbox art that we did. What do you guys think? Oh my gosh, am I back with another Matchbox? I sure am. This time I'm doing flowers. I don't know why I'm doing flowers. I just felt like doing flowers, okay? Actually, I wanted to see if I could make dead flowers, but it's a lot harder than you think. Every time I make flowers, they just look alive, which is the opposite of what happens when I plant flowers. Maybe I should just put fake flowers outside. Wait, is that a thing? Can I just put fake flowers outside? I've never thought about that. You know, I have flower bins, so they're just never full of flowers because I can't make anything grow. I mean, let's be honest, I just don't have the patience to make things grow. And the dang bunnies, they eat freaking everything. Wait, hold on, watch this. Hiya! Wacha! Hiya! I don't know what that last one was. Anyways, so now I'm just wrapping my flowers up into a nice bouquet, a bouquet, a bucket, which looks a lot like a fry container. Ooh, maybe my next Matchbox should be like old fries or an old burger or something. I don't know. I think I'm running out of ideas for Matchboxes. I mean, clearly I'm adding flowers to this one. I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but this might be my worst Matchbox yet. In fact, I debated whether or not to even edit this video. But you know what? You gotta see my not so great ideas too. And let's just look at my not so great idea next to my better ideas. See, it's fine. It's fine. Hello, I'm Ashley, and I make art out of tiny matchboxes sometimes. And today's a Matchbox Day, so hold on to your butts because here we go. So in one of my comments, I got a comment. I mean, I don't know what else would be in my comments other than comments. Anyways, I got a comment from somebody that I should do a freak show, and I wasn't sure how to do that exactly. So instead, I'm going to do like a little carnival. You know, like back in the day when the little carnival train would come by. I'm not that old. I'm just speculating that it came by on a train. I didn't actually see it. In fact, the only evidence that I have that train carnivals existed is from the animal cracker boxes. And you know what? They don't even have those boxes anymore. They freed the animals, but if you didn't know, they used to be caged. And the box would look like a train. And then somebody said, "Hey, that's not right. You shouldn't cage your animal crackers." And now they're all free, living their best animal cracker lives inside of a box. I don't know. I don't make the animal crackers. I just make tiny art, okay? And don't ask me why there's a deer on this circus train. And don't even talk about the pig. It's a weird circus, okay? Or is it a carnival? I don't know. You know what? Maybe this circus carnival doesn't have the budget for exotic animals like tigers and bears. Oh my. So instead they have a rooster, deer, and pig, but they have a monkey. You know what? That rooster's pretty big. So maybe it's like a mutant rooster, and that would be something that I would want to see at a circus. Yeah. So maybe it's not all that weird. Maybe it thinks you're weird. So bam. How do you like being judged by a giant rooster? I have no idea where I'm going with this. Anyways, so I know I usually make like creepy art, but wapa. I would like to argue that this is creepy. Look, they're animals squeezed into a train, and that's like animal abuse. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they don't have circus trains anymore. I know that they have circuses, and they're like on trucks now, so that's kind of train-like. Anyways, what I'm getting at is that animal abuse is creepy, especially when you hear how they made that rooster so large. I mean, I don't know how it got so large, but when you hear the story, you will probably be creeped out. I don't. You want me to tell you the story? I don't know the story. I don't own the rooster. I didn't make it gigantic. My only guess is that it was force-fed some sort of toxic waste. Maybe it was the government's solution to get rid of nuclear waste from their power plant. And anybody who stands around that rooster too long gets nuked, nuclearized, and you die in 14 days. Why 14? I don't know. I don't make the rules. Anyways, look at that. We're done. And look, here are the other ones that I did. What do you guys think? And what should I do next? What do brains and matches have in common? Actually, I have no idea. I just didn't want to open with, "I'm back with another matchbox," because then you're going to think that this is the same video that you already watched. And then you're like, "Oh, Ashley's playing with her matchbox again." And I'm like, "This is a new video. Hold on." Unless you actually have already seen this video, in which case you've already moved on from now. Anyways, back to what I'm doing here, because that's why I'm here. I'm making another matchbox art. I mean, obviously you're watching the video. And this one is going to be a little different, I think. I mean, kind of. I don't know. You decide. So I'm painting a face on the front, and it's been so long since I painted. I used to paint all the time, but now I just make tiny things. You could say I'm in my tiny thing era right now. Maybe I'll circle back around back into my painting era, but I'm currently living my best life in the tiny thing era. And as an ADHDer, you gotta follow the serotonin. Otherwise, what's the point? Seriously, like, what's the point in anything? Ooh, so do you know what I'm gonna add here? That's right, you guessed it. I got my container full of tiny body parts. These are all left over from other projects. And I'm adding a brain, obviously. Although I considered adding other things like, I don't know, wheels or birds or a light bulb. I might have to do another one of these. Oh, look at them all together. Which one's your favorite so far? Hold up, I'm back with another matchbox. These ones are kissing. And of course I gotta light them. Gotta make sure they're not counterfeit. Also, I love the smell. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I gotta try that again. Whoa! Wait, I have an idea. Okay, don't do this at home, kids. Seriously, let's not burn down houses. I'm what you call an expert. Look at all the smoke. It's like I'm saging my studio. All spirits be gone. Anyways, sorry about that distraction. Let's get on with my box of tiny men, which is not just tiny men. There's some tiny women in there too. But more importantly, there's googly eyes. Look how googly they are. Oh yeah, these eyes Google well. And now I'm just gonna Google my matchbox. What else would you call gluing Google eyes all over something? What did you just say? Did you just say creepy? Okay, maybe it's a little creepy, but it's also kind of cute, right? Like in that I'm a cute Muppet staring at you kind of way. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this is not one of my favorite Matchbox designs that I've done. But you know what? You have to have a turd every once in a while, otherwise you become constipated. If you only have good ideas, then what's the point in living? It's like a video game without achievements. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this one your least favorite? Here, hold on. Look at them all together. Yeah, this one might be my least favorite. I'm back with another Matchbox. And look, I got a little container for them. Let's just get rid of these. We don't need them. And now let's paint our Matchbox. Ready? Here it comes. Shake. Flick. What is that pink? Ashley doesn't do pink things. Actually, that's not true. Anyways, I'm gonna try to fit this whole miniature kit inside a Matchbox. What? That's not possible. Yes, it is. And here comes Agatha to help us out. Look, I only have the heart to remove her so many times before I just give up and let her do her thing. And right now her thing is to lay on all my stuff. So we're just gonna have to ignore her and continue. If I can get to the stuff that's under her. So what? Are you biting? Are you biting my stuff? I think she's checking the wood quality to make sure that we're using high quality wood. It's very important. Anyways, it's time for you to go, Agatha, because we have a Matchbox to do. I really should invest in the sticky roller company. I use enough of them. Wacha. Okay, so getting back to this Matchbox. Shwabam. So I have a bunch of these miniature kits for two reasons. One, I went through that revamping of miniature kit phase for a while, if you remember. And then like any good ADHDer, I overbought. And number two, I steal the lights out of them. I could buy cheaper lights online, but that doesn't give me as big of a dopamine hit. Anyways, these kits are terrible. They're not very good quality. Hiya. Snap. They're a pain in the butt to make. And honestly, I just like making my own stuff anyway. But I figured it'd be cool to try to smash all this stuff into a small space. You know, like a tiny house. Do you ever watch that show, Tiny House Nation? They like literally shove a family of 7 in a tiny boxcar. No way that anybody's staying in there forever. I guarantee by winter, they're back in their old house. I'm pretty sure it's just for the cameras. Shwabam. Double shwabam. Or should I say triple? Anyways, it's not like I'm going to shove everything into this tiny Matchbox because that's crazy and there's no way that I could fit everything. However, I'm going to try my best to try to keep to the same feeling or vibes, the essence. I don't know. I think you know what I mean. Like they gotta look pretty similar. And I know it's crazy. I'm not making a creepy project this time. But you know what? I don't always have to do creepy stuff. Sometimes I can just do cute miniature things. And that's okay because this is my video and I can do whatever I want unless Agatha tells me different. And then I have to do what Agatha wants to do. But for now, she's not here and I can do whatever I want. And right now, I just want to zone out and make some of these little miniatures. And maybe if I don't lose interest in this project, I can make like a whole miniature village out of tiny Matchboxes. How cool would that be? Okay, so I had this not circle window, and surprisingly, it fits around our Matchbox hole pretty well. But you know, there's a weird line in the middle, so I took that out and re-put it on my Matchbox. And look, now it's a window with a frame around it. Break. Oops, why am I breaking it in half? You might be asking. Because look, I'm gonna add a little countertop. And I don't know if you caught on to the theme, but this is like a sweet shop, and a sweet shop needs a countertop. Hey, that rhymes. Also, remember, we're trying to keep to the theme of like, it's just a miniature. It's miniature Inception, and it's got to look like the original, and the original had a countertop. See, look, there it is, in case you forgot. Also, I want to challenge myself and try to only use items from the kit, you know, besides the Matchbox. Shasha! That's why I did all that work to frame my not circle window. I mean, I could have cut out my own wood. That would have been easier, but that would be cheating. And I don't want to cheat. I want to use the stuff from the kit. Anyways, look at this little slice of lemon. Is that not adorable? It's going to go right on our dessert along with this little cherry. Yep, that's a pretty freaking cute dessert. What is that? Like a bundt cake? Or is it a Jell-O thing? I don't know. I'm not very up on my desserts. Next, we're gonna make like a little, I'm gonna guess this is what, like Dippin' Dots ice cream maybe? When I was making it, I thought it was like a bowl of grapes, but that doesn't make sense. Who eats grapes for dessert? Actually, I would, but who would go to a sweet shop and order grapes? Nobody. I'm like 97% sure that this is Dippin' Dots ice cream. And then the kit came with these adorable spoons. Look at them. Are they made out of the cheapest, thinnest material ever? Yes. But you know what? They're disposable spoons. Snap. The shop owner's not going to spend a bunch of money on spoons that are just going to get thrown out. Bam. In fact, Delilah, who owns this shop, I don't know if you knew that she owned the shop, but she does. She got really mad because people were stealing her spoons. I don't know why people would want to steal spoons, but to be fair, she was buying these really fancy spoons and they kept disappearing until one day she only had one spoon left out of like 100. And you don't mess with a girl's fancy spoon. I have a few myself, so I know what I'm talking about. And when she opened up the drawer, there was only one left. And then she tracked down every single customer that was there that last week looking for her spoons. And so she broke into their houses and stole her spoon back. She also did something gross, probably, and licked all of their spoons in the drawer, just for revenge. And the people, they woke up and they're like, why are my spoons slightly wet? Also, where's my fancy spoon that I stole from the sweet shop? And then down the street, you can hear Delilah laughing. Anyways, look at that. We did it. Okay, let's look at the kit and then look at what we did. Now I just need to make like 3 more and then we can have a whole mall of teeny tiny shops. So I guess hold on, because next we're gonna do the sushi shop. Look at this cute little booger. Yes, Agatha, we love your butt. And your air biscuits. Anyways, shake, shake, tap. Let's get the second matchbox going. Snap-a-doodle. Okay, sorry, that was lame. Anyways, here's the miniature kit that we're gonna try to fit into the second matchbox. Shabam. This time I'm doing the sushi restaurant. Because I don't know if you know this, but sushi, shake shake, is my second favorite object in the whole entire world. First being circle windows. I think I could eat my weight in sushi. Something I can't do with circle windows. Nor would I want to. I want to put a circle window in my circle window hole in my wall. That's a weird thing to say, Ashley. You know what? You're weird. Just sit back and enjoy the art, okay? And just a fair warning, the art, sha-sha, that you're watching right now is not going to be creepy, which I know is weird, but it's okay. We're gonna get through this together, unless you've already left. Anyways, back to the art. So the kit has me cutting out these little paper utensils, which are ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It doesn't look like a utensil. I'll show you a utensil. I'm replacing the paper with this magic shrinky dink, which is the only way I can describe shrinky dinks because they are literal magic. I don't understand how they work. You start off with this flat plastic, you heat up said plastic, and it's a perfect miniature. Anyways, they look so much better than this ugly paper thing, which, okay, might be my fault for cutting it out really badly, but I don't know how else they want me to cut it out. I consider myself somewhat of a scissors expert, but these kits, I'm telling you, they make me feel scissors inadequate. Actually, these kits make me feel everything inadequate. Shasha. Half of the stuff I don't even attempt because I know I can't do. Anyways, so I'm adding this little box, but it sticks out and we can't have that. So I'm just cutting the edge off. And there, now it sits flushly inside our little matchbox. Shabam. And I was afraid that box would get lonely, so I'm adding a second box on top of the first one. See, now it has a little friend. And then I get my box of plastic crud out. And I know this isn't part of the kit, but I needed something to fill a little gap. So I took an earring backer and a bead and glued this little label on, and now I'm sticking it in the corner. Does the label say coffee? Yes, it does. Is that a strange thing to have in a sushi house? Maybe. Shasha. But you're probably not going to be able to see it once I'm done because I'm going to cover it up with this frame that's the wrong size. Hacha! So that's why I had to split it in half. You see, I'm going to add a table because this is a sushi restaurant, and in a restaurant you need a table, obviously. Could I have just made my own frame that was the right size? Yes, but I like using stuff from the kit as much as I can. And this was a frame that was around a sushi picture on the wall in the kit. See, this one right here. But luckily it was close to the right size. Now I just have to cut the table to the right size. Flick. And install the table. That's a pretty nice looking table right there if you ask me. Next, I'm gonna add these little corners to the bottom of the table because otherwise the table's gonna fall down. And it's totally not because I'm trying to bridge the gap between the two frames. I'm just trying to keep it realistic. Next, I'll add my roof grass. What is roof grass, you ask? It's grass that grows on your roof, silly. What do you mean that's not a normal thing? It's totally normal. Okay, really, I added it because I needed this lattice work to sit up a little higher. Hey-cha! But I like to think of it like a garden that the restaurant can use. Or more likely, they're fake plants that are collecting a ton of dust. You ever go to a restaurant and you look up and there's like a half an inch of dust up there? Just clinging on for dear life right above my food. Ha-cha! Shake, shake. I know I said this wasn't a creepy project, but the thought of dust floating down from the ceiling onto your sushi is Pretty horrifying, but maybe that's just me. Honestly, I probably eat a ton of cat hair, so I shouldn't be grossed out. Speaking of cat hair, here's a huge ball of cat hair right now. And she doesn't know how to take no for an answer. All right, now that we have our roof grass installed, let's install our sign. And I had to look up what the sign meant. It means shwabam. Wait, no, it doesn't mean shwabam. It's homakase. I'm sure I mispronounced that horribly. But I guess it means like chef's choice, or I'll leave it up to you. And for some reason, it's only used in sushi. Also, the way it's written on the sign is wrong, apparently. But I don't know. I didn't make the sign. I mean, I made the sign. You saw me make it. I just didn't print the sign. But now I'm making an adorable little sushi boat, which I've never had a sushi boat, but they sound fantastic. You know what? When I get my circle window, I will celebrate with a sushi boat. In fact, I will drag our dining room table in front of the circle window and stare at my husband whilst eating the sushi boat. And if he thinks he's getting any of my sushi boats, he's dreaming. Unless he got me the circle window, then I would share my sushi boat. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm sorry. But my husband won't let me get a circle window, and I'm just a little bit annoyed about it. Anyways, now that we have our sushi boat done, next I'm gonna do a little sushi tray. And honestly, I don't know what else to talk about. I talked about the sushi. I guess I could try to come up with a story, something about a sushi restaurant, and perhaps a crazy chef that's using unorthodox ingredients. Oh, I know. So our chef that owns this restaurant, George, he lives in the middle of nowhere where there's no sea and no fish, but he wanted to open up a sushi restaurant because it was his lifelong dream, and we should always support people's lifelong dreams, even if they're circle window related. Jake. But what did George have a lot of? Actually, I don't know. What did George have a lot of? Mice? That's right. George had a traveling mouse circus that didn't travel very far because he's in the middle of nowhere. And that's what he used for the sushi? No, that doesn't make sense, because if he used the mice, he wouldn't have a traveling circus anymore. I don't know, but look at that, we're done. And we don't need to worry about George at all anymore because we're done with this matchbox and we're moving on to the third one. No, Ashley, you can't fit this whole kit inside a matchbox. You wanna bet? I sure can. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh, hey, Agatha. What's going on? Are we on to our third matchbox already? Agatha says yes. Agatha, too close. Remember we talked about this. Personal space. She just likes to smell new people. Ouch. Agatha, why are you like this? All right, time for you to leave. So I took out my matchbox. Shake, shake. Caw-caw. Snap, and cut a hole in it because we're going to do another miniature inside a matchbox. And how am I going to capture this one in a tiny matchbox? By skinning this pillow. I mean, sure, I should use the couch, which is this material right here, because it's so much bigger, but the pillow material is so much more fluffier. See? Crappy couch material, super fluffy material. So we're just going to have to learn quantum physics to make this material larger than it is. Or we could just cut it in half and then glue it on in sections. Now, this matchbox might be my most challenging to date because it's a whole living room. And my last ones were buildings. This is a room. Shasha. How am I going to get the essence of this living room if I can't even fit a couch in there? I don't know, but it's going to be fun finding out. And maybe I don't. Maybe I fail. You don't know unless you skipped ahead. Did you go to the end already? Well, get your butt back here because I'm not finished talking to you. Yeah. And also, you haven't hit that like button yet. How dare you go to the end without me and not hit the like button? So rude. Unless you did hit that like button, in which case I'm sorry and I love you. Anyways, I'm just finishing up my living room wall here. And look at our cute little frames. We need to frame our cute little frames with a larger frame around our matchbox hole. Snap. We've got to make our frame that frames frames. Boop. The right size. There, that appears to be the right size. Is it missing a whole side? It sure is, but we're going to ignore that for right now because I'm going to try to fit this coffee table in there. I know it doesn't fit. Just hold your horses. Shwabam. See, look, now it's gonna fit, I think. Hold on, I'm getting it. Don't worry, I didn't mismeasure or anything. Ah, see, you were doubting me, and you should never doubt me. I don't know. But now I gotta add the little other coffee table. See, it's like a bloopy coffee table. I don't know what a bloopy is, but Bloop. I assume it looks a lot like that. Ah, yes, the one toothpick. Hacha! To rule them all. My precious toothpick. Ah, see, I told you I was gonna fix that edge. Just call me Ashley the Edge Fixer. Oh, right. So they wanted me to roll up this paper for a pot. And I said, nah, no thank you. And instead, I'm just gonna use this cap because it's cute. It's a cute cap. Perfect for potting my plants. I just have to clean out the paint a little bit because that would kill our plant. I think. To be honest, I have a whole bunch of plants, but they're slowly dying. I feel bad because I buy replacements, before they die. So they know they're going in the trash soon. But shh, we don't tell them because I wait until they're all brown before they become a trash plant. But this plant will never be brown because it's fake. In case you didn't know. And then I had to add this little coffee cup because it was about the only good thing in this kit. I'm not gonna lie, these kits kind of suck. Yeah, but I might be biased because I like to make my own miniatures. I don't like a DIY kit telling me what to do. Also, some of the stuff they make you do in these kits is nearly impossible. Like this one had a flower that I was supposed to spin out of paper or something. Shwabam. Look, I tried, but it was embarrassingly bad. I didn't even want video evidence of it, which is why you don't see it. Oh, also this guitar came with strings and little knobs that they wanted me to glue on, but I was like, nah, it's good. I'm far too lazy for that. But it also came with this cupcake, which looks odd to me. It's like the side view. So I dug out these cutie patooties instead, which you guessed it, came from other DIY kits that I also didn't follow the instructions to. Yeah, I have a problem with instructions. I don't know if it's my ADHD or if I'm just incompetent. Probably that one. But the second I have to read an instruction, I'd rather give up. I can never learn a new board game by myself. That's what husbands are for. They read it and then they tell me how to play the game. Which is weird because I wrote a whole book on instructions on how to make creepy crafts. Links in my bio or down below. Anyways. Oh, look, we added bunny ears to our matchbox. I kind of regret not making them bigger. Oh, and then I made this circle frame, but it looks like poop. So I left it off. And now I thought it needed a floor, so I added a floor. And what does a floor need? A cat. I mean, a rug, which is kind of like a cat. I mean, they leave their hair on the floor in pretty much a rug shape. Or maybe my rug is just covered in cat hair. You know what? Who could tell? I don't know. Speaking of cat hair, I just bought a shaver for my cat. Yep, I'm gonna attempt to shave my cat. Look, she has tons of hair, and I just think she'd be more comfortable if she had a little bit less of it. And also, my clothes would be more comfortable because they wouldn't have cat hair all over them anymore. I guess we'll see if it works. I don't know. I don't see why it wouldn't, except, the cat has claws. Anyways, so I accidentally got some glue on the edge here, and it didn't dry invisible like the bottle claimed it would. So I just covered it up with some lace. That also came from another DIY project that I didn't follow instructions to. Ooh, it looks like we're done. Ready? Here it comes. Whoa! Oh, amazing! I'm sure that's what you're saying. Did I capture this miniature inside a matchbox? What do you think? And for my final matchbox, we're gonna do this garden. Cha-cha! Snap! So that will give us 4 matchboxes. Yeah, and I know you're asking, what's the purpose? What are we gonna do at the end? Well, don't you worry, we're gonna put it all together. You just wait. Oh, hold on, let me talk about this art for a second. So I went to frame this hole in the matchbox with the frame that came with the kit, but I made my hole too big. So then I covered it up. I don't know if you noticed, I added a scrap of paper underneath the hole. I don't know, it's not very important, but in case you noticed and were questioning, that's why I did it. Because some of you are really observant. Ooh, look at this little picture frame. I'll put you right here on the shelf. Anyways, so that with this being my last miniature inside of a matchbox, although usually the miniature is on the outside of the it doesn't matter. I thought I'd go with the most difficult looking one, which I keep calling it a garden, but the actual title is leisure time. I don't know. See, like this little thing? I'm pretty sure this is like a little plant spritzer, is it not? It's either that or perfume. I mean, oh, also, there's a picture frame. So maybe it's not a garden. I mean, I guess nobody said that you can't spend your leisure time in a garden, except me. That does not sound like good leisure time. Look, it's not that I hate nature. Shebang. It's that nature hates me. Look, it's not that I don't want it to exist. Snap-a-doodle. I just wish I didn't feel weird when I went out in the sun. Boing. That was a weird noise. Smack. Also, I don't care how much bug spray I put on. Mosquitoes eat me alive. I was not built for nature. That's all I'm saying. But I do like plants. And I know you're probably asking me, Ashley, there's no plants in this build. We just wait your biscuits because they're coming. Look, here's a little plant right now. And yeah, it's potted, so I guess that's not very garden-like. It's more like greenhouse. But hold on, we're not finished. Because look, I have these 2 little leaves that I'm adding inside the little hut. Is it a hut? I don't know, but oh look. So this kit has a table, but obviously I don't have room for a table. So I'm using the little table leg as a, I don't know what do you call those? A column? Or maybe a banister? But that's like the whole length of a staircase. What would you call the thing at the end? Like a post? I'm sure it has some weird technical term, but we're gonna call it a post. And we're gonna put this little flower on top of the post. And it too gets a little pot, or I guess you would call that a vase. And there it goes, perched right on top of our post. It's a potted plant perched on a post. Oh wait, no, it's a pink potted plant perched on a post. Say that 10 times fast. Okay, so next up, I'm gonna add the little bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac? Bric-a-brac, don't you come back? No more, no more. Oh, I guess it's a garden awning. That makes me think of like a sunsetter awning. But it's not really that. It's like a gondola. Wait, isn't a gondola a boat? You know what? Obviously, I don't know words, but you'll understand in a second. Snap. See, I just had to snap it down to size because this Matchbox is a heck of a lot smaller than the original, miniature thing. And then I'm adding these cute little vines along the posts of our bric-a-brac. And isn't that cute? It's like they're taking over the gondola. You know what? I'm going to call it a gondola now. Mostly because I know it's really going to make some people upset. It's my way of getting back at trolls. Oh, look, I figured out this little trick. So you know how sometimes your plastic plants look cheap? Well, if you heat them up with a heat gun, they look way better. See, look at the difference. It like melts all the little, I don't know, dangly bits around the edges. I'm not sure what you call it, but I'm like 23% positive that I came up with this trick and nobody's ever thought of it. In fact, we should patent it. The Ashley melts dangly bits technique. Okay, the name is a work in progress. I mean, does anybody have original ideas anymore? I always think that I do, and then I see somebody post the exact same thing, and I'm like, oh shoot, did I accidentally copy them, or did we both come up with the same idea at the same time? I mean, I don't mind when people copy my art. It gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling. But I also want to come up with my own ideas, if you know what I mean. Anyways, I don't know where I'm going with this. Shasha. Maybe I should come up with a story. Boink. Do we have time for a story? I think we do. A really quick one. Okay, so Martha owned this garden, greenhouse, leisure spot. But her plants kept dying. So she developed a serum that she could spritz on them that would bring them back to life. Hold on, I gotta talk about this real quick. So I'm realizing that our garden greenhouse thing is really tall compared to all the other miniature Matchboxes. So that's why I'm cutting it down so it kind of fits with the others. Okay, now that you know what's going on, let's continue. So what's the recipe for Martha's spritzer, you might be asking? Well, Martha found out that the tears of children makes plants grow better because plants hate children. I don't know. Oh shoot. We're done already? I thought we'd have more time than that. Okay, quickly. Martha has children in the basement and she's collecting their tears because she's keeping them super hydrated. The end. And there's our 4 Matchboxes. Now I just have to make some sort of stand. Hold on, check this out. Shabam. Hey, remember these guys? Of course you do, because I just did them. And this is totally not 5 shorter videos pretending to be 1 longer video because that would be weird. And now I'm just making a stand for them. Or the idea is it's going to be like a 2-story mall or a 2-story apartment complex. I don't know. Bloop. So I'm making a staircase to go to the 2nd floor. Shasha. What do you expect them to do? Levitate up there? I mean, I guess that would be an elevator. But you know what? This is going to be an old mall. Not that elevators can't be in old places. Man, I used to work at a place that had this super old elevator and it was super creepy. I swear, it was like the first elevator ever. And it'd always break down and everybody was scared of it. And we'd have delivery guys that refused to go in it. Mostly because they'd get trapped in there for like the whole day. But then they'd have to take the stairs and I worked on the 5th floor. Anyways, that's way off topic. Let's get back to this mall. Ooh, look, a circle window. Of course I'm adding a circle window. We all know that circles are the best shape for windows. We'll have no boring square windows in the, okay, there are 2 square windows on the edge there, but it's okay. The circle window balances out the boring square windows. And uh-oh, this window's leaking. Nothing scarier than a leaky window and leaky walls. That's how you get mold in your house, I assume. I don't know, is that where mold comes from? I mean, maybe leaky pipes. Anyways, why am I adding holes to the back of this, you might be asking? And I know you are, unless you've seen a few of my videos. Then you know I'm adding lights. Because lights make a project super cool and awesome, and we only want super cool, awesome projects here. And look, I'm gonna add a really fancy light. Look how fancy that is. That's a super fancy pansy light. And it's gonna go right in the corridor, which is a super fancy pansy word for hallway, I think. Actually, is it? Maybe. But I'm gonna add lights behind where we're gonna put our miniatures. That way they're backlit with mood lighting. Also, I bought these really cool lights that I'm excited to try out. They're supposed to flicker, hopefully in a creepy sort of way and not in a twinkling sort of flicker. I think there's a difference. Oh yes, look at all these wires. It's like I'm twiddling my beard. Anyways, so I have to add the power supply somewhere, but it'd be ugly out in the open. So I'm gonna frame the top so you can't see it. And then I'm super gluing it in. And I don't wanna toot my own horn, but I feel like that's pretty smart. Look at all these wires. That's right, appreciate my ingenuing geniusness. Ingenuity genius. Ingenuity just. Anyways, so now that we have the lights in, I just have to cover all the ugly stuff up. I know it's our ingenuity geniusness, but it's still ugly. I mean, look at that. And then hold on, let me cover it up. Oh, it looks so much better. So did I mention in the beginning, I'm gonna make this look like an old mall? So I guess the only thing that this project is missing is like a creepy twist. Like maybe the people that own these shops are actually dead? Question mark? And this is an afterlife mall? I don't know if I like that. Hey, Emily. Okay, I know. So during the day, this is like a totally normal mall. But at night, strange liquid oozes from the walls. And mystery shoppers, hold on, look at my fan. Ha-cha! Why can't I ever do that? Anyways, back to the story. Mystery shoppers from beyond the grave. Oh wait, no, I know. Mystery shoppers from another dimension. They come and shop at night because the mall exists in both dimensions. And you see the mystery ooze that runs down the wall is what breaks the wall between the two dimensions, allowing the other dimensional people to come shop because they want to get their sushi too. Oh, hold on. Bam. But the night guard doesn't know this, and when he walks in and there's just like a bunch of blurry people shopping at his mall, he like freaks out. And I don't know what's scary about that, but I guess that's the end of the story because look at that, we're done. And I don't have any more time to make a better story. You know what? You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Oh, so I noticed that the light on this one looks pink. And then I figured out it's because the back is painted pink and it's reflecting. I don't know, science. And then I was like, oh my gosh, they should all be different colors. So I painted all the backs of each miniature. What? I know, my ingenuity geniusness wins again. Because I'm so smart. Anyways, what do you guys think? Oh, and also if you want to hit that like button and follow me, that'd be really cool, but no pressure. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. I've done 2 pieces of art with paint boxes, and this one is my first one, the Cryptid box. Should I throw out this ruined paint tray with dried paint in it? Honestly, probably. But heck no, I'm not going to. I'm gonna make it into art or something. It just looked too cool to toss out in the garbage with all the other junk. So what's the first thing that I add to everything? If you said octopus, you'd be right, because I octopusify everything. Okay, most things. A lot of things I octopusify, not everything. You know, now that I'm saying that, I might need to see a therapist. But we're gonna suppress that feeling because I don't want to think about it. Anyways, look at this little octopus inside of its little square home. Is it not freaking adorable? It's freaking adorable. And if you don't find it adorable, you need to click off this video right now. Okay, so now that we've gotten rid of all of the octopus haters in the room, let's move on with this art. So as you know, octopuses like to collect things, and I wanted something for our octopus to collect, so I'm adding all these really pretty rocks behind him. And then I wanted to give him a little beach. So I used my jar of beach and added it to the hole next to him. So it was at this point that I really had no plan for the rest of the holes. I didn't know if I was gonna carry this beach theme throughout the whole thing or if I was gonna do something else. And so I got to thinking, everything is better with a theme, and I don't wanna do like a all ocean theme. That would be boring. And I'd definitely run out of ocean things to do. I mean, what is there other than an octopus? And then I was thinking, well, what if it's not an octopus? What if it's a kraken? And what if I fill every single one of these holes with, wait for it, drum roll please, monsters? Heck yeah, that's what I'm doing. So in the hole next to the kraken, not an octopus, I'm doing Nessie. What? Look, I couldn't think of any other beach monster. And look, I know these first 2 holes look kind of lame, but don't leave because of that, because I promise it's gonna get better, probably. Maybe, most likely. Because now we're working on this black hole. But it's not a black hole. It's just a hole that happens to be black. Anyways, now that I know what the theme is gonna be, you know, monster holes, I can really run with that idea and make it better. And so I was thinking, what's a really classic monster? And also something that's really hard to screw up. I'll give you a hint. It says boo. It's a ghost. Okay, though, I don't know why I said it like that. But you know what? I'm leaving it in because I'm trying to make my videos longer. I know you all have been asking for longer videos, and here it is. And so things are gonna get sacrificed. Sacrificed like this ghost was when he was alive. Remember when we were talking about sacrificing things? It might be the jokes, but you know what? You just laugh and you move on, okay? Right? We laugh and then we move on. We laugh and then we move on. Why am I not hearing the laughing? You guys are messing up your part. Come on, pull your weight here. All right, let's just move on. So the next hole, I was thinking, what's everybody's favorite monster? Oh, right, I forgot. It glows in the dark. The ghost glows in the dark and it's freaking cool, okay? Anyways, back to this hole. What's everybody's favorite monster? Say it with me. Mothman. Yeah. So Mothman needs a bright light to be attracted to, so I'm painting the back of this paint hole with glow-in-the-dark paint to make it look like a bright light. Why do I suddenly sound like a robot? It doesn't matter, we're moving on. So I sculpted little Mothman's body out of wire, and now I'm just gonna attach clay to it. And for whatever reason, whenever I look up Mothman, Mothman's always packing. And I mean his muscles. He's always got like way big muscles. What's that about? And he's always got like a bootylicious butt. I honestly don't know anything about Mothman, you know, other than he's a moth and a man. But I guess he would need a lot of muscles to carry himself with those wings. Speaking of wings, our Mothman still needs wings. So I think I found some right here in my container labeled freaking bats. That's right, I have a container labeled freaking bats, and guess what's in it? Freaking bats are in it. Whoa, no way. Now I know that they're not moth wings, but we're gonna look past that. I know he's looking more gargoyle than Mothman, but once I add the red eyes and the moth feathers. Wait a second, moths don't have feathers. Okay, so you remember how I said that these 2 holes were gonna be way better than my last 2 holes? I may have lied, but the next 2 is where it's at, I promise. Stay tuned. Are you still tuned? Because these are my redemption holes right here. Look, I'm making 1 hole out of these 2 holes. It's very cool. In fact, you're gonna get a 3-for-1. 3 holes for the price of 1 video. I don't know where I'm going with that. Anyways, in the back of this hole, I'm painting a nice little beech tree forest. Beech tree? No, birch tree. What's a beech tree forest? Anyways, can you guess what lives in a birch tree forest? I mean, besides birch trees. Well, what happens when you breed a bunny with an antelope? Is that how they get the word jackalope? I always thought it was like a deer. What's the difference between a deer and an antelope? Are they the same? I mean, I bet technically they're not the same, but I bet they're pretty close. Like they're in the same family, right? Anyways, I know it looks like the Jersey Devil, but does the Jersey Devil have this cute little tail on its butt? No. Wait, does it? Actually, let's look it up. Jersey Devil. Okay, the Jersey Devil does not look like what I thought it looked like. Wait a second. Isn't Taz the Jersey Devil? Hold on, one more second. I gotta look that up. Yeah, see, Taz has a cute tail. Oh, he's a Tasmanian devil. I guess they're different. Anyways, the long drawn out point that I was making is that the jackalope has a cute tail. And it can't be a true jackalope without its horns? No, that's not right. Antlers. It has antlers. The only problem here is I wasn't sure, do antlers go in front of the ears or behind the ears? I went with in front of the ears, but I'm not sure that's anatomically correct. Also, I know you're saying to yourself, Ashley, a jackalope's not a monster. And you know what? I would like to challenge you. What is your definition of a monster? Do they have to be scary? I feel like that's monsterism. And furthermore, a jackalope is scary. I mean, look at their horn level. It's right at crotch level. I mean, sure, they're adorable. Adorable little crotch destroyers. Also, just because they're adorable does not mean that they're not monsters, because you know who else is adorable? Mothman. And nobody says that Mothman's not a monster. So point proven. Jackalopes are indeed monsters. And for my next hole, and probably my most terrifying hole. We're gonna do the most deadliest monster there is, but first we have to make its environment so it feels at home in its hole. And what is its environment? Oh, you know, just a normal garden. And don't you hate it when your glue gets a little too excited? But it's okay, we're gonna use it to our benefit. Because I'm gonna make garden trees. Is that what these are called? Like the shaped trees that people have to like trim? I don't know, but you might be wondering, if you haven't guessed already, what kind of terrifying monster lives in a garden? A garden gnome. Gnome way. Just say gnome to gnomes. Because I don't know if you know this, but secretly gnomes rule the world. Yeah, remember the movie Gnome Alone? Pretty sure that's a documentary. They just try to look cute. They're infiltrating our children because remember David and the gnomes? And their little gnome kisses? Anyways. Hey, if you're still watching, I get it. You like to watch me fill my holes. That's not weird. But maybe it's weird that you're not pressing that like button or subscribing. I mean, it's cool. I can wait. Yep, we're just waiting on you. Okay, now that I'm sure you subscribed, let's move on to one of my favorite monsters. Even though I don't know a lot about it, but a lot of my creations apparently look like this monster. At least those are the comments that I get a lot, but I'm sure you've already guessed. It's a mimic. And no, I don't play D&D, although I would love to play D&D. I just haven't yet. Anyways, so I made a treasure chest with teeth. Next, I get my trout pouch out. Speaking of which, what are you all keeping in your trout pouches? I was gonna store my pocket gummy worms in mine, but they just aren't as good when they're not warmed up by my body heat. So now I'm making a really gross, disgusting tongue for my mimic. And this is when it all starts to come together. When you paint the teeth, it like gives it more life. I guess that's the term. But the one thing that our mimic is missing is a teeny tiny lock. Look at that little lovely lock. Let's link our lovely lock to our luggage. Okay, I know it's not really luggage. I was trying to come up with L word. I was doing something there. Anyways. Look at that. We have one mimic that I added to our holes. Next, let's work on the hole right next to it because it seems like that's the theme. I do the hole next to the hole that I've done. I don't know why. I didn't mean to. It's not exactly planned that way. It just seems to work out that way. Anyways, I'm adding glow powder. Did you see that glow? Now what on earth, or should I say not on earth, would I use glow powder for? That's right, we're doing aliens, which I guess we're finding out they are on Earth and in the ocean, but would that be an alien then? I guess we should be calling them ocean natives or native oceaners. Although if I had to bet money on it, I would bet we don't learn from the past and we're gonna do exactly what Christopher Columbus did when he came over to America and he called everybody Indians because he thought he was in India and nobody thought to correct it like hundreds of years later. Well, I see the same thing happening with these native oceaners. They're gonna be stuck with the name alien. Anyways, back to the art. What goes together with aliens like ham on toast or cats and keyboards? No, wait, unicorns and glitter farts. That's right, cows. Cows are the glitter farts of the UFOs. Because they're always sucking up our cows for some reason and bringing them to the ocean. You know what? I bet it's really hard to breed cows in the ocean. That's probably why they're sucking up our cows. Makes sense to me. I guess aliens just have a taste for beef or milk. And shark milk just wasn't doing it for them, I guess. And so I made them the juiciest looking cow around. It just needs a tail. Look at it. Look at its cute little tail and ears and stuff. There it goes, getting sucked up into that UFO. I think this is my favorite hole so far. And look at that, it glows in the dark. What? So I've come up with a few names for this project. Let me just test them out on you. Okay, ready? Monster Hole Tell. Get it? Because it's holes. Okay. If I have to explain the joke, it's not funny anymore. Come on. Or we could go simple. Ashley's monster holes. Or would it be monstrous holes? I don't know. Anyways, back to the video. What monster are we going to do next? Well, obviously it lives in the forest. See my tree? It's a forest tree. Ready? Shwabam. That's right, we're making a tent and shlapa. It's a teeny tiny tent made out of toothpicks and fabric and string. Is it a tent monster? No, that's probably not a thing. Hold on, let me look. Nope, see, not a thing. Wait a second, what is that? Well, now that that's seared into my eyeballs, let's move on. So what monster am I doing? Well, you could say that this monster has a very big body part. Whoa, hold on, I gotta handle my trout pouch again. Sometimes you just gotta whack it around. All right, we good? We good, buddy? Okay. Anyways, does he have big hands? No, he's not called Big Hand, he's called Bigfoot because he's got big feet. Wait, wouldn't he be called Big Feet then and not Bigfoot? Does he only have one big foot? I mean, that's got to make it hard to walk. Yeah, maybe he's just shy about his one big foot and that's why we don't see him. Poor Bigfoot's been teased. And look, I know I didn't do the monster in this hole. I just did his like campsite. But hold on. See what I did there? I'm about to do his cousin. And who is Bigfoot's cousin? Say it with me. The Yeti. Unless you said abominable snowman. Which, aren't they the same thing? Hold on. Is Bigfoot and the Yeti the same thing? Like, is Bigfoot the grizzly bear version of a Yeti? And the abominable snowman is the polar bear version of the Yeti? Or are they Sasquatches? I don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is these little cute trees that I'm making. Look, they're covered in snow. They're Arctic Circle trees. Wait, there's no trees in the Arctic Circle, is there? I'm pretty sure the ground is like frozen all the time, so nothing can grow there. At least nothing with roots. I don't know. Doesn't matter. We're gonna look past it. Look, I have a monkey. Or, I mean, gorilla. It's a gorilla. Because he looks a lot like a Yeti. Only I have to make my gorilla look like he's standing up instead of down on all fours, because otherwise he'd just look like a gorilla. And I've never heard of the abominable gorilla monster. So yeah, we had to do some surgery and cut him in half and then glue his arms down. And now I'm just painting on his furry winter coat, you know, so that he can blend into his surroundings. And even though you can't see the backside of this Yeti, I had to paint his butt blue. I'm not proud, but it kind of made me giggle. Okay, anyways, I add him to the hole. What do you guys think? And if you were counting, this was hole number 10. So we still have a whole lot of holes to fill here. And what is going to be the monster in hole number 11? Well, it lives in a graveyard. So I think that narrows it down pretty well. There's not many monsters that live in a graveyard. Okay, that's not true. I would say like most of the monsters live in graveyards, but it doesn't matter. The monster I'm doing mostly always lives in the graveyard, and it's the first one that you'd think of, and it's not a ghost because I've already done a ghost. It's a zombie. See? I'm adding little zombie hands that are reaching out of the graves and a zombie foot. I don't know who's coming out foot first as a zombie, but I guess that zombie likes a challenge. And I didn't feel like cutting up another one of my miniature people to make more arms. You know what? Nobody's going to be thinking about it that deeply. If you see body parts coming out of graves, you're just going to automatically think zombie. Okay, fine. The foot is weird. So I am going to cut up this little girl. Nope, that's not what I meant. This tiny lady. But first I have to make her look like a zombie. I guess the technical term would be zombify her. And since I don't know any people that are buried in just their underwear. Side note, do not bury me in a bra. I don't need to spend the rest of eternity in that torture device of a boob contraption. I will haunt the person that buries me in a bra. I'll have no mercy on them. Oh shoot, we're on to the next hole. I guess I went on too much of a bra rant. Sorry about that. We're doing another 2-for-1 hole, you know, where I cut the holes to make it bigger. This time, instead of making it wider, I'm going taller because our next monster is going to be tall. And no, it's not Slender Man. I know that's what everybody was thinking, but what goes good with zombies besides brains and werewolves? It's not a werewolf. Well, this monster can't even go in a graveyard without dying. Is that what you would call it when it dies? Because it's kind of already dead. It's a vampire. Oh, I'm done walking around the subject. Vampire inside of a coffin, which would be in a graveyard. So why do they sleep in coffins? That's a thinker. You would think that they'd want to sleep in caves, or at the very least upside down, right? Because they're part bat. Okay, but while we're on the subject of vampires, have you seen What We Do in the Shadows? Of course you have. It's a great show. You know the intro when they're showing the pictures? Don't vampires not show up in photos? So why are they in photos in the intro? I've always wondered that, and if somebody can answer that question, please do. Anyways, oh, by the way, did you see my circle window? You knew I would sneak in a circle window somewhere. Even vampires get more circle windows than I do. And they can't even be by windows because they all use Macs. No, I'm kidding. It's because of the sunlight, obviously. Also, I'm pretty sure they use Macs. Anyway, look at that. We got another hole done. We've got 10 more. Holy cow. We have got 10 more holes to go. That's a lot of holes to still fill. And here you thought I would give up. I'm not giving up, even though you might want me to. Okay, so we're going to do the green hole. And what sort of green monster machine are we doing? No, absolutely no one asked for this monster. But have you seen the movie Leprechaun? Yeah, me neither. But did you know that they made 6 of those terrible movies? I mean, look, I'm just guessing that they're terrible. I don't know. They're probably better than the video you're watching right now. But I've seen clips from this movie, and it's either terrifying or really dumb. I can't decide. But either way, it has convinced me that leprechauns are indeed a monster. Or I mean cryptics. You guys have been commenting that they're actually cryptics. And look, I looked up the word cryptic because, you know, my vocabulary is not huge. And you all are so smart. These are definitely cryptics and not monsters. But look, Ashley's monster holes sounds better than Ashley's cryptic holes. Okay, actually, that's not bad. Okay. From now on, I'll refer to my holes as cryptic and not monster. So I guess, welcome to Ashley's cryptic holes. We're currently doing a leprechaun hole. So I've added this nice pot of gold to represent a leprechaun. Because what else is gonna represent a leprechaun? Shoes? Okay, maybe. But no, I did gold. Anyways, on to the next hole. See, I'm gonna do this turquoise hole right over here. Now, I was thinking I was gonna do mermaids in this hole, but I thought it would get too blendy, you know, like the mermaids would blend into the background or something. I don't know. Perhaps I thought it was too on the nose. Anyways, I still wanted to do something more fantasy-like because a lot of these monsters are a little harsh, or should I say gritty? I don't know. So I painted in these pretty clouds, and I'm adding these fancy bushes. Next, I'm gonna cut these limbs from this fantasy tree and add them into my fantasy hole. Right, so have you guessed what's going inside my fantastic fantasy hole? Okay, so instead of mermaids, I've decided to do a horse. What do you mean a horse isn't cryptic? Have you ever met a horse? Those guys are the most shifty, cryptic animals you'll meet. Just one look into those eyes and you can tell they're hiding secrets. What are you hiding from me, horse? Fine, I'll add a stinking horn to his head. That's right, we're doing a frickin' unicorn. I don't know why I'm upset about it because, fun fact, I used to collect unicorns when I was a kid. True story. I had dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. I don't know. Who's counting? Obviously, I don't have them anymore. That would be weird. Okay, I kept a couple, but most of them my mom volunteered to Goodwill. Probably just so that other kids would not make fun of me. I don't know. Anyways, our unicorn's done and he's terrifying. And not because he's a monster. It's because I didn't do him very well. But we're gonna move on and ignore him. Anyways, so now I'm working on this bronze hole. Or maybe it's copper. You know, you would think that I would know the difference by now, but I don't. And I know you guys have explained it to me, but I still don't get it. Anyways, it doesn't matter because what matters is what we're putting in the hole. This teeny tiny swimmer, isn't she cute? Wait, what do swimmers have to do with cryptic / monsters? Good question. Nothing. Because these swimmers are gonna be swimming in the air because they're teeny tiny Tarzans? Nope. Guess again. They're gonna be freaking fairies. Or I guess you could call them pixies. In fact, I'm gonna call them pixies because pixies are definitely more monstrous than fairies. Not that we're doing monsters, we're doing cryptics. Anyways, I cut their little wings out in plastic and then I painted them gold and now I'm just attaching them to their little itty bitty backs. I mean, look how freaking adorable they are. It's a perfect pair of pixies. Now let me just attach them to my hole. And there it is, we got another hole down. But wait, we're not finished. We're gonna go on to the next hole, I think. Any minute, we're gonna go on to the next hole. We're just waiting. Oh, there we go. That's right, I'm gonna do the red hole. Now, originally, I was thinking this hole would be a good hole for Bloody Mary, but then somebody in my comment section said gelatinous cube, and I was like, heck yeah, gelatinous cube. That's way better than Bloody Mary. I mean, what would I have done for Bloody Mary? A mirror? That would have been boring, or at least definitely not as exciting as gelatinous cube, because even saying the word gelatinous cube is way more exciting than saying Bloody Mary. So I made a little cube mold, and I filled my cube mold with resin, and then I filled my resin with a skull, as one does. Now look, I know the skull is a little too big for the gelatinous cube here, but you know what? Maybe it's a baby gelatinous cube. For some reason it attached to someone's head. I don't know. Maybe the daddy gelatinous cube just fed the baby gelatinous cube someone's head. You know what? Maybe we shouldn't think too hard about it. Stop it. Stop thinking too hard about it. It is what it is. Anyways, so my gelatinous cube was a little too sharp. And nobody's heard of a sharp gelatinous cube. So I sanded down its sharp corners. And then I covered it in another coat of resin. That way it'd look all shiny and more gelatinousy. Yep, that's a word. Now I just have to place her inside of her little cryptic hole. And as you watch me paint on these little gelatinous drops, I thought this would be a good time to remind you that I have a book. And you should go check it out if you want to make creepy crafts. Okay, now that I've made my publisher happy, look at that, we're done. And did I mention it glows in the dark? What? Wow, that's so cool. Is what you should be saying. And I kind of like this hole, but we can't dwell on it too long because now we're going to do the purple hole. And you're never going to guess what we're going to do in this hole. That's right, we're doing mermaids and mermen. Now, for some reason, my camera did not work when I put the mermaid tail on this little miniature woman. Or is she a maid? Wait, why are mermaids called mermaids? Does maid mean female? I mean, I guess it makes sense because mermen are men, right? And in the game Old Maid, there's an old woman, which what a terrible game. You're trying not to get the old woman? I mean, that's kind of rude. Who came up with that game? I mean, let's be honest. It was probably a man. I don't know. Anyways, my camera did not record for whatever reason when I attached clay to their legs. So, you know, just pretend like you saw me do that part. And it was amazing. Probably. Anyways, so I was going to paint a little castle behind them, but then I thought, that's boring. We got to do something more 3D. So I'm making this little castle wall. Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing I called them mermaids, but really they're sirens, not mermaids. Mermaids aren't monsters, or should I say cryptids, which I'm just now realizing that I've been saying wrong this whole time. But I could argue that they are also cryptics, right? Because cryptic means mysterious. So they're cryptic cryptids. Anyways, let's move on to the next hole, which is my most requested hole. Okay, no, I take that back. My most requested hole is a Wendigo, and I have no idea how to even attempt a Wendigo. That's a little above my skill level. So I know you had your hopes up, but I'm not doing a Wendigo. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. Stop asking. I see you. You're typing in the comments right now. Stop it. Put the comment section down. Okay, so if not Wendigo, then what? Well, it's green and it has teeth. That's right, it's Audrey 2. I guess if you want to be formal about it, you could call her Audrey number 2. Or is she just simply Audrey the second? And for those who don't know, it's the plant from Little Shop of Horrors. And if you haven't seen Little Shop of Horrors, you should. Either one, the old one or the newer one, they're both good. The music is amazing. Well, I don't know if I'd call it amazing. It's music and you can definitely sing to it. Okay, look, if the singability of a song was the criteria for amazing music, then Happy Birthday would be an amazing song. And it's not. It's really not. I don't know how we haven't come up with a better song by now. And nobody wants this song sung to them on their birthday. So yeah, happy one more revolution around the sun. Here's a terrible song that you don't want and you have to sit through it because you're not rude. And do you think the people who are singing it want to be singing it? No. But for some reason, that's what we do, and everybody's miserable. Oh, thanks. 10 seconds of my life that I'm never going to get back. Let's just say I have feelings about the Happy Birthday song. And now you know them. Anyways, let's get back to Audrey 2. So I added some luscious lips to her. Not gonna lie, I'm sort of jealous of Audrey 2's lips. I have no lips. And I know you're saying, Ashley, you have lips. Do these look like lips? No, those are wisps. So yeah, I would kill for Audrey's lips. Anyways, there's Audrey 2. Next up, we're going to do this bottom hole right here, this pink one. Or is that more of a mauve? Or is it called mauve? I don't know. I guess, what are we doing in this mauve hole? Sandworms. Now, there's all kinds of different sandworms. There's Dune, you know, the sandworm in Dune. Then there's the one that I always think of from Tremors, which, does that movie hold up? It's been so long since I've seen it. I used to love that movie. Anyways, and then there's the sandworm from Beetlejuice. I think that counts, right? And then there's real life sandworms. That's right, there's real sandworms in real life, which are just as, if not more, terrifying than the fictional ones. I mean, just look at this guy. Ugh. But we're not here to talk about that one because that's not a cryptic cryptid. That's real life. And my holes are about not real life things. Okay, except the gnome. And maybe aliens. And ghosts. Okay, some of them could be real life. But it doesn't matter because now we're moving on. And we're going to do this orange hole. And I saw somebody comment that they wanted a phoenix. And I thought that was a really unique idea and I liked it. Also, what else am I going to put in an orange hole? I mean, maybe a certain president. But unfortunately, he's real life. And remember, we're only doing cryptic cryptids. Okay, can we go back to calling them monsters? Because I hate saying cryptic cryptids. Yep, I'm going to call them monsters. So I'm making this phoenix monster. Oh, wait. Phoenixes aren't really monsters. They're just like firebirds. Dang it, I don't know. You know what? We only have 2 more holes after this, so I don't think it matters at this point what I call them. So I'm just gonna get on with talking about what I'm doing. And what I'm doing right now is making the tail of the phoenix out of shrinky paper. No, shrinky dinks, not shrinky paper. And since I'm lazy and I don't want to bring it to the oven, I just shrink it with my heat gun. Or what I meant to say is I shrink it with magic. Did you see that magic? Hold on, here comes more magic. Shabam! It's a magical fire tail. I mean, what other tail would you expect on a phoenix? Like a normal tail? No, phoenixes have magical fire tails. I don't know what I'm dribbling on about. I can't wait till my holes are finished so that I can go on to another project. Do you remember I used to do other projects? Yeah, I don't. I feel like this is the only project I've been doing for the last month and a half. Anywho, oh, look at that. We're done with our phoenix. The next hole that we're going to do is the one right down here, which is our second to last hole. Not that we're counting. To be honest, I'm surprised I didn't give up on this project yet. You know, my attention span is about as short as a goldfish. So the fact that I'm actually completing this is a pretty big deal for me. Anyways, what are we doing on our last 2 holes? Like, I guess we're just jumping right in with this one. It looks very Egyptian-y. So there's really only one thing that could go in this hole. Well, I mean, I guess there could be a sphinx in there. Or actually, now that I think about it, there's a lot of Egyptian monsters. Or not monsters, they're gods. I hope that didn't offend anyone. Anyways, what? I'm doing a mummy, obviously. So I'm making the little mummy sarcophagus. Sarcophagi? Tomb? No, wait, tomb would be like the whole room, right? And the sarcophagus would be like the coffin. Or is a tomb called a crypt? Oh my gosh, that would have been a good monster, the crypt keeper. But spoiler, I didn't do him. Nope, instead I'm wrapping this little person in string to make it look like he's a little mummy. Get off my finger. I'm not sure how, but I always glue things to my fingers. Well, okay, I know how I do it, but that's not the point. Look at that, we're adding our mummy. But I felt like this tomb was still missing something, so I thought I'd roll up a rug. I don't know. I feel like rugs are in tombs, right? And then I added a little papyrus to the wall. Oh, Edgar. I think Edgar's a little upset that we didn't do a sphinx, but he'll get over it. Anyways, there's our little mummy tomb. Next, we're gonna do this last red hole up here. And my first idea was I was gonna do Medusa, only you'll see in a minute here. I sculpted her face terribly. This was my attempt to make her beautiful. It did not work. So instead, I'm just gonna make her into a clown because clowns are terrifying. And I think they deserve a spot in my box. I know he kind of looks like the Saw doll. Is it a doll? You know, from the movie Saw? Or is he a clown? He might be a clown doll. Anyways, when I get the rest of him, he'll look more like a clown, I promise. So I made him a little wire body, and then I covered that wire body in clay. And then I'm making his little itty bitty hands. Are you all scared of clowns? My husband is. And I always joke with him that I'm holding hands with the clown underneath the bed, you know, when we go to sleep. Because I always drape my arms or leg over the side of the bed. And he's like, oh my gosh, the clown underneath the bed's gonna get you. And I always say that we're friends. We hold hands. You know, it's the little things in a marriage that keep it alive. You know what? I like to torture my husband just a little bit. You know, he kind of deserves it. He loves to come up and scare me. And also, he won't let me get a circle window. Oh shoot, look at that. We're done. So I got a clown, a phoenix, a Bigfoot, leprechaun, a siren, a kraken, Loch Ness monster, unicorn, pixies, Audrey 2, gelatinous cube, a yeti, a ghost, mothman, aliens, a mimic, a jackalope, gnomes, a vampire, a mummy, zombies, and a sandworm. And that's the whole project. What do you guys think? Did I miss any? Had enough of paint box videos? Well, too bad, because now I'm doing the second one. The horror movie horror whole box. Hey, look, I got another paint thing. This time, unfortunately, I bought it brand new. Oh, I guess I'm cracking ice with it? I don't know. Anyway, so if you remember last time I had one of these paint things, it started off looking like this and it ended up looking like this. And I filled each hole with a cryptid. I know you're gonna yell at me in the comments that I say that wrong, but this time it won't be an issue because I'm doing horror movies and I can say the word horror movies, or at least I think I can say the word horror movies. Although every time that I'm super confident that I'm saying a word correctly, you guys guys absolutely crush my confidence when all the oh so helpful people, thank you so much. Yeah, you remind me in the comments how I don't know English. Anyways, as I was saying, I thought this would make a great series for Halloween. And if you were paying attention, I am making a little tiny bucket. And oh, what horror movie could that be? Well, I mean, obviously it's Carrie. What other horror movie would have a bucket? Oh, right. How could I forget the movie? A Bucket of Blood. What do you think that movie's about? I mean, obviously it's about a bucket of blood, but does the bucket of blood hunt them down? Or is the lady just scared of a bucket of blood? I mean, that is kind of scary. What if it tips over and gets you all bloody? You could really stain some white clothes with that bucket of blood. And furthermore, whose bucket is it? Or I guess more importantly, whose blood is it? You know, I really hope that my algorithm doesn't de-algorithm me for using the word blood so much. But I mean, at this point, it's too late. We could have called it Kool-Aid, but I didn't. Oh, look, here's a bucket of Kool-Aid now. See, that doesn't sound right. Anyways, let me distract you with my tool. It's a super awesome tool for making hoops. I don't use it ever, but the one time that I need to hoist a bucket of red stuff, it's super handy. You know, honestly, I have a lot of tools like this. Super handy, but never used. Okay, we're way off topic. Back to this bucket of you-know-what. I thought I'd make it look like it was spilling out a little bit of you-know-what. So I'm just adding some resin to the lip to make like drips. A drippy lip. And there it is, my bucket of you-know-what. I mean, this is the Carrie whore hole. Let's move on to the next one. So in this hole, I'm making it look like, oh, hey, Emily. Right, so in this hole, I'm gonna make it look like concrete. And look at this little goober. She's always judging whatever I'm doing. Just ignore her, she'll go away. So I didn't like the concrete, so I covered it up with this landscape, but then I didn't like the landscape, so I covered that up with yellow, which will make sense once you find out what the movie is. Speaking of which, if you know what movie I'm doing, tell me in the comments now, no cheating. Don't go skipping ahead. Got it? Okay. So the yellow wasn't looking rubbery enough, so I just covered it in resin to give it that rubber look. And then I took a piece of metal and bent it into an L shape, and I placed it right at the bottom here. What could that be? I don't know. Don't worry, it'll make sense in a minute, or maybe less than a minute, because look, now I'm making a little red balloon. What could that be for? So I'm just making the balloon look shiny and rubbery, you know, as balloons look, with more resin. Yes, I should wear gloves, but you know what? I didn't touch a single drop of resin. I'm very careful. Anyways, so now I'm just hog tying my balloon. And you know what? The string wasn't looking stringy enough, if you know what I mean. So I covered it in glue and curled it. And actually, I was really surprised that that worked. And look at that, my string is stringy now. All I have to do is add it to my scene, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows that this movie is, say it with me, It. I knew you knew what it was. Let's add another horror movie to my horror movie holes. Do you think that we can just shorten that to horror holes? Although that's really hard to say. Horror holes. Haunted Hidey horror holes. Anyways, hey, look at that. I'm making 2 holes into 1 hole. And why am I doing that? Because I have a really long hole that I want to do. And I don't know if you guys like it when I just tell you what movie I'm doing or if you like to guess. I'm gonna guess that you like to guess because I would like to guess. So I'll try not to give it away on all of them, but for this one, I think it's kind of obvious. So I'll just come out and say it. It's Psycho. The shower scene. See, now you know why I had to make my 2 holes into 1 hole. You know, for the longest time, I didn't realize that Psycho was called Psycho. I thought it was called Bates Motel. And honestly, I've never seen it. I know, don't yell at me, but I've definitely seen it parried enough to get the gist. Right? So this woman stays in the Bates Motel, and the owner of the Bates Motel, Mr. Bates, has issues. And he's like watching her, I think. Is he watching her? Ooh, so I couldn't find the right plastic for a shower curtain. And so I end up cutting my bag that I use all the time because it has the perfect plastic for a shower curtain, but I couldn't just leave a hole in my bag. I use that bag every day to hold my molds. And so I just duct taped it shut. I don't know why I included that in the video, but there it is. Anyways, so the lady, she's staying in the hotel, and then Mr. Bates is probably watching her while she showers. And then I guess he causes her life to end with a knife. Ooh, but also he has like a mom in the house, right? And she's actually not alive anymore. But he's been treating her like she's been, I don't understand where does the girl find out about the mom? Like the second that I find out that the person that I thought was nice actually is keeping his not alive mother and talking to her in his bedroom, you know, I'm gonna be out of that place. But I'm pretty sure she finds out, right? Or is there two girls? There might be two girls. You know what? I should just watch the movie. I'm pretty sure I saw the show. Did you know there was a show? I actually kind of enjoyed the show, but I didn't finish it. Does anybody know if it was worth watching? Anyways, I'm sure this was really boring, so I'll move on. And I'll just talk about what I'm doing. Look, I made a handprint on the shower curtain. Does that happen in the movie? I have no idea, but it would be cool if it did. And now I'm just making a stabby object out of shrinky-dink plastic. And hold on, watch it shrink. It's so satisfying. Ooh. Oh yeah, look at that little pointy stabby object. I just had to shave it to make it look more menacing. And then add the stabby fluid on the end. You can't have a stabby object without stabby fluid. Anyways, and then I add some more stabby fluid to the wall. And look at that, this whore hole is done. But hold on, I'm gonna do another whore hole. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that name. How about scary movie hole? It's lacking something. I don't know. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Until then, look at what I'm doing in this one. It's all black and white. I mean, the movie's not black and white, but the movie inside the movie is black and white. That's a hint. Okay, so this hole is going to be a lot more simple. So I think you'll probably guess what it is pretty quickly here. You see, I'm making all these little balls out of clay, and I'm putting them around this circle-like device. Maybe you could call it a ring of sorts. That's right, the movie's The Ring. Oops, did I tell you too soon? I mean, you were going to get it eventually anyway. What other movies have a well? Although, to be fair, a well is super creepy. So they really should be featured in more horror movies. I'm just saying. The idea of not knowing what's at the bottom of a well is terrifying. Anyways, look at that well inside the hole. Okay, I heard you. You guys didn't like it when I called them whore holes. So I guess let's call them scary squares. And next up, we're gonna do this square right here. Snap. Now, this is going to be another classic horror movie because why would I include a non-classic horror movie? It's going to be The Evil Dead. And look, I'm making like a dirty hole in the ground because I think that's where they found the book, right? The Necronomicon. You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I love that the main character's name is Ashley. Not just because it's my name, and if you ask me, it's a pretty good name, but also because it's a guy. And I've always said that Ashley is a unisex name. And nobody believes me until I bring up this movie. And then they're like, oh yeah, that's right. And I'm like, aha, I told you. Anyway, so apparently the the book. Apparently it's made out of human flesh. I mean, how would you like to be the person this book was made out of? Do you think you're conscious? It is called The Evil Dead. Or did you become a demon? Does the book talk or move? Does its mouth move, or is it just made out of the flesh? I can't remember. I feel like given the movie, it probably did talk. At least in the second movie, because wasn't that like more of a comedy? I remember really liking the TV show, Ash vs. Evil, but I really don't remember anything about it. Do you think they have to lotion the book to keep it from cracking or something? Or is it just lotioned by evil? It says, it puts the lotion on the book or else it gets possessed again. I'm sure that was part of the movie somewhere, right? Anyways, oh, hey, Agatha. What you doing? Hey, look, we're done with this hole. Or I mean square. On to the next one, which is on the other side, right here. Bam. Ooh, it's a green hole. So in this hole, we're gonna do Rosemary's Baby, which if you haven't seen it, you might think, oh, that sounds like a nice movie, not a horror movie at all. And oh, how wrong you would be, my ignorant friend, because not only is this baby not normal, it's the spawn of the devil, I think. It's been a while since I've seen it. But honestly, babies are already kind of evil. They give off hormones that change the way that you think. Is that why they're called hormones? Huh? Get it? Horror movie? Hormones? Anyways, the only thing that I really remember about this movie is the mother eating raw meat. And I know it's supposed to be really gross, but honestly, it's not something that I haven't not thought about every time I cook a steak. Cha-cha! Is that not normal? I mean, come on, tell the truth. Have you not thought about sinking your teeth into a raw steak? I think Rosemary's just letting her intrusive thoughts win. Oh, look at the little wheels I made for my buggy. They're made out of button nipples. Isn't that cute? Well, I thought it was cute. Shabam! Now let's add the handles to our demon carriage. Yep, it's looking pretty cute, but not so demon-y. Let's add some red demon paint for the inside, because demons are red. I don't know. It just felt right, which maybe that's just the baby's hormones telling me to paint it red, because it's a mind-controlling demon. For our next hole, and I keep forgetting that they're scary squares, so what if we just call them creepy cubes? So in our next creepy cube, I'm doing another twofer where I make 2 holes into 1 hole, so that we can have maximum holage. I mean cubage. Snap! What are we doing in this massive cube? Well, first I have to add my wood. Hacha! Now that our wood has been added, we gotta add our blood spots. Because it's a horror movie hole, and horror movies usually have blood spots. Especially this movie. Because it features a chainsaw, and that could be a whole plethora of horror movies I know. Such as The Evil Dead, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, Ash vs. Evil, Evil Dead Rise. But we already did the Evil Dead series, remember? With the Necronomicon book. So what movie could this be? Any guesses? Well, obviously this is going to be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 4-part harmony. Because did you forget already? I'm making a chainsaw. And this is the chainsaw body. Oh, and look, here's the chainsaw. Hey, Emily, what do you think of my little chainsaw? Hey, no biting. Well, that was rude. Anyways, back to my chainsaw. Shasha! No, I'm just adding I don't know what that is. I guess the under part where the chain would go. And then I'm burning on some vent holes because we don't want our chainsaw to overheat when it's chainsawing things. Anyways, so is it just me, or is Texas Chainsaw Massacre like every other horror movie? It's a lot like Deliverance, you know, crazy family murdering people. Or the one with the truck, Jeepers Creepers, or The Hills Have Eyes, or I don't know, there's a lot of them. It's like all those movies put together, only with a chainsaw. And that's why I've decided it's not going to be Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's right, I tricked you. Instead, it's going to be Dale and Tucker versus Evil, because that movie is awesome. And if you have feelings about that, well, suck it up. Oh, and look at that. We're going on to our next cube, which I remember when this movie came out. Shabam. And it traumatized everybody. I was probably just a little too young to watch it, but my parents did not care what I watched, which is probably why I love horror movies today. We all thought it was real. And I don't know if it was just my age or if like the adults thought it was real too. Any guesses on what movie it is? Okay, so when my friend and I rented it from Blockbuster, yes, I am that old. So my parents were gone and we watched the movie and we got so scared that we ended up sleeping under my bed. I don't know why we would think that being under the bed would protect us, but for some reason, we thought that was the safest place. Obviously, we had 0 survival skills because everybody knows that the monsters are under the bed or in the closet. Also, it didn't help that my bedroom was in the basement. Anywho, if you haven't guessed, it's the Blair Witch. What do you think of this cube hole square? Next up, we're doing Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's right, I just came out and said it this time. No beating around the bush on this one because I love this movie. Snap-a-doodle. And okay, my first idea was I was gonna paint the background like a circus tent, but you tried painting lines in a hole. It's so hard and it looked terrible, so I just wiped out my hole. We're just gonna set it to the side and forget about it for a little bit. We'll figure it out later. No point rushing a whole color. Hey, Emily. Dang it, Emily. Quit eating my felt. Oh, but look at her. How could you say no? So like any good ADHDer, I don't know if you know, but I have ADHD. I have all this felting stuff from when I decided that I wanted to be a felter for 2 seconds. Oh my God, Emily. No, thank you. Pause off, please. Anyway, so I have all these kits and tools and felting materials because I felted for about a day and a half. But I thought they'd make really good cotton candy sacks. Because in the movie, bang, the clowns wrap people up in cotton candy sacks. Oh, wait, look. So I'm holding my sacks near my hole. And I decided the color should complement the cotton candy sacks instead. So I went with purple. Also, the inside of their spaceship is purple. And there's lots of weird tubes and stuff running all over the spaceship. So that's why I'm doing this bendy straw. See, it's like a pipe that's probably filled with cotton candy. Hold on, I'll show you a picture. Oops, that's the outside. Here's the inside. Hey, that's not purple. No, wait, there's a little purple right there. Why did I think the whole thing was purple? You know what? It doesn't matter. This movie's so colorful that nobody's gonna notice. As long as you don't tell anybody. Are you gonna tell somebody? Don't tell anybody. Anyways, so the one thing that bugs me about this movie is whose clown came first? I mean, the clowns from outer space or our clowns? Because they're pretty similar. Somebody's copying somebody. Have they been to Earth before and we copied them? Or are they just clowns because that's familiar and they don't want to scare us? These are the important questions that the movie never answers. And you know what? I would like some answers. But I guess it's time to move on to the next hole because here it is. Shwabam. So I don't know if this is really a horror movie, but it's definitely a Halloween movie. So I figured it would be fine. And of course, like a lot of movies, this one features a book. And I'm pretty sure you all already know what it is. Nope, it's not The Evil Dead. We already did that one. This one's Hocus Pocus. And the book, does it have a name? I'm sure that it does. You can't just have a nameless book. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh my gosh, not really. It's called The Manual of Witchcraft and Alchemy. Well, that's lame. Well, I know what we're going to be doing the rest of this video. I mean, usually I like to go simple like Bob or Steve or Filbert, but I feel like those are overdone. How about Eric? Nah, it doesn't feel like an Eric. Ooh, Edward? I think it should be like a really old name, like Theodore, Frederick, Alfred, Oscar, Wallace, Jeffrey, Bennett, Corbin. How about Felix? Wait, hold on. What did I say? Corbin? I kind of like that one. That's what it's going to be, Corbin. I don't care if it's a name or not. It just feels right, and that's what it's going to be called from now on, Corbin. No longer shall it be named The Manual of Witchcraft and Alchemy, because that's a freaking mouthful, and we all have things to do. Also, it's rude not to use somebody's name. Anyways, look, we're done with this hole. Let me just add Corbin to said hole. What do you guys think of this one? Even if it's not exactly a horror movie. Holy cow, look at all the holes we've done. Quickly, let's recap. Carrie, It, Psycho, The Ring, Evil Dead, Rosemary's Baby, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Blair Witch, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, and Hocus Pocus. Whew, that's a lot of them. But what are we gonna do next? Snap. Just one of my favorite horror movies. Ooh, look, a jerky bag. Sadly out of jerky. That's right, we reduce, reuse, and recycle on this channel. Anyways, back to this horror movie. And I'm not even gonna let you guys guess because, you know, a lot of people don't know this movie. It's called Audition. See, I made a little curtain, like a stage curtain. Which, fine, if you want to get technical, there's not actually any curtains in this movie. The curtain is symbolic, okay? But it's about this sleazeball of guy who puts on this fake audition to find his future wife or something. Oh wait, so I'm making a little syringe, and I know you can use an earring back, but as you can tell, it was way too small. So I'm just making my own earring back with this wire. And that way it makes the perfect little plunger for the syringe. Anyways, so the winner of these auditions, she turns out to be a serial killer, I guess. I mean, how many people do you need to, to be considered serial? Anyways, she really tortures him. And actually, they both end up not alive. So I guess happy ending? Oh, look at that. We're on to our next hole, which is another twofer. Snap-a-doodle. Because holes come in all shapes and sizes. And this one's going to be a tall, skinny hole. And look, I'm making a little tiny palette. Isn't it cute? So what horror movie do you think would have a palette? Well, let me give you a hint. It's not so much horror as it is a musical. And now 78.3% of you know exactly what movie I'm talking about. What is it, Rocky Horror Picture Show? It sure isn't, sorry. It's a different kind of horror. It's in fact a little horror inside of a shop. It's a Little Shop of Horrors. Look, I heard you. I know you like to guess what movie it is, and I'm gonna do my best on the next videos to not give away the movie. But I'm pretty sure you guys were gonna guess this one right away, especially after you saw that Audrey 2. Oh, and did you know if you melt these cheap looking plants, they look way less cheaper? See, that almost looks like a luxury plant. A luxury plant? I don't know, but look, I'm making a little mane for our Audrey 2. And since I buy cheap plastic plants, I gotta paint it so it looks more real. And no, our Audrey 2's not holding their breath. I just needed to use up blue clay because I figured I was gonna paint it anyway. Gotta give our Audrey some luscious lips and whiten up those teeth. And look, I could have put Audrey 2 in a coffee can, but I thought this little thimble looked really good. It's sort of coffee can-like, and I could have put a label on it, but I want to clutter up the front of it with all these leftover body parts from my leftover body part box that are left over from other projects. Because we know that Audrey 2 is a carnivore, and not just any carnivore, which, did he try to feed Audrey 2 other meats besides human? I mean, that would have been my first go-to thing. Why not like a juicy steak? Oh wait, doesn't he start singing about human? I mean, I feel like Seymour could have tricked Audrey too. Or at least tried. Whee! I don't know why I left that in the video, but it's fun. Oh, by the way, I'm making a window because you need a little shop for your Little Shop of Horrors, and little shops have windows, right? I don't know. Anyways, look at that, I'm done. Let's move on to the next hole. And I'm back with my creepy cubbies, or scary squares, or horror holes, or whatever you want to call them. You know what? I liked horror holes Horror holes. You know what? I liked it. You can't tell me what to do. Also, ignore the fact that I painted that hole twice. Anyways, what movie are we doing today? Snap. Well, let me give you a hint. It's a toy that causes ouchies and may or may not open a portal to hell. Like, I know I told you I was gonna let you guys guess, but I mean, how do you keep this one a secret? It's obviously Hellraiser, and my Hellraiser cube was way too small for my hole. So I started over and I supersized it. Instead of 1 cube, we're using 8 cubes. So, okay, my question is, if the toy maker made a toy that opens a portal to hell, well, okay, I have 2 questions. Did he do it on purpose? I can't remember. And if not, why hell? I mean, obviously it's a horror movie, so a portal to heaven would be more of a Lifetime movie and probably less interesting. But how does he know that he opened a portal to hell? What if it's just a portal to another planet or a different dimension and they say hello by torturing you? I don't know. Maybe their planet's called hell and they're like, welcome to hell. I honestly don't know where I'm going with this. Anyways, look, there's my cube, and I do know that it has a name. I just don't trust myself to say it right. Now, what do I do with this little adorable cube? I can tell we made the right choice to upsize it. And on to the next hole, which I've gotten a lot of requests for. And you're right, this is a must-have horror hole because it's a classic and it's one of my favorites. And this time I am gonna let you guess, even though I'm sure that this grid has already pretty much given it away. But let me see if I can give you like a really bad description of the movie. Okay, so there's 3 guys in a room who are strangers playing a game, and one of them's really quiet, but the other 2 have like decent conversation for most of the movie. And they talk about life and I don't know, everything. But when they do start talking, they realize that they're all like connected in some way. At least I think they realize that. Or maybe the audience just realizes it. I don't know. I don't think it matters. But one of the talkative guys, it turns out that he's like not a very good guy. And the quiet guy is an even worse guy. But the other talkative guy, he's actually pretty good. He's decent. But unfortunately, he loses the game. And I think he's the only one that dies. Although now that I think about it, maybe the second talkative guy also dies. And the quiet guy, he dies later. But I think that's in the second movie. I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen this movie. But how was my description? Did you get it? Do you know what movie it is? I mean, this little dangly foot is definitely gonna give it away, but it's Saw. And look, I know I could make a little saw to go with the foot, but I don't know if you've noticed, but there's not really much room in these horror holes. Anyways, do you like my saw hole? Next up on the hole schedule, boink. This one's gonna be a stripy hole. And I know it looks like a Christmas package, but it's not. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm tricking you. But I'm making a hand. And do you know how hard it is to sculpt a hand? It's really hard, especially at this size. Okay, and quick confession, I haven't actually seen this movie. At least I haven't seen it as an adult. I feel like I've seen clips of it, maybe as a child, but I do know the basic premise, I think. And honestly, I have no excuse. I know I would love this movie. Ooh, look, so I sucked at making these hands so bad that I had to make multiple of them, to finally get it right. Anyway, so the premise that I think this movie is, and I don't know, I could be completely wrong, but there's this creepy creep guy and he likes coming into bedrooms at night, and I think he's dead. And also his face has melted off. I don't know why, but he likes making people go to sleep. And for some reason he has claws. Is he like a butcher and this is like his meat claws for shredding pork? I'm not sure. Speaking of Shredder, no, this is not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This is Nightmare on Elm Street. And I do know that hand does not look like Freddy Krueger's, but you know what? I'm working very tiny here and it's hard. Anyways, on to the next one, which will be this hole right here. Okay, so this is going to be another movie that it's going to be hard to keep secret what it is. But basically, it's a movie about a doll who's a good guy until he gets influenced by a bad guy, and then he becomes a murderer. And this packaging definitely gives it away. Dang, cat hair gets on everything. Anyways, if you haven't guessed, it's Chucky. And I'm turning his haunted horror hole into the packaging of the good guy's doll. Because if you didn't know, Chucky is a good guy's doll who's been possessed by the spirit of a bad guy. And look, I didn't want to have to make a whole Chucky doll. Don't get mad at me. It sounded like a lot of work and I didn't want to do it. So I'm making it look like he burst out of his package. And I don't know why there's red stuff on the corners because he's a doll and he wouldn't have red stuff. But you know what? There it is. We're moving on. And the next hole is going to have 4 holes in one. What? Ashley, you've gone crazy. I sure have. What movie could be so good that it deserves 4 holes? Well, maybe it's not so much one movie as a whole bunch of movies because I'm running out of holes here. And there are way more than 4 horror movies left that I would like to include in my horror holes. So instead, I'm gonna make the living room that you might watch these horror movies in. And I know you're thinking, Ashley, that's kind of lame. But hold on, I have a surprise. First, I gotta add my 80s paneling to my hole, because I don't know why, but whenever I think of classic horror movies, I think of the 80s. Even though that's not really true. And yep, I gotta sacrifice my glasses cloth to make carpet. Nothing's safe in my house. It all gets turned into art eventually. Oh, and here comes the surprise. It's a whole working TV. Look, it actually works. I put all these stations on it. It holds 10 hours of video. That's like at least 6 or 7 movies. I mean, sure, it's mostly cartoons right now, but the opportunity is there. However, at this point, I just did like generic hands because that could be the Poltergeist or, I don't know, pretty much any zombie movie. Ooh, but I felt like our TV was a little too shiny, so I did sand it and paint it. And I feel like that made it look more, I don't know, grungy. And then I just gotta find the correct channel. It did come with a remote, but I like turning the buttons better. Honestly, I am thinking about putting horror movies on there. I just need to figure out how to download and whatever. But I'm really liking the hands. What do you guys think of all my horror holes? Did you like this series? Should I do another one? Ooh, so I added like a frame around it just to finish it off. And then let's just see it next to the cryptid holes that I did. You know, the first box. Which one do you like better? I think I like the horror movies one. Anyways, thanks for watching this whole video. You rock. And if you liked this video, and you're at the end, so I assume you might, why not subscribe? Because that would really make my day. Also, what should I do for my next box? Maybe video games or Backrooms levels? Okay, I heard you. I'm missing some things from my horror holes. And the most requested one was a paper boat for my it hole. I don't know what I was thinking. Of course it needs a boat. So let's make a teeny tiny one. Now, I know I'm making it look easy here, but trust me, this is probably the 10th boat I made before it was recognizable. The other ones just looked like mushy paper. Oh, and then look, I'm using the glue for the water because it's gonna dry all shiny like water. And then my second most requested thing that I was missing was to put hair in the well of my ring horror hole. And I don't have black hair, so I'm using this wool instead, but it's a little too curly, so I tried to flatten it out with this flat iron. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't even know how to do my own hair. So I'm not gonna lie, it didn't exactly work out. I mean, it just looks like fuzz coming out of a hole. And yes, I did try to drape it over the side, but it wouldn't drape, it just stood straight up. So I just shoved it into the well. And then look what happened. I can't make this stuff up. These stupid fruit flies are all over my studio right now. And I don't even have fruit. I don't know where they're coming from. But of course it happened on the ring hole. Anyways, moving on. Somebody said to add chains to my Hellraiser hole, and I was like, heck yeah. Why didn't I think of that? So I added all these chains and then immediately regretted it. They're cluttering up my hole. And so I ripped them out, and then I was thinking maybe the chains are just too much in front. So what if I put them on a little piece of wood and put that wood on the wall? And I realized how dumb that looked. So I ripped that one out too, and I just decided that it was never meant to be. Ignore that little straggler in the back. Moving on, I added a knife to my child's play hole. You can't really see it, but I know it's there, and that's what counts. And then another thing that I think I messed up on is this carry hole. You know, the background, I was trying to do like a industrial up in the rafters background, but I realized the thing that this hole is missing is fire. I mean, fire does play a big part in the movie. And then I read a comment from somebody saying that I should do a prom banner. And I was like, oh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. So I got these teeny tiny letters, and I know it's not a banner, but we can just pretend like they're on strings. I don't know. Also, I struggled putting these letters in. It looks like I didn't, but that's the magic of video editing. Oh, hi, Agatha. And the saddest part is when I put the bucket down, you can't even see it. I should have put it on the wall instead of the back, but you know what? It's there now, and I don't care. I am definitely not starting over. Oh no, Ashley, why are you taking out the Hocus Pocus book? Which I now know is just called Book. Even though Corbin was a pretty good name if you ask me. But fine, call it whatever you want. Anyway, so another highly requested thing that I was missing was the black flame candle. And don't get me wrong, I thought about it, but I wasn't sure how to make a black flame, you know, when I was making this hole. But then I was like, oh wait, candles aren't always lit. They don't have to be lit. Oh, hey Agatha, again. Anyways, it doesn't have to be lit. It could be an unlit candle. And not to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. I think it looks pretty good. What do you think? The next one I didn't really get a comment on, but it's something that I wish I would have added, and that's in our Killer Clowns from Outer Space hole. Let's see if you can figure out what it is before I'm done. But first we gotta squish our teeny tiny balls together. So everybody always asks what clay I use, and I use Aves Epoxy Sculpt, epoxy with an A. I mean, I also use Palmer clay, but if you're using clay on things that shouldn't go in the oven, like this plastic bead, you can use Epoxy Sculpt. Just make sure that you wear gloves because it's an epoxy and that's toxic and you shouldn't be touching it with your naked fingers sausages. I don't know why I called your fingers sausages, because they're not. They're beautiful and not sausage-like at all. They're finger-like, as fingers should be. Anyways, did you figure out what I'm making? That's right, it's a little clown laser. Pew, pew, pew. But I gotta make room, so I gotta pop out this cotton candy tube. And there she is. How cute. Next up, the saw hole, which is missing the saw. I mean, it's right in the name. I don't know why I didn't put the saw in there. Other than shake, shake, I didn't know what to make the saw out of. I mean, obviously I went with the shrinky dink stuff, but first I tried doing it out of clay, which didn't work. And then I tried to bend a wire into a saw shape. And that one was a disaster. It didn't work at all. Why are you not seeing me make all these attempts? Because I think it would be really boring. I mean, I filmed them, but you don't want to watch me fail at making a really terrible saw out of wire and clay. I mean, they were really bad. It was embarrassing. But then I remembered Shrinky Dinks exist, and that worked perfectly. Look at my little saw for my saw hole. I think that definitely completes the whole hole better. Next up, I'm doing this one right here because I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty plain and boring. I know, I heard you. And I wanted to do this in the beginning, but I didn't have confidence that I could pull it off. But this time around, I just figured if I failed, I could just not show you. But don't worry, it works because I think this is my favorite horror hole edition. Because this is the Blair Witch hole. And what is that whole movie about besides witches and the woods and people with snotty noses? It's about videotaping, so of course it needs a little video camera. And honestly, I'm so proud of this little thing. Hold on, you'll understand my excitement when I paint it. Shasha! I mean, look how adorable that is. I want to make like 27 of them, but that would be weird, right? That would be weird. Anyways, what is a video camera without a videotape? And if you're too young to know what videotapes are, I feel really old. But you would put them in the video camera to record on, and then you would take the little tape out and put it into a bigger tape, which would go into your VCR. And don't even get me started on VCRs, because that makes me feel really old. But look at our little Blair Witch hole, isn't it? That's adorable. And lastly, the hole that made me come back and redo all these holes is the TV hole. Because everybody was like, you're missing the horror movies, Ashley. And I'm like, Shwabam, whose box is this? Who are you to tell me what I'm missing? And where were you before I was finished to tell me this information? Because you're totally right. I am missing the horror movies. Snap-a-doodle. Shwabam. But it's okay because I'm making up for it right now. Also, it allows me to add the movies that I was missing in the whole box because I'm making little VHS tapes of each movie. Why VHS instead of DVD? Mostly because I feel like horror movies seem 80s, but maybe that's just because I was watching them in the 90s and they were already old by then. I don't know. For some reason, they feel 80s to me. Maybe it's because a lot of these movies did come out in the 80s. But anyways, so I stacked them up on top of the TV. And then I put the TV in the hole. And of course, we're having a movie night, so all the movies can't be neatly stacked. They're also on the floor because, I don't know, they just are, okay? And then every good horror movie night needs popcorn. So I made some popcorn out of polymer clay by squishing 4 balls onto one bigger ball and then smoothing out the little seams. But we don't want dry, healthy popcorn. Gross. We want blasto, butter, heart exploding popcorn. So that's why I buttered them up with my chalk. And then I added the little kernel thing that, gets stuck in your teeth. All right, let's sprinkle our popcorn around. I was gonna put them in a container, but I was lazy, okay? However, while I was spreading this popcorn around, I got to thinking, what hole could also use popcorn? The killer clown hole. Because in the movie, they have a popcorn gun, I think. Anyways, look, there's our haunted Hidey hole horror movies. You know, I've had a lot of people ask if they could buy this horror hole. And so I'm thinking maybe I should do a giveaway. And the easiest place to do that is on Facebook, unfortunately. I know, but if you're interested in winning this, maybe go follow me there and I'll keep you updated. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. And in this section, I'm going to show you a whole bunch of my miscellaneous art projects that don't fit nicely into a category. All right, I'm back with my baby cage, and I'm going to do something really cool with this little doll head because it's made out of plastic, and she looks angelic. So I'm thinking we need somewhere to hold our doll head, and it's a good thing that I saved all these canvas keys. Schwabang. Did you see that? That's right. That's made out of canvas keys. And if you don't know what a canvas key is, well, it's a key for your canvas. Okay, it tightens your canvas. Flick. Why would you need your canvas tightened? I don't know. I don't really use them. They come with really cheap canvases. The good ones don't have them. And I always forget to put them in the cheap ones. Anyways, if you haven't noticed, we're making a chair for our doll head. But this chair is missing legs. Hold on. I'm going to get the legs right now. Bam. Okay, I got back legs. Now let's add the front legs in the same manner. Ready? Bam. See, if you don't say the word bam, it doesn't work. Okay, but our doll head needs a place to rest her invisible feet that we'll probably make later. Maybe. Look at this chair. It's really coming along nicely. Now I gotta add some support beams because we all could use a little support now and then. And shabam. And look at that. We got arms for our chair. Also made out of canvas keys. Oh no, our doll head doesn't fit. That's okay, we'll just cut off her head. There, now that she's free from her fleshy body, let's give her a headband. No, it doesn't quite fit. Maybe a neckband, a collar. I kind of feel bad giving her a collar, but it fits. So we're just gonna call it a choker. You know, like the necklace choker. Not a collar that's going to choke her. Whee! All right, Ashley, stop screwing around and let's get to business. Nobody wants to watch that. All right, so I have a bag full of gears and I thought this gear would make a good eyepiece. What? She's like cyborg. And every good cyborg needs a bolt in their head. I'm pretty sure that's a rule somewhere. All right, but Margaret, we're gonna call her Margaret. She's lacking in the brain department. Shh, don't tell her I said that. So I filled her head with glue. It's fine. She won't even notice. But look how perfect the spring fits on top of her head. Oh yeah, we're gonna glue that sucker down. It just fit too perfectly to not make it a permanent structure on her face. Look, see how good she looks. But she could use some spring in her step. See what I did there? Because she doesn't even have feet. Anyways, we're gonna make her neck really long with the spring. However, the 80s are over and now having no shoulders is what's in, or so I'm told. So we're gonna cut them off because Margaret only does things that are in. And now we have to attach the head to the body, which we cut off. She was only free from her fleshy body for a few minutes. Whoa, that's a lot of F's. Which is how many F's I give about, I don't know. There's a joke there. Probably. If I think of one, I'll edit it in. Spoiler alert, I didn't think of one. Margaret, keep your head up. Dang, Margaret, are you sleepy or what? All right, but Margaret needs some arms to match her bolt in her head. So that's what I'm doing. I'm giving her some arms. One arm is a bolt and the other arm is a button. Aren't you happy with your arms, Margaret? You guys, I don't think Margaret's happy. Fine, Margaret. We'll work on it. Don't worry. Maybe if we give you a stomach, you'll be happy. Here, these light bulbs. One of these could be your stomach. Let me just jam it into your chest. There, what do you think now? Do you like it? I think she likes it. I mean, I think she'd rather have feet, but we're getting there, Margaret. Hold your horses. First, we gotta paint you because you're not looking dirty enough. And being a cyborg, you need to be dirty, I guess. So I'm actually painting her with like a metal coating and then I'll patina it later. But she needs some loose wires because we all know Margaret has some loose wires. After all, her head is filled with glue. All right, and there's your arms, Margaret. Be happy. Don't worry, we'll add more. First, we're gonna work on her chair though by painting it. Schwab, bam. See, look, I even made it look all worn out, like she's been sitting there forever with her non-existent butt. All right, and I know she needs more hands than just the wires that we attached to her button. So I guess I'm sculpting her some hands. And look, Margaret, they don't look cyborg at all. You should be happy with this. You got 5 fingers. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm even massaging the fingers into fingery shapes. Now let's just hollow it out so that we can add your wires. That's right, Margaret. It was too good to be true because this realistic looking fleshy hand is gonna have wires as well. Yep, there it is. Now let's attach it to your chair. There we go. One hand down and 1 foot to go. That's right. I'm sculpting you a realistic looking foot too, Margaret. Don't worry that they're not attached yet. We'll probably attach them later, maybe. I mean, if we remember. If not, it'll be fine. Anyways, so then we added a bolt to the foot so it matched her head. Margaret's very matchy. But you know what? This foot and hand was not looking dead enough. I really tried to pick out that, dead doll flesh color, and I think I achieved it. Yeah, I think Margaret will be happy with this color. But you know what? I think Margaret is an angel. There's not much going on upstairs, but oh man, her personality can only be described as a majestic angel. So I wanted to reflect it in the chair. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I just liked the wings on the chair. It has nothing to do with Margaret's personality, which quite honestly is closer to a dead fish than a majestic angel. But we're not gonna tell her that, okay? Oh, hello, Margaret. Fancy seeing you here. Okay, she's gone. Whew, that was a close one. All right, so I wanted Margaret to sit a little bit easier on her chair throne. So I'm just making her a butt out of clay and wire. I know, it kind of sounds uncomfortable, but she'll be fine. And there I go again, screwing around. Anyways, so I wanted to make her butt a little bit fancier. So I'm wrapping this wire around this other wire. It's a double wire. And then did you see the size of her waist? I figured she could use a back brace because there's no way that she's going to be able to hold that waist up. So inside my bag of junk, I found this, I think it's a clock hand, and I just wrapped it around our wire. And then I put our wire around a wood circle. And then the clay fleshy bits go on top. See, there it is. That's Margaret's butt. Now let's work on her legs, which is going to be a bolt that matches her face bolt. And then I added a spring to match her neck and head spring. And then I had these wires from, the claw machine that I made into the Five Nights at Freddy's thing. I don't know if you saw that video, but I saved the wires out of it. And now I'm going to add them to Margaret because now she's got more loose wires. Am I wrong in thinking that that is a euphemism for not being smart? I'm pretty sure that that's a saying. Or do I have some wires loose? Wait, no! It's a screw loose. That's it. You know what? That works too. Screw loose, wires loose. You know what? I'm going to make it a saying now. It's going to be wires loose because I don't feel like going back and editing the voiceover to make me sound smart. I would rather just give you guys the real me. And the real me doesn't say words good. Anyways, so I'm wrapping more wire with wire because now we're making Margaret's legs just like she asked. And here is her foot. Okay, so one foot will look realistic and the other foot will look cyborg. It's almost like she's breaking down or being piecemealed. Okay, but we gotta glue everything together so it doesn't fall apart. I think that would anchor Margaret if her leg fell apart. And now let's add it to the chair. And look at that. Now she's got 2 legs. Sort of. She's got a leg and a foot. Margaret, how do you like your foot? I know, you have to try it on first. Let's add you to the chair and see how it fits. All right, hold on. Yes. She seems to be shaking her head. Yes, maybe. It's kind of a head bobble. It's hard to tell. I know. Let's add some wire details to your back and see how that feels. I know. Sit still, Margaret. It's okay. There. Okay, how's that feel, Margaret? What's that? You hate that leg? Oh no, me too. It's way too small. All right, I'm gonna try to remove it. No. It probably won't hurt. Ready? 1, 2. I got it. Into the stuff I'll never use box it goes. Because like I do all my messed up projects, I'm gonna hoard it. Hi, Edgar. Edgar's just here to quality check my wire. And he's gone. All right, let's see about this leg. Good. It's a little bigger, but it needs some more detail. Let me just get my detailing junk out in this handy dandy tin. And we could add a cap to the leg, but don't you hate it when your glue gun does this? It leaves little glue worms everywhere. And now I glue the cap onto the leg. Only I forgot that I was gonna add this bolt to the end, or I mean a nut. Yeah, that's it. I was gonna add a nut to it. So I pulled it back off and took out all the glue, which came out in a really satisfying plug. Do you want to see it again? Ooh, yeah. Okay, just once more. Ooh, so satisfying. All right, and then I add my nut to the cap. There, now we can hot glue it to our leg. I think Margaret will be much happier with the size of this leg. She'll actually be able to walk around. All right, well, maybe she'll be able to hop around since the one leg isn't attached. And then I had this little circuit thing that I'm adding to the side for more details. And then I had this little metal plate, which I couldn't figure out where to put it, but then I bent it. And I'm gonna put it around the ankle, like a little ankle bracelet. An ankle cuff? Yeah. And there she is. Though, you know what? It could use some more wires, so I'm adding this yellow wire and wrapping it around. I think it looks decent. What do you think? Margaret, what do you think? Oh, let's glue it down and see. Okay, guys, I think she's much happier with this. Look, her head's shaking with delight. Whoops, Margaret, you're showing off your crotch plate. It's okay, we'll cover it up for you. There we go. Okay, so since Margaret is like a clockwork angel, I'm gonna give her a sword because I don't know. I figure angels have swords. Do they not? Maybe I'm just thinking of Diablo. In Diablo, they have swords. I have no idea what angels actually have. Or no, wait, doesn't an angel have like a million eyes or something? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know anything about the Bible. I've just seen like biblically correct angels or people that have depicted them, and they're like these eyeball flying things with wings. Anywho, I figured our clockwork angel needed some clockwork, as in this old watch face that I had. There, now she can tell the time. Anyways, Margaret's still complaining that she only has one arm, kind of. So fine, Margaret, let's add you a second arm. And maybe if we're feeling nice, we'll actually attach it. Maybe. Oh, look at that. We're feeling nice. I guess we'll attach it to your body. In fact, I'm feeling so nice that I'm going to give her a forearm as well. It'll look very similar to the, what's that called? Shoulder arm? Upper arm? Is that just your arm? Anyways, so I thought that this one could use some bling. So I got my bling box out and I blinged her arm out. Look, they don't all have to be ugly arms. Some of them can look pretty. And after painting it, I will attach it to the forearm. Or I mean the arm. I'm gonna attach it to the arm. Okay, I was thinking Margaret could use a hand with her personality. Just kidding. Sorry, Margaret. So I was thinking she could use a hand on her clockwork side. So I'm making one out of these wires and wire holes or whatever you call them. And then I glued them all together. See? So it'll be like a hand and fingers, like clockwork fingers. It's cool. Trust me, it's cool. But you know what? It doesn't look very cool on Margaret. It doesn't really look like a hand. I don't know. I just didn't like it. But I worked too hard on it to like get rid of it. So I thought maybe it could be a head bangle or a stomach bangle. And I like the stomach bangle better. So we went with that. And I just decided that Margaret doesn't need a hand. She can do it herself. But I am going to get my foil out and foil this clock. Just a tiny little piece right here. It just wasn't looking shiny enough and it needed that little sparkle. See, look, Margaret's bobbing her head yes. All right, and I think we're almost done here. Just a few final little touches and let's check out the back. Yep, that's a back. And bam. Ooh, ah. What do you think, Margaret? Are you feeling like a clockwork angel? I know you're missing some limbs, but you know what? It's okay. You're asleep anyway. It's almost like nobody wound you for many years because of your dead fish personality, Margaret. Sorry about that. Anyways, what do you guys think? What's that? You hate Margaret so much that you think that she should be enclosed into a tiny glass coffin? I mean, if you say so. There you go, Margaret. There's your glass coffin. Enjoy it. All right, we'll make it a little prettier. Sure, she might have the personality of a wet blanket, but she can't help it. I'm not that cruel. Lucky for Margaret, I had this lantern that I picked up at Savers for $7.99. Now I'm just gonna make a template of the, whoa, what is that? Oh, well, that's just some scrap paper that I had when I printed out my book. Hey, did you know I wrote a book? I certainly did, and you can pre-order it. Links in my bio. And I promise it's not printed out on printer paper. Anyways, so I'm thinking Margaret needs a, oh, super cool transition. What? Waka waka waka. As I was saying, I think Margaret needs a floor. Dang cheap wood always breaks. It's all right, we'll glue it and clip it back together with my chip clip. Anyways, we're not just gonna make any floor for Margaret. We're gonna make a fancy floor. Perhaps a floor with lights. Honestly, she should have had lights in the beginning. I don't know what I was thinking. Even though Margaret doesn't deserve it because she's not exactly the light of the party. She's not the brightest bulb in the bulb store. I don't know. Moving on. Don't you hate it when your nozzle gets clogged? Dang glue. Okay, I'm just trying to change the subject so you guys don't realize that I'm not the brightest bulb in the bulb store. You know, the sharpest cookie in the jar. I don't think that's right. It doesn't matter. Okay, so now I'm just gluing my glass down onto my floor. That way the lights can show through. And then I pulled out this metal plate, which makes a cool noise. Hold on, listen. Oh yeah, I like that noise. And look at that, it attracted an Emily. Hello, Emily. How do you want to make my life difficult today? Oh, I see. You want to eat Margaret's lights. As much as I would love to have a reason to not... Hey, stop it, Emily. As much as I would love to have a reason to not add lights to Margaret's enclosure, which is what we're going to call it now, her enclosure, because nobody wants to be around Margaret. I don't think lights are part of the kitty food group. Emily, you don't fit in there. Stop. I swear, everywhere I put these lights, she follows. All right, now that Emily's been kicked out of my studio, it's time to make a hole to string our lights through. Could I have used a drill? Yes, but I don't trust myself with power tools. I have an irrational fear after I almost took my eye out. I'm working on it. Anyways, I thought Margaret could use some color, so I painted the floor blue, but then I decided what would be more awesome. A checkered floor. What? In fact, it might be awesome possum. So I printed one out because I was feeling lazy and I didn't feel like painting one. And after I cut it out and glued it in, I put a stupid hole in it. Dang, floors aren't made like they used to be. That's okay, I'll just start over. No big deal, good thing it didn't dry. This time I got the checker pattern right too. I think the askew pattern would have drove me crazy. And I don't have time to wait for paint to dry, so I used my heat gun to dry it. There, now I'm adding these little wood blocks so that my floor will hover above the ground. Remember, we're making a fancy floor. Just checking the fit. I'd hate to glue all this down and then the door doesn't close. Not that that already happened and I just edited out of the video to make me look smarter. Who said that? Anyways, look it, we're installing lights. Now let's glue it around Margaret's enclosure. I'm also gonna add some lights to the front because if I know anything, being frontlit is witchcraft. Everyone looks good frontlit. It's like we're giving Margaret her own ring light. See, Margaret should be happy. We're just trying to make her look better. You know, distract people from her personality. Anyways, instead of cutting the lights short this time, I'm just gonna use the excess around the floor. This floor is gonna be super lit, but I don't like seeing the little light bulbs inside. I don't know, it's distracting. Our attention should be on Margaret inside her prison. I mean enclosure. So I'm gonna glue moss around the floor hole. That way the lights won't be so blinding. Maybe that's not the right word. Piercing? Yeah, I don't know. You get what I'm saying. Ooh, I know. It's monstrous Margaret's majestic mossy mausoleum made to mystify misled men. That seems about right. Anyways, I also did the same thing to the top because those lights were blinding as well. And also kind of dripping. Or maybe it's drooping. I don't know. I mean, same thing, really. And then they had these tiny leaves, so I glued those up there too. It sort of makes them look like flowers, which is cool. And then I added piles of leaves into the corners because I wanted Margaret's enclosure to look abandoned. Look, nobody's visiting her anyway, so I just wanted to make it look real, you know, because of our dead fish personality. And then I thought these little leaves would look really cool as vines, so I added a few green ones to the outside. All right, and then let's add some plants to match Margaret's personality. You know, dead. And I don't mean like dead. I mean like bland. Okay. For example, if you gave Margaret a choice of ice cream, she's not just gonna pick vanilla. She's gonna pick ice flavored ice cream because vanilla's too spicy. Oh, if she were a cereal, she would be the box that it comes in. You know, pretty, but not very palatable. And a little bit falling apart. Anywho. And then I added these little metal butterflies. All right, let's get the floor ready for Margaret. There she is. What do you think, Margaret? Do you love your new tiny glass cage? I mean, enclosure? I don't know. I think she likes it. Now let's shut the door forever. Ooh, but hold up. Here comes the best part. Here they come. Hold on. Lights. What do you guys think? Doesn't Margaret look good? I think she looks good. Oh, look at that. She's nodding her head yes. Well, hold up. You gotta wait for the purple light. Ready? Here it comes. Here it comes. Whoopah. Oh my gosh. What was that noise I just made? Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, look at all my trash. So I finally decided to do something with all this trash that I've hoarded, like a little golem. But I did want to just send you a quick note before we get started. This video was shot for TikTok, so until I figure out how to edit better for YouTube, I'm gonna ask that you just bear with me on the cropping of the video. Anyways, back to this pile of trash. Do you ever throw stuff away and think, hey, I wonder if I could do something with that? That pretty much just summed up my whole life. Anyways, I finally decided to do something. I collected all my trash, I mean treasure, and I'm gonna compile it into something cool, hopefully. I don't know, you can decide at the end of the video. Honestly, this project didn't start off as a trash art project. I actually started a new claw machine, mostly because TikTok took down my last claw machine video for no reason and they won't let me contest it. Here's a clip of it now because, you know, TikTok doesn't want you to see it. So get a good look because YouTube's better anyway. I don't know why they took this down, but it doesn't matter because I'm moving on and I'm gonna make another claw machine. Perhaps an even better one. So take that, stupid TikTok. So I thought I would make a cool claw like coming out of the claw machine and make it look like it's controlling the controls. And then I thought maybe there'd be like a whole bunch of trash in there. But you might be wondering, Ashley, if you're gonna make a claw machine, where's your claw machine? Good point. Well, my curious friend, let me tell you, I went through all of this building a claw and then I put it in the claw machine and it looked really, really dumb. I'll insert some clips at the end of this video of me attempting to put the claw in the claw machine and then you can decide. But that is why you're watching me build a claw without a claw machine right now. But it's okay because I build a different piece of art that's not claw machine related. So let's just forget about the whole claw machine, okay? In fact, why do you keep saying the word claw machine? Because that's not even what we're doing anymore. And it's a little bit weird that you're obsessed with this claw machine. Just saying. Now we're making a robot hand. And if it just happens to resemble what we were talking about earlier, it's pure coincidental. In fact, I'm sorry I even brought it up because I'm sure that that's all you're thinking about now. But I need you to stop it and just watch what I'm doing now, which involves me cutting these straws because they make really good knuckles. Actually, do you want to hear a really super sweet story? So my daughter knows that I like trash, and so she's been saving her juice straws from school for me. That way I can use them in my art projects. Isn't that just the sweetest thing you've ever heard? Although, am I teaching her to hoard? Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyways, as you can tell, I'm randomly adding trash to my trash hand. I mean, robot hand. But I think you get it. We can probably speed through this. Ashley, speed up the video. Come on. We're losing people. Nobody cares enough to see every single little piece of trash that I'm adding. Okay, that's a little faster. Oh, wait, slow down. I just wanted to show you. I'm using a jack to make my robot hand jacked. Okay, back to 2 times the speed. I know, while we wait for me to finish adding all this trash, let's come up with a story. So, okay, robot hand made out of trash. Okay, I think I got something. In the not so distant future, we completely trash our planet. And by that, I mean there's big piles of trash. I don't know, because I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen anyway. And yet nobody wants to live on trash planet. It's probably all stinky and has all the trash juices everywhere. So rather than clean it up, we all move to a different planet because we are horrible, horrible trash people. I'm so sorry I say the word trash so much. Anyways, so the planet is empty and it's just all this trash. But before we left, we made sentient robots. I mean, I don't think we knew that they were sentient. They just happened to turn sentient over the years. Ew, look, this bottle still has stuff left over. I wonder how long that's been sitting there. Moving on. Okay, ready? Hiya! Anyways, and since we left the planet, they have no people to make more robots. So they just start making their own robots out of all the trash that we left behind. Wait a second, is this story WALL-E? You know what? No, this is not WALL-E. Because people made WALL-E, and here on Trash Planet, the robots made the robots out of trash. This is a totally different story because WALL-E wasn't made out of trash, he just collected trash. And WALL-E was the only one left on Earth. It wasn't like there was a whole clan of what's a grouping of robots called? A murder of robots? A flock of robots? A gaggle of robots. Okay, so there was a whole gaggle of robots left over. And they wanted babies. So they just made their babies. That's not the right word. Wait, hold on, watch this. Shabam. I want to paint it black. Anyways, I think you know what I'm saying. They wanted to multiply, and so they just used our trash to do it. But, you know, this is just one robot hand. I'm not making the whole robot. That would take way too long. What do you think I am? Some sort of super artist that can make a whole robot out of trash? I don't have that much trash. I mean, I have a lot of trash, but that sounds like a lot of work, and I don't have the attention span. Snap. I don't know if you know this, but I have ADHD. Anyways, so this robot got caught stealing, so they chopped off its hand because that's a thing that robots would do, probably. Ooh, wait, hold on. Watch me heat up these bubbles. Ooh, isn't that satisfying? I love adding bubbles to things. Anyways, so this robot got caught stealing. I don't know what it was stealing. Let's see, what would robots want? Maybe some sort of like pet robot? Because honestly, that's what I would take. I know. So it's seen pictures of humans with dogs and cats. And it's like, I want one of those, but you know, there's no life left on Earth because we didn't leave the dogs and cats behind. Of course we took them with us. So it goes to an appliance store and it sees a toaster. And it's like, that's kind of dog-like. And it stole the toaster. And now it wants to take care of the toaster like a little dog because this robot has feelings, but then it gets caught. So the robot mafia cuts his hand. We need a name. How about Robert? Because it kind of sounds like robot. Robert. Okay, we'll name him Robert. Although that kind of sounds like the dog he tried to steal. Okay, his toaster is named Robert, and his name is Robert. Robert the robot with his dog Robert. Anyways, so then the robot mafia, So the robot mafia chops off his hand for stealing Robert, and now the robot mafia has it on display, you know, as like a warning to all the other robots to not steal dogs named Robert, which they don't even have dogs, they're toasters. But robots don't know what toast is, so they're robot dogs now. I don't know. This one's gone way off the rails. Anyways, so Robert escapes, you know, minus one hand. And he lives happily ever after with Robert the dog. But they're always on the run. Anyways, the end. And I have no idea why I added a dice. I just thought it fit really well. Maybe the robot mafia are like gamblers? I don't know. Anyways, look at that. We're done. What do you guys think? And don't worry, I will be making something out of this claw machine still, probably. So I guess subscribe if you want to see that. Also, I just wanted to let you guys know that I have a book. It's called Creepy Crafts. The link is below if you want to make creepy crafts. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, you want to see me make an anglerfish? I got this lamp at Dollar Tree. And yes, it does look like the Loch Ness Monster. I know, whenever an art video starts off with, I got this at Dollar Tree, the end result is usually questionable. And I'm not going to promise that this video is going to be any better. Don't get me wrong, I've seen some great Dollar Tree DIYs. But when you start with junk, you usually end with junk. And I am using all sorts of junk in this project. Like these chopsticks that I hoarded, because I hoard chopsticks, okay? How else would I live out my drummer dreams? Buy a drum kit? I don't think so. Do you realize I have ADHD? And drums would just gather dust in the garage. And then my husband would get angry because he can't park in the garage. I mean, I'm not giving up my spot. And then we get divorced, and I don't want to get divorced. Just let me hoard the chopsticks, okay? All right, back to this fish. She's looking pretty rough, but that's okay. We'll use this oil to oil her down. Wow, she looks so young. Do you think this oil works on humans? Asking for a friend. All right, she needs some various fins and some texture. I was gonna use these keys for the teeth, but as you can tell, they were too big, so I took them out and went with toothpicks instead. And for the sake of time and our patience, I'll speed through this. I wouldn't make you watch anything that I wouldn't want to watch, but I will show you these cool details. See, my goal is to make this cheap Dollar Tree lamp into something fancy. So I'm adding as much detail as I can so you can't even tell it came from Dollar Tree. But that's where it came from. Did I mention that? It came from Dollar Tree for $1. Actually, no, not anymore. It's like $1.25, right? Dang, Dollar Tree jacking up their prices. Okay, I'm just adding these glass discs that I got from Axman's. Has anybody been to Axman's? Or is that just a Minnesota thing? It's basically a whole store with junk. I'm not exactly sure where they get their junk. I would be curious because everything kind of looks used, but not really. Kind of like they raided a doll factory and they're only selling the left arms because that was extra. I don't know. It's really weird. And everything there has really clever labels, like these exit signs that they're selling as stencils. Anyways, I painted this chunk of wood that I saved when my husband had to drill a hole in the house. I mean, it's good wood. I'm not going to throw that away. Like I said, I'm a hoarder. So I sealed it with some cheese, and that will be a good base for my lamp. And have you noticed anything that's fancy gets these little pads? So that's what I'm doing. Because remember, this is a fancy Dollar Tree lamp. I plan on at least doubling my money. Was that $2.50? All right, this video is getting long and I know I don't have the attention span. So let's speed through this. I added a coat of paint, attached all the teeth, and then dry brushed it bronze. The brown base seemed a little boring, so I painted it red just to match the eyes. All right, let's check that this lamp works. It does. And there she is in all her glory. You can even take the head off for easy access to the batteries. But the question is, do we have Edgar's approval? I think he likes it, but I think he likes all fish. What do you think? I mean, I don't think it's the worst Dollar Tree DIY I've seen. Actually, I think I'm kind of proud of it, but don't tell anyone. Hey, do you want to see a failed art project? Probably not, but I'm going to show you anyway. So I just took my lamp that was minding its own business on my nightstand table and ripped it out of its environment. For some reason, I thought I could make it look like this. Because Wayfair was selling them for like $300 and I didn't want to spend $300 on something that I thought I could make. Keyword there, thought. Anyways, this lamp did not want to come apart peacefully, but who can blame it? I did kidnap it from my nightstand. Lamp nap it? I had to resort to violence, and it still put up a fight. Look how strong this thing is. I was expecting it to like crack, but I guess there's a weird skin around it, so I had to cut that away. Then I smacked it some more. Like, look, I'm definitely doing damage, but it's just like taking the paint off. I almost gave up at this point, and to be honest, I probably should have, but I soldiered on, and now I'm just cutting it in half because I don't know what else to do. There, it's free. What a freaking mess. Okay, so there's a gaping hole in the bottom of our lamp, and as much as I'd love to ignore it, I think it's gonna be an issue. The lamp won't sit straight, spiders could go live in it, so I just filled my hole with clay. Okay, let's get to the bunny part, because that's the fun part. Notice how I didn't say good. I mean, don't get me wrong, she looks pretty good right here. But oh, just you wait, we have the whole rest of the video to screw this up. Like, why didn't I stop here? Instead, I made our bunny into a sausage. I mean, honestly, she looks like a giant turd, but maybe she'll look less turd-like if I add some ears. Nope, she still looks like a giant dookie. Well, let's just add some arms to this bunny banana. And I set her into our lamp. Like, she's looking really cute right now, right? Her sausageness is hiding behind the shade. And you're thinking, Ashley, I don't know what you're complaining about. I'm sure this is gonna turn out great. It looks awesome. You know what? Does this look awesome? No, this looks like a pile of trash. And it definitely doesn't look like this. It's fine. We're just gonna paint it because why not at this point? Maybe the paint will pull it all together. Maybe pigs can fly. Maybe I've just lost my mind at this point. I mean, look at my shoes. But there it is. There's my lamp. I'm not even gonna ask you what you guys think because I don't need those kind of comments. You can just move on to the next video now, please. But I do want to say that not every project is a winner. And we shut the closet door and we move on to the next one. Okay, I know recently I've been doing a lot of longer projects, so I thought I'd do a quick little short project. Sort of. I mean, it's not like that short. Although this little guy is pretty short. Look at him. He's pretty cute, right? Not for long. We're gonna cover him in clay. But first I gotta mix my clay, and then I smash that clay into his little face. That's right, it's got face clay. Clay face. I know it looks like we're doing a gingerbread man, but that's not creepy enough for an Ashley project. I mean, I did write a whole book on creepy crafts. Links in my bio. I know, occasionally I will get a comment that says, why do you always do creepy stuff? I don't always do creepy stuff. It's just like 70% of what I do is creepy. It's what I like. And I enjoy making it. I don't make art for you, I make art for me. And look, we're adding a little tum-tum to our little guy. Is he gonna be a zombie? Maybe. Is he gonna be Frankenstein's monster? Also maybe. Is he gonna be an octopus? Probably not. I know I add octopuses to everything, but this time it's not. And it's not like the time where I said that it's not and it really is. Because do octopuses have buttons? Look at these little button eyes. That's right, it's gonna be a voodoo doll. Or we'll just call it my best friend. That way when my therapist asks if I've made friends, I can say yeah and not have to lie. But all best friends need a mouth so that they can tell you what you're doing wrong. Is that what best friends do? I don't know, I don't have one. I mean, you are my best friend, doll. Okay, we don't want to get it angry. I know, maybe if we name it, it'll be happy. Although maybe we don't want to do that because then it'll get attached to us and curse us. I don't know. It sounds like a problem for future Ashley. Current Ashley's not afraid to no curse. I shall name you Tammy. I don't know. She seems like a Tammy. And Tammy has a big heart. Actually, Tammy kind of reminds me of the sack boy from Little Big Planet. Or are they called puppets? I can't remember. It's been a while since I played that game. Anyways, let's get back to Tammy. So some of the things that Tammy likes are when you get wet in squishy shoes and you have to walk for a super long time and then your feet start to chafe. She also really likes when you're in a traffic jam and you switch lanes, but then that lane starts going slower than the lane that you were just in. Oh, also, she loves it when you forget a password and you make a new password, but then the password says that it can't be like the old password. That's her favorite. And then one last thing, she loves it when you walk into a room and you completely forget why you're there. So in other words, Tammy's the worst. But that's why I made her into a voodoo doll, so that we can stab her with things. Here, let me show you. All right, Tammy, you ready? Hi-ya! Dang it, Tammy took the tip of my pencil. I mean, I should have known better. Tammy's the worst. All right, let's try paintbrushes. Hi-ya! Hi-yo! Oh, dang it. Hi-ya. Dang it, Tammy. Stop it. All right, Tammy, I guess we got to fix your hole with this sculpting tool. Maybe this will make things stick in there better. All right, let's go back to pencils. Just don't steal my lead again, Tammy. Ready? Boop. Boop. Shaboop. Ha. Shaboopy. Okay, I think we kind of fixed her. I mean, it's not like the best hold, but I was able to eventually fit some paintbrushes in. Anyways, what do you guys think of Tammy? Also, just a quick reminder that I have a book coming out, so if you want to learn how to make creepy crafts too, check it out. Links in my bio. Okay, thanks, bye. I'm back with my baby doll head bird cage. Say that 10 times fast. And I'm gonna pick out a good baby doll head. Oh, and it looks like I found a good one. This is Wendy. Everybody say hi to Wendy. Hi, Wendy. And she's very lucky to be picked because now I gotta shove the rest of these back in. And they never want to go back in the bird cage. But I mean, honestly, can you blame them? Sometimes you just have to yell at them. Get back in the cage! It's the only way that you can have compliant baby doll heads. Okay, let's get back to Wendy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wendy, but I gotta fill your head with tinfoil. It's okay, it probably won't hurt. Oh look, Wendy's a conspiracy theorist. You'll never read my thoughts because I have no brains. Anyways, moving on. I'm just giving Wendy the shoulders that she's always wanted. Actually, I think Wendy would be happy with any sort of body right now. So that's why I'm giving her one. See, she's gonna have a tinfoil body. And we don't want your tinfoil hat to fly off, so we gotta tape that down too. Okay, now that she's all taped up, you might be wondering, what am I doing? And why do I have cheesecloth? Is it cloth made out of cheese, or is it cheese made out of cloth? We'll never know. But we're gonna make Wendy into a lovely cheesecloth bride. Just kidding, I'm making her into a ghost by spraying the cheesecloth with fabric stiffener. I'm sure you've probably seen this trick before, but I thought by using a doll head, I would get a more realistic looking ghost. Also, don't worry, there's gonna be a twist. You could say Wendy really came out of her shell. Or is it that Wendy is just a shell of herself? I think those are totally normal things to say. But what isn't normal is wondering what a ghost butt looks like. Sorry, Wendy, was that too violating? All right, let's shade in some eyes because the shell of Wendy's blank face is freaking me out. And there she is in all her ghostiness glory. Now remember that twist I was talking about? Well, here it is. Here's that twist. If you've seen any of my videos before, you probably know what I'm making. No, it's not an octopus. Good guess. It is also not a circle window. It's a human heart. And now, so that I never ever have to sculpt a human heart ever again, I'm gonna make a mold of it, which is like my new favorite thing to do. It's so easy. All I have to do is mix together these two things that make rubber. Only the cup was way too big, so I had to cut it down. And then commence with the mixing. I have no idea why I filmed that part. But there it is. And then after I thoroughly mixed my rubber, I fill in my heart, which sounds really sweet. Like you fill in your heart with love. Only my heart's filled with clay. And I guess this makes a perfect project for Valentine's Day, which is tomorrow. Do you have your stuff ready? You know, your chocolates and your circle windows? You know, your basic Valentine's Day gifts. Hint, hint. Anyways, this is the perfect present for my boo. Get it? Because it's a ghost. Okay, it wasn't a very good joke, but whatever. Moving on, I'm shoving lights into my heart hole. And then I'm gonna fill my heart hole with translucent red resin. And then we shake out the air bubbles. Okay, here comes the most satisfying part. After the resin dries, I'm gonna pop this heart out of this hole. Any minute, just wait for it. It's gonna come out. It's coming. Okay, this thing's harder to pop out than I thought it would be. Ready? Here it comes. Here it comes. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Pop! And look at that, we have a lovely heart for Valentine's Day. Hold on, let's see what it looks like lit up.
Oh my goodness, that is really cool.
That is cool. Okay, next I have to add this heart to Wendy, or should I say Wendy's ghost. So I'm cutting the straw, and then I'm gonna shove the wire in it. That way it makes it stiff and it stands up. Right, see? It's a heart on a stick. Anyways, so maybe this would be a good time to remind you guys that I have a book. What? That's right, I made a Creepy Crafts book. Have you ever sat there and wondered, oh wow, I wish I could make really cool creepy craft things? Well, I have a book for that. See, there's me holding my book. Don't look at Emily, look at my book. The links wherever I put links in these videos, you know, in the description or whatever. Anyways, let's see what Wendy looks like with the heart lit up. Ooh, although she needs something more to sit on. So do you remember when I was talking about my book? I know it was so long ago. Well, not every project made it into the book because I don't know, reasons. And that mirror is one of those projects. It did not turn out very well. And I want you to know that my book is quality assured. And you're not going to get lame projects like that lame mirror. Only the coolest projects made it into my book. Anyways, happy Valentine's Day tomorrow, unless you're viewing this from the future. And then in that case, happy late Valentine's Day. Anyways, what do you guys think of Wendy? Isn't she spooktacular? If you're a book lover, you might want to skip this one because I'm about to destroy this book. And if that gives you any kind of feelings, I don't want to hear it in my comment section. Look, just scroll on now because this is my book and I can do whatever I want with it. And since it's a spooky season, I'm going to do something spooky with it. So this press board or press wood or whatever it is comes in a lot of packages that I get. And of course I hoard it because it has potential. See, potential. I'm gluing it to the back of this book to stabilize it. And since I'm a book masochist, I have these leftover pages from another book that I murdered and I'm shoving them inside this book. It's like book cannibalism. Does this other book feel violated? Maybe. But I don't care about its feelings. Insert evil laugh. Anyways, I'm just using it to fluff up the book so it doesn't look so flat. You know, like my butt, because I have no butt. I'm not sure why I admitted that to you guys, because you can't really see me, but just trust me, I have no butt. Oh my god. Okay, stop talking about butts, Ashley. Especially your own butt. Nobody wants to hear that. In fact, everybody forget what you heard. I have a bodacious butt. Oh my God, now I'm just lying. Anyways, moving on. So I'm dampening the pages. I'm not making them moist because we wouldn't use that word. I'm dampening them with this squirt bottle. And then I dyed it because if I'm dampening it, I might as well age it at the same time. It's called multitasking. And then I tried all sorts of different ways to roll these pages and make them look more bodacious. Ooh, I really like that word, bodacious. Seriously, try saying it. Bodacious. Are only butts bodacious, or can other things be bodacious? I feel like I've only heard it about butts, but I feel like it would be a really good word for other things. Anyways, how'd we get off topic again? Okay, I need something for the middle of this book because it can't just be a weird old looking book. So I rolled out some wire and I'm making it into this hand. Like, I didn't want to bore you with all the details of making a hand out of wire. Also, we're on a time crunch before I lose you guys' interest. And with that whole butt thing that just happened, I'm lucky any of you are still around. So I'll skip past this part too. I just wrapped it in some tape. And now I'm shoving it into the book and hot gluing it in. Hey, look, there's our skull friend back there. He just lets you know that you're watching a spooky video and not a weird butt video because it could go both ways at this point. I promise you the end of this video does not have a clip of me and my butt because that would be weird. The clip's actually in the middle. Look at my butt. Okay, so I'm just wrapping this hand with the book pages. And again, I feel like you totally get it. You don't need to see me wrap this whole hand. So we'll move on to more book torture. I'm just cutting the pages to make it look like this hand ripped right out of this book. You know, like the story is coming to life, or the book is trying to hurt you, or maybe you're so gripped from the story that I don't know. It's scary. It's a hand out of a book. I mean, imagine if you're reading a book and a hand came out of it. That would scare you a little bit. I mean, you could throw it on the ground and it probably couldn't come after you unless it like got up on its little fingers. You know, Addams Family style. That would be kind of scary. But I feel like you could squash it with your foot. Books are pretty light and they're just made out of paper, so you could burn it or, you know, throw a bucket of water on it and make it soggy. Anyways, here's my finished book. What do you guys think? I feel like I could do other books with stuff sticking out of it. What should I do? Ooh, maybe a tree or an octopus. Sorry, I mean booktopus. Maybe a spider? I don't know. What do you guys think? So have you ever seen those people that make super realistic looking food out of clay? Well, the other day I fell down a Pinterest hole. You know, when you've been scrolling on Pinterest and you keep clicking picture after picture after picture until you're like 27 pictures in. And I'm telling you, at level 27 of Pinterest, it gets weird. I mean, sure, I was looking for spaghetti recipes, but then there was a picture of a meatball. So I clicked the picture of the meatball. Then there was a picture of a meatball with eyes. You know, I had to click it. And then somebody was making a brain cake. And I had to click that. And then underneath the brain cake was little personal pies with eyes. And then I got to thinking, maybe I should make that for my family for dinner. And I was like, that is so cute. It's too bad we have to eat that. And then I was like, holy cow, what if I made it out of clay? Cute, adorable pie forever. So instead of making dinner for my family, well, I mean, I still made dinner for my family. But after dinner, I'm making cute little pies out of clay. They aren't quite as cute as the real food ones that I saw on Pinterest, but Pinterest is really good at making things look better than anything that I could make. I mean, look at this Pinterest picture. How cute are these? I mean, mine does have teeth, so maybe that takes it out of the cute category and more into the creepy category, which I'm okay with. I do love a creepy creation more than a cute creation, but I still kind of wanted to make a pie with eyes. So instead of a cute pie with eyes, I made an angry pie with eyes. Look how angry it is. Hold on, here's a better look. We're just waiting for it to come around. There it is. It's so angry. It's an angry pie. And here's the first pie. What do you guys think? Does it look real-ish? I mean, besides the teeth and guts. Oh my God, what am I doing? Whee! So because I suck at measuring, I ended up with an extra one of these. And what is this? It's a circle window for my ceiling, sort of. It goes around light fixtures when you accidentally make the hole too big. Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing either. But when I was replacing a boob light with a more modern boob light, I was like, dang, that's a big hole. And somebody said, cover it with a hole bib. Okay, maybe not those words exactly, but I don't know what they're called. Anyways, I guess you're supposed to like measure them or something. And that's how I ended up with two. But it's okay because I'll make it into art like I do. So if you were watching, I made it into a circle window. And then I remembered that I have dome circle windows. And I was like, whoa, I should definitely use that one instead. I mean, it just fits so perfectly that I couldn't not use it. Look at that perfect fit. It's perfect. Now, what are we going to put in our circle window, though? Ooh, wait, listen. Oh yeah, I love that sound. I don't know why. Anyways, let's just say at this point, I have no idea what I'm doing because I started off with brown and then I was like, that's ugly. So then I thought maybe I should just go crazy on it. And what is my idea of crazy? Eyeballs. But I don't want normal, ordinary eyeballs. Gross. God. I want fungus eyeballs, which means they gotta stick out of the canvas like fungus eyeballs do. Have you not seen fungus eyeballs? Is that not a thing? I feel like I've seen fungus eyeballs before, but hold on to your butts, everybody, because here comes the third eyeball. What? You're getting too crazy, Ashley. 3 is too many eyeballs for one circle window to have. And you know what I have to say about that? Who says that 3 is too many? In fact, what if I just put eyeballs all over this thing? What would you say about that? Would you then call me Ashley the Eyeball Queen? Well, get your Eyeball Queen labels ready because I'm gonna add more eyes. Hold on. Oh wait, I forgot I paint it first. Oops, I guess I gave a spoiler away. The spoiler was more eyes. And holy cow, look at all that paint. What am I doing? Why do I just keep adding more paint? Oh, and what am I doing now? Just adding fur. Well, I did warn you this is gonna be a weird one. I think I warned you. If I didn't, consider this your warning. Look at our little hairy monster. You know, I gotta say, it's kind of cute. Now, because you know me, I gotta add some lights. But first I gotta test the hole punch. Yep, it's very punchy. And there's one hole in which I can string my lights through. So this part's really boring, so I'll just skip forward to the good part where it's all lit up. Ooh. And the best part is it changes colors. Whoa, no way. Okay, but we can't have dry eyes. That would hurt. So we gotta make them ooey and gooey. And how do we make them ooey gooey? With ooey gooey resin. And then here it comes. Remember when I said I'd add more eyes? Here it is. More eyes. Maybe if I just type up my own artwork, you guys will think it's good. I mean, this is totally not a piece of artwork that I don't like. In fact, this is my favorite piece of artwork. Look how awesome it is with more ooey gooey eyeballs. Ooey gooey. Next, I get my glowing glue out and add a whole bunch of gooey glowing glue spots because it's a fungus and a fungus is going to have spots, I've decided. Okay, so I'm gonna do the circle window part now and I screwed it up. I had a whole bunch of colors and it's way too much going on. So instead I paint it black. You can't go wrong with black. It literally matches everything, but now it's a little too boring. So what am I doing? I'm adding more fungus. Only this is more traditional fungus, aka mushrooms. Anybody remember when I went through that mushroom phase? That was like 3 years ago or something. Whoa, time flies. Well, I guess I'm bringing it back because look at my fungus ring. Ew, that sounds really gross. Now I'm just painting my fungus ring, but hold on, it'll look cool, I promise. See, now I'm just rubbing it all down with gold. I mean, look how satisfying this is. Woo! And we've goldified our fungus ring. Let's check it with our fungus eyeballs. Oh yeah, it's starting to look fungusy. Kind of. I mean, if I say it, it's true, right? However, the light spillage from these edges are a little too much for my liking, so I'm gonna cover them up, but in a cool way. If I say it's cool, then you must believe it. Because look at this cool wood. Shasha! It must be cool because I wouldn't use lame wood. Okay, now that I got my scraps of wood, just pretend that you saw me put it around this frame because I forgot to film. And there you go. There's a pattern on the wall. Is that what we wanted? Maybe. It's what we got. Ah, but here comes the best part. The dome circle window. How cool is that? Just about as cool as these edges. I can't even say that with a straight face. Look at this lame. How could I be so lame? All right, I'll de-lamify it. Just watch. And look, I'm using gloves for my resin. I told you I use gloves. Everybody's always up in my comment section saying, why aren't you using gloves, Ashley? And I'm like, I do. You just don't see me do it. Because fun fact, I'm actually allergic to resin. So if I didn't, I'd be in a lot of pain, okay? Hey, Agatha. Okay, let's pop open these molds, which is the most satisfying part. Ooh, look at that. Ready? Push it out. Oh, ah, yeah. Get out of there. Okay, maybe just a few more because it's really satisfying. And not enough people show the end result of resin. I mean, how frustrating are those videos where you get the buildup, but you don't get the climax of pulling the resin out of the mold? I freaking hate those videos. And hold on, wait a second. That's not a crystal. Whoops. You know what? All the molds look the same on the outside. Oh, and guess what? They glow in the dark. All right, now to de-lamify this frame in the only way that I know how, by adding crystals. And if your name is Crystal, hi Crystal. Did you know that you were used to de-lamify things? Anyways, this is not as satisfying, so let me skip to the good part. Shasha, look at that. Oh yeah, that's already looking so much better because look at it. Look at it in the dark. What? See, I gotta hype it up. That way you think it's hyped up and it looks cool. Is it working? Because now I'm adding moss. I can't stop. I just keep adding things. In fact, I've added so many things I can't tell if it's cool anymore. Is this cool? I don't know. Probably not. Okay, I think you get it. I added a whole bunch of moss. Let's just see the finished product. Wow, that's a lot of colors. It's like a pastel rainbow puked all over it. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I do have to say it's a thing. And now I can say I've done a thing. And it's art of some sort. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask your opinion because I don't need that kind of negativity in my life right now. It's awesome, and that's what I'm going with. Awesome sauce, and you're just jealous of my thing. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, you want to see something cool you can do with a balloon? No, Edgar, those aren't yours. Okay, no, that wasn't the cool thing. I'm making a paper mache heart. First, I have to get this stupid rubber band on. Get on the balloon. This shouldn't be so hard. I hate this balloon. Okay, finally. All right, let's tape this sucker down. You're not moving. And now for the fun part. Here's a good tip. If you can't open your Mod Podge, whack it. Sometimes it takes a few more whacks than expected, but it will eventually open up. See, there you go. The news has been pretty depressing lately, so rather than read it, I'm gonna use it as paper mache. Christmas isn't depressing, so let's add Christmas lights. Psych, Christmas is depressing. And this box is empty. I'm just using it to add those little things to the top of my heart. What are they called? Arteries? Veins? You know, those little nubby things on top of a heart. I mean, I know they're not actually nubby things, but whenever you see a picture of a heart, they always look like nubby things. And there she is, my paper mache heart. I could have stopped here, but I was hyper-focused. Actually, in the moment, I was hyper-focused on taking this glue off my hands. But after I satisfied the glue peel troll that lives in my brain, I wanted to add a hand like it was ripping the heart out of someone's chest. Because let's be honest, that's way more entertaining anyway. And a little bit of wire and foil later, I covered it in this marshmallow fluff clay that I hate. But I'm cheap and I won't throw it away. It is the last of it and I will never buy it again. All right, let's hot glue it into this candlestick. Okay, we're gonna have to do something about those wrists. They're looking a little weak. Since I ran out of the terrible marshmallow fluff, I used this other clay, which is actually an epoxy clay, unlike the poser I was using. And I'm glad I did, because this one's so much stronger. Like, there's no comparison. And every hand needs some fingernails. Oh, different kind of fingernails? Not in my video. And here I am, just living out my dream to be a heart surgeon. I'm just kidding, I'd never want to be a heart surgeon. That is way too much responsibility. Also, I'm pretty sure being a heart surgeon and having ADHD would be a bad combo. I'd be like, oh, here's the heart I'm supposed to work on. Oh, is that your pancreas? Let me stitch my initials in it. And then the hospital would get sued, and then I would get sued. And because I have ADHD, I'd forget about the court hearing. And then I'd wind up in prison. And I am not built for prison. Trust me. I am poop shy as it is. I cannot poop in front of other people. And this is why I'm not a heart surgeon. Not because I'm not smart enough, right? Seriously, right? Okay, now I'm just adding some yummy details. Ooh, look at those bubbles. Okay, I want it to look like oxidized copper. So I'm adding this bluish green coat and then wiping it off. And we gotta do some foil. I love foil. I'm obsessed with it. I mean, look, I can't stop foiling. Everything needs to be foiled. Okay, let's move on. I have these butterfly wings. I thought they'd be a good addition. However, they are fragile, like my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Okay, sorry. So I covered them in resin and made them harder and less fragile. And then I chained them to the heart. And this is where I need your guys' help. I don't know what to put in the middle of this heart. I thought maybe a paper crane or an eyeball. I don't know. You guys always have such good ideas. I could really use your help. Hey, remember when I made this thing and then never finished it because I have an ADHD troll that lives in my brain? Well, today's the day and I'm feeling ambitious. And I gotta jump on that feeling because that doesn't happen every day. Okay, so most of you said to put a candle in it, which I'm not saying is a bad idea. It was actually a really great idea, but look, this is what it looks like. I don't know, it's just kind of boring. So then I put some texture behind the candle and So then I was like, what about a skull? That could be cool. But the skull I had was just kind of big and bulky. And then I was like, what about moths? Moths are cool. I like moths. So I painted some and cut some out. And then I couldn't figure out where I wanted to put them. So then I thought, well, maybe I just need a moth army. An army of moths. But yeah, no, that was a trash idea too. So then I thought, what about flowers? And I have this big bag of flowers. This might be the answer to my empty heart problems. So one by one, I hot glued them in. But this hole goes a lot deeper than I thought. And nobody's going to be able to see these flowers. So I rip them all out. And instead, I filled a hole in my heart with clay, which, you know, I've been doing that for years anyway. Now that my heart is full of clay, let's jam these flowers back in. And I think every heart isn't complete without moss. So I jammed some of that in too. And some other flowers. Whoops. Hey, get back in there. And then look at these pretty blue flowers. And then these really pretty purple flowers. But you know what? Our hole's still feeling pretty empty. So how about a bird? I know, it's kind of like a moth, but not. So I'm just putting her little wings on, and there she is. Let's paint her. So first I painted her blue, and then she was a little too blue, so I painted her a little more green. And then I hated it, so I painted her a little more green. And then I really hated it, so I drowned her in this cup of water. I'm just kidding. I pulled her out before she drowned. And then I went back with blue, because apparently I have the memory of a goldfish, and I forgot that I hated it. So I repainted her dark blue. It was at this point I was done. It is what it is. You know what? She looks lovely. And if she doesn't, I don't want to hear it. And neither does she. In fact, she has other things to worry about than the way she looks. Because she's going to be a new mom. See I'm making eggs? She's got babies to take care of now. She doesn't need you comment trolls telling her she doesn't look good. Anyways, so I made her this nest and then placed it next to her and added her eggs. What do you guys think? And for some reason, both cats were really into this. It must be the bird. Or it could be the sunbeam I put it in. Oh, hello, and welcome back to another episode of Ashley Makes Something Weird, and probably a little bit creepy. So I was just sitting in my studio trying to think up of what to do next. Do you ever do that? Just sit and like not have any ideas come to you? Yeah, me too. Sometimes I spend all day in silence staring at my studio wall trying to figure out what to do next. And today was that day, and then I figured I might as well just make something. I don't know. So I grabbed a pile of wood and I decided to make something completely from scratch. And what is one of my go-to things that I make? Well, okay, besides octopuses and mushrooms, haunted houses. Yep, I make a lot of haunted houses. And since today is the eve of Friday the 13th, that's right, tomorrow's Friday the 13th, lock your windows, pull your curtains, put on your lucky underwear. I don't know, whatever traditions that you do on Friday the 13th, get them ready because tomorrow is Friday the 13th. And this is your warning. Holy cow, did you see that? That scared the bejesus out of me. I don't know what a bejesus is, but it's out of me now. I was not expecting that candle to rudely drop its wick like that. Anyway, so on to this haunted house. I was feeling relatively lazy, so I decided to make my house look like it was in a fire because then I gotta add less walls and it's a lot less work. Even though it looks like a lot more work, you don't have to make it detailed because you just burn it. You burn all the details away. It's great. I highly recommend, but do not start a fire in your own house. I am very safe. I have a big bucket of water right next to me. So I do not want to hear that you guys have burnt down your house trying to make a miniature burnt down house because you're just going to make it into a reality. And I don't think that's a reality that you want to manifest. All right, now with the disclaimer out of the way, check this out. What's happening here? Why is it when I add super glue onto this wood, it smokes? I feel like there's some sort of weird chemical reaction happening, but I didn't take chemistry, and so I don't know. And even if I had, I don't think super glue on wood would have been in the curriculum, in the learning part of the class. Anyways, back to this house. So I really tried to think about how a house is actually built. And that's why I added all these, I don't know, support beams. Because I'm pretty sure real houses have plenty of support beams. And then I added the face of the house. And now I'm just adding the roof. The roof is on fire. I think that's a song. Or maybe it's Who Let the... No, that's not it. We didn't start the fire. Great balls of fire. They go to a lake of fire and ice. Okay, those are the only fire songs I can think of. I'm sure I'm missing one though. Oh, look at that. The whole house is on fire. Building a house of fire, baby. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with singing because I am a terrible singer. And just another reminder, do not do this at home because I am professional, probably. And I have a bucket of water. Anyways, so now I'm putting on the roof. And putting all the details on the roof, which can get pretty tedious, so I'm just gonna skip over that part. And look at that, we're adding paint because I probably decided that the real fire wasn't worth it anymore. You know, save my lungs and thumbs. So, oh, never mind. The fire makes another appearance. Okay, Ashley, I feel like you've been building this house for way too long. It's time to do something different. We're losing the people. The people are gonna be lost. Luckily, I do have something different up my sleeve. You're just gonna have to wait like couple more seconds. Hang in there. Look, even Emily's like, come on, let's move this along. You've been burning sticks and starting fires for 3 minutes now. Let's do something different. Oh, and look at that. There's something different. I told you it was going to happen. You didn't believe me. You thought I was going to keep burning stuff for a whole 10 more minutes after this. But no, joke's on you. This video's not even 10 minutes long. And what is that I'm making? oh, just the cause of the fire. And if you remember, it's not we that started the fire. It's an airplane. I think that's in the song somewhere. And I have to say, for building an airplane for the very first time in my whole entire life, I'm kind of proud of this. It's too bad that I burn it. Spoiler alert. I mean, if you hadn't caught on to the video yet, that everything that I touch, I'm burning in this video. But look at it. It could almost be a real airplane. See, I added the shell and then I'm adding paper around the airplane. I know airplanes aren't made out of paper, but maybe back in the day they were, before they decided how airplanes should be made. Anyways, so maybe we should come up with a story for the rest of this video. So how did this airplane start a fire? Well, let me tell you. This airplane was just minding its own business, flying up in the air, from a pilot. It's not like it was flying by itself. Unless, hold on, that could be a good story. Okay, so this pilot on Friday the 13th is flying in this old airplane and it flies through this Friday the 13th vortex, making the pilot disappear. And super old airplanes, they don't have autopilot. And even if they did, they'd run out of gas or fuel. And then so it went right into this house, making the house burn up and become haunted, probably. But hold up, people can't just disappear. Where did the pilot go? Well, recently I've been watching these videos on TikTok about people who claim that they just popped into another dimension and things are just slightly different. Like something isn't there that used to be there, or I don't know, their house is blue. And even though they've always grown up in a yellow house, it's now blue. And I've been fascinated with these stories. I don't know how true they are, but it makes you think. I can't remember what the technical name of it is, but maybe that's what happened to this pilot. He had a heart attack and disappeared in his plane, thus crashing the airplane into a house, then unaliving the people inside the house, which also makes them go into another dimension. And I know you're asking, then how's it haunted? Well, here's my theory on ghosts. I think once you pop into another dimension from your own dimension, you still have some sort of tether to this one. And so people might think that there's ghosts, but really it's just you living your life in another dimension. So it's like windows into other dimensions. I don't know. But then why would the pilot disappear and not the people in the house? I don't know. No, wait, maybe they both disappeared. But since the people in the house were in the fire, people just assume that, there's nothing left. But really, they're just living their best life elsewhere, not even knowing that a plane crashed into their house. I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, hey, remember this foam clay that I used the other day? Well, I still have a ton of it, and I think it's gonna go bad, so I'm gonna use it again. Ashley, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Stop embarrassing me. Look, it's Ashley Tube Hand. There was a purpose. You see, now I'm gonna wrap my tube with, what is this called? Cling wrap? Plastic wrap? Food saver wrap? I don't know. I wrapped my tube in plastic, which you might think is weird. And yeah, I do weird things. But don't worry, there is a purpose for my weirdness, at least this time. Because now I'm getting this wire out and I'm wrapping my wire with smaller wire. And then I'm wrapping the wire that's wrapped in wire in the foam clay. See what I'm doing? Because now I'm wrapping the wire that was wrapped in wire that was wrapped in the foam clay around my plastic wrapped tube. You could say that I'm a rapper. Get it? I'm a rapper. Stop it. That was funny. And you may have guessed already what I'm doing. That's right. It's a snake. I'm a snake. I'm a snake. I'm a slithery little snake. Okay. By the way, if you want longer content, you can follow me on the Tubes of You, in case this whole TikTok ban goes through. Anyways. Oh, and what am I doing now? I'm fitting the snake on my wrist. That's right. It's going to be a wrist snake. Because why not? This foam clay stretches and moves really easily, so it's perfect for making accessories, snake accessories, snake-accessories. I mean, if one wants a snake-cery, that is. Oh, look at that. I guess I'm just using my hands to paint the snake. Great job, Ashley. I guess we've just given up. And then I guess it needs more sparkle, because everything could use a little bit more sparkle, obviously. Okay, now with all sparkles added, let's fit it back on. And she's looking a little boring. So let's spice her up with some racing stripes, because most snakes have stripes. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I have a huge fear of snakes, even more than spiders. And that's why I live in Minnesota, where the air makes our face hurt. And we don't have snakes. Well, okay, we have snakes, but not like real snakes. We have little gardener snakes, which I'm still scared of, but I've never seen one in our yard. Strangely enough, I've only seen them at the zoo. And I don't mean like in an exhibit. Oh, no, that would be too convenient. I mean, they're like all over the path where you walk. Look, I know they're harmless, but you try telling that to my brain. It doesn't believe you. Anyways, with my extreme fear of snakes, I tried to make this snake as cute as I could make a snake. which is a really hard thing to do because snakes, okay, maybe they can be cute. I won't lie. Sometimes snakes are cute with their little smile and their big eyes, but only if they're like way over there. Okay, no, scrap that. It's got to be a picture of a snake. I don't care how cute that snake is. If it's in the room with me, it is not cute. But if you send me a picture of a cute snake, then I could admit that it can possibly maybe sort of be cute. But do you know what's not cute? Whatever I'm doing right here. Stop it. You're embarrassing yourself, Ashley. All right, I'm gonna go now. Bye. Are you sure you want more? Because I have it. I have more. I got lots of teeth and eyeballs now. So what's creepier than an eyeball surrounded with teeth? I'd say that's pretty creepy. It's like the eyeballs peeking out of someone's mouth. Ooh, look, I have chills. Do you think this creature has an eyeball in its mouth? Or did it swallow somebody with an eyeball? Or maybe it swallowed its own eyeball. Or maybe it's an eyeball on a creature and they implanted teeth around it. For beauty purposes? I don't know. I guess it doesn't need a story. It can be creepy on its own. I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The tooth is, I think it's breathtaking. But if we don't see eye to eye on this, it's understood. And I don't have any more eye puns. I tried to do something with irony, but I couldn't do it. Unless I couldn't. No, that doesn't work. I should not be a comedian. So my mom gave me a bunch of her junk the other day, and this really ugly shoe was in there. Sorry, Mom. It's ugly. But I thought it would make a cool, like, creepy shoe. So I got my clay out. And what makes a shoe creepy? Teeth do. Lots of teeth. Hey, you knew that this was an Ashley project. And being an Ashley project, there's always a possibility that I'm going to put teeth on it. I mean, either that or circle windows. But you know, who's ever heard of a shoe with a circle window? Well, wasn't there a mother that had a whole bunch of kids that lived in a shoe? Old Mother Hubbard? Oh, wait, no. I think she lived in a cupboard. Nah, I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. The point is, this shoe has teeth. I sort of want to make a real shoe with teeth. That would be so cool. And only slightly disturbing. So does that make this shoe alive? Does it taste the ground every time you walk with it? Ew, imagine the germs it would pick up. Who would wear a shoe like this? I mean, I would, but not if it was alive. Ooh, I know. Ursula. Yeah, she'd definitely wear this shoe. It'd be one of the poor unfortunate souls. Get it? Souls? Because it's a shoe? Hey, that was a good joke, okay? Aw, man, I should have put tentacles on it. That's all right. It's a skull shoe. But I really wanted that, like, classic red high heel look. So that's why I painted it red. If I had thought of making it an Ursula shoe, I would have kept it purple. But that thought didn't come to my mind until just now. But you know, not everybody has perfect teeth. So I thought I'd make some of these teeth gold cavity filled. I don't know. Do people use gold to fill a cavity? Probably not, but that's okay. This is our shoe and we can do whatever we want. Don't let people tell you what you can and can't make. Anyways, what do you guys think? A Venus flytrap with human teeth? Okay, yeah, I'm down. Let's do it. So I was gonna show you how I made this like wire tree, but it was really boring. So I'm just gonna skip to the part where I have the tree. So bam, tree. Now I'm just gonna shove my tree into this tiny little pot. But if we start adding clay to the top of this, it's gonna be really top heavy. So I'm gonna add these rocks to the base. I just have to remove my hot glue snake. And I don't know why I'm showing you this, but there he is. There's my hot glue snake. And then I'm filling my bottom with hot glue and re-shoving my tree into the hot glue. I feel like I'm shoving my tree in a lot of places. Anyways, so now I'm adding clay. I know I could just hot glue this part, and that would have been smart, but for whatever reason, I used clay. I think because it sticks better than hot glue. Hot glue tends to like pop out. And then I hid the rocks inside to make the bottom heavy, because we all like a heavy bottom. And then I wrapped my tree in clay to make it more tree-like, because wires aren't very tree-like. Oh, and also to bulk it up. I like my trees bulky and heavy bottomed. Somehow this voiceover is going in a direction that I was not anticipating. Anyways, now I'm just hammering my tinfoil and covering that in clay, as one does when they're making a human tooth Venus flytrap. And then I'm texturing my clay to make it more Venus-y. And oh, here comes the human tooth part. Oh wait, not yet. I gotta add the lips. Or what I guess they're kind of lip-like. Or maybe they'd be gums, because that's what I'm using to hold the teeth in. You know what? It's all the same skin, right? The gums and the lips connect at some point. Okay, what do you think causes human tooth Venus flytraps? And what do you think they eat? And if they don't eat flies, do we need to change the name? Let's see, what do people eat? I like how I ask as if I'm not a people. Okay, how about chips? So it's a Venus chip trap? Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Or should I say lips? It's a chip lip trap. Oh wait, I know, cheese. Because cheese isn't something that you find in nature. Not that chips are something that you find in nature. But you know what? People eat a lot of cheese. Possibly more than chips. So it would be a human cheese trap. Although that makes me think it's like trapping mice. So I don't know. How about we put a pin in that and talk about how this plant could have come into existence? Did somebody plant their dentures in the backyard? And as the plant was growing, it like, I don't know, sucked the teeth out? Or maybe as somebody was eating, they got a seed of something stuck in their teeth and the tooth like grew the plant in their mouth. And I don't know if it fell out and then turned into this plant or if the person turned into the plant. I don't know. Either way, that's a weird road to go down. Don't want to go down that road. Whoa, what was that? Okay, I know. Maybe this plant was growing on top of a grave. I mean, you hear about people opening fruit and like their wife's lost wedding ring is inside. And it turns out that the fruit had like picked up the ring as it was growing and it like grew inside the fruit. So when they cut open the fruit, they're like, what? It's a wedding ring. How'd this get in there? Which thank God it was opened by the wife or the husband, because could you imagine if a couple opened that and girlfriend thought that the guy was proposing to her? Ugh, I'd be so embarrassed because for whatever reason, we have weird obsessions about putting rings in food. I mean, why can't people just propose in a normal way like my husband by sending me on a super long scavenger hunt throughout the city that took hours only to end up where we started, and he opens his trunk and a bunch of balloons pop out? Okay, maybe I shouldn't talk. That's a weird one too. But to be fair, it was very sweet and I absolutely loved it. Go husband. Anyways, look at that. We're done. What do you guys think? And don't forget, I have a book coming out. Pre-order link in the bio. Okay, thanks. Bye. So I bought these 2 elephants secondhand, and I'm just now noticing that this one might be made out of elephant tusk. Do I need to worry about that? I'm worried, so I'm gonna use this one instead. Isn't it illegal to own elephant tusk? Could I get arrested for this even if I didn't know? Look, I'm only like 9.5% sure that it is elephant tusk. It's either that or bone. What kind of bone are you using to make an elephant statue out of? Anyways, I'll just use this other statue, which feels like it's made out of wood. I have way less morals about using wood, so I know I save the trees, but we don't know the wood situation. Maybe the tree already fell down and they carved it out of that. Or maybe this was a jerk tree and it deserved to be cut down. Maybe the tree was cursed. Okay, let's hope that's not the case, because then we might have a cursed elephant on our hands. And that sounds like a situation that I am not prepared for. Ooh, check out my So Very Very Shiny box. It's full of so very very shiny objects, as you would expect. And if you are watching, I covered my elephant in brass foil, or is it copper? It could be bronze. I know people have tried to explain the difference, but for some reason that information does not stick in my head. So it's sort of like everything I learned in high school. Anyways, our elephant needed a friend, or perhaps a little dependent. But you know what? He wasn't looking cute enough. So I fattened him up and made his ears bigger, and of course added wings to him too. And if you can believe it, I'm doing a not creepy art project today, which I know this video is gonna get way less views, but if you need your creepy fix, maybe go pre-order my Creepy Crafts book if you want to. And don't you worry, I will be back with the creepy stuff. Oh, and then here I'm making a platform for our elephants. And just so I don't get a ton of comments asking, where's your gloves, Ashley? This clay is actually Palmer clay, so it's baked. And I don't need stinking gloves, okay? You want to fight me? I'm just kidding. I don't know why I said that. Oh, and then look at the pretty paint job that I did. It's too bad that I covered it with this grass flocking grass. I love that word. Yeah, I might be immature. Anyways, so now I'm making little mushrooms because our butterfly elephants are gonna live in a magical land. I mean, they're elephants with flocking butterfly wings. So what do you expect them to just live in some, wait, where do elephants live? The jungle? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they live in the jungle. Anyways, so I added these mushrooms, but don't get too attached because I take some of them off later on. And then I'm just adding some foliage, leaves and twigs. I don't know, plants. I added some plants. Oh, did you check out my terrarium? I actually have a whole bunch of these terrariums and I don't know what to do with them. They're in all different shapes and sizes. Look, the Hoblobs had a really good deal and I may have gone a little overboard. Oop, and look, here's where I take out half the mushrooms. It's okay, those mushrooms had bad attitudes and we don't need that kind of nugget. Okay, listen up, I'm making a human brain today. Why am I sculpting a human brain? Well, my sister-in-law, Natalie, who's awesome by the way, so go follow her, commissioned me to sculpt one for one of her photos. And that's right up my alley, so I said yes. You saw me create those tinfoil kidney beans. I'm just flattening this clay to wrap around it. And I'm gonna be honest, I screwed up on the first one. I thought I'd get fancy and make the brain split in half and hold together with magnets. However, my stupid scatterbrain forgot she needed a hole in the bottom for displaying purposes. And also I didn't use enough magnets and the thing fell apart. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but I'm gonna need to start over. And on take 2, I'm not going fancy this time. I'm making a whole brain. Now a little stabby and a wee. Okay, moving on. I felt like it needed reinforcement, so I'm violently jamming this glass jar inside. And we've all seen a brain get wrapped in clay before, so I'll just speed through this. And ta-da, brain wrapped. Okay, now I have to cover it in folds. And the easiest way to do that is just roll out a bunch of snakes and coil them on. Did I say a bunch of snakes? Okay, 1, that phrase is terrifying. And 2, I meant a bunch. Look at all these. Holy crap, look at them all. Okay, Ashley, they get the idea. All right, let's add that little lump on the back. And there's my amazing camera skills again. You think it'd be easy to center a camera, but apparently I have difficulties. Here's the best video I had before I painted it. And speaking of paint, here's the paint. So I just started with a dark color to get into all the little cracks. And then I just used canned air to blow it in further, which, you know, kind of worked. Okay, it's looking really good. However, Natalie wanted her brain to be more fleshy rather than pink, and I can't get my brain wrapped around that, pun intended. So I repainted this a couple times. Could this be considered brainwashing? Oh man, there's so many good brain puns. Anyways, here's what I ended up with. Hopefully she likes it. I am curious about what she's gonna do, so go follow her and see what she does with it. And can you brainstorm on what I should do with this extra brain? Because I'm lost. Ooh, okay, so this is an older project that I did, and I just never edited the video. And since we have some construction going on in my house right now, which makes it really hard to create art, I decided that editing old project video would be better than having no video at all this week. So here it is. I'm making a brain on a canvas. If you've been following me for a while, you might recognize this brain. I made that brain for my sister-in-law, Natalie, because she's a super awesome photographer and she wanted to use it in some photography. But I kind of messed it up, and then so I had to make another brain. So this is like an extra brain. Anyways, long story short, I have an extra brain. Ooh, I wish that was in real life. Imagine if you had 2 brains, all the things that you could think. Do you think you would think better or worse because they'd always be arguing? I mean, honestly, my brain already argues and it's just one brain arguing with itself. So maybe it wouldn't be a good idea. Are there any animals in nature that have like more than one brain? Octopuses? I know octopuses have something weird with their brain. Like each tentacle has a brain, or so I could be making that up. I don't know. Oh wait, watch me make this flower. This is a really good technique to make really cool looking flowers. Honestly, I completely forgot about this technique because this is old video. I'm gonna have to use this. I'm gonna make flowers for everything now. Yep, everything's getting flowers because look how cool that looks until I completely forget again. Also, this video was made back when I didn't know that I should be wearing gloves with epoxy sculpt. Look, guys, wear your gloves. Don't be like me back then. I wish I wasn't like me back then because I developed contact dermatitis from not covering my finger sausages, which are very vulnerable. Don't worry, I mean, it's under control now because you just wear gloves and eventually you manage the symptoms. It's fine. But you know, don't get to that point and you'll be better off if you just wear gloves. Anyways, I'll stop lecturing. I guess I'm now dripping some paint into my brain holes, brain folds. I don't know what you call that. I think I was thinking that it looked more earthy, but honestly, this was a couple years ago, so I don't remember. I know this sculpture painting went to a brain surgeon, maybe, or a neurologist. I know they were in the medical field, and they really wanted a brain with vines coming out of it. I'm pretty sure it was a commission back when I did commissions. Oh, look at that. I'm wearing gloves. This must have been when around the time that I figured out that I should be wearing gloves. Oh, never mind. I'm not wearing gloves anymore. Also, look how clean that table is. Holy cow. This is a table in my studio right now. And if you look at current videos, that table is completely covered in paint. Oh, it's like watching baby Ashley learn how to, I don't know, art. Because before I was filming everything upstairs, and this is like the transition into my studio filming. Okay, I know that sounded a little weird. My basement's in my studio, in case you didn't know. That's right, I'm a basement troll. Well, okay, troll sounds a little mean, so maybe I'm a basement gremlin. Yeah. I could be a gremlin, just only coming up to get food and then dashing back to my, holy cow, look at that, it glows in the dark. How did I completely forget that it glows in the dark? Well, that makes more sense. No wonder why I was putting paint in the brain holes, so that it would glow in the dark. Anyways, what do you guys think? Oh, look at it in the dark. Okay, thanks for watching, bye. Okay, I have a weird one today. Or I guess a weird one for me, because I don't usually use these colors, and maybe I shouldn't have, because the outcome is questionable at best. But I'll let you decide. I picked up a couple of these round canvases, and I was trying to think what else is round. And the first thing that popped in my head was a disco ball. Actually, that's not true. The first thing that popped in my head was an eyeball, but I've definitely done that. I don't know, maybe I should just stick to what I know. I don't know why I went outside my style for this. And the icing on the cake is after I painted this monstrosity of colors. An artist popped up on my Instagram that does this exact thing, only 100 times better. I don't know if I subconsciously saw it in the past and copied her idea without knowing, or if while I was Googling disco balls for references, Instagram pulled that and showed me her art. Anyways, hers are way better, so I gotta change mine to make it different. How do I change it? Well, remember that brain that I did for Natalie, my sister-in-law, and then screwed it up just like I'm screwing this up? So I ended up with an extra brain. Well, what if I just put it in the middle of this canvas? Just slap it right in the middle of it. Well, I mean, let's paint it first. Although I had a lot of trouble settling on a design. First, I tried these drips of paint, and I hated it. So then I think out of frustration, I just flung paint at it. A whole lot of paint. I think it was at this point that I was just done with this project, because it sat on my shelf for a while before I decided that paint fixes everything, and I flung some more paint at it. Okay, now that we're like 7 layers thick in paint, I decided maybe paint isn't the answer, but foil might be. And with nothing to lose, I foiled the brain. Swabam! A little bit of glue later. Scrape. Splat. Stick. There it is, my disco brain. All right, remember in the beginning when I said decide for yourself? Here's your moment, because I'm on the fence with this one, but maybe because it's not my usual style. What do you guys think? I've done a couple projects that involve the Backrooms, and I thought I'd just make it its own category because the last two are kind of weird. Have you guys heard of the Backrooms? I'm sure you have. But if you haven't, let me enlighten you, because I've been obsessed with the Backrooms for a while now. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say obsessed. That's a pretty harsh term. What I mean is it's caught my interest lately. So the Backrooms are a theory that there's liminal space between two universes, or two parallel universes. At least that's how I understand it. So let's just say you have really bad luck and you're walking along and you fall into a parallel universe. You know, like the Mandela effect. Only remember, you have really bad luck. So instead of going to a universe, you glitch in between. Yep. Lucky you. Well, neither universe fully loads, for a lack of a better term. So what you end up with is just the same thing over and over. So if you're in an office, it's just a maze of offices, only without all the life and people. And if you read about this, they say that there's different levels of the back room, but what I think is there aren't different levels. It's just one level, but it depends on where you are when you glitch. That will depend on what the back room looks like. So if you glitch in an office, it's going to be offices. If you glitch in a parking lot, it's going to be parking lots. And if you find yourself there, it's almost impossible to leave because it's hard to move universes on purpose. Not that any of this is true. I'm just saying if it were true, this would be what I would think it would be. Think of it like a video game. You know, when you accidentally go into a place that you're not supposed to go, you know, you clip out of the map and then it's just like redundant patterns over and over until you find your way out or end the game. Well, it's like that, but with life. And I love that concept. It's really cool to me. So that's what I'm building today. I'm building the first level of the Backrooms, or I guess level 0, which is not the first level, or I mean it's the first level but it's not level number, I don't know, you know what I mean. So I built this box and now I'm adding the fluorescent lights because on level 0 there's supposed to be fluorescent lights, and as I added these lights I realized I added them a little too close to the edge and they aren't looking fluorescent-y. Anyway, so I took them all out and instead I'm adding all these mirrors to help reflect the light around instead of being like pinpoints of light, and then I'm gluing the lights farther away from the light holes. Does that make sense? That way my light holes aren't as lit as closely. Yeah, anyway, so I wanted this box to taper towards the end so that it looks longer than it actually is, but that was a lot harder than I planned it to be. Mostly because I refused to measure anything. I don't know, I can't comprehend numbers, okay? So I printed out a checkered floor to help. And I think it worked. See, I'm installing the carpet now and I'm not measuring anything. I'm just tracing it. That's how I do like 99% of my projects. And they all seem to work out. I don't know. So another thing about level 0 in the Backrooms is the yellow wallpaper. Everything's supposed to have a monotone yellow feel. And the carpet's supposed to be moist and musty. Ugh. I don't know why, but that grosses me out. Like moist carpet. So I made big moist marks on the carpet. And I started to paint the ceiling moist, but then I realized, you know what? I bet the ceiling would be popcorny. So the closest thing that I have to a textured ceiling is this jar of sand that I'm painting onto the ceiling. And that gives it a textured ceiling feel. Although technically if it was an office, it probably would have a tiled ceiling. But I figured that out after I made the texture, so it's too late. We're moving on. So I wanted this room to feel bigger than it is. Like it just keeps going on forever. cover, so I thought maybe mirrors would work, but I didn't really have a mirror. All I had was sticky mirror. And when I stuck it to cardboard, it made it all bumpy. So I just stuck a mirror on top of the mirror. That way it's not bumpy anymore. See? Big brain Ashley. Sometimes I figure things out. So if I were stuck in the back rooms, I think I would try to go through the ceiling. Like, I would wonder what's up there. Could you reach the other universe somehow by going through the ceiling? I feel like that's the key. I mean, if we're being honest though, the first thing I would do would be panic and probably run for miles and miles. And what do you do when you have to go to the bathroom? Is that why the carpet's moist? Ew. I mean, eventually you would die of hunger. Unless you don't get hungry in between universes. That would be terrible. I mean, you would think it would be good because that would mean that you would live longer, but also you would live longer. You know what I mean? Like, at what point are you losing your mind with the monotony and the loneliness and the fluorescent lights? Because fluorescent lights are the worst. Speaking of lights, I'm adding lights to the end of the hallway so that it looks like the hallway just goes around a corner. And of course, I gotta add the shiny stuff so that it reflects the lights out. And there it is. You can't tell yet because I don't have the lights on, but it will look like that hallway goes around the corner. Next, I want to make an endless door with this mirror. Ooh. Are there two fingers? Nope. It's just me. See, now my door looks like it goes on forever. Shwabam. So because I'm too lazy to make a staircase, I just made this ramp and it just gives the illusion that there's stairs behind there. Aha. Work smarter, not harder. And then I'm making a second doorway to reflect on the first doorway so it looks like a doorway in the mirror of the other doorway. See what I'm saying? And then that room will be black so it looks like it's just a black hallway. I guess. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever done anything optically illusionally, so you might need to cut me some slack on this one. But I'm making the wallpaper look like it's all falling off and molded because I assume it would be all moldy with that moist carpet underneath. Wait, hold up. Watch this. Washa! Ready? Here we go. Bam! That's right. We got two short walls, which I'm installing now. Man, I should have hid something creepy behind these walls. Oh well, too late now. Ooh, but you know what's creepy? Unsafe stairs. So I gotta add the stair railing. Do you think OSHA extends to the back rooms? Whoa, did you see that? Yeah, I don't exactly know why I painted it because I end up pasting wallpaper over it. So yeah, I covered the entire box in yellow wallpaper. That way the monotony extends to the outside. I don't know. I just thought it looked cool. But I thought the walls seemed a little bare. I mean, I know that they're supposed to be bare, but I wanted to jazz them up still. So I just used some of my makeup and did a little tape shadow. You know, like there were pictures hanging here at one point, but then they disappeared somehow. Ooh, spooky. And then the final touch, a quote. If you're not careful and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms, where it's nothing but the stank of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, and the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of random, segmented, empty rooms to be trapped in. Anyways, what do you guys think? Are you creeped out? Should I try another level? Also, don't forget to follow me. It really helps me out. Okay, thanks, bye. I've done a lot of paintings over the years, and in this section, I'll show you some of my favorites. Keep in mind, some of them are really old, so the quality might not be the best. So it's been a while since I've done a painting. I know, I used to do paintings all the time, but now I'm into haunted hidey holes, I guess. Anyways, so I thought maybe I would try painting on this brass. So I gotta peel its protective skin off and then sand it with my sandy box. Yes, I do hoard sandpaper like gold. Do you hoard gold? I guess if you're a dragon, you do. And I have no idea why I sanded that side because I decided that I didn't want a rough surface for painting. Luckily, it has two sides. All right, here's a sketch that I made. That's right, we're doing a spider teapot with a spider teacup. Honestly, I've done a couple paintings like this, but I've never painted on brass before. So the other day, my family and I went to the art museum, and I've noticed that a lot of old paintings were on brass. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, I suppose you can paint on anything really, but I thought I'd give it a shot because they always looked different. Different how? I don't know. Just different. Like more rich or sparkly? I don't know, but hopefully I can achieve that. But it's been so long since I've painted that all this paint is just dried onto my palette because we're talking like years. It's been at least a year since I've painted. And look at this, it's like all caked on. I don't know, maybe I should have sanded it instead. Although that would require more effort and I don't feel like it. Oh, and for those of you asking why I'm wearing gloves, okay, oil paints have lead in them. And on the bottle it says in the state of California that causes cancer. And even though we're not in California, I'm pretty sure it still might cause cancer. So I wear gloves because I don't want the cancer. And also, have you ever tried to get oil paints off your hands? It's hard. It requires a lot of scrubbing, which also takes a lot of effort. So I took the easy road again because I am lazy. Ooh, so while I'm painting this little teacup, I wanted it to look see-through. And I'm telling you, painting on brass is kind of hard. None of the paint wants to stick. It just smears around, and you already had that problem with oil paints. You know, a normal oil painting probably takes a couple weeks to dry. How long is it going to take for this to dry? Because it's on metal. I'm a little bit worried. And also red takes the longest to dry. And for whatever reason, I had to use red. So trying to keep the cats away from this thing while it dries it's going to be a challenge. Whatever cat hair floats into it will just have to become part of the art. And hold on, here comes the best part. Look, I'm gonna peel off the tape. See, it's gonna look like the brass is being poured into the glass. I know, maybe I should have done the whole teapot, but maybe this looks cooler. It might look cooler. We'll see. It's gonna look cooler, probably. So then I just make the brass look a little less brassy. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have just left it as flat brass. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should it have been just flat, or do you like the extra stuff? Oh, look at that, we're done. Now where do I put it while it dries? Because it's gonna be wet for a while, like maybe a year. Anyways, thanks for watching, bye. Hey, do you like demon puppies and vampires? Well, hold on to your eyeballs, because I'm doing both. I got another commission. And this one's of Oreo the doggo with his human, Ashley. And they wanted it in a gothic style, so I went demon dog and vampire princess. Or maybe she's a queen. I would say princess because of her age, but I guess you can't really tell how old a vampire is. I don't know, maybe vampires don't even have a monarchy. Maybe they have a president or a dictator. If I were the leader of vampires, I would want to be a princess. There's just something more romantic about it, rather than being a dictator or president. Gross. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't want to be a leader anyway. That is way too much responsibility. I could be a really good follower, though. I take direction well. I think I have a good work ethic. And I'd be much less likely to be assassinated. That's a good thing in my book. And I can't sit through boring meetings. I feel like a queen would have to do that a lot. Also, I feel like a queen has to order a lot of beheadings, and I'm not really into that. I don't want to behead people or decide if people need to be beheaded. Actually, if I can't even do that, I'd probably suck at being a vampire altogether. I mean, unless plasma fruit were real. And who wants to live forever anyway? I feel like living forever would be really depressing, especially if you can only eat plasma fruit or blood. I like more variety in my food groups. And really, what's the point in living if you can't eat a deep fried Twinkie filled with ice cream wrapped in a pizza, topped with nacho cheese? Actually, if I'm gonna be honest with myself, I can't eat that now. But you get my point. Okay, I've talked myself out of being a vampire. So what about werewolves? Is there even an upside to being a werewolf? I don't see one. And don't even get me started on zombies. I guess I'll just stick to being human. Anyways, what do you think of my painting? I hope Ashley and Oreo approve. So lately I've been doing so many commissions that I haven't been able to paint for myself. Not that I'm complaining, I love commissions. And it's what keeps me in business. But I also think it's important to carve out time for your own creations. So that's what I'm doing. I'm carving out some time. Even though the whole time I'm painting, I'm feeling guilty that I'm not doing commissions. Like, I know this is what keeps me creative, and in the long run, my other paintings will be better for it. But I still feel a little guilty. But we're just gonna suppress that feeling for now. I'm gonna put it over in the corner there and put a blanket over it. It doesn't exist. In fact, I'm not gonna think about it until I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, cursing at yesterday's Ashley for being a big stupid procrastinator. But that's for tonight Ashley to worry about. And we don't care about her right now, so on with this painting. Okay, so the idea on this one is to ask the viewer a question. Who is the ghost? Because there's a ghost in this painting. So the obvious answer would be the shadowy figures in the reflection, right? Our woman in white is looking into the ghost world, and all those shadows are lost souls. That's the obvious answer. But what if our woman in white is the ghost, and those shadowy figures are just normal people? And that's what the world of the living looks like to ghosts. But hold on to your eyeballs, because I have another theory, and it's a weird one. What if you're the ghost looking at this painting? See how I'm putting this foil on the outside? Maybe this is your window into the living world, and it looks like a mirror, sort of, I guess. I don't know what the ghost world looks like. At least I don't think I do, unless I'm a ghost. Anyways, what's your theory? I'm pretty sure I'm not a ghost, but if I were, I wouldn't have to worry about those commissions.
Monster drama. Da-doom.
Can you believe it? Filbert's wearing that dumb pumpkin mask again this year. Hee hee.
Shut up, Frankie. You know he's sensitive about his face.
Well, he didn't seem that sensitive last night when he took it off to make out with Sam. He nearly traumatized Ned. Ned's never gonna be the same. You guys want candy?
Ned, pull it together.
Yeah, Ned, nobody wants candy after last night. I want candy.
Pickles, you always want candy.
That's not true. Shut up, Pete. Look, all I'm saying is he's ripping off Terry's look. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
I would like to talk about something.
Shh, Ned, not now.
Okay. Frankie was just saying that you were ripping off Terry's look. Look, no, I wasn't. I was just saying it was weird, okay? Oh, come on, guys. That's totally unfair. I don't look anything like Terry. Plus, you know I'm sensitive about my face. That's not what Sam said last night. What? How do you know about Sam? Well, you basically traumatized Ned. Sorry about that, Ned. When that tree got involved, I knew we went a little too far. Yep.
Well, you did it now. Poor Ned.
Look, I know I traumatized Ned, but looking like Terry is crossing the line. I mean, look at him. He's goofy looking.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, you just like him. I think I need to go home. Do you all have something that you can't paint or draw? For me, it's flowers. I hate drawing flowers. I hate painting flowers. I just really suck at it. They're just way too unpredictable. Sometimes there's a weird petal in there, and I can't paint what I don't know. So my New Year's resolution is to force myself to paint more flowers. I figure it's time. I need to learn how to paint a freaking flower. So here's my first attempt. I thought I'd start off with something a little easier. These are supposed to be poppies. Do they look like poppies? Do they even look like flowers? Not really, but it's okay. The important part is I'm trying. I mean, what was your New Year's resolution? To eat less sugar? I mean, let's be honest. You'll be good for a day, and then you're gonna go right back to that sugar bowl because sugar is delicious. Actually, I'm pretty sure New Year's resolutions are just all about torturing yourself. Just like I am torturing myself painting these stupid flowers. So I guess this is your friendly reminder that it's okay to fail at your New Year's resolution. In fact, who came up with this? What a weird concept. I mean, I guess I get it. Start off fresh for the new year, but winter's already so depressing. What a terrible time to start limiting our serotonin by eating less sugar or exercising more. Ugh. In fact, I'm changing my New Year's resolution. I'm gonna start eating more sugar. What do you think about that? Take that, guy who invented New Year's resolutions. I don't care if I'm doing it wrong. Anyways, what do you think about my painting? Are these flowers passable? I think they look okay, right? Hey, what you doing? Okay, that was a dumb question. I know what you're doing. You're watching videos. But do you want to look at my painting? So today I'm painting what I think it feels like to dream. I mean, I know what it feels like to dream. You know that one little minute where you're not quite asleep, but you're not quite awake either? And all your limbs feel fuzzy and you're floating. I mean, unless you're having that weird falling dream, that's different. But like a normal night when you're falling asleep. Actually, if this painting looks familiar to you, it's because this is a sister painting to a previous painting that I did. Only this one's a female, which, let's be honest, is a lot funner to paint anyway. Females have the curves, and men are kind of awkward looking. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm a female and I'm awkward looking, but that's a whole different story. Anyways, so these flowers that are bursting out of her chest, those are poppies, because if the Wizard of Oz has taught me anything, it's that poppies put you to sleep, apparently. But is that true? Does anybody know? If so, is there a field where people are just sleeping in it? I mean, should we be looking into this? Did I just solve all the missing person cases? Maybe poppy fields need to be outlawed. Am I wrong? I mean, what if I'm just walking down the street and there's a poppy field and I, can't help myself and I have to go lay in it and I fall asleep forever? Oh wait, I just looked it up. Poppy fields are illegal. You know, I completely forgot that scene in Ozarks. Wait a second. Why is there a poppy field in a kid's movie? What's that Wicked Witch of the West up to? Although that does explain the monkeys. Holy cow, that revolution changes the meaning of this painting drastically. I kind of like the new narrative. It's much darker than I intended. What do you guys think? I'm back with yet another oval painting. Stupid oval paintings. I feel like I've been doing a lot of them lately. Don't get me wrong, they look great, but they want to roll off my easel, which makes it kind of hard to paint on. But there was a big sale, so I bought a bunch and now I have to use them. Yeah, I know. I have an issue with buying things that I don't need that's on sale. I'm aware it's a problem, and the first step is acknowledgement, right? I acknowledge my denial that I have a problem. Anyways, enough about me. Let's talk about this painting. So today I'm painting a kitty cat, but not a normal kitty cat. This is a skeleton kitty cat, and I'm painting him underwater. Because that's how I feel the other side is. You know, the other side of living death. I mean, if there actually is another side, I really hope there is, but I don't know. I guess nobody really knows until it happens. And then you have nobody to tell, unless you're haunting somebody. In which case, they're probably too scared to listen to you anyway. Maybe ghosts are just trying to tell you interesting things about the afterlife. Who knows? Maybe we should try listening to them more. They could probably tell us the meaning of life. Which, let's be honest, is a really weird question to begin with. Maybe I just don't understand the question. Like, isn't life kind of meaningless? I mean, you have your own meaning within your own life. Maybe I'm not thinking about it deep enough. If somebody could shed some light on that for me, I'd be grateful. And don't we already know that the answer's 42? Anyways, here's my skeleton kitty with this fishy. What do you think? All right, I'm painting another pet portrait, and this kitty's name is Moose. You know, like the animal moose. Or maybe it's like the food. Are they spelled the same? I don't know, I'm a terrible speller. I mean, to be honest, if it wasn't for spell check, I'd never make it in the world. And the spelling rules keep changing. Like I before E except after C, but that's not true. How do they expect me to know this stuff? Anyways, I'm pretty sure it's like the animal, because I like that name better than Moose the food, or Moose the hair product. Although, with the long fur on this kitty, maybe it is Moose the hair product. I guess I should have asked my customer. Well, it's too late for that now. So I'm painting Moose the animal in rainbow colors because Moose has crossed the rainbow bridge. But we don't want to be sad about it. I mean, we can be sad about it, but we also want to remember the good times. I know when I die, I would rather people remember the good things about me rather than being sad. I mean, I'm definitely haunting my own funeral because, I mean, come on. Curiosity? Don't you want to know who shows up? Also, I'm curious what they're going to serve at the reception after the funeral. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of ham, but I mean, what else do you serve after a funeral? Ham sandwiches, right? And terrible coffee. Those are like funeral staples. Anyways, I'm getting off topic here. The point was that I don't want anyone to be super sad. I mean, I'm expecting a few tears, but if anybody plays super sad music at my funeral, I'm haunting them. Mark my words. And no classical music. Anyways, this is Moose the kitty. What do you think? Okay, look, I want to clear something up right now. I've had a lot of artists ask me, can I use your art as inspiration? Or can I try to make my own? And the answer to that should always be, of course you can. Anyone is always welcome to copy my art and try to make your own. I don't want you to straight up rip my originals off, like make your own t-shirts with my art on it. Not that anyone will probably buy that. But if you want to try to make something with your own hands that looks like my art, please do. I would be honored. And if you film it, tag me in it so I can see. It's my opinion that if an artist says, hey, you stole my idea, that artist is being a hypocrite because all artists are inspired by other artists. And if you need to copy my art to become a better artist, do it. Don't feel bad about it. And I'm not going to get mad at you. Anyways, 10 points to whoever can tell me what inspired this painting. It's a tough one. In my last video, I prepped 3 canvases with acrylic paint. Now it's time for the fun part. I'm applying the oil. Oil paint, that is. I'm not doing some weird massage on the canvas. I mean, my videos get weird, but not that weird. Or I guess they could. No, that's too weird for even me. Anyways, so every year around this time, I start to get nostalgic. I'm not sure if it's just the thought of summer coming around the corner or with Easter coming up. And I kind of wanted to capture this in a painting, but I wasn't quite sure how. I wanted the viewer to have the same feeling. So I needed to keep it more generic, but still kind of personal, if that's even possible. I know my nostalgic feeling is going to be different than anyone else's. But I think I went back to summertime as a kid, with riding in the car while it's raining to catching lightning bugs with my dad and staying up late. I don't know, do these make you feel nostalgic too? So I found these glow-in-the-dark oil paints, and I gotta tell you, I'm a little bit skeptical because I've never seen glow-in-the-dark oil paint before, and they're actually quite spendy. This kit cost me over $200. Look, I've definitely paid that much for oil paint before, but that's like really good oil paint. And upon inspection, I see that this one is leaked. That's not a good sign. I'm a little bit disappointed. This one leaked as well. Well, let's see how good they are. All the reviews said that you had to mix them really well. So every tube got a massage. I don't know. How do you mix your oil paint in the tube? Okay, first I'm trying out the whites. These are supposed to look almost white, maybe with a hint of color. And then in the dark or the black light, they're supposed to glow bright colors. So far, I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, now I'm gonna try the bright colors. And of course, I gotta put it in a rainbow pattern. And after I charge it underneath the black light, here's what they look like in the dark. And yeah, those are pretty bright. I'm excited about this. Okay, so I have this old Bob Ross painting. Yes, I did watch Bob Ross while I did this. I mean, who hasn't followed a Bob Ross tutorial? Be honest, you've at least thought about it, haven't you? He makes it look so easy. Anyways, all the paints are coming out very gritty, which is odd. It's not like normal oil paint. Blending's not really an option. It's kind of like painting with sand mixed with oil. I don't know, the paintability is not great, I'm gonna be honest. I would give it a 4 out of 10 stars. I like the colors, I don't like the way it paints, and you're definitely gonna need more than one coat. It does not feel like oil paint. And the price seems high. Like, I'm pretty sure you could just buy some pigment and mix your own. But I still had fun, and that's something. I'm just not gonna buy these again. Anyways, maybe I should make this into a series. I could call it Not Sponsored, So Totally Honest, but if you want to sponsor and be in my non-sponsored program, and pay me, I'm still open to it, but will still be honest. So you better have some good products. Okay, we'll work on the title, but would you watch it? Hey, what you doing? Because I'm making a tiny painting. And you know, I'd really like it if you looked, but you don't have to. Don't feel like you have to. Actually, no, I kind of feel bad about asking you to look. Like, don't look at my painting now. God, I'm so stupid. Why would I say that? Of course I want you to look at my painting, but now I scared you all away. Unless, are you still here? Hey, are you still here? All right, if you're still here, I welcome you. And I'm sorry about that other stuff before. I just get excited. Look at my tiny painting. I've been really into painting houses lately. I've done big houses, I've done medium houses, and now it's time for a tiny house. Oh my God, have you seen that show, Tiny House? Where people live in like a shipping container, but they make it all gorgeous and amazing? Like, them some nice houses. But I think I like my stuff too much. I know we're not supposed to like our stuff, and we're supposed to like symbolize our life or something, but I like my stuff. And I got some big stuff. I don't care how nice it is and how many cabinets you put in that house. It's not gonna fit. And I swear to you, some of these families have like 7 kids and 3 dogs and a bird. All these kids hit puberty and need to use the bathroom. And their bathroom is literally a toilet and a closet with a shower head. I think that's called dual spaces. I don't know. I call it stupid. And I just wonder how long these people actually live in these houses before they're like, yeah, I'm done. We filmed the show. I tried it out for a week and I didn't realize my 7 children had smelly feet. But now I know. I would bet like 90% of them. I mean, of course you're going to get that one like weirdo that's like, oh, I love this. It's great. I hate my personal space. And I love the smell of BO because we have to alternate shower months. Because most of these houses are off the grid, so they're like living off of rainwater. There's not enough rainwater to shower 7 kids every day or even every week. I'm just glad we haven't invented smell-o-vision because this show would smell terrible. And you know they're all sharing one deodorant stick because there's no room for 7 of them. But I mean, they are nice houses. I couldn't do it. And I don't even have 7 children and 3 dogs and a bird. But hey, that's me. Could you live in a tiny house? Anyways, how do you like my tiny house? Oh hey, remember my tiny house painting? Well, it's time I made it a mate. And this time I'm doing a wishing well. Or would it just be a water well? I don't know. I guess a wishing well would be more decorative and a water well would be more practical and useful. I mean, as long as it's not haunted. If Hollywood has taught me anything, it's that most wells are haunted. So basically, if you buy a property that has a well on it that looks like this, you might as well just cap it off now. It'll save you the trouble of all these women crawling out of it and terrorizing your family. Also, on that note, why is it always women? Somehow as a society, we've decided that only women haunt a well. And furthermore, how do these wells keep getting haunted? I mean, I get it, somebody fell down it, but maybe there should be precautions, like a smaller hole. I mean, the big hole seems problematic as it is. Animals can get inside it, a bird could go poop in it. I'm not drinking that water. Maybe I don't know how wells work, but that little roof on top is not keeping a bird from pooping in that well. And I don't want to drink poop water. And that's not even taking into account that this seems like a breeding ground for mold. I don't know, it just seems very unsanitary. I could be wrong. Maybe haunted, moldy poop water is actually the fountain of youth, or the cure for cancer. I wouldn't know because if I found a well on my property, I'm filling that sucker in. I'm not about to risk being haunted. Anyways, what do you think of my well? Hey, so do you ever get painter's block? Because I do. When this happens, I just let my paintbrush do whatever it wants. And whatever happens, happens. Usually I paint a face. I don't know why I paint a face, but I do. Who am I to argue with my paintbrush? Honestly, it has a mind of its own anyway. And can't forget the vacant eyes, like it's lost its soul. And it looks like I hated the nose. This happens a lot, especially when I have no idea what I'm painting. See, watch, in a second, I'll start completely over. Wait for it. Painting the lips, smoothing everything out. Ooh, get that contouring. Painting the background black like my soul. And there it is. See, told ya. I've erased the face from existence. Well, sort of. You can still see it. But I guess I had a better idea, which was actually a terrible idea. I think I was trying to make smoke here. Apparently, I've never seen smoke. I don't know, because I tried a few times here. I guess I really wanted it to work. I don't know. I just wanted to show you that art can be forever changing. Fluid? Is that the word? I don't know. You can definitely change your mind. And even though my videos usually show me getting it right the first time, that's hardly ever the case. I just don't have time to show you all the mess ups that I did, because I mess up a lot. Or would they be called reworkings? Anyways, I went back to the face, as you can tell. Hey, I tried the smoke thing, it didn't work, and I realized that I really wanted a face. Sometimes you just have to admit that you're a failure, and I have no problem admitting that I fail. A lot, because now it turned into a sea creature of some sort. And yeah, I'm finally digging it. So I guess to recap, don't give up, keep working your artwork. It might turn into something you like. Actually, you know what? I'd have no idea what I'm talking about. Why am I telling you not to give up? Why spend time on a turd when you know it's going to be a turd? Okay, real recap. Never take advice from me. I'm an idiot. Hold up, stop for exactly 1 minute. I promise this video won't be a second longer. But check out my oval canvas. When you guys mix paint, do you also have an urge to eat it? No, just me? Okay. And a swoosh. Oh, what am I painting? Well, let me tell you, we're going into outer space today. And I'm starting to realize oval canvases are harder to paint on than you think. Look at this. What am I supposed to do with that? Incoming, a crappy solution. Because at one point, the canvas completely rolled off it. That's fine. Okay, this is the background. But we'll speed that up because it's boring. And my ADHD can't handle it. But I do want to stop and show you my fluffing brush. As Bob Ross would say, you only use 2 hairs and some air. Would you all go into space if you could? I definitely would. And the crazy part is, I would do it even if there was only like a 75% chance of me coming back. I would still do it. Although I do get extremely motion sick, so I don't know how much fun I would have. Also, I'd want to be a lot older. I'm not quite ready to potentially die yet. When I was younger, I would have, but having a kid complicates things, especially if you die. Do you think that'll even be an option for us peasants in the future? I mean, going into space, not dying. Yeah, probably not. All right, what do you guys think? Told you it wouldn't be longer than a minute. So I don't just do commissions of pets, I also do people. And here's a really sweet one I'm doing. This is Danny and her new husband, Mark. Danny's friend commissioned me to do this painting as a gift for her wedding. A wedding is supposed to be the happiest day of your life. A day that you would want all your loved ones to attend and celebrate with you. But unfortunately, that can't always happen. We lose people in our life. And that can make you feel like something's missing on your happiest day. And that's why this painting is so much more than just a happy couple. Because this is Danny's father, and he passed away 6 years ago. Even though he's passed away, I feel like he was with her on her wedding day. And so that's what I painted. I really wish that this could have been a photo instead of a painting. But I'm hoping that this is the next best thing. And I really hope that she loves it as much as I loved painting it. What do you think? Did I capture the moment? So it's been a while since I've done a painting. I know, I used to do paintings all the time, but now I'm into haunted hidey holes, I guess. Anyways, so I thought maybe I would try painting on this brass. So I gotta peel its protective skin off and then sand it with my sandy box. Yes, I do hoard sandpaper like gold. Do you hoard gold? I guess if you're a dragon, you do. And I have no idea why I sanded that side because I decided that I didn't want a rough surface for painting. Luckily, it has 2 sides. All right, here's the sketch that I made. That's right, we're doing a spider teapot with a spider teacup. Honestly, I've done a couple paintings like this, but I've never painted on brass before. So the other day, my family and I went to the art museum, and I've noticed that a lot of old paintings were on brass. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, I suppose you can paint on anything, really. But I thought I'd give it a shot because they always looked different. Different how? I don't know. Just different. Like more rich or sparkly? I don't know, but hopefully I can achieve that. But it's been so long since I've painted that all this paint is just dried onto my palette because we're talking like years. It's been at least a year since I've painted. And look at this, it's like all caked on. I don't know, maybe I should have sanded it instead. Although that would require more effort and I don't feel like it. Oh, and for those of you asking why I'm wearing gloves, okay, oil paints have lead in them. And on the bottle it says in the state of California that causes cancer. And even though we're not in California, I'm pretty sure it still might cause cancer. So I wear gloves because I don't want the cancer. And also, have you ever tried to get oil paints off your hands? It's hard. It requires a lot of scrubbing, which also takes a lot of effort. So I took the easy road again because I am lazy. Ooh, so while I'm painting this little teacup, I wanted it to look see-through. And I'm telling you, painting on brass is kind of hard. None of the paint wants to stick. It just smears around, and you already had that problem with oil paints. You know, a normal oil painting probably takes a couple weeks to dry. How long is it going to take for this to dry? Because it's on metal. I'm a little bit worried. And also red takes the longest to dry, and for whatever reason, I had to use red. So trying to keep the cats away from this thing while it dries it's going to be a challenge. Whatever cat hair floats into it will just have to become part of the art. And hold on, here comes the best part. Look, I'm gonna peel off the tape. See, it's gonna look like the brass is being poured into the glass. I know, maybe I should have done the whole teapot, but maybe this looks cooler. It might look cooler. We'll see. It's gonna look cooler, probably. So then I just make the brass look a little less brassy. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have just left it as flat brass. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should it have been just flat, or do you like the extra stuff? Oh, look at that, we're done. Now where do I put it while it dries? Because it's gonna be wet for a while, like maybe a year. Anyways, thanks for watching, bye. Okay, if you're an artist and you're not following my friend Rick, you should be, because he's trying to get into the Guinness Book of World Records for the most drawn or painted person ever. And so I thought I'd add to his record, and you should too. He has a great face for drawing and painting. I guess his likeness has been painted or drawn over 8,000 times already. I'm not sure what the record is, but it's got to be pretty close to that, right? Anyways, he's tagged below. Go check him out and check out his Instagram. That's where all the photos are that you can paint. It's amazing. It's definitely good if you have an artist block right now. Anyways, here's mine, and let me know what you think. All right, if you know this show, you are my new best friend. 10 points if you can tell me what it is. And my nerd is really showing on this one. This was one of my favorite shows as a kid, even though it wasn't really kid appropriate. I'm still not sure why my parents let me watch it. I mean, it wasn't like terrible, but it definitely had its adult moments. I guess the 90s were just different, but it always came on after Red, Green, and Doctor Who. And if you were really lucky, you could catch Stargazer right before. What is Stargazer? I'm glad you asked. Check out this 90s gem.
Can't tell a planet from a star? Stargazer.
Okay, we've got our sky set up for the next 2 weeks.
Man, does that bring me back. I'm not sure why in the 90s we insisted on using terrible special effects. I mean, maybe back then it wasn't cheesy, it was cool. I remember being excited when it was on, but then again, I was a nerdy kid, so who am I kidding? I'm still nerdy, but nerdy's cool, right? That's what I tell myself to make me feel better. Anyways, did you guess the show? You probably have to be an 80s or 90s kid to guess it, or actually an 80s or 90s adult, because it wasn't really a kid's show, but it did get rebooted recently-ish. I don't know what you're doing, but you need to stop right now and look at my haunted house. At least I assume it's a haunted house. I guess I don't know. I was commissioned to do this painting, and the customer had a lot of requests, which made it seem like it was a haunted house. I don't know, I didn't want to ask too many questions, although maybe I should have. I was really curious the whole time, but it seemed like she definitely had a story going on. So I'm gonna guess what it is. So let's stop for a minute to appreciate Edgar's efforts to annoy me. Edgar! Hey! Edgar! No! Yep, there's the cat I know and love. Okay, back to this haunted house. So here were the requests. It had to be an old house, in a storm, with a woman in a black dress, who I thought was supposed to be a ghost, but I don't know. She also wanted it black and white, which I love, with just a few pops of yellow. So I'm gonna assume that the woman is a widower since she's in black. Either that or she's a witch. Or I don't know, maybe she just likes black, like me. And she's waiting for her husband to come home, who's dead. I mean, isn't that the classic story? Or maybe she just likes storms. I mean, who doesn't? And she had to go up on the roof for something. I know, maybe the roof is leaking, and that's why she's up there. I mean, it is storming pretty hard. She's probably really pissed off that she invested in this old house and the roof is leaking already. I mean, yeah, it was a good deal, but come on, it's still an old house. Honestly, what did she expect? The roof might leak. But then hold on, plot twist. She had me do 2 more canvases. This one is a graveyard with a raven on top of the tombstone with the name Smith on it, which is not her last name, by the way. At least I don't think. And then she had me do this other painting. It is also a graveyard, but this time there's a storm. And I think that's her cat. And I know it's a little cliche, but cats and witches go together like ham on toast, which makes me think it's a witch. I think she's a witch. Not my customer. I mean, not that I care. She can be a witch if she wants to be, but I think the woman in the painting is a witch. And she is all sorts of upset about this leaky roof. So upset that she made this storm happen. And now she's pissed off. She's standing on the roof and trying to fix it in the storm that she made. Okay, the logic doesn't quite hold up here, but come on, work with me. I don't know if this is the story my customer was trying to tell, but I think this story is much better than a helpless woman looking for her lost husband. I don't know, what do you guys think? I've been busy with a lot of pet portraits lately, so I thought I'd share a couple with you, along with a few horse questions. This is Sweetie, the horse. The horse's name is Sweetie. And her humans, Sarah and Abby. And Abby and Sarah's friend decided to give a couple paintings for a housewarming gift. Now, I've never owned a horse, but I have a couple questions for people who do. Can you just ride your horse wherever you want? I mean, obviously, you're not going to ride it on the highway. That's dangerous. But can I just ride it down the street, like a normal street? Do I need to install blinkers on my horse? What about the speed limit? Do they apply to horses? What if I get pulled over on a horse and they get spooked and they run? Am I in trouble for running from the cops? What if my horse poops in the street? Can I be charged for littering? Is poop littering? I mean, squirrels do it all the time, and I assume in the street. If your state has a helmet law, do you also have to wear a helmet on a horse? If you're out riding your horse all day, do you have to stop for lunch for your horse? Kind of like you have to stop for gas? And if so, where do you stop? Is it legal for your horse to eat somebody else's grass? Do you have to get insurance and register your horse if you want to ride it on the street? If so, where are you putting that sticker? What if you have a horse accident and a car runs into your horse? Does their insurance pay for the vet bills? What if an ambulance gets called? Do you think the paramedics would also work on the horse? Anyways, that's just a few questions I have for people who own horses. Also, in case you're wondering, this last horse's name is Boogie. Hi everybody, I'm back with a new painting. Now it seems like you guys like it when I narrate my paintings rather than just have music playing. You asked for it, I'm narrating. So here I'm just mixing up a black and white acrylic background, and then I'll add the color with oil paint on top. So I'm just taping off where the ground would be, and then adding in my clouds. And my favorite part, taking off the tape. Ooh, look at that. Yeah. Just a little sketching details, and I think you get it. So hurry up and get to the painting portion of this video. There we go. That's what we've been waiting for. Some color in the sky. Okay, now I'm just adding the ground, and I want this painting to wrap around the edge, so I'm painting the edge, the ground as well. I know it's kind of hard to see, but right here. See that I painted the edge of the canvas? Sometimes I like to do this and it adds a little fun detail, but most of the time it's a pain in the butt and I'm lazy. So I'll just paint it black. Okay, now I'm starting on the house. I love old Victorian houses. And my dream house would have purple siding. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing purple, teal, and gold. And I don't care if my neighbors hate it. I'm living in my dream house, and if they don't like it, they can live somewhere else. In case you're wondering, these are the weird thoughts that go through my head while I paint this. I also like to think, why are all these windows dark? Why did I not turn a light on? I mean, if I'm in my dream home, maybe I'm on my dream vacation and nobody's home. Or more likely, if I'm in my dream home, unless I won the lottery, I can't afford the electricity to light every dang room in this house. And there's those cynical thoughts that creep in. Imagine the upkeep. Or property taxes. Aw, crap, now I can't afford that vacation I'm on. Well, so much for that dream home. It's now a dream nightmare of property taxes and obligations. Anyways, here's my dream house, I guess? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't dream so big. Sometimes I don't know what to talk about while I paint, and this is one of those times. Instead of a story this time, I'm going a different route. I'm going to tell you some weird thoughts that I have. Okay, ready? Thought number 1. Why is everybody obsessed with macaroons? I've never had one, but they seem like a normal cookie to me, for like 10 times the price. Is it the price that makes them so good? Okay, thought number 2. All the famous hair people like Brad Mondo claims that shampoo that lathers doesn't clean your hair any better. But I beg to differ. If your soap bubbles are bigger, it's going to touch more hair, right? Thus making your hair cleaner. It's the same reason why foaming drain cleaner works better than the gel. It grabs onto more hair as it passes through. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Okay, thought number 3. After all the years of making art, I've never put wire on the back of my paintings. And yet some people insist that they put wire back there. Am I doing it wrong? I just put a nail on the wall and hang my painting on that. Wall, nail, painting. There's no reason to bring wire into this. Just seems like we're overcomplicating things, but maybe there's a logical explanation. I just can't think of any. Okay, thought number 4. Did you know ants come back for their dead? Why do they do that? Are they burying them somewhere? Are they using them as food? Just seems like odd behavior for an insect. Anyways, that's just what I think about on a regular basis. Do you have any weird thoughts? Okay, we're back with another episode of Ashley Paints Random Things and then narrates it. This time my inspiration comes from Cthulhu. I wanted to paint my version of a baby Cthulhu. I'm not really known for painting cute things, so I thought I'd give it a shot. I'm not really sure what makes things look cute, but I think big eyes and a big forehead might help. And of course the little floppy ears. And I'm sorry if I'm talking quieter than my normal videos. My daughter was exposed to COVID at daycare and had to quarantine for 2 weeks. And now my husband and daughter are home. And yeah, I am starting to go crazy. But anyways, I don't know about you, but I always feel silly narrating when somebody can hear me, so I'm trying to be quiet. So that's why you haven't gotten many videos from me this week or the week before. But Monday we should be back to normal, and I have a lot of video that I need to narrate, so expect more videos next week. But I really wanted to get something to you this week, so I'm currently hiding in the bathroom. Honestly, there's only so many times I can play Candyland. I keep trying to tell myself that I'm the adult and I can pick if I play Candyland or not, but it hasn't worked so far. Okay, I'm back with another painting, and this time I am taking inspiration from the Dark Crystal. More specifically, Kira. I always liked her sweet face, so I took inspiration from it and gave my monster or creature or whatever she is a similar face, minus the eyes, nose, and mouth. So I guess when we come down to it, it's the skin color, the hair, and the ears? Yeah, I don't know how inspiration works, but I took something from her, even though she really doesn't look like her. I like to think she's a goblin that lures you in with her cute little innocent face, and just when you go, oh, look at the cute little goblin over there, oh, it's so cute, and then she eats your face off. Although now that I look at her teeth, they're not exactly attack teeth, so maybe they get sharper when they get older, because this is just a baby. Or who knows, maybe she has a whole set behind those teeth, and those are just decoy teeth. Or maybe she mesmerizes you with her hypnotic stomach. Kind of like Hypnotoad, but she has to do a belly dance. I don't know. Either way, here's my finished painting. Let me know what you think. And like this video if you want to hear more crazy stories about my art. Alright, got another weird one here, and I think I need you guys' help to decide what it means. I understand that I'm the creator and I should know what it means before I paint it, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way. It's almost like my hand has a mind of its own. So first I was thinking maybe this is a creator's head that's having artist block, and that's why it's empty. And the light bulb symbolizes an idea that's just out of reach. But I think it's more about trying to get out of your own headspace and how sometimes your head can be a hostile, caged environment. And even though you may have some dark places in your head, there's always a light place somewhere. And sometimes you need help reaching the light. In this scenario, the ladder would be the help and the light bulb would be the light places, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that just crazy? Alright guys, I'm doing another painting here, and this time I'm going dystopian future. I'm just starting off with an acrylic background with some details, and then I'll apply the oil over top, because oil's kind of translucent and I'll be able to see the details underneath. Now in my dystopian world, one of the remaining businesses would be a bar, obviously. Because if it's the end of the world as we know it, let's face it, we're all going to be drinking. And I think you could make alcohol pretty easily, right? Without supply chain issues. I don't know exactly what we'd be drinking, and I don't think you'd want to know. But let's be honest, do we really care? It's the end of the world. Alright, that's it. When the end of the world comes, I am opening a bar. Maybe it'll be a bar and restaurant. Although I'm not quite sure what I'd cook. Rat burgers? I've heard cockroaches can live through the apocalypse. Anyways, it's definitely going to need a name like Catastrophic Cafe, or Doomsday Diner, or Bloodbath Bistro. Ooh, Hardship Hideaway. Although I'll probably end up just calling it Annihilation. Get it? Annihilation. Although if it's an inn, does that mean that I have to let people stay there? Because I trust nobody in the apocalypse. Also, what do you think the cash situation will be? Are we like fallouting it with bottle caps? I suppose I could charge whatever I wanted. I think my currency is going to be cats. I know it sounds like a terrible currency, but hear me out. I'm assuming cats are very rare, and I don't think I could live my life without a cat or two. Ooh, and they could catch rats for my rat burgers. And I could charge people to pet my cats in my catastrophe cafe. Double pun. Yes. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a cat cafe in the apocalypse. Nobody steal my idea. Also, what other businesses are surviving? Because if I had to pay 3,000 bottle caps to buy this bar, which translates to about 10 cats, I'm going to need to know what my competition looks like. I guess it depends on how quickly the world fell into dystopia. I mean, judging by the state of the road in the background, probably pretty quick. It looks like we were flung into doomsday by some sort of natural disaster. My guess would be global warming. Anyways, would you eat at my catastrophe cafe? Alright, I'm back with another one of these weird paintings where I just let my mind wander and I let my hand do whatever it wants. To be honest, they rarely turn out well, but maybe this one will. I usually do this when I have no inspiration and I have no idea what I want to paint, which, you know, let's be honest, happens a lot. And more often than not, I start off with a face. I think because they're easier. You don't have to be perfect and I can do creepy, so the creepier it is, the better. And lately, I've really been into spirals. I don't know why. I have a weird obsession with them right now. My last two paintings had spirals. I know this one does. I didn't really mean for that to look like blood at the top, but it kind of does. And I really wasn't going for sad, but he kind of turned sad. I don't think this is a reflection of my own feelings, but I don't know, maybe it is. I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist. Oh, and there's some more red stuff. I guess red is my favorite color. I don't know, I kind of like him sad. I wonder what he thinks about. And there's the finished product. Let me know what you think. Hey everyone, I'm back with another painting, and I just wanted to show you my inspiration for this painting. It comes from the artist Dawood Planeta. I hope I'm saying that right. And his art, Deep Forest. I fell in love with that piece, and I wanted to make something similar. I've never been really good with black and white, so I went with color, and I added my own style to it. And I went with 3 fish instead of the 1, because I always do things in 3s. So I think my story behind this one is that these fish are not from Earth. And they just copied the first animal they saw, which was a fish, not knowing that fish don't float in the forest. And I think anyone who stumbles upon these fish are probably in trouble. And sorry about that, I'm just using the zoom on my head. Okay, seriously, they can't see. I guess I had to get really close. Anyway, so if you see floating fish in the forest, I would just ignore them. And if they say your name, no they didn't. No they didn't. You just turn around and you walk away. Hey yo! I'm back with another painting. So I'm still obsessed with trying to make glass look like glass in a painting. So I decided to do a skull because I have no unique ideas and this is what I always paint is skulls. And why I chose that green, I don't know, but I painted over it with blue because that was too much for my eyeballs. Did I just say that with a weird accent? I don't know why I'm like this. And I'm sorry you're listening to this. You can skip over this video if you want to. I wouldn't blame you at all. I'm not even sure what my story is behind this painting. To be honest, I just wanted to see if I could paint a glass skull with mist coming off of it or vapors. I don't know. Maybe it's an ice skull? I don't know. And it's melting and then the vapors turn into this bird. I wish I had a clever name for it, like Free Bird, but that's not that clever. Anyways, here's my not Free Bird painting. Not named Free Bird, because that's lame. But if you have a suggestion for a name, I'd love to hear it. And hopefully my next painting will be better, with a better story. I guess they all can't be winners. So here's a weird one. I'm gonna have you guys guess what theme it is. This is one I started years ago and abandoned it like I did my Neopets. My poor Jub. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, enjoy your youth. Should this be a new series? Watch as Ashley struggles through old paintings she lost interest in. Okay, we're gonna need a better title. I put in so much freaking detail into this thing that it was hard to film, so I'm sorry. I don't know. When I started this, I was super ambitious. And then my ADD kicked in and was like, yeah, you think you're finishing that? I don't think so. What's that shiny object? And to be honest, I have dozens of paintings just like this one. Maybe I should show them to you and have you guys vote. And whichever one gets the most votes, I will force myself to finish. Although no promises. Even while I was painting this one, I tried to bail out a couple times. And this is a cornfield. I know it looks like wheat, but it's corn. I'm terrible at corn, but I think I got the point across. And in case you're wondering, here's what my palette looks like. And here's a happy little bush. And this painting's so large that the canvas bounces when you paint on it, which is annoying to try to film. And if you haven't guessed the theme yet, this house might give it away. It's pretty iconic, but then again, so is this house. And the bouncy canvas is back. So freaking annoying. All right, can't forget this side of the house. So I'll quickly speed through this because we have a lot to get to on this painting still. But don't worry, I'll try to make it interesting. Here's a tree. And double points if you can tell me what this building is. It's kind of hard because I drew it a little bit off. I must have initially sketched this painting out without looking at any photos because a lot of these buildings are just a little bit off. I don't remember. That was years ago. But it's fine. It's my own world. It doesn't have to be perfect. And if you don't like it, you don't have to. And just add a couple flying M's and we're finished. And here's a close-up of the painting. I put in so many hours and gave up so many times. I don't know if it was worth it, but at least it's finished. Did you guess what the theme was? Was it pretty obvious? If you're interested in voting on which painting I should do next, let me know. If any. Maybe none of them have potential. Maybe they're all bad ideas. Could they all be turds? It's definitely possible I abandoned them for some reason. Alright guys, you wanted to vote? Which abandoned piece of art should I torture myself to finish? So starting off, we have the hand painting. To be honest, I was just trying to learn hands, but it got tedious. And then we have this weird Alice in Wonderland painting where I mashed in all the characters. And then we have the swallow guy. I don't know what he's going to be swallowing. And then I have this one where each of these squares was going to be a different painting. A painting inception, if you will. And then there's this one that got super tedious and it's just a bunch of black and white photos. And then right next to it are these creepy figures touching this balloon boy. I don't know. And then I have this Twilight Zone painting, which I started forever ago and immediately lost interest. Right next to it is one I started for my daughter, but I was afraid to give her nightmares. Next up is this Langolier painting. I actually stopped this one because I didn't think anyone knew the movie and the teeth got boring. Next is this Rick and Morty painting, which I was going to make look super realistic. And then I was making this Oblina painting to go with the Ickis and Crumb painting that I did, but those already sold and then I lost interest. Okay, and then on the other side of the room, I have the submarine, which should really be like this swinging painting, this crazy thing that I have no idea what it even is, and then this insanely large painting, which I just never quite finished, but I started it years ago. Though I've improved my skills since then, so I feel like I need to scrap the whole thing. Oh yeah, here's the only part that I didn't finish. And I almost forgot about this one, because it's hiding. And if you don't know, that's Barbarella. These are just some of my paintings that I abandoned. Don't worry, I have dozens more. I just thought these were the most interesting. Let me know which one I should finish, if any. Alright, y'all voted on which painting I should finish, and the counts are in. Looks like most of you wanted me to do the painting inside the painting. Though I was surprised, somebody wanted me to do a raccoon. Not what I asked, but thank you for the input. And since this is a democracy, all votes count and I will consider it. However, you lose and this one wins. So here we go. So I filmed this before I was doing my voiceovers, and this was my attempt at doing one of those cool transitions. And then for some reason, I filmed myself peeling all this tape off. I guess I thought it'd be satisfying. And I was not wrong. That was thoroughly satisfying. Okay, so the idea here is I'm going to add in each one of these picture frames a monster or mythical creature. I guess here I'm adding ghosts, which isn't either of those things, but you get the idea. And here we have a Hydra. I think that's what they're called, where if you chop off one head, another one grows. Yeah, I'm like 93% sure that's what they're called. And in this frame, we have a plague doctor, which I guess isn't a monster or a mythical creature either, but it's still creepy. And here I'm painting the creature from the Black Lagoon. And then coming up, we have the creepiest of all the creatures. No, not this guy. This is just Sasquatch. Or is it Bigfoot? I feel like he's called differently depending on where he is. This guy, the gnome. Trust me, he's the creepiest. He just stands in your neighbor's garden and stares at you. Sometimes he's mooning you while he does it. No, I don't have issues. You have issues. Scary gnomes. All right, here's the final product. I'm glad I finally finished this one. It was sitting in my studio forever, so thank you for pushing me. And it was only slightly torturous. And if you'd like me to finish another one of my abandoned works of art, let me know by commenting or liking this video. Or if you think I shouldn't, then don't do anything at all and just keep scrolling. Hey, remember this painting? Well, I'm making it into a coloring poster, and I thought you might enjoy seeing the process. Somebody asked if these ghosts were fist bumping, and I love that. I like to think that these are two bro ghosts just hanging out in the afterlife. And then on this Hydra, somebody said it was just a dragon, but you're wrong. It's a Hydra. It has multiple heads, which makes it a Hydra. It's a Hydra. Did I mention it was a Hydra? And then everybody said that this werewolf was way too buff, which I kind of agree. He was too buff, but I like it, and it's staying that way. He's just my buff werewolf. I like to call him Buffy. And of course, we have Godzilla, which, to be honest, I haven't seen any of those movies. Are they worth the watch? Can someone tell me? They seem really cheesy. Not that I don't like cheesy. I mean, for a while, my favorite movie was Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, and that's definitely cheesy. But to be fair, I was like 12 and probably had terrible taste in movies. Oh, and here's my plague doctor. And I got a lot of SPC 049 comments, which I think they were right. Much creepier than just a plain old plague doctor. And of course we have Death, and still my personal favorite, the gnome. Which I was surprised how many people agreed he is the creepiest. With his little happy face. I mean, you know he's causing mischief in the middle of the night. Oh, and then somebody said that this was just an octopus. But obviously it's a kraken. I mean, to be honest, octopuses are scary. They are creepy intelligent. But it was definitely meant to be a kraken. And we got boring old Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever. I feel like he would be the one in the monster convention, sitting all alone in the corner without friends. No, now I feel bad for calling him boring. Poor Bigfoot. Maybe he'd be friends with the creature from the Black Lagoon, you think? I envision the creature from the Black Lagoon as the jerk who doesn't really want friends. So maybe they wouldn't be a good match. And then just a little shout out to little Nessie. All right, now it's time to print. And it's looking good. That's the medium size, but I have a smaller and a larger one in my shop. And I also have prints of the original painting, which I have to thank you guys. I've sold 11 of these prints. You all rock, and thank you so much. Okay, we're talking Coraline today, and I've done a lot of Coraline paintings. And every time I do a Coraline painting, I watch the movie. So I've seen it a decent number of times. There's one thing that I just don't understand. Why is Hidey named Hidey? I mean, I get it. Why were you born? But can his parents really be that terrible? I know the movie doesn't say where his parents are, and he lives with his grandma. So is that why he lives with his grandma? Because obviously they didn't want children if they named their kid Why Were You Born? Or is there something else behind the name that I just don't understand? Anyways, watch as I sew these buttons on Coraline's doll. Okay, today I'm going to try to do a negative or reverse painting. I've never done one of these before, so it should be interesting. It's hard getting my head wrapped around what color should be what. The lighter it is, the darker it's actually going to be. Alright, easy part over. Now for the hard part. This is so difficult. It goes against all my nature of painting. I wish I could see it inverted as I worked. If you haven't guessed already, I'm painting Tank Girl. One of my favorite movies. Let's get her eyes. I don't know. I'm really curious how this is going to turn out. So white should be black, right? It's all the other colors I'm not sure about. I'm just going to darken up this corner a little. I think I'm about done. I have no idea how this is going to turn out once I reverse the colors. I have a feeling it might be crazy. Good enough. Holy cow. What? I think I did good. So somebody said I should change my painting into a Fallout painting. And I like Fallout, so let's give it a go. It's funny, I thought this painting was going to be all blue. When I turned the light on, I realized I was wrong. I really don't want to paint his feet, so let's just make them disappear. There. If you don't want to paint it, make it disappear. And he lost his butt, so let's put that back in. Can't be in Fallout without a weapon. Maybe if we give him some hair, it'll look better. Put some stripes on his uniform. We need a little dog meat. Let's do this red rocket. Maybe a Nuka-Cola machine. That's what that is. I know you could tell it was a Nuka-Cola machine. There you go. Fallout themed now. You think, did I improve it? So I picked up 2 of these canvases at Michael's the other day, and I've decided to paint an eye on one of them. I've never painted on a round canvas before, but I like it. I might have to go pick up some more because I had so many ideas for these canvases, but I just went with my basic eye for right now. I painted a lot of eyes before. And what better way to get a feel of a round canvas than to paint something that I've painted a dozen times. All right, I think I'm about done. What do you guys think? So I'm painting on another round canvas here. I went with a heart this time. It's one of my favorite things to paint. Last time I painted an eye. It seems I paint a lot of hearts and eyes. I don't know, maybe that makes me weird. But who cares? I'm really liking these round canvases. I have so many ideas for them. I'll definitely be picking up some more. I'm about done. All right, guys, what do you think? I debated keeping this one in the compilation video because I make 3 projects out of my Creepy Crafts book, but then I thought, what the heck, I'll just leave it in. And you can skip forward if you want. Hey, happy Halloween. You want to do some creepy projects from my Creepy Crafts book? I'll just assume you said yes because you're watching this video. So let's do my favorite one, the spider teacup. Here's a list of items that you're gonna need. I'll just let you look at that for a second. And then first things first, you gotta make sure your teacup spins well. This one's an okay spinner, but I think it'll do fine. Remove that pesky label and let's get going. Okay, I gotta make some legs because it's a spider teacup, not a worm teacup. What would that even look like? Oh, right, I'm supposed to be like teaching you how to do this. Okay, I folded my wire at about 5 inches and then I'm wrapping it back up to make a little leg. And then you just snap, Snap-a-doodle. Wapa. Shwa-bam. Shasha. You can pick your own sound effects when you do it, but do whatever feels natural. Okay, so now I'm just gluing each leg to the bottom of my teacup, but I'm using the least amount of glue as possible because we're gonna heat this up and we don't want our glue to melt and all the legs to fall off. And yes, it does have 6 legs instead of 8. Did you know that a spider teacup has 6 legs? I bet you didn't know that. And it's totally not because I don't have room. Oh, hey, also, don't forget to set your hot glue gun to low if you can, because burning your fingers sucks. Okay, let's move on to the next page, where we get the epoxy sculpt out, which means also put on your gloves. Seriously, don't forget that part. It's very important. And then we squish our balls together. Make sure you thoroughly mix the clay. And then push it on the bottom of your teacup because your teacup is naked right now. Ew, nobody wants to see a naked teacup. This is what's really gonna hold your legs to the bottom of your teacup. The hot glue just temporarily holds it. And then just use your ball tool to add some swirly textures. Next, you're gonna wanna mix just a little more clay and make a long snake to wrap around each leg, making them beefy. I mean, come on, those wire legs weren't gonna hold your teacup up, which is why I love epoxy sculpt. This clay is so strong and it sticks to almost everything. It might be a little bit on the spendy side, but it's well worth it. Just, make sure that you're ventilating your space and wearing gloves with it. Because I didn't, and I developed what's called contact dermatitis. I know, it's a long word. But now, if I touch the stuff with my bare sausage fingers, it makes me all itchy and my skin gets all flaky and gross. Yeah, and I wouldn't have had that problem if I had worn gloves in the first place. So, don't be like me. No glove, no love. Oh my gosh, I'm way behind. Okay, so before you wrap your legs in clay, you should really let the bottom sit for a day. Otherwise, it's gonna wanna come off and you don't want it to come off. But once you do get to the legs, wrap something small with plastic wrap and then set it on top. That way it holds your teacup up while your legs cure. And the plastic wrap keeps it from sticking. And it helps you bend the legs into the shape that you want. Also, with epoxy sculpt, you're gonna wanna mix your clay in small quantities. I mix just enough to do one leg at a time because it does set pretty fast. So mixing in small quantities makes sure that it's fresh and, pliable. So you just keep wrapping and then smoothing and then texturing and then bending until you have all your legs done. It's gonna take a little bit of time and patience, but by the time you get to the last leg, you'll be a pro at it, I promise. Okay, now I have all my legs wrapped. Let's set it on its little stand to harden. And also make sure that the majority of the legs are touching the table. Otherwise you're gonna have a wobbly spider and you don't want a wobbly spider. I added little feet to the bottom of my legs, but you don't have to. I just thought they were cute. And after 24 hours, your legs should be hard. Only I don't know what I was thinking. These legs are way too small. I like beefier legs. So if you find yourself with teeny tiny legs and you want beefier legs, just add some more clay to it. That's what's great about clay. You can just keep adding to it. I wish I could sculpt my own body this way. Anyways, look, much beefier legs. I mean, look at the calf on that one. Those are some nice calves. Okay, on to the next page where we paint it. I mean, after it cures. Shwabam. Okay, if your shwabams aren't working, just go ahead and spray paint it. And then I'm covering this spray paint with a metal coating, a bronze metal coating. Our spider's been bronzed. Okay, next I'm gonna add some foil leaf to it. So I gotta put this glue all over. The foil leaf just adds some shiny spots. At this point, you can really paint it any way you want. This is just the way I do it. But if you do go with foil leaf, make sure that you have a foil leafing box to contain the foil leaf because this stuff gets everywhere. It's terrible. Ooh, look at that foil leaf. Now I'm just pushing it onto the glue that we added. Make sure that your glue is nice and dry. Also, you can't just use any glue, unfortunately. You have to use foil leaf glue because it stays tacky. Trust me, I tried all the other different kinds of glues because I did not want to buy glue for just foil leaf. But really, I have yet to find any other option. So just buy the glue if you're gonna do it. Oh, and make sure that you have your fortress of suction ready to suck up any of those foil leaf particles that want to fly into your house. And look at that, she's looking all shiny and pretty. Now we gotta varnish it so that the foil leaf doesn't, run away. Most of the glues come with a varnish, so just use it. One time I was lazy and I didn't use it, and the foil leaf did rub off just a little bit. I mean, not a ton, but if you got it, you might as well use it. Oh, look at that. We're on to the next page where we're gonna make it look rusty and old. Okay, so now I'm adding some tacky glue inside our teacup. Dang, tacky glue never wants to come out. I mean, it is tacky glue. It's pretty tacky of it to not want to come. Anyways, now you just rub it into the bottom of your cup and then sprinkle on some embossing powder. I like using the coarse embossing powder because it makes chunky bubbles. You'll see in a minute. But I coated the cup a little too much, so I'm just going to make a little bare spot there so it's not all covered in embossing powder. And then you just heat up your embossing powder with a heat gun. But don't forget, we have hot glue under those legs, remember? So you kind of got to go slow. And by slow, I mean like leave some time in between hitting it with a heat gun so that it cools down a little bit. And to make sure before you move it, it's cooled down. See, right now it's really hot, so I know that glue is melted under there. So I'm going to wait before I move it anywhere. Honestly, it's not the worst case scenario if you melt the glue and the legs come off. You can just glue them back on because they'll come off in one big chunk. I mean, I wouldn't know because I've always waited before I moved my cup. Okay, now I'm just adding more embossing powder and then I gotta spank it because it's been a bad cup. So the embossing powder makes it look corroded, or maybe that's not the right word. I guess rusted. So just add it wherever you want like little rusted, corroded spots. Which reminds me, why does metal get all bumpy when it gets old? I'm gonna assume some sort of science or chemistry happens, but I don't know. Anyways, again, keep the heat gun at a minimum because you don't want to melt that glue. You know, take breaks in between heating and cooling, I guess. But don't worry too much about it because like I said, if it pops off, you can just glue it back on. Not a big deal. I'm just lazy and I don't want to have to do that extra step because you got to like touch it up a little bit, you know, around the glue. I don't know, but look at that. We have a nice corroded teacup. Next, we're going to add a little color to it. And if you have teal chalk paint, it looks great as corrodedness. I don't know. So I just dab it on all the little bumps, the little juicy bubbles, and then you just pat it off. That way the paint gets into all the little nooks and crannies. Who came up with the word nooks and crannies? I mean, what's a cranny? I know what a nook is. Oh, whoops. Okay, so now I'm just adding a little more of that metal coating, but you can use darker paint here. I just want the bubbles to pop more, you know, poppy bubbles. And then you could totally stop here. Well, okay, I guess I'm adding some green. I don't know. But you could totally stop here. And your teacup would look great. However, because I used metal coating and that metal foil, if you remember, which contains real metal, so that means that you can paint on some patina to really make it look rusty because a chemical reaction of some sort with the metal, ? You can look up how to make patina, but I just buy mine because I'm pretty sure patina is like a bleach mixture and I don't trust myself with bleach. I'm just saying. So if you go that route, be very careful. And then I let my patina sit for a day or two. And then ta-da, you're done. Now go out and make your own spider teacups. But before you do you maybe want to do another Creepy Crafts project? You do? Okay, let's do some teeth. I call this one the Tooth Fairy stash because this is how I envision the Tooth Fairy holds all of her teeth. Here's the list of materials you'll need. I'll just let you look at that for a second. Was that long enough? Okay, cool, let's get started. So start off with like a blueberry size amount of white Palmer clay, roll it into a ball, and then roll the one side so that it's a little narrow. See, it's like a little blunt cone. Now take your ball sculpting tool and push a little dent in the top. Then put your ball back in the hole and lay your tool sideways so you put little dents along the edges. This will be the crown of the tooth because it's a princess tooth. Now if you have to go back in and make your dents a little bit longer down the side, go ahead and do that. And then using your X-Acto knife, split the bottom into two. Gently roll each side so that they're a little rounder, and then take a pointy tool. A toothpick works fine too. It is teeth after all. And give it a cavity on the side. That's where we're gonna put our string. Okay, now if you wanna get real fancy, and I know you do, repeat the whole crown thing, and then instead of splitting it in two, split it in four. That way it's like a back molar. So you watch, first I split it in two, and then I split each two into another two, and then give it a little tickle between the roots, you know, to smooth it out. Repeat this until you have a whole mouthful of teeth. Next, you're gonna wanna bake them in the oven. For how long? I don't know, you're gonna have to read the package on your clay. I'm not a mind reader, but I do know that clean teeth is not creepy. And I wrote a Creepy Crafts book. So we gotta dirty those suckers up with brown paint. Then wipe off any excess paint. And once you've made all your teeth absolutely disgusting, it's time to string them up. I like to use a thin hemp or twine, but really any string will do. I just like the look of the hemp. I think it makes it more rustic or maybe more serial killery. I don't think that's a word. Anyways, put all your teeth on the string. And then I went back in and made them a little more whiter, but that was just a preference. Honestly, they look good just as is, but I wanted a little more depth in mine. Oh, hey, Emily. You want to help out? Hey, not the paintbrush. Emily, let go. All right, it's time to leave, Emily. Get out of here. And look at that, we have teeth on a string. You could make this into a necklace or just hang it up somewhere and freak some people out. You know, whatever floats your boat. Okay, and for my next project, I'm gonna do these necklaces. I called it the necklace of sight because it makes it sound mysterious. Okay, you're gonna wanna get yourself one of these little frames. You can get them from any DIY store. I think they're just called epoxy pendants. Usually people fill them with epoxy resin, but today we're filling it with a polymer clay. Or you could use an epoxy clay. Just make sure that you wear your gloves if you do. You're gonna wanna push your clay into your hole until it's level, and then get your box of eyeballs out, assuming you have a box of eyeballs, and pick an eyeball out to squish into your frame. And then push all the squishy bits that squeezed out from underneath the eyeball with a ball tool. Next, make a little slug out of clay. This is gonna be the eyelid, so go ahead and squish your slug of clay around the top of your eye. And then smooth that seam out with your ball tool and your fingers. Actually, fingers work pretty well too. Now we can't forget the lower eyelid, so go ahead and squish that slug of clay onto the bottom of your eye and smooth those seams out with your ball tool. And then you're gonna want your eyelid to look more eyelidy, so I used a rubber wedge tool and just pushed the clay around the eye to give it more of a ledge. And then you're gonna wanna use a round tool for the tear duct. I think it's called a tear duct. I don't know, I'm not an eye doctor. Anyways, once you have your eye sculpted, you're gonna wanna bake it. If you're afraid that your eyeball is gonna melt, you can bake it at a little bit lower temperature, but honestly, the melting makes it look like cataracts and I kinda like it. So once your eyeball is baked and cooled, I wanted my eye to look a little bloodshot. So I mixed a clear gloss with red paint and then I painted around the eye. And then you can just go over top with the clear to make the eye look more glossy. Hey, look, you're done. Sometimes the clay likes to pop out of the frame depending on what clay you used. So if that happens, you can just glue it back in. Oh wait, am I making another eye? I sure am. This time I'm using a different frame and a different eye shape. See, you don't have to have exactly the same stuff that I do. Just use whatever you got or whatever you want to use. Oh, also this tinfoil is messing with my camera, so I had to cut it off. Just so you know, that's not a necessary step. All right, we got another eyelid slug that we push around our eye, along with a bottom eyelid slug. Look, I'm doing both at the same time. I'm multitasking. And then just smoothing that seam out with my ball tool. Oh, but the ball tool leaves some dents, so I just smooth that out with my fingers. And then you can't forget the eyelid and a little more smoothing. Add that tear duct in. And yet a little more smoothing. If you're having problems with the smoothing, they make polymer clay softener that you can rub on, and that helps smooth things out, but you don't really need it. It usually smooths out pretty well by itself. And there she has one eye, but it's not tired enough looking, so let's make it bloodshot like the last one. And if you noticed, this frame has a little loop on the bottom, so guess what we're gonna add? Eyeball tassels. You gotta pick out the right color of tassel. We don't want it to clash with our eyeball. There we go, a nice blue one. And there we are, we're done with our 2 eyeball necklaces. Just think about all the people that you're gonna freak out when you meet them, and you're wearing an eyeball necklace. All right, we're on our last Creepy Crafts project from my book that I wrote. Wait, did you not know I wrote a book? Where were you this whole video? Yeah, I wrote a Creepy Crafts book so that you can make your own Creepy Crafts if you want to. And this time around, I'm doing the clay heart. Okay, look, I had cool names for all my projects, but for whatever reason, my publisher didn't like them, so I had to dumb them down. That's why it's called the clay heart. Anyways, this is a good project for using up all the polymer clay that is really gross and our weird colors, because we're gonna end up painting this when we're done anyway. So it doesn't matter what color you use, which is great. I hate waste. Anyways, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be teaching you stuff and junk. Hold on, let's rewind so I can teach you the junk and stuff. Okay, stop. I made a ball of clay. And then I pinched the bottom to make a little fat petal, like this. And then I made a snake of clay like that and divided it into 4 pieces. These are gonna be the arteries. I think that's what they're called. I don't know, the little nubby things on top of a heart. And that's exactly where I put them, right on top of the fat part of my petal. And by using a ball sculpting tool to smash the seams together, it smooths it out. Because nobody wants to see a seam in a heart. That's not very hearty. And then you just repeat the process until you have a nubby heart. Let's hollow out those nubs because nubs should be hollow. I don't know. And then take that last fourth nub and roll it into a long skinny nub and hollow that nub out too. Don't forget to squish these seams too. And then I just run over the whole heart with the ball tool to give it a little texture like it's a muscle, because I'm pretty sure your heart is a muscle, right? Anyways, now I make a little flat petal, not fat, flat. And then you're just going to want to push it onto the side of your heart. I don't know all the technical terms to a heart, so I don't know what that's called or even if a real heart has that, but it definitely makes it look more heart-like. And then the one thing that this heart is missing are veins. I mean, we're all a little vein at heart. Get it? Right, so just rope on some veins to the front of your heart and then smooth them out with your ball tool. And look, you just sculpted a heart. How cool are you? Oh, right, but we're going to turn this into a necklace. So we got to stab our heart with pointy objects. Well, okay, one pointy object. One hole at the bottom and 2 holes at the top. Now you're going to want to bake your heart. Follow your package's instructions for baking because I can't see your package. I don't know what it says. And all clay is different. But once it's baked, paint it red. And then once it's dry, paint it with a darker red and then wipe that red off. That way the darker red gets into all the nooks and crannies and it makes things pop. And then you don't have to do this, but I went back over some of the higher areas with a brighter red to achieve maximum contrast. Oh, so in the book, I did like a butterfly and a sword, but I thought I'd show you that you can mix it up. You don't have to use a butterfly and a sword because who has that? Just use whatever you do have, or don't use anything at all. You could just hook it right to a necklace. So I'm just putting wire through the top hole, and then I got my box of, I got my box of plastic crud and I crudded up this wire. I mean, I put beads on it. And then check it out, I'm adding gears this time because I want a steampunk heart. I don't know why steampunk and hearts just seem to go together. Do they not? I'm not sure why. I guess any sort of machine that can be run by steam is steampunk, right? And a heart is kind of like a machine that pumps blood. But I added one to the other side to make it symmetrical. But you know, you could do anything here. You could do little bats. I freaking love bats. You could just do beads. Ooh, or skulls. Skulls could be cool. You could add little glass vials. That would be really neat. I don't know. You could do lots of different things, just like this bottom. I mean, this time I'm going with a key because that feels steampunky, but you know, you could add a feather. Anything dangly would work. And look at that, we're done. How awesome would you look with this heart necklace? Anyways, if you want a copy of my book, I have links down below. Or if you already have my book, let me know what projects you've done. I would love to know what your favorite is. Okay, thanks for watching and happy Halloween. Bye. This section is just kind of bonus content because it's all my failed projects. Sometimes it's good to show your failures. Hey, what you doing? Do you want to watch me make some really terrible art? I mean, really, what were you going to do anyway? I mean, what's the video after this? Somebody making amazing art? Why would you want to actually? I would rather watch that. But don't scroll. You know what? That video will be there when you're done watching this. Maybe. I mean, how does that work? Do you think the algorithm gives you like 20 videos and then when you scroll to the end of that, it loads like another 20 videos? Or is the next video always totally random? Do you think there's a pattern to the videos? Like every third video is going to be a video that they know that you're going to like, but they have to sprinkle in bad videos in between so that it can find out if you actually like those videos. I don't know. So would this be a bad video that got sprinkled in between because I'm making terrible art here? Unless terrible art is your thing, which if that's the case, welcome. You're gonna love my channel. So it was at this point where I was like, oh, this looks kind of cute, right? As far as severed feet go. Okay, listen up. The reason why I'm making this foot was because I was gonna make it into a lamp. I wanted to hang a light bulb between its toes, but I think I just didn't go big enough. And the spacing between the toes is all wrong and it won't fit. So now I just have like this random foot, which I have no idea what to do with. I could always make it look like it's coming out of something or put something in its foot area. Foot crevice, is that a word? That's a gross word. I don't like that. Anyways, if you have any ideas, I would love to hear them because I think it's just gonna be trash at this point. Pinterest sucks. Let me explain. I saw these fish on Pinterest and I thought, okay, these are cute. I can do this. So I got my clay out and here is mistake number 1, newspaper. Yeah, that's right. It sticks to newspaper. And here comes mistake number 2. Yeah, sticks to this thing too. And yet for some reason I keep trying. And now it's stuck to both the newspaper and the rolling pin. So I trashed both those ideas because I am determined to make this stupid fish. So I just got in there with my hands and now we're stuck to the floor. All right, I'm getting the sense that Pinterest is trolling me. Finally, I get something that resembles a fish, sort of. Make a stupid fish, it'll be fun, it's easy. All right, finally my fish is dry. And regrettably, I start to paint him. But for some reason, I use these god-awful colors. I don't know what I was thinking. These colors aren't even my style. But I soldier on because I've come this far. Try to save it with this blue. And spoiler, it doesn't work. Anyways, so now I'm stuck with this turd of a fish. You're probably thinking, that's cute. What is she complaining about? Does it look like this? No. Moral of the story is, do you want to see the ugliest thing I've ever made? So I had this really cute jar, right? And these really cute crystals. I mean, what could go wrong? Cute math says one cute thing plus two cute things equals a super cute, awesome thing, right? Well, you, my friend, would be wrong. Look at the waste of crystals on this thing. And I just kept going. I thought this was cool, apparently. Look at that. I'm covering the whole thing in clay. But there is a circle window, and that is a plus. It's about the only plus on this monstrosity. Look, this was my idea. I was gonna put a light in it and make it into like a heart, crystal heart thing, but can't even tell it's a heart, can you? And be like a super cool sculpture of some sort. Like the idea was there, I just did not execute it well, and the paint job does not do it any favors. Yep, it's about the ugliest thing I've ever made. But you know what? I tried, and that's what counts, right? So don't give up if you make one ugly project. It's not the end of the world. You just count your losses and try again. Hopefully that helps any artist who also feels like they're failing. You're not, and not every idea is a winner. In fact, most of them are not winners. And that's okay, that's why we have closets. We just put the project in the closet and we forget about it. It doesn't exist. Okay guys, I need your help. My husband has this violin that he's given me to make into art. Don't worry, it's very broken. But I had this idea to make it look burnt, like it's still kind of on fire, but I didn't want to try it out on the actual violin just yet. So I tried it out on this canvas instead. It's sort of fitting that I'm reusing this canvas with all these matches on it. It was a failed project. Anyway, I kind of wanted it to look like this, but more uniform. So I painted the background black, dried it with my heat gun, and then painted some fire, and then dried it with my heat gun again, because I ain't got time to wait for paint to dry. And then I lit this candle. Dang it. I swear, you can never get it on the first light. There we go. Now I lit the candle, and I burnt chunks of balsa wood. A whole lot of burnt chunks of balsa wood. And then I laid them out like the weirdest puzzle ever. The idea here was to look like burnt wood on the top, and then have like fiery embers peeking through. Unfortunately, the outcome was subpar. So I could really use your guys' help. And is this idea worth pursuing? I don't know. So I'm writing a book. I know it's weird. A publisher contacted me and asked if I wanted to write a book. And I was like, oh, are you sure you want me to write a book? I'm just kidding. I was like, heck yeah, I want to write a book. Anyway, so I thought it'd be fun to show you the projects that didn't make the book that I thought was going to make the book. But then I was like, these are lame. And I don't want lame projects in my book. Only the least lame projects will be in my book. As you can tell, I'm sculpting an eye on this plaque, complete with eyelashes. Those eyelashes are going every which way. It's like a spider had a big dance party on this eye and left all its legs behind. Excuse me, sir, you lost your legs. And they're stuck in my eyeball. Anyways, so this project didn't make it in the book because it's really weird. I mean, not that the other projects in the book are not weird, but this one was also kind of boring, so. Anyways, I can't show you the projects that are in the book because the publisher said no, but I can definitely show you some other stuff that didn't make the book. Let me know if you're curious. Also, I have no idea when the book is going to be published. I think in one of the timelines they said next fall, but I literally just turned in my manuscript like last week. So I guess they have to send in all their revisions, and I don't know anything about publishing books, but just know that this project won't be in there. And that concludes part 1 of my ultimate YouTube compilation video. Holy cow, did you really watch all 11 and a half hours worth of video? Or did you skip around? I totally understand if you did, because nobody has time for that. Anyways, stay tuned for part 2 because I had to break it up into 2 videos because YouTube doesn't like when you post 20-hour videos apparently. Anyways, don't forget to subscribe. It really helps me out. Okay, bye.